Allison, during her trial, persistently asserted that she was a commendable leader. She had averted a multinational war upon inheriting the title of countess, diligently labored while imprisoned, set trends as a singer, pursued truth as a detective, and exhibited unwavering dedication in her role as a physician to AS for the sacrifices of territories, the maiming of detainees, the lethal nature of her songs, and the unauthorized modifications to patients' bodies. Allison reasoned that if viewed from a different perspective, these actions could be justified. After all, she was a witch, the world was undergoing pollution, the old days were gradually awakening, terror spread through the cities, and ordinary humans, beast tamers, sequencers, the church, imperial, technologists, and knights of the kingdom were merely striving for self-preservation, continuously compressing their living spaces. That it was only through the healing process that Allison ventured into the forbidden zones, subsequently expanding her territory, recruiting the displaced, and nurturing followers. Until one day, she would ascend to divinity. Chapter 1. The Baron's Eldest Daughter. In the 15th year of the Era of Light, within the Punk Empire, in the activity room of Newman City University, Allison sat in the dimly lit room, observing the uninvited woman standing on the magic circle, slowly setting down her tarot cards. She then quietly opened the Book of Fate in her mind. Item: Book of Fate. Description: from a moment of birth, every individual is bestowed with a book. They're destined to live according to the script recorded in the Book of Fate from birth to death. Ability: can unveil the destinies of the weak. Origin: the world of Grimm's fairy tales. This was her customary tactic during divination. Yes, a noble descendant living in the steam age with no pocket money. She had to rely on reputation to earn more, and this Book of Fate was one of her trusted companions. Despite being a reincarnator who had lost her memories of her past life, she still had a means to survive well, grateful that the church did not impose a private divination tax. Allison silently reflected, and upon glimpsing the fate of the woman before her, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Why must it come now? Couldn't it wait until I am of age? Allison glanced at the description in the Book of Fate and instinctively touched the mark on the back of her right hand. 15 years since her reincarnation into this world, she had initially believed she could lead a simple and normal life. But given this woman's fate, she felt a sense of trepidation. You must be Allison. I am Lady Cruz. Although Lena looked somewhat unnerved by the magic circle's crystal ball, she stated with a firm tone, as the Baron's eldest daughter, engaging in such witchcraft is a disgrace to the Cruz family. Allison chuckled softly, casting a glance at Lena, who resembled a frightened chick. You dare to lecture me, you socialite? You're hardly in a position to judge. I have no time for this. I need to study, and the school won't grant me leave since I also work part-time as a night watchman, Allison replied, shaking her head while sighing. Internally at the need to balance her noble status with hard work, Lena's eyes flashed at her words, and her voice rose again. Don't speak so pitifully. The Baron provides you with enough funds for your studies. If you require extra money, it merely indicates you are squandering it on unnecessary things. The Baron did not give you money for you to be a night watchman. So, upon hearing that I work as a night watchman, you wish to belittle me? Allison frowned, glancing at Lena's abdomen. Have you heard of the dishes served to mothers and children in the kingdom? Lena felt a chill run down her spine, thinking how cruel this calamity was, and she almost turned to flee. However, realizing she was in school, she refrained from doing anything rash. It concerns the inheritance of Earl Lumen, does it not? Observing this younger baroness, Allison smiled. Why would I not wait for my father to die before inheriting his title? Lena's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Allison. You dare to speak such words? Are you certain? She harbored no fondness for her biological father. Had it not been for the nurse's pleading, he would have drowned Allison in the waters. Lena was at a loss for words, eventually saying, that is an earl's title, a great noble, with lands far surpassing that of a baron. You are working tirelessly for the child in your womb. Thinking I do not read the newspapers? Allison casually pulled out an imperial newspaper and slapped it on the table. Since last year, after the old Earl Lumen passed away, the title has begun to descend, yet without exception, all heirs have met a tragic fate on the path to succession. Are you suggesting I join them? Those who disobeyed met their demise, those who complied would not perish, and my family is of the commoners. If I were to bear the surname Lumen, I would have been tempted as well. Lena said with a hint of guilt. Over 300 people all disobey. Surely, there are a few clever ones among them, Allison remarked, touching the mark on her hand that would only change upon reaching adulthood, shaking her head slightly. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I, for one, will remain in school peacefully for these years, but the Baron wishes to see you. Will you defy his orders? It has been 9 years since you last met, Lena insisted. Is he not afraid that I might strike him down upon our reunion? Allison laughed. Has he ever shared the tale of Alsace with you? Lena looked bewildered, prompting Allison to scoff disdainfully. The Baron would certainly not recount the story of how he was so frightened by his 6-year-old daughter that he sent her away, vowing never to see her again. Lena, are you certain the Baron will demand my departure? I've heard that to prevent you from absconding with valuables, the staff must keep a close watch on you, Lena replied, hastily departing. Allison remained frozen, staring at Lena's retreating figure for a moment before lifting her hand to inspect the inverted pentagram upon it. We absorb the pollution for him, and he dares to treat me as a thief. The dark inverted pentagram seemed to quiver slightly, as if expressing discontent with their assessment. While Lady at the tea that moment, a figure peered in from outside, quietly greeting Allison. Any news? Allison beckoned the figure to enter. It was a stray knight she had rescued at the age of 8, named Robbie Benson, who had since pledged his loyalty to her. This matter is no secret, it's a joke told in taverns, Robbie said, leaning closer. Since Lumen's death, the heirs have begun to perish in order of succession, those who were set to inherit. Those who were determined, even those who hid at home, could not escape. Their fate. Does that mean I am in danger as well? Allison furrowed her brows. I advise you to refrain from leaving the city for the time being, and it would be best not to step outside the school either, Robbie urged. Among those heirs are formidable figures. Some even have backers, yet none have met a favorable end. Who is behind this? Allison inquired. Numerous factions are rumored to be involved, those from the Jest Empire, the Kingdom, our own empire, some cultists, and even members of the Lumen Harbor Alliance, Robbie responded, looking at Allison. Moreover, the sole individual who reached the territory was reportedly slain by a witch residing in the castle. I merely wish to study in peace. How could such strife be a place for someone as gentle as I? Allison expressed her concern. I hope Baron Edward is not too ruthless. Given your status, it seems there is little the Baron can do to stop it. Robbie gently shook his head. Both empires are eager for the Lumen baronial heir to meet their end. All for that wretched harbor. Indeed, Robbie nodded. That harbor holds significant value. Could they not grant me a few more years of tranquility? I truly wish to avoid an abrupt end to this carefree existence. Allison tapped on the table. Speaking of carefree, Lilith just had her subordinate remind you not to forget her request. Robbie mentioned that it regarding the fishing matter. Allison nodded. I understand. Chapter 2. Assassination. I had never conceived that such an absurd world could exist. Even in Dream of the Red Chamber. Jia Baoyu's birth with a jade pendant could be rationalized as a kidney stone, but being born from an egg was a novelty to me. I had always believed that this world was tainted. This contamination was likely caused by the existence of the twin goddesses. Since the night of her fall, the night of my birth, the phenomenon of being born from an egg had ceased. This led to the closure of numerous twin goddesses' churches and a decline in the value of storage rings and beast skills. Simultaneously, it stimulated the market for artificially cultivated twin eggs. I believe this is creating monsters. In the Beast restaurant near the university, Allison trembled as she vociferated. This was quite uncharacteristic for a noble lady. She picked up a goblet from the square table, took a sip of wine, and thanked the bull terrier chef who personally delivered her steak. Across the table, a handsome young man and a scarred beastmaster wolf watched Allison vent her emotions before she began to cut her steak. Their expressions were grave. After a long pause, the young man spoke first. Allison, if you can thank a bull terrier, why can't you marry the valiant Jack? Allison said, eating her steak with deliberation. After swallowing, she looked at the aloof man. Firstly, you said you would introduce me to a friend, and I only agreed to meet you for the sake of Lilith. Secondly, you didn't tell me Jack was a wolf. Sizzle. As Allison finished speaking, the electric deer, who was chewing on the wires behind her, widened his eyes. He had overheard an unforeseen story. Seeing the scarred wolf glaring at him, the electric deer quickly repaired the wire. As the light bulbs flickered, the atmosphere at the table changed. Does this mean Miss Allison is prejudiced against Jack? Alan narrowed his eyes at Allison, his hands resting on the table menacingly. Or perhaps you don't hold the Cage family in high regard. Allison continued to cut her steak without looking up. I've heard about students disappearing from Newman's University for the past 2 months. It seems you're responsible. So what if I am? Do you think anyone can save you? Alan's face contorted as he looked at Allison. This high-grade steak you're eating. Delicious, isn't it? The taste is exquisite. You've drugged it, haven't you? Allison raised her head to glance at Alan. Colorless and odorless. It's high-end. Alan's face gradually softened as he looked at Allison in confusion. You're unaffected? Yes, I took an antidote beforehand to prepare for such a situation. Allison nodded and took an empty bottle from her pocket, placing it on the table. It's from Dream Elf. Quite expensive. Alan stared silently at the bottle rolling on the table. His face paled instantly. He looked at Allison. You knew all along. So why did you come? Lilith made me come. She's always so assertive. I had no choice. Allison pouted and looked out the window. According to the agreement, they should have stormed in to rescue me after the steak arrived. Is it possible that she didn't inform the instructor? Alan smirked. Impossible, Lilith promised me. Allison shook her head, looking incredulous. She wants to gain merit. She would have told the instructor. Alas, Alan said, looking at Allison's naivety with pity. He frowned slightly. To be honest, Lilith sold you out. She's jealous of your beauty and wants to use me to dispose of you. But you can't do it, not in public. Allison pointed to the electric deer beside her and the other patrons in the restaurant. Who knows? Alan's lips curled upward. The previous students were all taken away from here. Oh. Allison nodded, and with a flip of her storage ring, she produced a package with a fuse. She placed the large package on the table and lit the fuse with a candle. It's my birthday today. Can I at least finish my birthday cake? Allison asked. Alan looked at the sputtering fuse on the table and nodded slightly. Yes, I'll grant you this final courtesy. But why is the candle wick burning so quickly? And so strangely? I'm a noble, after all, and my father is somewhat renowned in Newman's. It's normal to have some high-end items. Allison smiled and looked around the Beast restaurant. The layout is quite nice, dim yet romantic. No one would notice if you did something in a dark corner. You seem to like this place, but we'll be moving to another location soon. Alan watched the cake sputter sparks, a sense of foreboding growing in his heart. Sensing that Alan intended to take her away, Allison looked at the scarred wolf. Is this your companion beast? I bought it. Alan shook his head. Mine is just a grass-eating camel. Allison smiled at Alan. Rumor has it that companion eggs are formed from the sins extracted from a person's soul. I thought Alan's heart would be a wolf. That's just what the Church of Light says to paint beast masters as evil and depraved. Alan scoffed. So it's false. Allison said with some regret, taking out an ornate sword and caressing the blade. I always thought that birthing a Frostmourne meant that my indifference had been stripped away. Alan and the scarred wolf stared at Allison and warned, you'd better put that sword away, or it will cause a misunderstanding. You don't think I'm going to resist? Do you? Allison asked, slightly taken aback. She closed her eyes, hugged the sword, and covered her ears. I can hold my head in my hands, can't I? Alan frowned. He was about to say something when he noticed that the surroundings suddenly slowed down. For a moment, time seemed to stop. And the cake on the table suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Boom. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed through Newman's city. The Beast restaurant was shattered in the explosion. Half the city was shocked. The security team and the guardians of the church rushed to the center of the explosion. And even the Newman's University Guard team ran to investigate. The security team was the first to arrive. They immediately cordoned off the streets, dispersed the crowd. And the sheriff stood outside the restaurant, loudly ordering, protect the scene. Watch out for suspicious individuals. See if there are any survivors. The University Guard team arrived next. And after seeing the clothes on a charred body, they slapped their thighs. Oh, damn it, one of our students. There's a smell of sulfur. It could be a demon. The guardian, who arrived last, sniffed the air and looked at the ice on the ground. Why is there so much ice here? On the street next to the restaurant, Allison, who had survived the explosion thanks to Frostmourne's defense, walked down the street with her arms crossed. In the distance, she saw her 2 servants waving at her. She was about to speak when she suddenly felt a sense of danger. She looked in that direction and saw a figure flash past. Pop! The distinct sound of a steam gun rang out. Allison looked at her chest, where a large hole had appeared in her scholar's robe. Ah! Allison cried out and fell straight to the ground. Madam! Robbie exclaimed and ran over quickly. He paused slightly when he saw the steel plate on Allison's body and then chased after the figure. Don't chase him. It's no use finding him. Allison said from the ground. It seems this place is no longer safe. Find a carriage. We're going to the Barrens. Chapter 3. Filial piety on the cobblestone streets of Newman's city Robbie guided the horse-drawn carriage towards the residence of Baron Edward, while the maid, Sarah, accompanied Allison within the carriage. The recent gunshot had nearly knocked the young master off her feet. Sarah, with a hand on Allison's chest, glanced back anxiously and inquired, "Do you think the assassin will pursue us?" "I am uncertain, but it is highly unlikely. Upon hearing the gunfire, the constabulary will likely conduct a patrol." "Unless he is a deathly assassin," Allison replied slowly. Although she had diligently practiced swordsmanship with Robbie over the years, the specially designed bullet had inflicted considerable pain. She gazed at the dislodged steel plate, the lead bullet embedded within it. To think they dared commit such a heinous act in broad daylight within the city. "Once we leave, it may very well." Sarah trailed off, the implications of departing the city hanging heavy in the air. "If someone wishes for our passage, they will not permit us to be harmed. We shall see what the Baron has to say. Rest assured, my lady, should we encounter them on the road, Robbie and I will defend you to the death," Sarah declared, her face taut with determination. "Indeed, let us hope it does not come to that," Allison laughed gently. "Understood." Allison turned her gaze outside, where the roses in front of the Baroness villa bloomed vibrantly, a clear indication of the prosperity they had enjoyed in recent years. As the carriage came to a halt, Allison, supported by Sarah, alighted. The servants, upon seeing her, appeared momentarily taken aback, though they had heard whispers. They had not anticipated the Baron's eldest daughter arriving so swiftly. The servants hastily opened the wrought iron gate, warmly inviting Allison inside. Meanwhile, another servant hurried to the villa to announce her arrival. As Allison meandered through the garden, admiring the sea of flowers until she reached the villa's entrance, the Baron emerged with his wife, having not seen her for 9 years. "Father," Allison greeted him with a smile, noting his stern expression, which suggested that the tales of years still haunted him. "Yes, you have grown so much," Edward nodded, his demeanor perpetually grave. He produced a wrapped parcel. Instructing a servant to hand it to Allison, it contained mementos of her late mother, tokens affirming the lineage of the Lumen family. Allison took the parcel, glanced inside briefly, then passed it to Robbie. Turning to the Baron, she smiled and said, "As I prepare to journey to the Lumen territory, the road may not be peaceful. Do you have any advice, dear father?" The Baron furrowed his brow at her words. "Pray at the church before you depart. God shall protect you." Allison smiled. "And what of you? Could you not send a company of knights to escort me to the territory? I am a noble of the city. Where would I find knights?" The Baron responded, a hint of irritation in his tone. "From this moment on, you shall be a countess, a lord of the land. You must present yourself as a grand noble and refrain from burdening me with trivial matters." "You speak wisely." Allison had not held much hope anyway, and upon hearing his words, her disappointment was minimal. She advised the Baron, "Antiques can often be tainted with misfortune. I used to visit your shop weekly, but I fear I shall have no opportunity henceforth. I suggest you consider a change of trade, especially since you cannot distinguish between antiques and cursed items." The Baron nodded slightly, regarding Allison. "Is this your justification for pilfering my goods over the years?" Allison felt as though she had been shot anew. She clutched her chest and retorted, "I speak nothing but the truth. You may choose to heed my words or not." With that, she turned to leave. The Baron sighed as he watched her depart and called out, "Wait, are you sending me knights?" Allison immediately turned back. "Would you prefer a slap?" The Baron replied coldly. "Councilman Inter, in charge of the city's finances, is hosting a farewell banquet for you in 3 nights. Remember to remain at school, and I shall come to fetch you." "I am not acquainted with the councilman." "There is no need." Allison shook her head. "I will not attend. You must go. The councilman has plans for you." "Do you think being a countess comes without obligations?" The Baron scoffed. "You must pay the price. I inherit my title due to my mother's lineage." "What does that have to do with you?" Allison retorted with a mocking gaze. "Why not send someone else?" "Such insolence." The Baron's eyes widened. "You are a scion of the Cruz family. You shall do as I command." "Why should I? Simply because I am your daughter?" Allison scoffed, turning to the nearby roses, plucking one to inhale its fragrance. "You wish me to face danger while you reap the benefits? What world do you inhabit, assuming I am so easily trifled with?" "This is an order," the Baron stated, his face taut with discomfort. "Consider it a debt for the antiques you have taken and for my raising you. My son. From the moment you were born, the entire forest called out your name." The rose in Allison's hand froze into a sculpture of ice, slipping from her fingers to shatter upon the ground. She smiled sweetly at the Baron. "Father, do you recall the tale of Alsace I once told you?" The Baron frowned, silently observing the fragments of the rose at Allison's feet, and spoke solemnly. "If you refuse to go, I shall report you to the church." Allison's expression shifted. instinctively reaching for the black glove on her right hand, then raising her hand as she strode toward the villa's exit. Do remember to come and fetch me, dear Baron. With a rhythmic clatter, Robbie and Sarah followed in Allison's wake. Watching Allison depart, Lena glanced at the furious Edward and whispered, will our actions not seem too heartless? Her mere survival is the greatest mercy, the Baron retorted coldly, before turning to re-enter the villa. What antiques? Merely a collection of cursed relics. Who knows where he acquired them? Perhaps he has offended someone. Allison rolled her eyes at the remark, reflecting on how she might have shielded him from the impurities. Averting disaster. Otherwise, he would surely have met a grim fate. Indeed, my lord is formidable, Sarah remarked, her admiration evident. Indeed. How else could he possess the insight to recognize the value of both of you? Allison cast a sidelong glance at her, a smile gracing her lips. As the chosen one, Allison's associated manifestations were threefold: the sword from the egg, the book in her mind, and the mark upon her hand. While the Book of Fate held significant utility, it was the inverted pentagram on her palm that captivated Allison's attention most. It was a premonition, distinct from mere tools. Chapter 4. Preparation. Over there lies a fiefdom, where productivity is lamentably low, and many serfs struggle to find sufficient sustenance. The sanitary conditions are even worse than in urban areas, and access to clean water is far from assured. Moreover, safety is a pressing concern. As a lord, one cannot charge into battle on horseback wielding a weapon, lest their estate be raided in an instant. As Zilialu pondered the situation, Robbie suddenly halted the carriage. Allison raised an eyebrow and instinctively reached for the steam gun concealed within her storage ring. My lady, a constable seeks your presence, Robbie called from outside. Upon hearing the mention of a constable, Allison relaxed her guard and gestured for Sarah, who possessed summoning abilities, to remain calm. She glanced outside before promptly opening the carriage door. Miss Allison, the young constable greeted, assisting her down from the carriage. May I inquire what brings you here? Allison queried, tipping her hat politely. Is that a new fashion? The constable remarked, gesturing towards her attire. I was on my way to Baron Edward's residence when I was shot at with a steam gun, Allison replied, glancing at her scholarly robe. It seems someone wishes to thwart my claim to the title of Count of Lumen. By the light, the constable exclaimed, making the sign of the cross. You should have reported such an incident immediately, rather than proceeding to the Baron's estate as if nothing had transpired. Allison shook her head. I did not wish to trouble the constabulary unduly. This is Newman's, a first-tier city of the Empire, not some insignificant locale. The constable regarded her with a serious expression. I will ensure this matter is addressed. Thank you very much. You are indeed a person of integrity, Allison replied, her expression one of gratitude. May I ask what else you require of me? There was an explosion at the Beast Tavern this afternoon, and some beast tamers are quite sensitive about the incident. They suspect the church is responsible for their plight. Do you have any leads? The constable inquired. None. I am unaware of any such matters, Allison replied, shaking her head. Are you certain? The constable frowned. According to your classmate Lilith, you were to have lunch today with a student named Alan, whose body we found at the scene. Allison chuckled at this. I had to cancel due to matters concerning my inheritance. The constable stared at her incredulously. Your classmate is dead, and you find this amusing? Classmates can be categorized as either beloved or detested. He was a vile individual. His demise should elicit joy, not sorrow, from me or the citizens of Newman's. Allison maintained her smile. However, Lilith claims to have seen you entering the tavern, the constable pressed. Lilith is also of questionable character. I believe you are aware of her reputation, Allison replied with a smile directed at the constable. Yet she passed the church's sincerity interrogation, the constable sighed. If you choose to persist in your assertions, I will have no choice but to summon you to the church. Blinking rapidly, Allison finally responded, very well, in truth. Alan conspired with his beasts to assault nobility, namely myself. According to the Empire's noble protection law, I released a magical scroll. Ah, that provides just cause, the constable acknowledged. Nodding. However, you are still accountable for jeopardizing the staff at the Beast Tavern. They're all in cahoots, Allison retorted. Do you possess evidence? The constable asked. Though it seemed a daunting task, ordinary individuals might find themselves at a disadvantage. Allison nodded and, with a flick of her fingers, produced a purple crystal. But I have this recording stone. The constable examined the recording stone, then tucked it away. Well, this Alan is indeed a beast. The beast tamers can now remain silent. May I take my leave? Allison inquired. Of course, the constable nodded, stepping aside to gesture for her to pass. Allison climbed back into the carriage and continued her journey to school. Sarah sat silently beside her. "My lady, do you think that constable is attempting to deceive you?" "I am uncertain, but I dislike visiting the church," Allison replied with a shake of her head. "But that recording stone has been sent out. It is quite valuable." Samantha lamented. Sarah frowned upon hearing this. "Cursed objects are difficult to acquire, and you have very few remaining. They are merely low-level cursed items, lacking significant utility. To be honest, they are only for emergencies. Their true value pales in comparison to Robbie," Allison reassured her. "Once the items are dispatched, prepare yourselves." "I have become a target. I shall remain hidden for the next few days." "Understood. We shall manage everything you entrust to us," Sarah affirmed with a nod. Within the dimly lit chambers of the city hall, over 30 council members gathered to hear reports from the surveillance personnel. Upon learning that Allison was unharmed, Councilman Inter burst into laughter. "It appears our Countess Allison is safe and sound. The banquet can proceed as planned. However, our actions contradict the wishes of the Senate." The council chairman expressed concern. "They seem to overlook that the Jace Empire also has loans from the Kingdom of Victoria, which does not place us at an advantage. Let her inherit. It would be best to adhere to our arrangements," Inter concluded, looking at the assembly of council members. "What do you gentlemen think?" The members began to voice their opinions, many expressing support. "I believe that since the heir is here in Newman's, the decision should rest with us," said the council member responsible for public safety. "The church has also stated that if the heir is to attend, the succession ceremony should be presided over by them," remarked the council member in charge of religious affairs. "Those who depart from Newman's must bring benefits back to our city. Those who heed the Senate's directives rarely gain anything. Indeed, over 300 heirs have perished. Losing another would hardly make a difference." Seeing several prominent members in agreement, the outer council members also voiced their support. "And what is the chairman's stance?" Inter asked Chairman Benjamin. "Since everyone is in accord, I have no objections," Benjamin replied, addressing the assembly. "However, as the chairman, I will be the first to bear the brunt of any pressure from those noble families afterward. At that moment, you must not remain passive. That is only natural. We stand united with the chairman." The council members vowed earnestly. Chapter 5. The opponent. Just as the council members in the town hall reached an agreement, there were those within the school who had begun to target Allison. As she entered the school square, she sensed hostility in the air. Casually casting a glance in that direction, only to be met by the sight of a red-eyed crow. Maintaining her composure, Allison proceeded towards the dormitory. Yet the image of the crow flickered persistently in her mind. Beast, death crow quality, level 2 abilities, reconnaissance, camouflage, sound intimidation origin, literary student Lilith. Upon reaching the door of her dormitory, Allison hesitated for a moment before retrieving a crossbow from her storage ring. Aiming it at the crow perched atop the dormitory building. The crow, fixated on the crossbow in her hands, feigned ignorance. In the next moment, Allison pulled the trigger. Thwack! 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 3 crossbow bolts struck the death crow with pinpoint accuracy, piercing its wings, and with a loud squawk, it plummeted from the rooftop. Allison retracted the crossbow and swiftly ran towards it. Thud! Thud! Bam! As she closed the distance, she kicked the fainting crow against the wall before seizing its dazed form and twisting off its head, absorbing level 2 beast soul. Acquiring general skill, reconnaissance, receiving the prompt in her mind, Allison wiped her hands with a handkerchief and continued towards the dormitory. As was customary, every time she absorbed a soul, she was rewarded with a skill. Opening the dormitory door, she cautiously ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, her residence. Typically, the corridor was illuminated by wall sconces, but upon her arrival on the 3rd floor, it was shrouded in darkness. Peering into the pitch-black corridor, she activated her reconnaissance ability. And at the far end, in front of her dormitory, stood a formidable silhouette. Is this the henchman that the splatterers sought? Spotting her target, Allison opened the Book of Fate to examine the individual's information. Quasimodo, former bell ringer of the twin churches who defected, later sheltered by nobility as a thug. Currently assisting literary student Lilith in executing the task to kill the Count. Current level, Sequence 2 Butcher. Skills, Mastery of Meat Hooks, Slaughter Intimidation, Endurance, Blood Tracking, Grunt. Night Vision. Ah, indeed. Allison observed Quasimodo, retrieving a steam gun from her storage ring. The sequences ranged from 1 to 9, with those below 4 lacking special defenses. Rarely able to withstand gunfire. Seeing the butcher waiting for her to walk into his trap, Allison raised her gun, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, the metallic clang echoed, and to her astonishment, The butcher came charging down the corridor, panting heavily. He was wearing a helmet. Thud, thud, hearing the heavy footsteps. Allison quickly activated the steam valve and frantically manipulated the lever. The design of the steam gun bore some resemblance to a fishing rod. As she swiftly prepared the steam valve and loaded a lead pellet, the butcher was already upon her. She raised her gun and pulled the trigger just as his meat hook swung down. Bang! Allison fired at close range. The bullet striking the gap in the butcher's armor at his neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, while the butcher's meat hook slammed into her chest, sending her flying backward. Is anyone there? Allison stumbled to the second floor, collapsing to the ground. She rolled into the corridor, shouting. Yet the typically occupied dormitory was eerily silent. Watching as the butcher approached her in mere strides, Allison produced a clock, twisting the two springs, and then became utterly still. The butcher, poised to strike, also froze in place. This was the power of that cursed object. Item: Garrow's necromantic clock description, a tangible manifestation of the necromantic cult's summoning symbols. Ability: by winding the springs, it can immobilize souls within a certain radius. When the clock ceases to exist, a ghost will appear. The longer the time is frozen, the higher the grade of the ghost that appears. Origin: Book of Necromancy. Such an object typically held no effect in standard solo scenarios, but with the butcher bleeding profusely from his neck wound, the advantage lay with her. Considering the butcher's size, Allison wound the clock for 10 minutes. Throughout this time, they both remained motionless, even as the butcher ceased to bleed. Clang! Clang! Allison shook the steam gun's handle, ensuring the valve was primed before aiming for the butcher's nape and firing. She then rushed forward to grasp his head firmly. Absorbing professional soul, acquiring general skill, endurance. As the prompt resonated, Allison felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her, and she sensed that even a heavy blow from the butcher would not send her flying again. Clenching her fist, she looked up at the ceiling, where a newly manifested ghost floated above. Species: Ghost description: it is a product of nothingness. Come down, Allison beckoned to it. The ghost glanced at her, its form flickering before dissipating into smoke. Allison felt a pang of regret. Everything possessed an instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Searching the butcher's body, she discovered he carried nothing aside from his equipment. Dismembering him would waste time, so she cautiously navigated around the pool of blood, recharging her steam gun while making her way to the third floor. After all, her good friend Lilith was still waiting for her. Thud, thud. With her reconnaissance ability active, Allison traversed the corridor on the third floor, reaching her destination without encountering any hidden accomplices. She gazed at the door before her, contemplated briefly, then kicked it open, raising her gun to fire at the figure that emerged. Bang! A hole was blasted through the center of the silhouette, but it remained unaffected. Allison watched as it stepped forward, illuminated by the light from the dormitory window. It was a scarecrow, propped awkwardly. This was a cursed object. Allison narrowed her eyes, shifting her grip on the gun, and pressed her right hand against it, causing the scarecrow, which had been poised to attack, to fall silent. Item: Scarecrow description: accumulated resentment after being left to rot in the wilderness, becoming an incorruptible monster. Ability: can launch attacks when under threat or sensing the presence of the living, weak to dogs and fire, vulnerable to heavy blows. Origin: a prank by a certain farmer. With her right hand suppressing the corruption, Allison glanced at the descriptions of its passive and proximity attacks before storing it in her storage ring. Cautiously, she opened the dormitory door with her gun drawn, revealing Lilith curled up on her bed. Chapter 6: The jealousy of nobility in the dormitory. Allison gazed at Lilith, who returned her stare for an extended moment before speaking. How could you slay my familiar? I deemed it sufficiently secure. When I left home at the age of 6, I took down a human trafficker, understanding the essence of precise targeting. By the age of 9, I had annihilated a bandit, mastering the art of firearms. Allison recounted her past, raising the gun in her hand. Moreover, this weapon possesses attributes of accuracy. Allison nodded. Therefore, do not bully the honest ones. You are aware of those teetering on the brink. Honest ones. Lilith chuckled softly at this. In truth, I too. Bang, bang, bang. Before Lilith could finish her sentence, Allison, wielding a crossbow, loosed 3 arrows, watching as they pierced through Lilith's throat. Lowering her weapon, Allison turned toward her bed. Every grave of the deceased conceals a lengthy tale, yet I lack the time to indulge your narrative. Seated on her bed, Allison scrutinized Lilith, particularly recalling her earlier intent to end Allison's life. Lilith, transfixed by the arrows, appeared as though she were refusing to close her eyes in death. The room fell silent. How do you know I am not dead? From the right side of the dormitory door came Lilith's voice. Allison glanced to see Lilith suspended from the ceiling like a spider. You have merged two familiars, or perhaps what are you? Allison inquired, curiosity piqued. You need not know. Lilith replied ominously, exhaling and releasing a white mist that began to permeate the dormitory. Allison, watching the room grow increasingly white, displayed signs of apprehension. She wielded her steam gun, scanning for Lilith's silhouette. Do not approach. I can see you. Allison shouted into the mist, her body trembling slightly. Haha, are you afraid? Lilith's voice echoed from within the fog, drifting throughout the dormitory. With a tone laced with malice, she continued, my dear classmate. The chasm between the ordinary and the extraordinary cannot be bridged merely by brandishing a steam gun. You worthless fool. Bang. Where are you shooting? I am right behind you. Do you think my targeting system is blind? Bang. 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 Allison unleashed 3 rounds from her steam gun, severing the limbs of Lilith's puppet form, and then tossed forth a steel birdcage, ensnaring the now humanoid Lilith within. Looking up at her incapacitated rage, Allison continued her task with determination. After several desperate screams, observing that Allison paid her no mind, Lilith sneered, You dare treat me this way. You are finished. Allison, momentarily pausing at Lilith's words, turned to her with a smile. I do not believe you. Lilith's expression shifted to one of outrage. Who cares if you believe it? Offending the Black Covenant means you shall never find peace, even in death. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of confusion crossed Allison's face. She glanced at the second ring adorning her left index finger, flipping it over to reveal a tattered teddy bear. Is this what you refer to? Allison extended the doll towards Lilith. The master. Lilith's eyes widened at the sight of the stitched-together teddy bear. You transformed the master into a cursed object? This is not a matter of good or bad. Lilith's expression hardened. I can't believe the master fell by your hand. How old were you at that time? Allison shook her head. My father dealt in antiques. Occasionally, he would salvage remnants from the battlefield. At this revelation, Lilith's lips quivered, and she fixed her gaze on Allison for a long moment before finally speaking. They will not allow you to acquire a fief, having already eliminated 300 others. You shall be no exception. Allison furrowed her brow, stowing her steam gun as she approached the birdcage and asked, Who are they? The nobility of the entire empire. Lilith regarded Allison, revealing that a bounty had been posted in the black market. Is it the one on John Street? Allison queried. It is from Newman's, Lilith responded. Somewhat surprised. You seem well informed. Considering you blend in with ordinary students at the university, could you enlighten me about your organization? Allison shook her head, her expression one of disdain. Do not conflate me with your degenerate kind. I am nobility, a follower of the God of Light, destined for a glorious future. Indeed, only those like me, who have forsaken the light, are left without a tomorrow. Lilith mocked herself, then turned to Allison. My time is limited. How do you intend to deal with me? Allison blinked. What do you think I should do? As a Sequence 2 Barbie doll, I fear not injury, but my human form must remain intact. Otherwise, I shall truly be severed. Allison nodded. Your missed ability is indeed impressive. Yes, a flicker of hope ignited in Lilith's eyes. I can protect you. Even against formidable foes, we can escape through the fog. Moreover, you need not worry about the organization seeking vengeance should I perish. Before Lilith could finish, Allison reached through the birdcage, pressing her hand against Lilith's head, causing her thoughts to cease in an instant. Absorbing part of Lilith's soul, skills retained. To have transformed into this state, merely to control corporeal desires, is a detriment to oneself and others. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 7 Farewell Banquet. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that she finally completed her task. Gazing at the lifelike half-figure wooden sculpture of Lilith on the table, Allison gently patted its back, causing Lilith's chin to drop open. And a mist began to pour forth incessantly. Along with the mist came Lilith's voice. I am a pitiable soul. My parents divorced when I was young, and I live with my grandmother, surviving by scavenging. The children on the street bullied me, and as my grandmother aged, I was forced to fend for myself. Low-level cursed object completed. Cursed object, Lilith's mist description, created from the body and grievances of the puppet sequence. Its power is significantly enhanced compared to when it was alive. Side effect 1. Releasing the mist causes it to speak, instilling pessimistic emotions in those who hear it. Side effect 2. If the mist is released for more than 3 minutes, Lilith's eyes will weep. When her tears turn to blood, she will be revived. Ability, release mist. Fortify. Origin, enhanced construction by the creator. Receiving the notification in her mind, Allison felt a surge of joy and promptly stored Lilith within her storage ring. This was indeed a commendable cursed object, despite its tendency to speak while releasing mist. However, this was inconsequential. Even a water truck had a birthday song, and used correctly, it could attract enemies. As for the second side effect, that was a concern for the adversaries. After tidying up her room, Allison opened the window to release the mist and called for Sarah outside to help her don her evening gown, a corseted dress with ties at the back, which was impossible to put on alone. Fortunately, Allison had often padded with iron plates before, and thus would not suffocate from the constriction. After half an hour of bustling, with the petticoat and 6 layers of skirts properly arranged, Edward's carriage had already arrived beneath the dormitory. "It's time for us to descend," Allison remarked, glancing down from the dormitory, before turning to Sarah. "Hold my skirts. I recall that the second floor is rather untidy." "It has already been cleaned by the school's security team," Robbie interjected. "Moreover, the dormitory is deserted because many students have gone to the capital for the events organized by the school." Allison looked at Robbie. "Were we the only ones not informed?" Robbie nodded slightly. Grasping her skirts, Allison made her way down the stairs and inquired, "Are the supplies and personnel prepared?" Robbie affirmed, "All is ready. They are merely mercenaries, desperate souls seeking to carve out a path." "Are they reliable?" Allison questioned, as engaging in this venture was no trivial matter. Uncertain, Robbie shook his head. "They're all low-level practitioners, unworthy of a priest's examination." "That is of no consequence," Allison replied, her gaze fixed on the path below. "Since the town hall supports me, they will undoubtedly dispatch guards." As Allison, Robbie, and Sarah exited the dormitory, Edward and Lena were already waiting there. The group boarded the carriage, and upon reaching the school's exterior, they were met by a procession of law enforcement officers clearing the way. "The council members regard your ascension to the earldom with utmost seriousness, even at the expense of antagonizing the city's nobility. During tonight's banquet, they will convey important matters to you. Once we arrive at the Lumen territory, you must adhere to their instructions," the Baron spoke gravely to Allison. "Otherwise, you shall not attain the title of Countess." Allison nodded slightly, refraining from voicing any reluctance. After all, her circumstances had changed significantly, and this place was hardly peaceful. The Baron, relieved by her demeanor, adjusted his wool coat and metallic family crest. His daughter's cooperation could yield substantial benefits for him in Newman's. The carriage continued on its path until it finally arrived at the Grand Town Hall. Under the protection of numerous law enforcement officers, Allison and her companions entered through the main doors. "Miss Allison Lumen has arrived." At the entrance, the council chairman and several members had already gathered, their faces beaming with smiles as they welcomed her. "Miss Allison Lumen, it is our honor to have you at this farewell banquet." "A privilege for both myself and the city of Newman's," Chairman Benjamin approached, bowing humbly. "It is my honor as well, although I shall soon journey to foreign lands." "Newman's will forever remain my homeland," Allison replied, her face alight with excitement. "Well said. Truly befitting of a scholar from the University of Arts and Sciences. You are a bridge between Newman's and the kingdom." The council members behind Benjamin regarded Allison with warmth and high praise, and she reciprocated their admiration for their efforts in advancing the city. Following a mutual exchange of pleasantries, Allison was invited into the banquet hall. The farewell feast was extravagantly arranged, complete with a musical ensemble and several renowned vocalists. At that moment, a tenor was performing My Radiant Deity, while a group of clergy held juice glasses, keeping rhythm with the melody. Moreover, the banquet featured electricity, adorned with numerous colorful lights, and phonographs had been replaced with speakers, lending an air of opulence and modernity to the grand hall. In contrast, the long tables draped in luxurious silk, laden with fine wines, roasted meats, fruits, and pastries, appeared less astonishing. Rumor had it that the capital's civilization surpassed theirs by 50 years. However, she felt the distinction was minimal. After all, they merely had streetlights facing downward and horse-drawn carriages. With sufficient tax revenue, they could achieve the same. The chairman led Allison toward the podium, elucidating the significance of wealth, drawing the attention of the gentlemen who had been conversing in clusters around the room, some even moving closer to the stage. As the tenor's song concluded, Benjamin pressed his hands downward, and the hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward Allison, elegantly clad in a purple evening gown. Is this truly Allison Lumen? No wonder she is poised to inherit the earldom. I wish to engage in a deeper conversation with her. Allison possessed a naturally radiant complexion, her eyes as clear as sapphires, her nose charmingly petite, complemented by a delicate mouth and lustrous golden hair. Although aware that this future countess would become a puppet, Many young men were captivated. If only she were not headed to that savage land, they mused. Thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. Standing before you is Miss Allison Lumen, the star of this evening, Benjamin announced, gesturing toward Allison. She gracefully curtsied, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. The purpose of the banquet was twofold: to celebrate Miss Lumen's impending inheritance and to gather the gentlemen of the city to discuss her life in distant realms. Benjamin elaborated for half an hour on his thoughts regarding the Lumen earldom, particularly emphasizing the importance of its ports, before stepping down amidst cheers. Joining various interest groups for the first round of discussions, Allison observed several fashionable gentlemen, evidently representatives from diverse regions who had converged upon the capital over the past 3 days. My lady, do partake in some refreshments, Robbie reminded her, standing beside Allison. It may take a while for them to conclude their discussions. I have no appetite, Allison replied, shaking her head. Though slender, the corset she wore had constricted her stomach. Chapter 8. Unconcealed exploitation of interests. Allison, merely sipping juice, stood to the side, appreciating the music while occasionally attracting greedy glances. She remained there for an extended period until, just before midnight, she was invited to an empty table to sit with the Baron and Lena. Upon noticing Allison's arrival, the speaker smiled and presented her with a contract, stating, to ensure the security of your succession and the management of your domain, the Empire requires your authorization on the following 5 matters, based on thorough research. Allison nodded slightly as she accepted the document titled Allison Lumen, Countess Life Assurance Contract. She read the text while the speaker elaborated on its contents. The Empire displayed considerable sincerity in this endeavor, first ensuring Countess Allison's personal safety, providing her with a quality livelihood, and assisting her in managing her territory, while the Countess was merely expected to coordinate 5 modest sections for the Empire. Benjamin, observing Allison, remarked with a smile, furthermore, we shall provide you with a substantial sum each year. Mr. Speaker, you are too kind, Allison replied, looking up. Allow me to read the contents aloud, this way. We can capture it on a recording stone to serve as a testament in the church, Benjamin suggested with a smile. Then I would appreciate your assistance, Mr. Speaker. Allison nodded in agreement. The first section addressed the Lumen territory, requiring the Countess to acknowledge all benefits and prerogatives of the Empire in Lumen. The territory shall not be ceded or leased to foreign nations. The Empire is permitted to construct railways and other modern civil infrastructure, and to develop port cities as commercial hubs. The second section stipulated that, as Lumen is a feudal domain, the Countess must recognize the Empire's special rights within the territory, granting its citizens privileges such as residence, land acquisition, and the operation of commerce and agriculture, as well as mining rights. The third section mandated the establishment of an advisory council for the Countess's castle and subordinate estates, to be overseen by the Empire, with the Countess prohibited from independent management, and forbidding any extraction of resources from nearby mines by individuals outside the Empire. The fourth section stated that the Lumen port could not be rented or ceded to foreign nations, with the Empire retaining the right to evangelize, and the uniform adoption of the light God as the official religion. The fifth section required that the local military, financial administration, taxation, and guards be comprised of Empire citizens. How do you find these terms, Countess Allison? The speaker inquired, turning to her alongside Ant. As a solitary adolescent girl, Allison was distinctly disadvantaged in experience and background, particularly in light of the prior heir's untimely demises. The Empire's assurance of safety was undeniably a boon. Furthermore, they were not entirely taking advantage, as the investment in Lumen would yield considerable returns, along with the annual financial support. Upon hearing these terms, Allison blinked, realizing that this contract, framed as an economic expansion by the Empire, was essentially an attempt to convert her domain into a colony, rendering her a mere puppet countess. Countess Allison, these conditions are quite favorable. Shouldn't you express gratitude for the Empire's consideration? Baron Edward, amidst the Empire's representatives, spoke up, sensing the hostility from the surrounding young nobles. As a father, he felt compelled to assert his influence over the contract to remind the attendees of his connection to Allison. Yet, it seemed that the Navi Allison was more perceptive than they had anticipated. This is the kind of agreement that even a simpleton would refuse to sign. Are they treating me as a fool? She mused, showing little concern for certain elements. I appreciate the Empire and all present for their consideration, however. I am not particularly interested in power, as long as my living standards do not fall below those I currently enjoy in Newman's. I am in full support of this arrangement, Allison declared, rising to smile at everyone at the table, adding, I merely wish to reach adulthood. Applause erupted from Benjamin, followed by the other representatives at the table. That is certainly not an issue. In fact, due to your contributions to the empire, you may even enjoy a long life. Benjamin remarked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Allison replied, resuming her seat and sweeping her gaze over the assembly. You may act under my banner for any endeavor. The only cost is the assurance of my safety. I believe my terms are remarkably generous. If you cannot guarantee even this, you lack the right to occupy Lumen. The representatives exchanged surprised glances, recognizing the young lady's astuteness. It furrowed his brow. It is about assisting the Countess in management. The number of personnel has already been predetermined. An excessive force, even if intended to facilitate your ascension, would be obstructed. Once we secure the port, we can dispatch troops via the sea, Benjamin explained. Observing Allison's evident concern for her safety, Allison turned her gaze towards Benjamin. Are you not concerned that I might be captured and used as a pawn by others? Countess Allison need not worry. I am Shawshank from the imperial capital, a knight of the order, fully capable of ensuring your safety. A blue-eyed male representative rose to bow before her. If I were to speak further, would you deem me ungrateful? Allison queried softly, looking at Shawshank, who was actually a fifth-order Sky Knight. Not at all. In truth, we have always received you according to the standards reserved for foreign monarchs. Shawshank replied with a quick smile and wave. Add a sixth section to the contract, the allowance of accompanying personnel with full autonomy, with the Countess free from interference. As Lumen is my territory, and all else is of no concern to me, Allison proposed, her gaze fixed upon the assembly. Additionally, my servants have hired a few aides. Their command rests solely with me. The addition of the sixth section is acceptable, but let us handle the Countess's security. We cannot ascertain the backgrounds of those individuals. Who knows if they might be hidden assassins? Benjamin cautioned, looking at Allison. I am considering your best interests. Allison regarded Benjamin with a measured glance, recognizing the intention to render her utterly powerless. However, apart from exposing their treachery, it mattered little to her. She tapped the table. Will my two servants also be dismissed? With a chuckle, Benjamin replied, if the Countess is at ease, they may certainly remain in your service. They have been with me for many years. It is convenient, Allison stated, then turned to Benjamin. When do we depart? Tomorrow, Benjamin replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Since the passing of Old Lumen, the new lord has yet to arrive, and the vassals and towns there have begun to assert their independence. Chapter 9. The hard event bleeds under the night sky. 2 moons hung low, seemingly about to touch the town hall. Allison lay in the reception room of the town hall, gazing at Robbie Benson before her. Robbie nodded, assuring her that everything was well. You may leave now. And Sarah too. Once I have attended to those fated souls, I shall rest, Allison instructed. The 2 servants discreetly exited the room, leaving Allison in the dimly lit chamber, quietly awaiting her fate. Before long, the unlocked door creaked open, and a handsome young nobleman entered. With tousled brown hair and emerald eyes akin to a feline's. He moved silently, and upon seeing Allison awake, he mischievously unfastened his garments. Beautiful Countess, you did not lock the door, he smirked. The crematorium is open. Can one simply waltz in? Allison retorted. The young nobleman paused, his expression darkening as he lifted his chin and discarded his belt. Alan met his end at your hands. Do you not think an apology is in order? An apology? Allison was taken aback. Indeed, an apology from your bed. He grinned, stepping closer to uncover her blanket, only to find her raising a gun. Bang. Allison shot the young nobleman squarely in the groin. The mid-ranking knight, whom she deemed second in rank, let out a shriek, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the floor. Clack, clack. Allison cast a silent glance at him before beginning to manipulate the lever of her weapon. Shortly thereafter, the ajar door swung open once more, revealing another young nobleman with golden hair. Who are you? Allison inquired softly. Hode sent me to sample the fare, he replied as he strode forward, only to freeze at the sight of the body by the bed. Bang. Allison pulled the trigger again. That night, she dispatched 3 intruders who ventured into her chamber, one of whom was a hired assassin. It wasn't until the following morning, when a servant sent by the Speaker of the Council called to wake her, that the gravity of the situation became apparent. A throng of individuals stared at the lifeless body on the ground, all under the scrutinizing gaze of Allison, who wielded her steam gun, finally recalling the concept of shame. Is this how you repay my protection? Allison addressed Benjamin with disappointment. I too am dismayed that the town officials could be swayed by the nobility. Benjamin coughed. I shall take care of it. Take care of it? One of them came with the intent to kill me. Allison shook her head slightly. Your protective capabilities are most concerning, especially within your own city. It is precisely because it is our own city that I did not expect this. Benjamin gritted his teeth. The local nobility are utterly unscrupulous. So, the matter is to simply be brushed aside? Allison queried. Benjamin was taken aback. What do you suggest? Your protection has faltered. I require a cursed item for defense. Allison stated. A cursed item? We are not shadow practitioners. Where would we procure such a thing? Benjamin replied, astonished. I can offer you 100 gold coins as compensation in my personal capacity. The financial counselor of Newman's City, Mr. Ent, possesses a noose of his ancestors. Allison remarked while lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Have you brought the item? Allison inquired, eyeing them expectantly. Do not be unreasonable, Allison. Preparations for the mission are already underway. How can you contemplate laying claim to another's ancestral relic? Benjamin stepped forward, only to witness Allison raise her steam gun, aiming it at herself. Benjamin's pupils constricted. I have already granted you a tremendous favor by cooperating, but remember, a puppet count is still a count. Allison knitted her brow at Benjamin. Do you believe your guards would avenge me should I shoot you now? Benjamin gazed at the steam gun in bewilderment, ultimately sighing, very well, wait here. Approximately half an hour later, a group of counselors, including the light priest and several leaders from the Lumen territory, entered. Child, tell me, what do you seek with such a blasphemous object? Priest Kane approached Allison's bedside, his expression grave. Allison shifted the gun slightly. I aspire towards the light. Yet I must possess an item for self-defense. I shall protect you, child, the priest assured, brow furrowed. Even the sun must eventually set, Allison responded, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, the priest sighed and stepped aside, while the visibly distressed Ent approached. I know not where you acquired this information, but cursed items are not to be trifled with, especially the advanced ones. Ent presented a red pine box to Allison. This is for you to use. Can you handle it? Allison accepted the box and opened it before the assembled crowd. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the light dimmed ominously. Good heavens! What are you doing? Ent gasped, recoiling. The chilling sensation sent everyone retreating. Even the priest raised his staff in preparation to quell the disturbance. Yet, just as it appeared that calamity was imminent, the instigator, Allison, reached toward the darkness that enveloped the room, and the oppressive cold and foreboding atmosphere dissipated, revealing a weathered piece of rope in her hand. Subduing a cursed object with bare hands, exclaimed Shawshank, then noticed the black silk gloves on Allison's hands. No, those gloves are a sealing artifact. Truly, the eldest daughter of the antique baron possesses remarkable capabilities, the crowd finally understood. Allison, undistracted by their astonishment, beamed at her newfound possession. Item, rope of resentment description, a noose that has hanged both capitalists and lovers, imbued with countless grievances. Side effect 1, after 3 uses. The rope will take the user's life, current exemption. Ability, defies space, capable of suspending individuals against conventional physical laws. Source, the ancient secrets of the Ent family. After examining the decayed, tattered rope, Allison casually stored it within a ring of holding. She then smiled at the counselors, their faces etched with fear. I am satisfied. We may depart now. Yes, let us proceed. Benjamin nodded hastily, leading the other counselors out. The priest and guards followed suit, leaving Ent with a heart heavy with regret. Though it pains me greatly, I must warn you that the rope may be used only twice at most. Ent remarked to Allison, his face contorting in distress before he joined the departing crowd. Had he known that Allison could effortlessly subdue cursed objects, he would never have presented it to her. Chapter 10. Difficult journey. The matter of departure could not be delayed. As Allison stepped outside, she encountered a handsome guard who removed his helmet and bowed to her. Greetings, Lady Countess. I am Luther, known among the knights as the Hell Serpent, an archer. From this day forth, I shall be your personal guard. You may call me Countess or my lord. If you prefer, simply address me as Allison. There is no need for such formalities, she replied, slightly taken aback by the man's rugged appearance, his thick beard and receding hairline. While she was not one to judge by looks, being scrutinized with predatory eyes was disconcerting. Yes, Allison, Luther gulped, his triangular eyes fixated on her. Allison twitched her lips in response, and her companion, Sarah, could no longer bear it. She stepped forward to reprimand him. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you drooling? I apologize. It is merely that Allison is exceedingly beautiful, Luther replied earnestly as he donned his helmet. Sarah found it hard to counter his statement and instructed him to take charge of the carriage. She then assisted Allison into the exclusive vehicle prepared for her at the town hall. Goodness, I can't stand it. You make her feel like a trophy. Sarah muttered indignantly in the carriage. Perhaps he has read too much chivalric literature, Allison suggested, shaking her head as she glanced at the procession of troops preparing to depart. 100-man spear unit, 67 professionals, 300 archers and cavalry, along with various civil servants. Our contingent exceeds 600. Lady, we ought to replace our escort leader. He is utterly impolite, Sarah insisted, still fuming. Allison rubbed her forehead, replying, a reprimand for his misconduct should suffice. If we replace him, the next one may be even more intolerable. Do you think they're doing this on purpose? Sarah asked, eyeing a group of nobles being restrained by the security team, who were protesting loudly. It is essential to give those nobles who lost heirs some leeway, Allison remarked. Observing the agitated nobles shouting, you killed my child, and I have hired mercenaries to take down that tyrant. She turned to Sarah and stated, you cannot reason with these nobles. Though unseen, this hell serpent is likely one of their arrangements. Fortunately, his thoughts are written all over his face, which makes it easier to guard against him. If we were to replace him carelessly, it could spell trouble for us. Sarah fell silent, but her anger remained palpable. Allison chose not to press further. Instead, gazing out the window, where she spotted Robbie nodding at her from the corner of a row of houses. She acknowledged him with a nod. He knew what to do. As the carriage moved forward, they began to leave Newman's city. At this moment, Xiaosheng, who had previously ignored her, approached the carriage to introduce significant figures. This is Jax, your head of guards, and this is Tang Jilda, your administrative officer, he introduced. Henceforth, they would oversee matters of safety, daily life, and territorial management. Then I shall entrust matters to you both, Allison said with a kind smile at the two portly, curly-haired leaders who saluted her. This team of guards is quite proficient in the realm of wonders, Xiaosheng complimented, with a few simple praises. He led the two away to manage the troops, stating that the group was too diverse for her to remember each individual. As long as we have these three, it will suffice. Sometimes, it is wise to remain humble. This journey may not be smooth, Luther, the driver, remarked, observing the three depart. As Luther surveyed the surroundings, he seized the opportunity to speak to Allison, who had neglected to close her window. Your fate transformed the moment you inherited this title, plunging you into peril. Would you like to know why? Why? Allison inquired. This is not something I can disclose lightly, but if you truly wish to know, I will tell you, under one condition. Luther said, hesitating. Then forget it. I dislike putting others in a difficult position. Upon hearing the mention of a condition, Allison immediately cut him off. No. If you could, bang. Without waiting to hear Luther's words, Allison promptly shut the carriage door. The convoy headed towards the Loman territory swiftly, encountering no less than 10 groups of bandits along the way, all of whom merely observed from a distance, deterred by the size of the 600-strong procession. By noon, the front of the convoy began to slow down. Xiaosheng rode over to the carriage to announce a break. There are some issues up ahead that we need to address, and it's a good time for everyone to rest. I've instructed the cook to bring you lunch. Allison nodded and casually inquired, is the situation ahead serious? Not at all. It will be resolved swiftly, Xiaosheng assured her. Rest assured, with our numbers, no one can threaten us. Then I will rest easy, Allison replied. Seeing her composed demeanor, Xiaosheng felt reassured and rode ahead to handle the matter. Not long after, Luther returned from the front with lunch. The meal consisted of white bread. Luther tossed the bag to Sarah and walked to the front of the carriage to eat his own food. Sarah received the bag, took out a piece of bread, sampled it, and after a moment, offered the remainder to Allison. Allison accepted the bread, eating quietly, while Sarah took the opportunity to hand her some water. Upon taking a sip, Allison's eyes lit up as she regarded the makeshift water container Sarah had fashioned, noting that the groundwater in the wild was far superior to that in the city. The water is clearer, so I didn't filter it, Sarah explained. Indeed. Allison nodded slightly. After an hour of eating and resting, the path ahead cleared, and Xiaosheng instructed them to resume their journey. However, within half an hour, the convoy halted once more. It seems someone is deliberately blocking our way, Allison observed from the window. Under normal circumstances, if we hadn't stopped, we would have reached the border fortress before nightfall, given the convenience of the imperial roads, Sarah remarked, frowning. But it appears they intend to keep us stranded in the wild. Does this mean we will face an attack at night? Allison inquired, resting her chin on her hand while gazing outside. Most likely, Sarah confirmed with a nod. From that point onward, Every half hour of travel for Allison and her convoy was interrupted by obstacles requiring resolution until 8 o'clock at night, when darkness enveloped the land. Concerned about potential traps, Xiaoxing decided to set up camp, surrounding Allison's carriage in the center. Dinner consisted of white bread once again. While Allison was eating, Xiaoxing approached, bowing slightly before cheerfully asking, "What are we having for dinner?" "White bread," Allison replied, "and it tastes quite good." "And what of the others?" Xiaoxing pressed. "The other white bread is also satisfactory," Allison said, "though I would relish a glass of juice even more." At this, Xiaoxing's demeanor instantly shifted, and he nodded curtly before turning to leave. Chapter 11. The Riddler and Little Red Riding Hood. As Xiaoxing departed with a stern expression, Allison and Sarah exchanged glances. Allison then produced a brass monocular telescope, while Sarah swung a vine from which a morning glory blossomed. By the campfire, Xiaoxing summoned Don Quixote, and together they sought out the chef. The morning glory atop Sarah's head echoed Xiaoxing's voice. "I instructed you to prepare high-quality food for the guests, and this is what you have provided?" Through the telescope, Xiaoxing's furious roar was accompanied by emphatic gestures. "I followed your orders," the chef hesitantly replied. "There are steaks, sausages, pudding, white bread, and juice." "Repeat that." Xiaoxing grasped the chef by the collar, glaring fiercely. "The Countess claimed she received only white bread, with no juice at all. How could that be? I delivered it myself." The chef, incensed by the accusation, pushed Xiaoxing's hand away, shouting, "That steak was cooked medium rare on purpose. Didn't you see it end up in the dog's bowl? Do not insult the nobility. Are you unwilling to work? Would the Countess lie about this?" Xiaoxing raised his foot as if to kick the chef, but Don Quixote intervened. "Calm down, my knight. This is my responsibility. Any faults lie with my supervision," Don Quixote said with a gracious smile. He then turned to the now flushed chef. "Are you certain you personally delivered it to the Countess?" "Yes," the chef nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing and Don Quixote exchanged glances, contemplating Allison's intentions. Allison gripped the telescope and turned to Sarah. "This chef is framing us. We cannot let this slide," Sarah insisted, grasping Allison's hand. The two approached the bewildered Xiaoxing and Don Quixote, standing before the campfire. "Did you just claim you personally delivered my food?" Allison inquired, her eyes narrowing. "Yes, I did," the chef affirmed. "Are you absolutely certain it was to me?" Allison pressed, producing a bundle of grass rope. As the rope emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the area, causing Xiaoxing and Don Quixote to instinctively retreat, while the chef appeared bewildered. "Wait, no." The chef's memory, suddenly sharpened by fear, surged. "I personally delivered it to your guard, Luther." Everyone noticed the grease still on the chef's face. "Did the chef provide you with steak, sausages, and juice?" Xiaoxing inquired. "He did," Luther replied, nodding. "What is the matter?" Xiaoxing inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Luther. "Then why didn't you deliver it to the Countess?" Under Xiaoxing's intense scrutiny, Luther grew anxious and confessed, "I saw the chef only brought one portion. It was insufficient for 3 people, so I kept it for myself." "How dare you eat it?" The chef, now nearly deranged from fear, clutched his hair and bellowed, "That was meant specifically for the Countess." "This is absurd," Luther retorted, looking aggrieved. "It was just a steak." Ah. The chef, enraged, began frantically searching for something to strike Luther with, swinging a pot as if mad. Suddenly, a white light ascended at the edge of the camp. The cursing chef fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the luminous phenomenon. "It's the church's malicious detection. Someone is attacking the camp." Xiaoxing was the first to react, shouting. Everyone watched as the white light soared into the sky, exploding with a resounding bang, enveloping the camp and its surroundings in a pale haze. "What is that?" Allison, possessing scouting skills, swiftly identified an anomaly within the crowd. Beneath the white light, a knight, now rendered in shades of black and white, walked alongside a little girl clad in a red cloak, oblivious to their presence. "It's witchcraft," Xiaoxing realized. Immediately calling out to another campfire, priest, used dispel magic. Holy light. Almost simultaneously with Xiaoxing's exclamation, a flash of white light erupted from the corner of the campfire, radiating a dispelling aura that swept across the entire camp in an instant. The knights finally noticed the little girl within the camp. "Stop. Who are you?" The nearest knights drew their swords, encircling the girl. "I am Little Red Riding Hood. My grandmother is ill, and I must visit her," the girl timidly addressed the knights. "Are you bad people? There are no residents here. Do not attempt to deceive us." The knights, undeterred by her youth, tossed a rope at her, commanding, "Bind yourself." The child smirked at their words, clutching her basket as she attempted to rush into the camp. However, as the knights moved forward, their necks twisted involuntarily. With a resounding crack, it appeared as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, violently twisting them 720 degrees, accompanied by sickening sounds. The heads of the knights encircling her flew off. Thud, thud. The knights' heads and bodies collapsed simultaneously, leaving those who witnessed the scene in shock. They silently observed Little Red Riding Hood approach the cart, lifting the door and asking, "Where's the grandmother? Did you put her in the fridge?" Total, no one? Bang. The horse pulling the cart exploded, and Little Red Riding Hood, disappointed, shut the cart door. She then scanned the terrified knights, eventually fixing her gaze on Allison. "I've found you," Little Red Riding Hood grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Her eyes flashed red, and she suddenly darted beneath the cart. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a volley of lead bullets struck the cart, followed by a rain of arrows that peppered it. Allison and Shawshank, following the direction of the arrows, saw Captain Jax of the guards leading his men, following a priest holding a cross, charging towards the cart. Meanwhile, the little girl, having evaded 2 rounds of attack, suddenly leaped from beneath the cart. She climbed onto it and drew a 6-shot weapon from her basket, aiming it at the priest below. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots rang out, sending bursts of holy light erupting from the priest's body, causing the cross in his hands to snap with a loud crack. The priest's face turned pale as he looked at Little Red Riding Hood, astonished. "You are a follower of the moon goddess." "I am a novice priest of Lingmingyo," Little Red Riding Hood replied, stowing her weapon. She slightly bowed her head toward the priest and cheerfully declared, "Now that you recognize me, you should leave quickly." The priest, furrowing his brow, realized he could not simply retreat as a military chaplain. He attempted to reason with her. "You are not guarding the Watcher's Gorge. How could?" Captain Jax and the knights stood astonished. Little Red Riding Hood turned to them with a cold smile. "Your empire would not wish to be at odds with Lingmingyo, would it?" Jax felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. In terms of rank, he was not inferior to the novice priest before him, but in terms of strength, the situation was uncertain, especially since the girl seemed to possess an artifact. "Our orders are to ensure the Countess's safety," Jax stated, struggling to maintain his composure. "Since the priest has retreated, what are you still holding on to?" Little Red Riding Hood leaped down from the cart, casting a glance at the hesitant Jax before striding toward Allison. Seeing Little Red Riding Hood approach, Luther was paralyzed with fear, quickly stepping back to hide behind the impassive Allison. As Little Red Riding Hood advanced, Shawshank scanned the surroundings but still instructed the knights beside him, "Guards." Chapter 12. On your grandmother's lap, in stark contrast to the protected Countess Allison, Shawshank, as the representative from the imperial capital, commanded a notable presence. With a single decree, a band of knights charged forth, only to hear Little Red Riding Hood ask, "Grandmother enjoys cake. If the cake is gone, what shall we eat?" "Meat," the galloping knights exclaimed. "No, it's stones," Little Red Riding Hood replied, stepping before one of the knights and effortlessly kicking him over, before gleefully approaching Allison. The knights, alarmed by her words, retreated, yet when they reached Little Red Riding Hood again, she posed no questions. Instead, she drew forth a massive battle axe from beneath her cloak, swinging it with the grace of a pendulum, cleaving the nearest knight in 2. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators. Shawshank's face was a canvas of disbelief, such immense strength in a mere girl. "She is a monster. She cannot be measured by ordinary standards. I am baffled by how such a towering axe could be concealed beneath her cloak," remarked Don Quixote. "Some prefer to conceal storage rings at their waists," Shawshank mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, an entire squadron joined Shawshank, their mouths sealed tight. Nonetheless, Little Red Riding Hood, noticing the crowd, posed another query. "Grandmother's voice is quite coarse, her mouth elongated, and her hands hairy. Is she unwell?" The knights, suppressing their breaths, remained silent, their swords poised menacingly toward her. Yet, just as their blades were about to meet her, the knights suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground as their faces contorted and fur sprouted from their bodies. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. "Awoo!" they cried, as the knights who had just attacked rose again, transformed into werewolves, now flanking Little Red Riding Hood. The spectators exchanged glances, a silent plea for assistance. As Little Red Riding Hood approached, Don Quixote whispered urgently to Shawshank, who nodded ever so slightly, resting his hand on his sword's hilt. Then, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed a shooting star cross the sky. With a clang, the illusion dissipated, and the sound of a sword being drawn resonated. Allison blinked, only to find Shawshank 20 meters behind Little Red Riding Hood. Pft! Clang! As Shawshank spoke, he found himself startled by Little Red Riding Hood, who remained standing, prompting him to turn and flee. Damn it! Is her height a disadvantage, or did you simply leave her behind? Don Quixote exclaimed, also retreating. Wait for me to retrieve my dragon spear. The calm that had enveloped Shawshank evaporated in that instant of failure. The chef, guards, and captain scattered, leaving only Allison and Sarah standing, observing the fleeing knights. Sir, she is coming for me, Sarah warned, glancing at the approaching Little Red Riding Hood. Can you handle her? Allison replied, determination in her voice. I desire that cloak of hers, she added. Sarah, relieved, prepared to assist, but was halted as Allison declared, no need for your intervention. With that, Allison advanced toward Little Red Riding Hood. As she approached, Little Red Riding Hood squinted playfully and remarked, Grandmother's birthday, 500,000 for one table. 700,000 for another. Where does 1 billion sit? On your grandmother's lap. As Little Red Riding Hood struggled against her restraints, Allison swiftly lunged forward, leaping onto her, adding weight to her already slender neck. The sound of cracking echoed as Allison deftly began to remove the red cloak from Little Red Riding Hood. Do not take my red cloak. Little Red Riding Hood protested, rolling her eyes. How is it that you remain unharmed? I speak the correct answer, Allison asserted, draping the garment over herself. In truth, Little Red Riding Hood's riddles bore no true answers. The only escape lay in believing oneself to be correct, thus evading judgment. So that's how it is, Little Red Riding Hood mused, ceasing her struggles. She smiled at Allison. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Allison replied, taken aback. Little Red Riding Hood rolled her eyes at Allison, her mouth curving upwards, and suddenly her head ballooned to the size of a lantern. Allison felt a fetid gust as she was bitten, half her body caught in that monstrous maw. Without this red cloak, I would surely perish from that bite, Allison murmured. Her waist and legs the only parts remaining outside. You would perish as well, the transformed Little Red Riding Hood slurred, her voice distorted. In an instant, Allison felt 2 claws grasping at her cloak, pulling it aside. If only it would never fall off, Allison whispered, retrieving a tiny doll from her ring and tossing it through Little Red Riding Hood's teeth. Is it a matter of a user's ability? She pondered, retreating as she laid down Lilith's mist, then gently tapping Lilith's head, causing her to exhale the mist. I am Lilith, and I am quite pitiable. As the colossal wolf descended, sprouting a second head, it caught a whiff of the air before pursuing Allison through the mist. You cannot escape. It burrows underground, Allison declared, halting in her tracks. Sarah nodded in agreement, morphing into a mass of vines that enveloped Allison and began to tunnel downward. Oh woo! Just as they departed, the great wolf lunged from the mist, clawing at the earth in vain. After a few futile attempts, it paused, realizing the bindings had vanished. Its eyes darted, and it charged toward the mist, only to find the cursed storytelling object had also disappeared. Oh whoa! The giant wolf roared in fury, its dual heads surveying the fleeing knights. It turned abruptly, lunging at them. The wolf is coming. Run. Ah, don't eat me. The knights, who had previously huddled together, scattered in panic. A few unfortunate souls, slower than the rest, found themselves bitten, their cries echoing as Jax, witnessing the chaos, shouted helplessly, scatter and run. To the fortress. Chapter 13. Changes in the wilderness. Sarah's powers were not enduring. After burrowing underground for 10 minutes, she surfaced with Allison in an isolated area, devoid of any nearby village or shop, with a giant wolf, its nose as keen as a dog's, lurking behind them and no mounts in sight. Allison felt a tinge of apprehension. Her cursed items were few, yet fortunately, the colossal wolf did not pursue them. They lay in ambush for a short while, and upon realizing the wolf seemed to have truly departed, they oriented themselves and began to trek towards the fortress. Under the luminous full moon, a white mist began to rise in the wilderness, accompanied by the calls of unknown birds. The eerie sounds echoed long and unsettling, as if heralding some ominous portent. Soon, the bird calls morphed into other noises, resembling muffled laughter or whispered conversations. Ignore everything you see or hear, as long as you do not disturb us, Allison instructed. Despite Sarah's amalgamation with her beast-controlling vines, granting her considerable strength and the audacity to kill, the sight of fleeting shadows in the woods or figures silently observing them still instilled fear. Indeed, Sarah responded, but upon glimpsing the contorted, writhing forms in the mist, her teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Encouraged by Allison, they pressed on through the fog, but as the clamor grew increasingly chaotic, they soon encountered a dire situation. Before them, figures loomed in the thickening white mist, and as Sarah and Allison's gazes fell upon them, the figures began to approach. Sarah trembled at the sight, yet mustered her courage to extract a vial of holy water from her pocket. Do not waste anything. These individuals are merely infected by some unknown force and have risen as corpses, Allison remarked, stepping past Sarah to wield Frostmourne. As the grotesque figures drew near, she struck, dispatching them with ease. Their only defining feature was their ghastly, corpse-like faces, and they possessed strength inferior to that of a robust man. With a series of swift strikes, she efficiently severed heads and limbs, swiftly annihilating the 20-member squad. Such prowess would have been impossible prior to acquiring the butcher's endurance. These were the individuals who followed us by day. Those roadblocks were likely their design. Feeling her own growth, Allison scrutinized the severed head for a moment before discarding it. After standing, she took a few steps and noticed a small clearing with an ominous shadow rising. Indeed, their camp lay just beyond. Allison assessed the surroundings and led Sarah towards the camp, which consisted of merely 2 tents. The campfire had long extinguished, and several dead horses were tethered to the trees nearby, one of which lay on the ground, its belly swollen and hooves raised as if about to burst. Just as Allison approached to examine it closely, strange sounds echoed nearby, reminiscent of laughter from a radio or muffled voices trapped in a box. She quickly retreated, on guard, scanning the vicinity yet failing to discern the source. It's that horse, Sarah pointed out from behind. Allison looked down to see the fallen horse's corpse rapidly inflating, its belly convulsing as if something were about to emerge. With a sudden tear, the belly split open, and a spider the size of a millstone crawled out, bearing a visage of agony. Indeed, Sarah acknowledged, releasing her vines to ensnare the massive spider and drag it aside, while Allison retrieved an ancient tome and approached the 2 warhorses, sketching a magical array and placing incense candles. Unknowable, immeasurable, both tangible and intangible. Unknown convergence. Allison chanted, invoking the ancient spells from the tattered book she had procured, and in the next moment, blue light surged with the chilling winds, igniting the horse's eyes. With a whinny and a howl, the 2 warhorses revived, blue ghostly flames flickering in their eyes as they neighed and strained against their restraints, restless and furious. Silence. According to the 3 tenets of summoning the deceased, you must heed my command, Allison addressed the warhorses. Upon hearing her words, the horses froze momentarily before one pivoted and kicked at Allison. Swiftly dodging, she swung Frostmourne and severed the attacking leg. Utilizing a fractured spell indeed bore risks. Allison frowned slightly, then advanced to absorb the horse's soul. Absorbed fragmented soul, acquired universal skill. Engineering traps. A horse capable of engineering traps was indeed unusual. Surprised by the notification, Allison turned her gaze to the other horse. To her astonishment, the other horse displayed fear and pleaded, "Please, do not kill me." Nightmare from hell. Allison gasped, realizing that with her current abilities, summoning such a high-level entity seemed implausible. "I am human. The traps you dismantled today were my design." The horse reared up on its hind legs and then knelt, adopting a humble posture. No sin is so great that death cannot atone for it, even if there were. It should not obliterate the soul. A human soul, no wonder you resist. Allison observed the spectral horse. "Carry me and my companion to the fortress. I shall lift the curse before dawn." "Thank you for your mercy," the ghostly horse replied, lifting its head in agony. "Along the way, tell me all you know." Allison moved forward to untie its reins. "As you wish." In the misty wilderness, the ghostly horse obeyed Allison's commands, galloping along the road with both her and Sarah. During their journey, Allison inquired about the noble's arrangements, but the ghost could only recall being hired for 300 gold coins from the imperial capital's alchemical workshop, knowing little else. The only valuable information was that such a team could not exit the fortress. As they extracted tidbits of information, the journey fell into a tranquil rhythm, the only sounds being the clear clatter of hooves against the road. Occasionally, they glimpsed enormous skeletons roaming below or flocks of bats soaring above. Even as ghostly flames flickered along the path, things occasionally brushed past them. Who would have thought the wilderness so bizarre? "Sarah, how did you survive here before?" Allison inquired after traversing a concealed Mothman forest. "It was not like this before." Sarah shook her head. "The forest was once only home to wild beasts." "Has it changed in recent years?" Allison replied, and suddenly, the fog before them cleared, revealing a small town. "We have broken through the mist." Allison sighed in relief, scanning the town, and then shifting her gaze to the towering fortress behind it. How magnificent! Boom! Surrounding the wolves was a throng of people. The giant wolves and knights had been trailing them all along. "They're catching up," Sarah shouted from behind Allison. "Run!" With that, the ghostly horse accelerated, racing towards the town. But just as they reached the town's entrance, a white halo suddenly emanated from within. "I am a noble of this land, one of our own," Allison declared to the wary soldiers. "As for my exact identity, you shall know when my subordinates arrive." Chapter 14. His swordsmanship is impressive. Just kill him, boom. Above the fortress, a steam gear cannon weighing no less than 15 tons bombarded the giant wolf. From atop the fortress walls, Allison observed from a distance as the two-headed white wolf, which had been disrupting her 600-strong troop, scurried away in panic, clutching its head. A mere novice cleric, lacking in experience and yet audacious enough to provoke our imperial fortress. Kyle Hymelin, the deputy commander of the fortress and the chief of the steam cannon, shouted at the two-headed wolf from the wall, declaring that this was merely a warning, should it show its face again. He would unleash a barrage to obliterate it to mere bone fragments for brewing wine. "Begone!" Kyle Hymelin bellowed. The two-headed wolf, incensed, rolled on the ground twice before ultimately fleeing. "Thank you for your assistance, Commander. Otherwise, we would have fallen prey to the wolves." Shawshank stepped forward, expressing his gratitude to Kyle Hymelin, who appeared quite embarrassed. "The knight is too courteous. In truth, I rely on the cannon," Kyle Hymelin replied, descending from the wall and shaking Shawshank's hand, admitting, "If I were to confront that cleric directly, I fear I wouldn't even graze a hair on her." Shawshank's expression softened at these words, and he awkwardly remarked, "Commander, you are too modest. Everyone knows that with you around, the citizens of the Empire can sleep soundly." One can only say that I have done my utmost," Kyle said, scratching his head sheepishly. "After all, as a soldier, he must serve the Empire." Shawshank nodded in agreement, asserting that the commander had indeed saved the advance team and that he would report this faithfully to the imperial capital. "Indeed," Kyle replied with a slight nod, then glanced towards the other end of the fortress, mentioning that he had previously received a message from the Grand Justiciar instructing him to assist them as much as possible. He had prepared a team to accompany them to the kingdom, but it had been rejected by Commander Flandra. Shawshank was taken aback, noting that the commander seemed to be a distant relative of the Emperor. "So I cannot expect reinforcements here?" he sighed. Kyle Hymelin nodded silently. "I can only assure you that once you leave the fortress, we will not fire upon you." Shawshank was astonished. Has the conflict in the imperial capital escalated to such an extent? A mere sneeze from above could unleash a tsunami upon us. Kyle patted his shoulder, however. "Do not overly fret. Their national strength is waning, and they are a civilization era behind us. Though you have lost over 200 men, you can still trample the small nobles in your path." Shawshank nodded, his pale face regaining some color, reasoning that the king would prefer the Roman territory to have an heir, thus allowing him to continue collecting taxes. However, just as he was about to join the group, he was interrupted by Jax. "Who is this?" Jax questioned sternly. "You have suffered heavy casualties. I am privately recruiting a few to bolster our numbers," Allison explained. "No need for that. These few weaklings will be of no help," Jax scoffed. "The Count's guards are sufficient with us. Send them away." Allison shook her head. "Regardless of their strength, at the very least, they will not abandon me." "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Jax's anger flared, raising his whip, only to be halted by the approaching Shawshank. "What are you doing?" Shawshank reprimanded Jax. Ignoring Shawshank, Jax shouted at Allison, "While my knights suffer losses, you privately recruit soldiers. Do you understand that they died for you?" Allison regarded the furious Jax with indifference, her hand moving towards the frostmorn at her waist. "Even so, my recruitment of private soldiers does not conflict with this. It can actually reduce knight casualties." Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to escape our control." Jax glared at Allison with bloodthirsty eyes. "Those are the benefits earned through the lives of my brothers. You shall not pry them away. Weren't you just saying it was to protect my lord? How has it now turned into a matter of profit?" At that moment, Sarah stepped forward, disdainfully asserting, "Are you establishing a reputation while secretly reaping benefits? By God, a mere maid dares to speak to me like that? I may not be able to kill the Count, but you are not beyond my reach." Jax completely lost his composure at her words, disregarding Shawshank's attempts to intervene and drawing his sword. Seeing Shawshank seemingly ready to relent, the arriving cleric rushed over. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the agreement signed at Newman's?" The cleric glared at both parties. "That agreement is preserved within the church." Jax, seeing the cleric, immediately subdued his demeanor but still retorted, "They were the first to breach the agreement. It is clearly your failure to protect." Sarah countered. "Silence." The cleric reprimanded Sarah, gazing at her sternly. "Though beast tamers have not been deemed dark practitioners by divine decree, it does not mean they are not wicked. You have no place to speak here." At this, Sarah trembled. Observing this, Allison placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and stepped forward. Your Excellency, is it not permissible for me to speak of the events that transpired? Allison inquired earnestly. Does your position allow you to act this way? Sighing, the cleric shook his head slightly. My Lord Count, we were dispersed and failed to protect you adequately. That is our responsibility. However, moving forward, you must rely on them. As per the terms of our contract, you are not allowed to have your own guard. Allison's brow furrowed. So, does that mean I cannot protect myself in danger? The cleric nodded. In theory, as long as there are imperial knights alive, that is not permitted. Shameless, Allison rolled her eyes. What is the Count saying? The cleric was taken aback. Nothing of consequence. I have long heard that the church's clerics are most reasonable, so let us adhere to the agreement, Allison replied, casting a glance at Robbie, who immediately led the group to withdraw. As the mercenaries departed, the rest prepared to set off, and Jack seized the opportunity to press on. The Count has a point. Our combat effectiveness has diminished after our losses. That sword you wield and the rope you used against the giant wolf last night appear quite formidable. Could we borrow them for our use? Surely. The Count would discern the importance of such matters. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Allison turned to Jax with a smile, drawing Frostmourne. So you wish to seize my cursed weapon? It is requisitioning, a customary practice in military operations, Jax nodded. If you refuse to lend it and it affects your protection, do not blame us later. Very well, Allison nodded, and with that, Frostmourne was swung towards Jax. With a whoosh, a violent wind swept through the air, casting shadows across the town as the temperature plummeted. Vast swathes of air crystallized into frost, converging towards Jax as Allison unleashed her strike. The sudden shift startled Jax. As he beheld the approaching frost, he swiftly drew his sword, channeling his inner energy to condense it along the blade, striking towards the snowflakes descending from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, Jax unleashed all his potential, executing his ancestral sword techniques. With powerful muscle control and an eruption of energy, his great sword became an extension of himself, deflecting the encroaching frost as if a transparent shield enveloped him. With a single strike, aside from the spot where Jax stood, the ground around Allison was blanketed in ice. Truly impressive, great knight. You managed to withstand my ability, which I can only use once a day, Allison remarked, admiringly raising her thumb. You are indeed valiant. Throughout my life, I have only ever taken from others. This is the first time I have witnessed someone attempting to take from me. Upon hearing this, Jax's expression turned awkward, his lips quivering as if to utter a response. However, he was interrupted when Allison turned to the servant and declared, he possesses commendable swordsmanship. Eliminate him. Chapter 15. May I touch it? Allison's words left Jax momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that a puppet could be so audacious. Just as his astonishment settled, the maid sprang into action, her leg kicking out with such force that a wooden spear shot towards him. In that instant, Jax felt utterly powerless, his body weak and spent. Unable to resist or evade the impending doom, time seemed to slow as he sensed death approaching. However, the surrounding events unfolded in a mere heartbeat. Whoosh! Clang! Just as the spear was about to pierce his eye, a large sword deflected it away. There should be limits to sparring, especially not in a place that was not entirely secure. Shawshank turned his kindly gaze toward Allison before pivoting to chastise Jax. Do you believe you can handle this? Hurry and organize your troops. Jax opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Shawshank shoved him, causing him to stagger. Shawshank then flashed a smile at Allison. My lady, the carriage is over there. Very well, Allison nodded, leading Sarah toward the new carriage. As he watched her depart, Shawshank's smile faded, and he turned to Jax. Do you know where her cursed object originated? Jax stood speechless, taken aback. It was extorted from a councilman of Newman City after the deaths of 3 nobles, Shawshank revealed. Observing Jax's disheveled state, he patted his shoulder. Yet you were quite impressive as well, managing to shatter magic with your swordsmanship. Jax frowned slightly, clearly dismissing the compliment. He gazed after the departing Allison, considering that an overly powerful puppet was not a good omen. It's merely a cursed object. If it comes to that, I could easily ally with the priests to strip it away. Shawshank sheathed his sword and spoke nonchalantly. No one can hinder the Empire's advancement. Clang, clang. By noon, the soldiers atop the fortress walls stood in full attendance, operating the gear cannons and steam rifles, standing guard against the kingdom's direction. Meanwhile, the enormous iron gate below began to creak open, revealing a 2-meter-wide gap as hundreds of gears turned. Clop, clop, as Shawshank led the way. The escorting party of the Count passed through the fortress gate. Allison's carriage, measuring 1.5 meters in width, barely squeezed through, while the driver, Luther, muttered incessantly, "Only I could manage this. No one else's skills would suffice." Allison found this amusing. It was said that on the night of their flight, even the chef and squad leader had perished, yet this guard still lived, albeit looking quite unwell. Were it not for the Book of Fate revealing only the initial destinies of others, she would have liked to ascertain whether Luther had lost a kidney. As her thoughts wandered, Allison directed her gaze back to the fortress, which became increasingly majestic as they distanced themselves. The fortress loomed atop a mountain, nearly 100 meters high, including the descent below. It seemed formidable enough to thwart even a mighty dragon. In stark contrast, there was nothing resembling a fortress on the kingdom's side. With her monocular, she scanned the horizon and only spotted a castle perched upon a cliff on a distant mountain. What is the Count observing? As Allison pondered the local customs and landscapes, Captain Jax's escort, Don Quixote, rode up on his warhorse. There truly is nothing here. It's a desolate place plagued by strange beasts, and trade remains underdeveloped, Don Quixote remarked, shaking his head slightly while smiling at Allison. Interestingly, the wealthiest region in the entire kingdom is your Lumen territory. Is it solely because of the harbor? Allison inquired. Indeed, that harbor is of paramount importance. Both great empires and other kingdoms conduct trade there, making it the largest distribution center. Don Quixote gestured dramatically before continuing. It lies at the southernmost tip of the kingdom. After we leave the fortress, we shall travel 30 miles forward to the northwest region, then into the central area, ultimately reaching your territory. That sounds quite close, Allison remarked. Indeed, but the roads here are unkempt and overall quite treacherous, Don Quixote frowned. We must traverse several duchies, over 100 earldoms, and countless baronies. There might even be cities. Perhaps we shall encounter some cities, Allison agreed. Precisely. Oh, I meant to ask, do you have any familiar nobles from this kingdom? Don Quixote questioned. Is that so? Don Quixote nodded hesitantly. What troubles you? Allison asked, observing his expression. Allison was taken aback by his words, and after a moment, she shook her head. What a pity. I believe it is more than merely unfortunate. Without an envoy to vouch for us, we may be targeted while traversing those territories. Don Quixote stated solemnly. Oh, Allison nodded, then looked at Don Quixote and said, I apologize. I truly do not know anyone. I understand, Don Quixote replied, somewhat regretfully. I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all, Allison said, shaking her head. As she watched Don Quixote depart, Allison retrieved 2 books on castle life from her storage ring, handing one to Sarah, and they both read to pass the time. On the journey, Allison quietly read her book, occasionally glancing out the window, unaware that a raven shadowed them silently. As dusk approached, Allison examined the raven's information. Simon, level 3 druid. Member of the Dark Forest, investigator of the Jester Empire, dispatched to the kingdom on a secret mission in the 15th year of the Storm Era. Killed by the official Don Quixote. Bang. Just as the information concluded in Allison's mind, a gunshot rang out from outside, followed by the sight of the raven plummeting to the ground as Don Quixote galloped over. He gazed at the fallen raven, a triumphant smile on his face. Dismounting to pick it up and calling toward Shawshank, nightfall approaches. Let us set up camp. Upon hearing this, Shawshank halted his warhorse, signaling to Jax, and instantly, all personnel came to a stop, beginning to pitch camp. The previous night's travel had left them sleep-deprived, and they seized the opportunity to rest early. Seeing the party halt, Allison dismounted from the carriage. She approached Don Quixote, pointing at the raven. May I touch it? Allison was taken aback by the scene, only to witness the raven suddenly shedding its feathers, expanding to regain human form, and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Its spirit had entirely dissipated. Allison sighed softly as she gazed at the lifeless body. It was a druid who had been following us in raven form. You shot it dead. Allison rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are the elite of the Empire. How could you not notice you were being followed? I am merely an internal affairs officer, Don Quixote responded, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just then, Shawshank approached, frowning at the dead body on the ground. What is this? A howl echoed in the distance, followed by a chorus of growls. Are they beasts? Shawshank asked, glancing toward the mountains. There seem to be quite a few, Jax replied, arriving at the scene. Fear not. I can pacify them with love, a priest from the party declared, stepping forth and striding toward the direction of the beastly howls. Everyone stood in stunned silence as they watched the priest's radiant figure vanish, until Don Quixote suddenly reacted. If they are druids, can they be pacified? What do you mean? Shawshank asked. Don Quixote pointed at the body on the ground. This was a raven just a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Shawshank's eyes widened in realization. He understood that the beast tide was no coincidence and promptly turned to run forward. Prepare for battle. Jax commanded the knights loudly as he observed Shawshank pursuing the priest. Form ranks. The druid is not that formidable unless he can transform into a bear. Do not worry, this is nothing. With me, the Hell Serpent, they cannot harm you. Unless I perish, Luther declared, patting his chest, followed by a couple of coughs. Allison, noticing his nearly incapacitated state, pulled open the carriage door and climbed onto the wagon. Chapter 16. Druid in moments of peril, a layer of separation often brings a semblance of safety. This was the belief of Allison. At this moment, she peered cautiously through the car window, vigilantly assessing the commotion outside. Beside her, Sarah wore a grave expression. The beasts and druids were the sovereigns of the wilderness. From the sounds we just heard, there seems to be quite a number of those beasts, Sarah remarked, her face shifting through various shades of concern. The knights may be able to protect themselves, but they might not have the capacity to rescue us. We should hide within their ranks. That makes sense, Allison acknowledged. Listening to the increasingly imminent sounds of chaos, she promptly opened the door and called to Luther, "Guard, drive the carriage into their formation. Enough with the chatter." "We need to take shelter among them," Sarah admonished, urging immediate action. "It would be better to hide at the back. If they falter, we can still escape." With an air of impatience, Luther replied, "Don't worry, even if the front lines fail, I am the Hell Serpent. As long as I survive, you will be safe." Just as he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, gushing blood onto the ground, lifeless. Both Allison and Sarah were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Just then, a glimmer of light pierced the now darkened sky. "The priest has encountered the beasts," shouted Jax from the front guard. Simultaneously, Allison and Sarah looked up to see two figures illuminated in the distance, agilely scaling the highest branches of a tree. It was the priest and Shawshank, their faces reflecting a fleeting joy of survival. However, in the next instant, the tree trembled violently as the priest and Shawshank abruptly plummeted downwards. In that moment, all stood frozen. Yet, no one had time to ponder the priest's fate. For the roars of the beasts grew increasingly distinct. Boom. The air was filled with explosive sounds, enveloping the battalion in a shroud of smoke. The beasts, emboldened by the night, charged forth, their heads exploding from the hail of lead that rained down upon them. The ground became a canvas stained with the blood of the fallen beasts, their cries stifled before they could escape their throats, drowned out by the cacophony of their brethren. A massive beast, armed with formidable teeth, lunged forward, now confronting the knights. Boom. The initial barrage had provided a fleeting respite, but in an instant, the beasts surged forward, their ferocity rendering the knights' swords ineffective. Soon, casualties among the ranks began to mount. Within the carriage, Allison's expression shifted to one of grave concern. She surmised that while these beasts may not possess the lethal threat of the great wolves, their sheer numbers could not be underestimated. Within mere minutes of engagement, it felt as if the knightly formation was being engulfed by a relentless tide, the throngs of beasts crashing over their makeshift defenses, surging towards the carriage. "If only we had a cave to hide in," Allison lamented, brandishing 4 steam pistols as she took aim at the advancing horde. However, upon witnessing their overwhelming numbers, she ultimately stowed her weapons and kicked open the carriage door. "Into the earth," Allison commanded. Sarah nodded, her body transforming into tendrils that enveloped Allison, descending into the ground. Yet, just as they began to burrow, a brown bear erupted from the throng of beasts. Roar! The bear, angered by the uneven terrain, reared up on its hind legs, its massive paws glowing with an ominous light as they struck the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked open, and a mass of thorny brambles erupted from below. Moo! The giant bear halted, forcing the brambles to a standstill, as a singular-eyed yak, shrouded in miasma, charged forth, its horns piercing the center of the thorny mass. Crunch! With its might, the yak shattered the brambles, sending Allison and Sarah, who resembled wooden figures, soaring into the air before hanging limply. Creak, creak. Beneath the dual moons, Allison dangled from a vine, her legs entwined with Sarah, swaying back and forth. "I have lived my life in the Punk Empire, harboring no grievances against you. Malua will remain within the castle. Why must you trouble me?" Allison implored, her gaze sweeping over the ordinary beasts. Howl. Yet the beast showed no mercy. The gathered wolves fixed their cold stares upon Allison, howling in unison, transforming back into human forms before morphing into a swarm of eagles. They flapped their wings, rising into the air like a tempest. With a piercing screech, the eagles charged towards Allison, their claws poised to rend her apart, carrying with them a dark energy that promised destruction. At that moment, the moonlight seemed to waver, as if disturbed by their sharpness, and the very fabric of space felt pierced by their presence. Thud. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as blood and black feathers fell from the sky, and the observing beasts below widened their eyes in shock, particularly the massive brown bear, whose human-like astonishment was palpable. In midair, the brambles erupted from beneath Allison, impaling every eagle that dared approach. One particularly forceful eagle, its claws already grasping Allison's head, was met with her steadily rising arm, deflecting the lethal strike with sheer strength. "Did you think I was already dead?" Allison mused, using a technique akin to grasping a large goose to seize the eagle by its neck, sighing down at the bear. "Stand down. Roar." The bear growled, its eyes glinting with ferocity, clearly unwilling to relent. Crunch. Absorbing the druid's essence, acquiring the ability to transform into a crow. Hearing the prompt in her mind, Allison discarded the headless eagle, which fell to the ground, transforming back into its human form, blood spilling onto the earth. Thud. The body landed, raising a cloud of dust. "Disperse, and I promise to spare them," Allison addressed the bear. This time, the bear remained silent. Yet its intent to eliminate Allison was unmistakable. "You are truly heartless. Are we not kin?" Allison beckoned, summoning a vine to present her with an eagle, then plunged her hands into its wounds, tearing it apart before the astonished eyes of its kin. Absorbing the druid's essence, acquiring the ability to transform into a crow. Thud. The carcass hit the ground, unleashing a potent metallic scent that agitated the beasts, revealing a hint of madness in the bear's gaze. Noticing this, Allison furrowed her brow, and with a swift motion, Sarah immediately blocked the eagles with her vines, presenting them before Allison. Absorbing the druid's soul. Acquiring the ability to soothe animals. Absorbing the druid's soul, acquiring the ability for rapid movement. Absorbing the druid's soul. As she absorbed the essence of the wounded, the eagles transformed back into humans, suspended in midair, while Allison's neck was strained to its limit. Gripping the vine tightly, she cast a glance at the bear, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. "Throw them over." Chapter 17. Contamination. A multitude of druids was hurled towards the horde of beasts, causing the creatures to scatter. The brown bear also retreated, but in the next moment, a grass rope ensnared its neck, lifting it entirely off the ground. Roar. The bear, its throat constricted, raised its massive paw in a futile attempt to grasp the rope that had buried itself into its flesh. With a thud, Allison descended atop a tangle of vines, her gaze fixed on the struggling bear. She raised her steam gun and pulled the trigger. Bang. Roar. Allison's shot struck the unsuspecting bear directly in its eye, provoking a furious response. The bear swiped at her with its claws, yet it was as if it were a domesticated dog, held in place by the rope. The bear, a creature of considerable rank, astonishingly did not perish. Allison glanced down at Sarah. Nodding, Allison inhaled deeply, holstered her gun, drew her sword, and plunged into the fray. In an instant, the cold wind swept across the wilderness, and the figure clad in crimson cleaved through the air, her sword shimmering with lethal intent. With a swift movement, Allison advanced, and several beasts bowed their heads before her as she pushed forward, only to be seized by a blind dog that dragged her back. Bang. While being pulled, Allison steadied her gun and fired, then stumbled back to her feet, only to be collided with by a one-eyed yak, propelling her 5 meters away. As she regained her footing, she found herself engulfed by a throng of beasts. Howl. Howl. With a thud, the tiger-leopard trio tore at her, while a rhinoceros trampled over her. Allison dodged and maneuvered, her sword severing the head of a lizard dragon, yet she was alternately crushed beneath the weight of the savage beasts. Behind the swarm, the brown bear watched as the horde surged forward like a rising tide, only to recede, leaving a field strewn with carcasses. It felt a pang of urgency. Struggling against the rope around its neck, it yearned to move but remained anchored to the ground. Its gaze fell upon the injured druids, each one spitting blood and barely able to heal. In a moment of desperation, the bear's solitary eye locked onto the fierce red figure, silently releasing a human tracking ability. A beast mark, followed by a soul impact. Boom. Allison, in the midst of slaying an armored pangolin, felt a sudden jolt as if her head had been struck by a hammer. Blinking, she attempted to comprehend the situation but was forced to continue her assault against the frenzied beasts. Within the depths of Allison's consciousness, the immense spiritual bear lay in confusion. Initially, it had believed it could swallow the Count's spirit whole, but upon entering this realm, it found nothing but void. It gazed downward, then around, above, and discovered itself amidst an infinite sea of stars. The initial experience within the Minter's consciousness had not been so exaggerated. Loneliness, anxiety, and a growing sense of bewilderment began to envelop the bear. After some time spent lying there, it commenced running through this vast world. Fearing that lingering too long would lead to a loss of identity and assimilation into this realm. After what seemed an eternity of running without change, it squinted its eyes. Unable to bear the unending silence any longer, it opened its mouth and roared in rage. Roar, roar. The bear's thunderous roar echoed, unleashing all its pent-up frustration. For only by doing so could it stave off madness. As it roared, the bear suddenly perceived a fluctuation in the consciousness sea before it, and a bronze book materialized from thin air. What is this? The bear, upon seeing the book, instinctively took a step back. Its wariness justified as the tome dripped with blood, countless eyes writhing upon its surface, accompanied by numerous tentacles and insect legs that wriggled through the gaps in the pages. Even the advanced dark druid was unnerved by such a sight. Yet, before the book, its vigilance was rendered futile. Just as the bear hesitated, contemplating fleeing, the book suddenly gaped wide, swallowing it whole. It's over, the bear thought, but in the next moment, it felt itself ejected, crashing onto the ground with a thud. Gurgle. As it landed, the bear swiftly rolled over, warily lifting its head, only to freeze in place. That glance nearly shattered its very soul. Before it lay an immense black goat, sprawled upon a stone altar inscribed with an inverted pentagram. The creature was pitch black, adorned with 8 crimson eyes, reminiscent of a blood moon against the night sky. Behind it swirled 16 dark tails, each sweep seemingly obliterating a star. This woman is a vessel, a container for an evil deity. The bear knelt, its mind swirling with countless thoughts. Out of the corner of its eye, it caught sight of the black goat holding a life-size doll resembling the countess, wielding a serrated implement to scrape her scalp, unaware of what awaited it. The bear felt a transformation within, as anger, jealousy, and desire churned within its body, threatening to drive its spirit into chaos. Shortly thereafter, it sensed itself departing this place, escaping the consciousness sea, regaining its freedom. On the battlefield against the beasts, relying on her endurance and the protection of her crimson garb, Allison had become numb to the slaughter, harvesting a plethora of beast skills amidst the carnage. Although many skills were repetitive, the quality of those she acquired had undergone a significant transformation. Absorbed the spirit of the tri-bodied tiger X30, acquiring the upper-tier skill Iron Bite. Absorbed the spirit of the bipedal lizard X36, acquiring the advanced skill of toxin immunity. Absorbed the spirit of the armored pangolin X52, acquiring the upper-tier skill Stone Shatter. A warning of impending danger surged through her. She suddenly spun around, spotting a 2-headed wolf observing her from 50 meters away. Upon being noticed, the wolf grinned, a glint of malice in its eyes, and said, "Return my clothing." Allison swatted away a white-winged goat, fixing her gaze on the wolf with caution as she replied, "This is a trophy, not a loan." Ah. The 2-headed wolf snarled in anger and transformed into the shape of a young girl. She looked up at the sky, where gray clouds billowed like waves, obscuring the twin moons, and narrowed her eyes, asking, "Do you believe that once I've transformed back, I can no longer kill you?" Allison remained silent, exchanging a glance with Sarah before bracing herself against the surrounding beasts. Seeing this, Little Red Riding Hood took a deep breath, retrieving the Starburst 6 from her basket, and pulled the trigger, locking onto Allison with her spirit. Legend had it that this world once possessed a single moon, but at some unknown time, a second appeared, bringing with it a host of divine artifacts. Little Red Riding Hood aimed at Allison, the chamber of her weapon gathering energy, seemingly drawing in some ethereal force from the air, accumulating more with each passing moment. This shot bore no name, yet I call it the Void Moon Cannon. Allison remained silent, observing Sarah, who subtly shook her head as she seized a one-eyed yak. "Huh, can you evade this?" As Allison used the beast as a shield, Little Red Riding Hood let out a disdainful laugh, a chill flickering in her eyes, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 18. I thought I was just a spectator. Boom. The lunar cannon erupted like a beam of light from the Starburst 6, carving through the ground with nothing but a shockwave. Upon witnessing this, Allison immediately pushed aside the one-eyed yak and transformed into her eagle form. Just as she was about to soar into the sky, a brown bear descended from above. Crash! The bear landed, blocking the dazzling moonlight. Allison stared in astonishment at the massive figure dissolving in the lunar glow, pondering that even with her affinity for beasts, this creature seemed druidic in nature. Smack! She was then propelled by the moonlight and sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. Regaining her form, Allison smashed through 3 large trees before finally halting her fall, collapsing onto the ground. Dazed, she gazed ahead, the combined effects of her enduring stamina. The red cloak of Little Red Riding Hood and the bear's weakening presence still caused her immense pain. Had it not been for the bear's intervention, she might not have survived the blow. Looking at the remains of the bear, she thought, only to rub her eyes in disbelief. The skeletal remains of the brown bear began to exert a strange gravitational pull, drawing in a mass of charred corpses and beast remains, quickly forming a grotesque accumulation of flesh. Is this the essence of a high-level dark druid? Allison inquired of the approaching Sarah. Even in the dark, one could see the black aura emanating from the accumulating bear. It might be some secret technique. Allison nodded, gesturing towards it. Look, even Little Red Riding Hood seems wary. Outside the battlefield, Little Red Riding Hood took 2 steps back, her expression dazed before raising the starburst 6 again, gathering energy from the air. As a seasoned novice cleric, she had yet to witness anyone withstand the lunar cannon twice. Meanwhile, the accumulating bear, sensing the impending attack, spun its head around 360 degrees, surveying the surrounding corpses before opening its gaping maw. A visible force of attraction formed before its mouth, drawing forth red mist from the deceased bodies, twisting and compressing into a black-red energy sphere. Little Red Riding Hood, observing this, furrowed her brow, and, once the energy reached its limit, pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! As the 6 shots of the lunar cannon were fired, the black-red energy sphere before the bear ruptured, unleashing a torrent of energy. Boom! The 2 forces collided instantaneously, contending against each other, causing the ground to crack and trees to be uprooted. As the power reached its zenith, an enormous explosion ensued. With a resounding roar, a blinding light, fierce winds, and flying debris cascaded towards Allison, shielding her face and squinting towards the source of the explosion. She saw Little Red Riding Hood soaring away on a broomstick. Countess, wait for me. Next time, I shall wield an even mightier artifact. Sarah scoffed at this, finding it childish to leave while uttering such threats. Regardless, her inability to defeat the bear was of no concern to her. She had far exceeded expectations. Allison then turned her gaze to the accumulating bear, which disregarded her entirely, charging through the battlefield and past their ranks back towards the origin of its advance. Indeed, she had overthought this. Slowly rising, Allison remained vigilant against the lurking beast around her, just as she was about to engage another wave of monsters. A tremendous noise erupted from the forest ahead, followed by a chilling howl. A woo! The beasts retreated, and the guards began to stir as the mountain of creatures parted, revealing the knights forming a turtle shield formation within. Shawshank paid no heed to the knights' casualties and hurried towards the carriage. Upon noticing, Allison called out, "I'm here." "I'm so relieved you're safe," Shawshank replied, a bitter smile on his face. "If not for the internal conflict among the druids, we might have faced total annihilation." "What transpired in the forest?" Allison inquired. "We encountered an earth dragon, a creature of rank 6. In our first encounter, it trapped me and the cleric underground. Had it not been for the cleric's bishop's staff, we would have perished," Shawshank recounted, his expression grim, astonished that such an adversary awaited them right outside the Empire. Allison nodded, contemplating that with a few more encounters like this, their team would nearly be decimated. "Indeed." Shawshank sighed, glancing down at the ground. "Even your guard fell while protecting you." "Not him. He perished before the beasts charged," Allison remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Luther. "Perhaps he was frightened." "Those who die of fright typically bleed green," Shawshank countered, shaking his head. "His blood is clearly red." "It could be some illness," Allison speculated. "Impossible. The guards assigned to you were meticulously vetted," Shawshank frowned as he surveyed Luther's body. "The death of the Countess' guard was a serious matter, especially if it was peculiar," he announced. "I shall fetch the cleric." As Shawshank departed to find the cleric tending to the wounded, it was too long before the cleric approached. He first performed an evil detection on Luther's corpse, finding no issues, before retrieving a box filled with leeches. Do not misunderstand. Although hematology has been deprecated, it can still identify certain symptoms, the cleric explained, placing a leech onto Luther's body. In no time, the leech turned green. "He has been poisoned," the cleric declared, examining the results and looking at Allison. "Did he consume anything unusual on the way, perhaps mushrooms?" "No." Sarah shook her head. "I kept a close watch on him. That shouldn't be. Everyone else consumed the same food, and the water was distributed equally. Could someone have poisoned him during the night?" The cleric pondered, frowning. "Not quite. He snuck a bite of the Countess' steak and sausage," Sarah retorted, causing everyone to pause in shock. "The chef is dead, isn't he?" After a moment, Allison asked, It appears he may have faked his death to escape. Shawshank replied, his expression darkening. I will provide you with an explanation after this matter is resolved. Let us discuss the present situation, Allison interjected, looking at Shawshank. Knowing there are so many beasts ahead, why didn't you keep me within the ranks? Did you not consider that they might circumvent us? This Shawshank's brow furrowed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. According to the agreement, this marked their second consecutive oversight. What is the matter? Just then, Jex and Tangled approached. Upon seeing Allison, Jex remarked, I heard you're looking for trouble again. What do you mean by looking for trouble? It's clearly your negligence. Sarah exclaimed angrily. Do you realize I was nearly killed today? The battlefield is ever-changing. Besides, you're still alive, aren't you? Jex replied dismissively. Moreover, the contract does not include the protection of servants. Sarah, incensed, glared at Jex. Is that not due to your incompetence? Who are you calling incompetent? Do you want to fight? Jex shot back. Shaking with rage, Sarah retorted, Are you blind? Can't you see I'm gravely injured? Drawing a finger to Sarah's nose, Jex sneered, If you're that brave, then shut your mouth. Let us have a duel, Allison interposed, addressing Jex. Very well. Jex replied, glancing at Allison's waist. But you must use a standard weapon. Then let us not use weapons at all, Allison nodded. It's not a life-or-death struggle. Chapter 19. The fruits of swordsmanship defending the Count. Defending the Count. What ails you so grievously? Beneath the Rotter Mountains. The corpse bear and the dragon thrash through the ravine, one cursing while the other mutters incessantly. They uproot mountains and destroy trees, leaving the creatures dwelling within the druid temple, perched halfway up the mountain, utterly astonished. They claim to serve the empire of Jess. Yet it seems they lean more towards rebellion against the elder. Whom should they assist? In contrast to the dark druid's turmoil, Shawshank of the Guard feels a greater burden. As the commander, he bears the weight of responsibility. Consequently, his subordinates and the very target they are to protect are about to clash. Observing Jax leading Allison into the thicket, his face alight with excitement, Shawshank could not help but call out to them. Jax, as the captain of the guard. Is this not akin to guarding the henhouse while stealing the eggs? Jax glanced at Shawshank, a grin spreading across his face as he shrugged. How could that be? I assure you, she will not be harmed, and after our duel, she shall harbor no grievances. Realizing Jack's intentions, Shawshank's expression turned serious as he regarded Allison. Countess, our guards are only tasked with conventional safety. Dueling is not included in our duties. I implore you to reflect on this matter. Indeed, you are young. Do not be overly confident, added Tangled, and what benefit is there in fighting him? Allison regarded the two of them, her interest undeniable. I find Jack's swordsmanship quite intriguing. Jack's swordsmanship? Are you truly serious? Tangled exclaimed, his eyes widening. Though young, he is certainly old enough to act as a stepfather to Baron Edward. Fear not. I shall respect both the young and the old. With that, Allison ceased her banter, turning abruptly and sweeping her crimson cloak as she strode towards the distant woods. Jax, meanwhile, exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Tangled before hastily following Allison. As a servant, do you not worry? Watching the two disappear into the thicket, Shawshank sighed softly and turned to Sarah, who shook her head, clutching her stomach as she seated herself nearby. Earlier, when the beast had attacked, Shawshank had rushed to save the priest, while Tangled and Jax had cowered behind their shields. Thus, underestimating the Countess was only natural. Had they known that she had vanquished those beasts herself, they would surely be more concerned for Jack's safety. Within the woods, after traversing 30 meters, Allison halted in a clearing. She turned to face Jax, who approached with an air of arrogance, grinning as he reached out to seize her. I have read many tales of knights, and the classic narrative of a knight escorting his lady through the forest is most renowned. Is that the version by Hannibal? Allison replied, her eyes glinting with malice as she grasped his wrist firmly, responding to his advance with equal force. Hey, you possess remarkable strength. Oh, you're hurting me. Crack. The sound of a groundhog's roar accompanied by the crack of walnuts echoed in their midst, as Jack's expression shifted from surprise to agony. He yanked Allison closer, only to swing his right hand in retaliation. Crack. Allison twisted Jack's wrist, sending him crashing to the ground, fracturing his jaw along with his cervical vertebrae, while Jack's furious punch met only empty air. Thud. Allison landed gracefully after her backward roll, gazing at Jax now kneeling before her. The seasoned knight, despite his thick skin and robust physique, did not succumb to death immediately, even with his neck broken. Allison extended her gloved right hand, resting it upon his bowed head. Absorb Jack's soul. Acquire the skill high-speed swordsmanship. Receiving the prompt. Allison instantly comprehended a suite of sword techniques. She kicked a twig into the air, drawing Frostmourne as it fell. In an instant, a circular sword domain manifested before her. And as the twig descended, it disintegrated into dust. Clang, clang, clang. The dust settled, the sword domain dissipated, and Frostmourne slipped from her grasp, embedding itself beside the approaching Shayashank. My apologies, it slipped. With her attire scattered with splintered wood, Allison turned to the astonished Shayashank, a smile gracing her lips. Even with my endurance, I cannot rival a seasoned knight. Shayashank paused, then turned to Jax, who remained prostrate. He rushed towards him. Jax. Shayashank knelt beside him, attempting to assist, only to discover Jack's pupils vacant and his neck shattered. Allison retrieved Frostmourne from the ground, slowly sheathing it, then turned to Shayashank. I must inform you. I did this intentionally. At her words, Shayashank's heart quaked. He locked eyes with Allison. Yet the fury within him was quelled by the cold indifference reflected in her blue gaze. Lowering his head, he lifted Jax and began to exit the woods. Jack's duty extends beyond merely protecting you. We have numerous pressing matters. As he passed Allison, he spoke through gritted teeth. At his words, Allison chuckled softly. Without him, I shall charge forth myself. You? Our sole purpose is to safeguard you. Shayashank retorted angrily, but as he contemplated the unending series of events, he sighed and hurried away. Allison watched him depart, her smile fading. She shook off the wood shavings from her attire and stepped out of the forest. Allison kept her eyes closed, extending her hand to grasp the window frame of the carriage. With a gentle squeeze, the frame shattered with a crisp snap. The priest glanced at the splinters, then turned to Allison's face. That is not what I meant. Where has Jack's soul gone? At his inquiry, Allison opened her eyes, picking up Frostmourne. This sword consumes souls. Perhaps it has ingested too much. Oh, I see. The priest replied slowly, yet Shayashank mentioned that you are forbidden from using this sword in duels. After the duel, I merely tapped him with it. Allison replied nonchalantly. It was a punishment for breaching our agreement. Indeed. The priest nodded, his gaze drifting to Allison's right hand. You have worn gloves. Might you remove them for me to inspect? Allison, upon hearing this, slowly opened her eyes and smiled at the priest. I cannot. Chapter 20. The transformation of the mark. After Allison rebuffed the unreasonable demands of the clergyman, he did not disturb her for the remainder of the night, however. It was inevitable that he would place her in a category of suspicion in his mind. Allison was utterly unconcerned by this. For despite having evaded the fate prescribed by the Book of Destiny, she had not met her demise under the cloak of night. Good day, my lord. I am Louis Armistead, and from this moment forth, I shall be responsible for your protection. The spirited young man pounded his chest, declaring his readiness to fight for her at any moment. Very well, Allison replied, lifting her eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at him. I hope you refrain from indulging in unnecessary snacks. I consider it an honor to perish while testing poison for my lord, Louis asserted with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it is quite regrettable that our captain was ambushed during the night patrol, Allison remarked with a roll of her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Shayashank immediately turned to Louis, saying, Louis, please check if there is any water nearby. The count has yet to freshen up this morning. Yes, Commander. Louis replied with a thump on his chest before hastily departing towards the encampment's outskirts. The events transpiring here would be accurately reported to the Empire. However, such matters could not be disclosed within the ranks. Watching Louis leave, Shayashank sighed and turned to Allison. Surely, you do not wish for them to harbor mutual distrust or create a rift between you. Understood. Allison contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After the harrowing encounter with the beast that had ambushed them, a squad of knights was stationed at the rear of the carriage, enabling Louis the opportunity to maneuver the vehicle back to the center of the formation should they be attacked again. By midday, they had traversed into the domain of the kingdom's nobility, even witnessing farmers fleeing in a frenzy upon their approach. Following such occurrences, Louis expressed his displeasure to Allison within the carriage. It feels as if we are being regarded as bandits. The wooden fortresses we just passed were all tightly locked. Do they not have the courtesy to send someone to greet us? Someone has indeed come forth, though it appears there are quite a few of them. Allison replied while observing through a monocular, spotting a throng atop a nearby hill. Before them stood a dozen fully armed knights, accompanied by several thousand farmers. Soon, a command to halt echoed from ahead, as Shayashank led a small contingent of knights towards the front. Upon hearing Shayashank's words, several leaders were taken aback. Quickly learning that a contingent of counts had passed through their territory the previous day, and had even been graciously entertained by the Count. This suggested a strong possibility that they were the very ones responsible for eliminating the emissary. Don Quixote, seemingly aware of the unfolding situation, addressed the crowd, "Fear not. I shall accompany the clergyman, and they shall be swayed." Shoshank smacked his thigh in realization, of course. The Holy Church is revered and respected wherever it may be. The clergyman will surely convey the truth. Introducing them to the teachings of the light at the earliest opportunity is indeed beneficial, the clergyman mused while stroking his beard. Thus, amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Don Quixote led the clergyman toward the opposing hill. "How is it that they cannot sense your sanctity?" Shoshank exclaimed in astonishment. "Those knights claim that such a degree of radiance could be replicated by lighting a mere candle," the clergyman retorted, shaking his head. Even Captain Don Quixote asserted that paying a toll would not suffice. Then Shoshank was taken aback, bewildered. "Is it not said that nobles adore wealth?" At this juncture, Allison interjected, "Gentlemen, might it be conceivable that these nobles are in collusion with the impostor, deliberately obstructing our passage?" "Surely not. How could the nobility possess such audacity?" Don Quixote shook his head vigorously, adding, "Besides, one is in the north and the other in the south. They have no intersecting interests." "I shall take the lead in the charge," Allison declared without hesitation. "Unthinkable," came the resounding rejection from the trio of the clergyman, Shoshank, and Don Quixote. Faced with their resolute dismissal, Allison felt disheartened. "Why?" she questioned the three. "My abilities are quite formidable. You are the designated protected one. We cannot permit you to take risks," Shoshank asserted gravely. "And a mere group of farmers and a handful of knights hardly warrant our full engagement." "Indeed," Don Quixote concurred. "And according to the agreement, my lord the Count must remain uninvolved in all matters." At such a moment, they were adamantly clinging to the contract. Observing their unwavering stance, Allison turned her gaze towards the frail farmers across the way, then donned her cloak as she approached her carriage. "My lady," upon hearing this, Allison glanced at Sarah and subsequently removed her gloves, revealing the inverted pentagram magical mark upon her hand. Pointing to one of its corners, she remarked, "I noticed that after slaying those beasts yesterday, one corner of the inverted pentagram has turned black. Does this mean that if all corners become black, the mark could awaken prematurely without waiting for my coming of age?" Chapter 21. The Crisis of the Thousand Riders as the personal attendant to Allison. Sarah was privy to her master's secrets, though not entirely comprehending them. It seemed that the remarkable element lay within the mark on her hand. What are the many wondrous attributes of her master? Squinting, she gazed at Allison's right hand, but the glove obscured her view. Allison observed the maid who was about to touch the back of her hand and furrowed her brow. "Should I remove the glove?" "No, no." Sarah quickly rose, casting her eyes towards the knights outside the carriage who were already charging forward. "If slaughter benefits you, why should we not join the fray? They are merely the guards stipulated in the contract and cannot impede our actions. That rabble is of such low quality. I fear I might acquire skills suited for scavenging and scraping by," Allison replied, lowering her gaze. "Moreover, there may be combat behind us. I already sense that looming threat." Upon hearing this, Sarah turned to the rear window, her eyes widening in realization. "I believe I have spotted that threat." Upon closer inspection, she discerned a force of nearly 1,000 men. How can a feudal system sustain such a multitude? Have they gathered knights from across the realm? Allison mused, resting her hand on the frostmorn at her waist, peering with her keen senses in that direction. "They appear formidable." Sarah nodded in agreement. "If they prove insurmountable, I might still manage to conceal myself underground for a time." "And what purpose would that serve?" Allison frowned. Sarah contemplated. "I could delay my demise for a while." Allison rolled her eyes at this remark and leaned against the carriage panel, inspecting her steam gun. Her new bodyguard displayed commendable poise, remaining focused and undistracted by the chaos ahead. Once cavalry appeared in the rear, he sounded the alarm. Indeed, assembling such a large number of knights in such a short time indicates they are well prepared. "I believe the Count's assessment is accurate," Tangier remarked, clutching his chest and addressing his companion. "Quickly, assist me on to my steed. I must prove that the Empire's war horses can outrun those of the kingdom." "What are you running from?" the priest retorted, visibly displeased as he tugged at the reins, pushing through the crowd to advance. "We are to rendezvous with the commander." "Quite right." The remaining knights suddenly grasped the situation, though some recalled their duties. "Aren't we supposed to escort the Count?" One squad leader hesitated. "Do you think the Count would be foolish enough to remain stationary?" A comrade replied, "Do not worry, they will follow, and besides, there are still 16 knights behind." Understanding this reasoning, the squad leader immediately spurred his horse into a gallop. "Fools! Lewis, having issued the warning, saw them not approaching but fleeing instead. He hastily urged the carriage to follow. Fortunately, the knights beside him maintained their pace, flanking the carriage for protection. At the rear of the imperial retreat, within the 1,000-strong cavalry, Count Reagan silently observed them. As a lord from the frontier, he preferred agricultural pursuits and detested warfare, earning him the respect of both knights and subjects. However, personal virtues sometimes falter against the might of the powerful. For instance, Duke Bocas was a figure so formidable that even the kingdom trembled at his presence. The 1,000 knights, fragmented yet united in purpose, were not a force Count Reagan could decline. "My lord, may we charge?" A knight rode up to Reagan, seeking permission as they witnessed the carriage fleeing. "Yes." Count Reagan nodded slightly. "I wish you success in battle." The knight nodded in return. In truth, they held a significant advantage in numbers. The reason for designating Count Reagan as their leader was merely to ensure someone could bear the blame when the empire exerted pressure later. With a scapegoat in place, the battle would be theirs to engage. The knight donned his visor, adjusted his steed, and addressed his comrades. "All listen up. Leave not a single one alive." With a thunderous charge, the cavalry surged forward, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust. From atop the hill, Shawshank was taken aback by the sight. The surrounding farmers, cunning in their ways, noted the knights' solid defenses and specifically targeted their horses. This made it difficult for Shawshank to break free from the encirclement. Meanwhile, due to speed, Allison's carriage had fallen considerably behind the priests. The charging knights swiftly closed the distance, aided by the downhill slope. "We cannot flee any longer. Prepare to confront them." The knights guarding the rear shouted, halting their steeds and getting ready to counterattack. "Stop. That would be futile." Lewis, hearing the commotion, also halted the carriage and shouted, "We shall ambush them here." Upon hearing this, the knights came to a standstill. Indeed, charging into 1,000 riders would be tantamount to certain death, and a brutal one at that. A group of knights dismounted, drawing their steam guns. Lewis also exited the carriage and, seizing Sarah's hand, said, "I hear you are a beast master." Sarah nodded and promptly followed him out of the carriage as the cavalry advanced within 200 meters. "Aim for the horses in the center. I can likely provide you a few seconds of respite," Sarah remarked, surveying the mass of knights. As her words echoed, the knights pulled their triggers. And with the sharp crack of gunfire, several war horses fell among the charging cavalry, only to be instantly overwhelmed by the subsequent riders. "Vines!" Sarah shouted, her voice booming. Instantly, a multitude of vines erupted from the ground 100 meters away, ensnaring the front line of knights. The cavalrymen were caught off guard, tumbling from their mounts. But within the blink of an eye, the front was replaced by the following riders, and the charge continued unabated, with the delay scarcely lasting a second. "Vines!" Sarah, her expression stoic, called out again. Once more, the front line of knights fell, yet the onslaught remained unimpeded. "Vines!" Sarah cried out, her forehead beading with sweat, blood trickling from her nose. The knights, having readied their steam guns, fired upon the cavalry that had now advanced to within 50 meters. After a single shot, they released their grips and unsheathed their swords, bowing their heads to brace for the impact of the cavalry's charge. They feared to witness the wall of adversaries bearing down upon them, lacking the courage to strike out. Frostfall. Just as they caught sight of the pounding hoofs, a voice from behind startled them. They turned to see the ground blanketed in frost as several statuesque frost knights descended, creating an impassable barrier. Absorbed the souls of the junior knights, acquiring the universal skill of intimidation, charisma, description, convey through speech, gaze, and action that you are not to be trifled with. Ability decreases the opponent's morale, defense, and attack. If the opponent possesses excessive spiritual fortitude, the effect may fail, potentially transforming into disdain or anger. Origin. One must be strong to forge strength. "You come here with such enthusiasm to slay me. Do you even know who I am?" Allison declared, gripping Frostmourne as she regarded the knights charging towards her. Chapter 22. The ferocity of the Earl at the moment when Allison appeared. The despairing knight suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Even the frantic beating of his heart seemed to slow. With a crack, the Earl, clad in crimson, severed the air with his sword as he leaped over the obstacles, swiftly pulling Sarah to his side and shouting, "Take cover." As the command echoed through the air, the light in the knight's eyes flickered out. In the next instant, the thunder of hooves filled their ears, and the sound of swords cleaving the wind rumbled overhead. Thud thud whoosh. The knights, taken aback, crouched low, seeking refuge behind the frost-sculpted barricades, narrowly escaping the torrent of cavalry and their slashing blades. Amidst the chaos, valiant warriors leaped into the fray, only to be met with Allison's sword, which skewered them. Though she sustained several cuts during the skirmish, she appeared unscathed. Much to the knight's alarm. The momentum will soon wane. Gather your strength and fight back to back. Striving to minimize casualties, Allison urged. The knights, invigorated by her words, turned to her, inquiring, "And what of you, my lord?" "I shall carve a path to safety for you," Allison replied, glancing at the knights who had not abandoned her. With that, she charged into the fray, launching surprise attacks against the retreating riders. Witnessing her bravery, the remaining knights felt a swell of emotion. They had come here merely to earn their keep, never expecting to be shielded by another. "Let us break through," Lewis cried, overwhelmed with inspiration. "I shall follow you to the death, my lord," echoed the other knights. With renewed resolve, they surged past the barricades. The leading knight swept away in an instant by the tide of cavalry. Bang! Crack! The knights hesitated, momentarily dazed, only to be met by the glint of swords slicing through the air before them. "Do not act rashly," Sarah, now resembling a wooden statue, pointed towards a vine-bound object. The knights, having formed a circle once more, fell silent. They longed to join the fray but recognized their own limitations. "Indeed, we must strive harder," Lewis muttered, narrowly evading a swinging blade, deeply dissatisfied with his own abilities. "If we can survive and reach the Lumen territory, we shall train together," a knight beside him encouraged. "Indeed, the Earl shows concern for us, and her strength is what we yearn for in a leader," another knight added, facing away from them. "We must keep pace with our lord." "Yes, but I wonder what rank she holds among knights," Lewis pondered, dodging yet another strike. "She must at least be a rank 4 knight," suggested a nearby knight, picking up a steam-powered weapon. "Nay, she is likely of a higher caliber. That previous strike she delivered could not have been executed without rank 5 prowess," another knight asserted, casting a glance at Sarah, who remained silent. She vaguely recalled that Allison, having trained under Roby for many years, had attempted to acquire a junior knight certification at the Adventurers Guild in spring but had failed to pass. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Sarah observed Allison in the swirling tide of cavalry, occasionally being tossed about by charging steeds. But surely, she must be different now. Within the maelstrom of cavalry, Allison relied on her swift agility to weave through the chaos, yet the dense mass of warhorses restricted her mobility, and one misstep could send her flying. Although her crimson cloak rendered her impervious to harm, the prolonged battle began to reveal its secrets to some knights. They intentionally aimed to strike at her cloak during their assaults, even shifting their attacks from her neck to her face. The sensation was akin to nails scraping against her skin. No blood was drawn, but the vibrations rattled her teeth. Frustrated, she resorted to her iron-biting skills to demonstrate her ferocity. Crack! Crack! After shattering 2 massive swords thrust toward her, Allison decapitated a knight, and, fixing her gaze upon the encircling foes, declared, "Do you think opposing me is as simple as merely perishing? Those slain by this sword shall have their souls consumed." A flicker of unease passed through the ranks of knights, yet none dared to retreat. They were the Lord's soldiers, bound by duty rather than the whims of freedom. Clang! Suddenly, as Allison sought to claim another head, a muffled groan from Lewis reached her ears. Her expression shifted instantly, and she swung her sword to carve a path towards him, only to be struck by a charging warhorse, sending her sprawling. Thud! Thud! As Allison hit the ground, the sound of approaching hooves echoed ominously. She sprang to her feet, sword drawn, only to feel an overwhelming force strike her hand. Clang! Frostmourne was knocked from her grasp, and she stumbled backward. Looking up, she saw a blade slicing toward her. "I cannot withstand this," a warning rang in her mind. With a swift bend of her legs, she propelled herself backward, narrowly evading the blade that sliced through the air before her, leaving a gash in her red cloak. The sharp pain radiated from her arm as blood spurted forth. Allison stared at the knight wielding the luminous sword, realizing it was no ordinary weapon. She stepped back, retrieving Frostmourne from the ground, and watched as the knight, with a lifeless expression, advanced, raising his sword against her. "I cannot win this battle," Allison thought, quickly twisting her wrist to send forth a withered vine. As the dark smoke approached, the knight instinctively swung his sword, only to strike nothing but air. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his throat, his eyes bulging in alarm. "Humph!" The startled knight grasped at his neck, his legs clenching the horse as he swung his sword fruitlessly above him, before urging the steed into a frantic retreat. "Stop!" Allison cried, pursuing him, but the knights, now recognizing their leader's peril, rushed to intercept. "Protect Lord Element," they shouted, disregarding their own safety as they leapt from their mounts. Faces contorted in agony as they faced her sword, desperately attempting to restrain Allison and remove her cloak. Yet, even bound by numerous foes, Allison, skilled in the art of iron biting, could inflict grave injuries with a mere twist of her wrist, even without the ability to swing her sword. Clang. Crack. My heavens! This woman is like a raging beast. Fetch the ropes. The knights, realizing their inability to subdue Allison with bare hands, cried out in desperation. Upon hearing this, a frown creased her brow. With a deft twist of her wrist, she summoned a long and used cursed object from her ring, a small teddy bear, and in an instant, darkness enveloped the scene, as if a shooting star had crossed her path. With that, the pressure surrounding her lifted. Crash. The knights, who had moments ago been menacingly restraining her, found their upper bodies slumped to the ground, severed as if they had been harvested like ripe crops, creating a considerable gap in the once crowded formation. Ah, help! Someone save me! Their cries echoed as Shoshank stood firm, sword in hand, observing the encircled knights and the rising figure of Allison. Do not linger, he urged. Chapter 23. The Observer with Shawshank providing cover. The encircled knights immediately spurred their horses towards the high slope. Allison too launched into a swift run, while the pursuing cavalry, having circled around Shawshank, began their relentless chase. The clash of weapons echoed as the formidable knights, barely inferior to Shawshank, engaged him in combat, seemingly overpowering him. They took turns attacking, sacrificing several of their own, which left Shawshank with no means of escape. We should support him from above, Allison suggested, observing the signs of defeat emerging from Shawshank below. Only from the high ground can we slow the cavalry's charge. Descending would be futile. Upon hearing this, Tangier frowned, glancing at the priest beside him. We beseech you, my lord, to lend your aid. The priest nodded in response, brandishing his staff as he stepped forward. Those who oppose me are foes of the Lord, and against heresy. I harbor no reservations. With that, the priest began to extol the virtues of light and the sun, his staff waving in a grand gesture. Allison felt a terrifying pressure descend from the heavens. Upon lifting her gaze, she witnessed the clouds above roiling, followed by a blinding beam of light piercing through to illuminate the knights below. Ah, the priest is magnificent. In that moment, all gathered paid their respects, except for Allison, who stepped aside with a hint of disdain for the light, lamenting her own lack of such power. My lady, have you gleaned anything from this? Sarah, drawn by the flattery surrounding her, approached Allison and whispered, Indeed, yet these cavalrymen are evidently of lesser quality than the beasts we faced. I have drawn from their essence. But not even a fragment of a star has been acquired, Allison remarked, glancing at the mark upon her hand. You endured such perilous battles. Yet your gains are so meager. It seems a disheartening trade-off, Sarah replied, her expression one of regret. If merely slaying creatures could enhance our strength, would it not be better to hunt daily upon reaching the Count's domain? I have considered it, Allison acknowledged, and once we arrive, I shall seek a slaughterhouse to work as a butcher. Ah, would that not be inappropriate? Sarah responded, momentarily taken aback. You know it is not ideal. Relying on hunting is futile. Even if they were beasts, thousands would be required for any effect, Allison replied. Please, do not. Shawshank, with a pallid countenance, implored Allison. I risked everything to rescue you. Do not cast yourself away again. Allison retorted, This is no act of sacrifice. I merely wish to prevent them from pursuing us further and ensure no future threats arise. Shawshank shook his head, replying calmly, My lady. You have witnessed the danger of being pursued. To expedite our journey, it seems you must mount a horse. In the forest, two men who had been observing them immediately prostrated themselves upon noticing Allison's gaze. Have we been discovered? The knightly figure inquired. This is a matter of vigilance. You were staring at her for too long, the peasant-clad man responded. Damn it. The report said she was merely an ordinary person, yet as you've seen, she is a formidable knight. How could 1,000-strong cavalry fail to subdue her? The knight complained. You cannot rely on the kingdom, the peasant remarked, turning to gaze through the trees at the clouds above. What merit would you earn that way? Then who do we rely upon? Those peripheral investigators in the bureau? The knight asked. They are inept, devoid of intellect, and it seems there was internal rebellion last night. The peasant shook his head. Should we report to the Empire? The knight inquired. The peasant shook his head. If you report to the Empire, how will they perceive you? Outsourced, the peasant concluded, closing his eyes. The kingdom is fertile ground for heretics. They are lawless and unrestrained, making them perfectly suited for this task. Can this truly succeed? The knight questioned hesitantly. The druids we recruited are no match. What remains are those inept fools. First, remember this. We are tasked with dealing with that heir, not confronting their entire cadre. The previous druids erred in their approach, mobilizing unnecessarily, the peasant advised, casting a sidelong glance at the knight. Our goal is clear. Eliminate that heir. The knight remained skeptical. Can those heretics truly accomplish this? Success or failure is for us to analyze, the peasant asserted, sitting up. As you just witnessed. She is strong, her close-range attacks seem enduring. Moreover, that sword is rumored to devour souls. Thus, we should seek a means of long-range attack that lacks a soul. I believe a puppeteer would be suitable for this task. The knight, now sitting upright, regarded the peasant with suspicion. Are you suggesting the workshop? If I were to propose the voodoo cult, would you not doubt me as well? The peasant smirked, lying back down. Forget I said anything. Observing his demeanor. The knight pondered deeply before asking, can they truly succeed? Assassinating a single person does not require such grand mobilization. The druids are powerful, the terrain is treacherous. Are we to obliterate a king? The peasant jested, the bureau has always operated with utmost discretion. The knight fell silent, harboring doubts about the workshop. Seeing his hesitation, the peasant rose and patted his shoulder. Trust me, I assure you, this will be executed flawlessly. Chapter 24. I have many enemies at the edge of the great forest of Gunnar in the kingdom. Allison followed the group, riding tirelessly along the path. Due to her lack of equestrian skills, she found herself lagging behind. Fortunately, the 16 knights led by Lewis remained by her side. After enduring a battle, they had begun to express their allegiance to Allison. Transforming from a liability into a formidable knight earned her some respect. Alas, there were contracts binding them. They continued on their journey until nightfall, when they finally set up camp. According to Shoshank, they would reach the royal capital in 5 days and subsequently arrive at the domain of Luoman in 8 days. While gathered around the campfire, Allison turned to Don Quixote and inquired, based on your experience, can the Empire mobilize such a large number of cavalry in the kingdom? It is unlikely. To possess such power within the kingdom would be tantamount to effectively conquering it, Don Quixote replied, shaking his head. Moreover, they cannot be the king's men, otherwise, the king would not have sent envoys to retrieve us. Then who do they belong to? Allison pressed. I do not know. Perhaps there are secretive changes occurring within the kingdom. Don Quixote responded with a shake of his head. Allison sighed. It seems I have many enemies. Do not fret. Once we reach the territory and secure the port, we can notify the Empire to send troops by sea. At that point, those with ulterior motives will surely be deterred. Don Quixote reassured her with a smile. As you have observed on our journey, both the chief and the priest are quite formidable. Nodding in agreement, Allison left the campfire to rest in her tent, only to find Sarah waiting outside, cradling an owl in her hands. Has Robbie sent news? Allison asked, glancing at Sarah. Sarah nodded and handed the owl over to Allison, who took it and pressed it to her ear. I have been wandering the black market and discovered that there are cultists plotting against you. Their organization is vast and operates on a bidding basis. If one fails, another will certainly emerge. Please exercise utmost caution. This was a death owl, a creature worth 100 gold coins, known for delivering messages before perishing. Allison discarded the owl, her expression darkening upon learning that enemies were lining up against her. Cultists, are they? They truly are relentless. Does the local church not take action? The priest expressed his frustration, having been haunted by shadows of both Little Red Riding Hood and the druids. Do not expect much from the kingdom's church, Don Quixote replied, shaking his head. It is said they merely sell indulgences and seek profit. Thus, Allison sat by the campfire for quite some time, hearing no effective measures proposed regarding the situation. The following day, after a hasty breakfast, Allison was compelled to resume their journey, believing that quickening their pace was the only way to avoid the cultists. As the horses trotted rhythmically, Shoshank would occasionally slow down to keep pace with Allison, offering her words of comfort. You should not be overly alarmed. Druids who command beasts are in the minority. Most cultists are few in number and would not dare to assault a group as large as ours. I am not panicking, Allison replied, casting a glance at Shoshank. In truth, if I so wished, I could transform into a hawk and soar away, waiting for you in the royal capital. Shoshank winced at her words, quickly advising against it. It is best not to do so. It is said that the feudal lords here enjoy the sport of archery against hawks. I understand. I feel safest among you, Allison said, frowning slightly. Do you sense that? It seems to be foggy ahead. A thin layer of mist should not hinder our progress. Shoshank remarked upon noticing the haze. I have an unsettling feeling, Allison confessed. Fear not. I am right here with you, Shoshank assured her, staying vigilant. Suddenly, Shoshank halted his horse, having noticed a figure disappearing into the fog. My lord, he shouted, turning his head. I am here, came the reply as a silhouette rushed forth from the mist, thrusting something against the rear of Shoshank's horse. The steed's eyes bulged in disbelief as it reared, bolting forward in a frenzy. Stop! Stop! Shoshank cried out in alarm, desperately trying to rein in his horse, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, he leaped from the saddle, only to be struck midair by a large wooden stake. With a thud, Shoshank hit the ground, only to feel the ground beneath him give way as a net ensnared him, dragging him forward. As he was pulled along, Shoshank narrowed his eyes, severing the ropes of the net with his sword, and soon spied a dozen horses racing towards him. My lord, do not approach. Who are you? Shoshank bellowed, brandishing his sword. Meanwhile, Allison, following closely behind Shoshank, grew increasingly anxious at the absence of the main group. Tell them to slow down. Logically, we should have caught up by now, she said, furrowing her brow, upon realizing that only the sound of her own horse's hooves echoed around her. Allison's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Suddenly, she reached over to pull Shoshank closer, only to be met with the visage of a puppet, which inexplicably came to life, its forehead splitting open to reveal 3 eyes that shot an arrow at her. Startled, Allison bit down on the arrow mid-flight, then with a fierce motion, she hurled the puppet away, releasing the arrow from her mouth as she leaped from her mount, transforming into a hawk and soaring into the sky. In an instant, a barrage of arrows erupted from the forest, raining down upon her position, yet Allison ignored them, allowing the arrows to pierce her. Just as she was about to ascend into the heavens, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring her. Chapter 25. The puppeteer the falcon was ensnared in a net, plummeting swiftly towards the ground. In midair, Allison dispelled her transformation and swiftly drew her sword to sever the ropes of the net. With a soft thud, she landed and stepped back, her gaze falling upon the figures that began to encircle her. My lord, are you unharmed? Commander Shoshank awaits you ahead, they said as they rushed towards her, clad in the garb of knights. Allison, her expression impassive, raised her sword and struck as they drew near. Crack! The craftsmanship is quite exquisite. You must have a lineage behind you. Observing the shattered gears within the puppets, Allison mused, Withdraw. This is no quarrel of ours. I shall pretend you never existed. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Allison finished speaking, she dodged to the left, wielding a puppet, as 3 arrows, imbued with a sweet scent, pierced the tree to her right. Upon seeing the arrows, a chill flickered in Allison's eyes. I have already declared my intent to spare you, but we have no intention of sparing you. A gruff voice echoed from the distance, tinged with arrogance, as nearly 100 figures began to converge upon her. Hell Workshop Master, Kenny Dykes, former alchemist of the Jai's Empire, met his demise in a dispute over a woman with a local official, leading to his head being blown off. Subsequently, he became a puppeteer, currently a level 4 manipulator, with skills in spiritual manipulation, refined mechanisms, immortal soul, puppet body, external isolation, puppet creation, now accepting a contract from Broker Zap to assassinate Count Lumen. As the prompt materialized, a brow arched on Allison's forehead. In her recollection, the Book of Fate never revealed matters pertinent to her. Could it be due to the taint of her mark? Yet this was not the moment for such contemplation. A level 4 puppeteer was not to be trifled with. Allison tightened her grip on Frostmourne, her tone somber. Intercepting a force of our size will lead to your regret. A mocking laugh resonated from the tree lean behind her, and in the next instant, the multitude of figures lunged towards Allison. She too charged forward, swinging her sword as the puppets drew near. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they were mere wooden constructs, easily felled by Frostmourne's edge. The sound of splintering would echoing through the forest. As the puppets were rapidly dismantled, the puppeteer appeared unfazed, a smile creeping upon his lips. Just as Allison was about to break through the throng, he raised his hands, causing the shattered remnants of the puppets to rise from the ground and hurtle towards her. Sensing the impending danger, Allison retaliated with swift strikes. But the sheer volume of debris was overwhelming. Even as she cleaved one, another wave followed. Crash! Pieces of shattered wood clung to her, and soon her legs were ensnared. In response, Allison cast a withered grass rope, ensnaring the puppeteer who lurked at a distance. Oh, accursed object! The puppeteer exhibited no sign of panic as he grasped his head and tore it away, the grass rope losing its potency in an instant. Thud! The puppeteer landed, cradling his severed head, gazing at Allison, his face contorted in derision. There is a saying in the kingdom, do not encounter a puppeteer in solitude, lest you become one of their puppets. Allison's expression darkened at his threat, realizing the advantage of his puppet form had rendered her grass rope ineffective. 7 minutes have passed since my disappearance, no more than 10, and my subordinates will locate me. Allison attempted to intimidate him, but he successfully countered. Huh, you think you're the only one with followers? My minions will entertain yours quite thoroughly. The puppeteer scoffed, advancing towards Allison, his head in hand. While 2 additional arms emerged from behind him, one wielding pincers, the other a circular saw. 3 minutes is ample time for a work of art to be born. The puppeteer stood before Allison, clamping her hand with the pincers. I once laid eyes upon an artifact in the Imperial Museum, which lacked arms. Buzz. The puppeteer revved the saw, preparing to slice through his own arm. Allison furrowed her brow. Your employer did not instruct you to take such measures. Oh. He merely commanded my elimination. The method is of no consequence. You should feel honored to become part of my collection. Observing the deranged puppeteer, Allison continued to struggle, unleashing shards of stone, yet the wooden remnants merely reformed, proving futile. Gazing at the puppeteer, who seemed to relish her efforts, she rolled her eyes. Murder is merely a matter of precision. Must it be so theatrical? You are different, the puppeteer explained with meticulous care. You are the last lord of the Lumen domain and a woman, highly collectible. Collectible value do you regard everyone in this manner? Allison inquired. More or less. After all, my targets are invariably individuals of significance. With that, the puppeteer ceased his prattle, lifting the saw to begin his gruesome work on Allison's arm. The sound of the saw echoed ominously as it ground against the puppet material, revealing the crimson cloak of Little Red Riding Hood beneath, the blade dulling as it met resistance. Is this garment your source of audacity? The puppeteer mused, eyeing the vibrant fabric. This material is quite exquisite. However, it now belongs to me. Buzz. Clang. Seeing your limbs severed, is it not difficult to bear? He grinned wickedly. Allison grimaced in pain. You have severed my right arm. What of it? Soon, the left arm shall follow. The puppeteer's head remarked, glancing at the severed limb on the ground, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, the detached right hand twitched, and from the bleeding stump, a swirl of black mist erupted, 2 dark energy tendrils lashing out towards the puppeteer. The puppeteer frowned, swiftly swinging the saw to sever the tendril, but it evaded him, wrapping around his form instead. Crack! The tendril constricted, causing the puppeteer's high-quality body to splinter. Springs and gears bursting forth, prompting him to frantically hurl his head away. Clack! Bang! As he beheld the scene, the puppeteer felt something writhing within his now bloodless skull. His soul and consciousness nearly frozen in terror. Thud! Thud! Crack! Boom! The puppeteer's instincts surged, his central drive igniting, propelling him to flee at great speed, shattering trees in his path. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, the tremors of dread within his soul lingered. What on earth is this? Did the Count get swapped beneath the Tatum Mountains? Curse you, Zap, for leading me to this predicament. In the desolate misty woods, a mound of parts lay scattered upon the ground, motionless, slowly sinking into the inky abyss. Meanwhile, the lower-tier puppeteers engaged in battle with Sarah, and the knights also vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 26. The Count possesses the qualities of an emperor at the edge of the Gunnar forest. Shawshank and Sarah stood quietly, waiting for the mist to gradually dissipate. Where are the adults? Sarah inquired loudly as soon as they could see each other, but no one responded. All that met her gaze were faces etched with despair. The puppeteer's sudden ambush had caught them off guard, with the mist, traps, and impersonators proving more formidable than facing monstrous beasts or 1,000-strong cavalry. Besides the injured knights, no fewer than 50 lay lifeless on the ground. Seeing the silence, Sarah pulled a necklace from her chest and tossed it to the ground. In the next moment, the necklace glowed, and a Sharpei emerged from within. The dog sniffed the air before barking into the depths of the forest and scampering off with its short legs. Observing this, Sarah immediately seized a horse and followed. Shawshank cast a gloomy glance at Sarah's departing figure. Noticing this, Don Quixote approached him, suggesting, should we check on her? With the mist cleared and the puppeteer gone, it indicated that their mission had concluded. The child was dead. Shawshank despondently raked his fingers through his hair and squatted on the ground, lamenting, we failed to protect her. What good is it to join the recovery effort now? Startled by Shawshank's words, he looked up incredulously at Don Quixote, who, feeling embarrassed under Shawshank's gaze, offered a wry smile. Please don't look at me like that. If I cannot rise in the Roman territory this time, then living holds little meaning. Then let us proceed as you wish, Shawshank nodded, instructing the melancholy knights. Leave a few behind to bury the bodies. The rest of you follow me. The knights, listless, mounted their horses and followed Shawshank in pursuit of Sarah's path. Clop, clop, clop. In the forest, as Shawshank's group spotted Sarah not far ahead, an inexplicable shiver ran through them. The woods where she stood felt lifeless, dark, and frigid. They dismounted, cautiously touching their weapons as they approached, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. In a small clearing lay a heap of puppet remnants, exuding black smoke, with a half-dismembered head staring vacantly at the sky, as if silently screaming. Amidst the wreckage stood Allison in a red cloak, occasionally picking up a limb and striking it against a massive, clawed object, seemingly oblivious to the grotesque surroundings. In such a terrifying environment, her calm demeanor astonished Shawshank. Prompting an inner exclamation, the Count possesses the qualities of an emperor. Coughing to announce his presence, Shawshank stepped forward after confirming that their ward was unharmed. He regarded the grotesque assembly of puppet limbs and torsos and asked, "What purpose does this windmill serve?" "Oh, really?" Shawshank felt a twitch at his forehead upon hearing her response. He observed the head swaying with the spinning wheel and the limbs rising at intervals, musing that if she claimed it was a new type of guillotine, he would believe it. "Indeed, it is," Shawshank nodded. "But is it truly appropriate to affix a human head onto it? This way, it can move on its own," Allison explained, nailing a head to the spindle, and immediately received a notification in her mind. Automatic spinning wheel completed. Item: automatic golden thread spinning wheel description. Crafted from 100 superior woods, operates entirely autonomously, spinning at a speed 36 times that of a normal spinning wheel. Ability: insert straw to spin golden thread. Side effect: the golden thread will revert to straw after 7 days. Origin: golden thread maiden. It was astonishingly a living item. Receiving the notification, Allison sighed slightly, momentarily believing it to be a guillotine for spinning wheels. "Isn't a spinning wheel just a domestic item?" Shawshank queried, puzzled. "Exactly," Allison responded, then turned her gaze to Shawshank's fingers. "What is the capacity of your storage ring?" 12 cubic meters. "What do you intend to do?" Shawshank replied, cautiously drawing back his hands as he gazed at the swaying limbs. "You aren't planning to store this, are you?" Allison nodded. "Absolutely not. That is meant for grain." Shawshank immediately shook his head. "I refuse." He continued, "If that thing goes in, not only will it disturb my peace of mind, but any food tainted by its aura could lead to mutations. We've traveled several days. How much food could we possibly need? I have a square meter available. Shall we trade?" Allison proposed. "With supplies for 600 fully equipped knights, it cannot accommodate more." Shawshank steadfastly declined. "Is that so?" Allison's demeanor faltered, then she gestured around. "Then let us cut wood to build a cart. This item must come with me." Previously, Shawshank would have chastised Allison for her immaturity, but now, witnessing her ability to retaliate against foes in the absence of protection, he could not dismiss her strength. "Wait a moment. I will discuss this with Don Quixote," Shawshank said, departing to consult with the others. Watching Shawshank converse with Don Quixote and organize supplies, Allison idly examined the back of her right hand. Today's battle had not favored them. Although they had acquired a seemingly useful cursed object, a portion of the mark had been consumed by darkness, and that broker named Zap, truly lawless, taking on contracts to assassinate nobles. Upon reaching the capital, I must ensure the king issues a bounty on him. As Allison fumed inwardly, Shawshank and Don Quixote completed their exchange. He reluctantly handed the storage ring to Allison, stating earnestly, "I must clarify that this ring is quite valuable. I am merely lending it to you. You must return it upon reaching Roman territory." "Understood," Allison replied, putting the ring on her finger. She then stored the automatic spinning wheel within it, saying, "You worry too much. I am still a noble of a fief. While this spacious ring is costly, it pales in comparison to my territory's income." Hearing this, Shawshank's expression shifted slightly. He huffed, "Just ensure it is not lost. This is a loan from the Empire for escorting duties, not my personal property." "I understand, don't worry. I will return it upon reaching the territory," Allison reassured him, patting his shoulder before leaping onto the warhorse ridden by Sarah. "Let us go. The road ahead is perilous, and we should reach the capital swiftly for safety." "Agreed." Shawshank nodded, casting a glance at the nearby woods before turning to follow Allison. "This is absurd. It makes no sense." A serf stood atop the heap of remnants, scrutinizing the corpses. Upon noticing the lingering black smoke, he examined it closely for a moment before suddenly trembling in alarm. He hastily mounted his winged sheep and galloped away. Chapter 27. The extraordinary strivers in the kingdom, beneath the ruins of the prophet's church on the outskirts of Bryan City. A dark hall harbored a long table draped with a tattered black cloth. Surrounding it were 13 stone chairs, each adorned with intricate patterns at the center of their backs. These patterns depicted a key, an inverted cross, a rock, a church, a fish, a ship, a rooster, a knife, a sword, a snake, a shield, a candle, and a coin. Similarly, there were 13 plates on the table, each containing a piece of black stone, aligned precisely with the chairs. At the center of the table lay a black stone the size of a turkey, upon which rested a statue of a black goat demon. A mouse scurried onto the table, sniffing and licking at the plates, only to become alert and attempt to escape, but was swiftly captured by a large hand. A disheveled old man, his beard wild like a lion's mane, held the mouse aloft and swallowed it whole, coughing twice before preparing to find a corner to rest. At that moment, the turkey-sized black stone beneath the goat suddenly emitted a red glow, resembling flames igniting. The goat, startled as if it had been burned, let out a howl. The old man instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, and upon hearing the goat's cry, he covered his ears and knelt in reverence, worshipping the long table as he welcomed the dark saints descending upon paradise lost. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Adam. Could you ensure that the table is free of mouse droppings at our next council meeting? The old man looked up to find the spectral figure of a farmer seated on the coin chair glaring at him, prompting him to bow again. Yes, Lord Zapp. Zapp shot a piercing glance at the kneeling Adam before turning his gaze to the 3 empty chairs, speaking in a low voice. It seems the turmoil in the dark forest has not yet subsided. I just witnessed him being pursued by a bear, nearly fleeing from the Tiziano Mountains to Tigas. In the projection, a pale-faced nobleman clad in a black cloak with red trim turned his gaze toward Zapp. Is the Hell Workshop still not finished? He cannot come. The body was found in the woods, and it is barely intact. Zapp addressed the assembly, his voice grave. This is precisely why I convened this meeting. Perhaps we must act together to fulfill the task assigned to us by the Empire. The cultists fell silent, particularly the pale-faced nobleman, who vaguely recalled commissioning a figurine from the workshop a month prior, with payment already rendered. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall, illuminated by the red glow of the turkey stone, rendering the attendees nearly lifeless. Just as Zapp was about to speak again, a woman wearing a half-mask interjected. That 5th-level knight lacks the ability to contend with him. A priest relying solely on a staff cannot possibly be his match. Speak plainly. I have clients to attend to shortly. Without delay, Zapp elaborated on the theory that the Countess Allison Lumumber's physical attacks were ineffective and that she might be carrying tainted artifacts from the fallen land. Are you certain? Inquired a scar-faced man in a sailor's outfit seated on the chair with fish patterns. I have traversed beyond the mountains as a pioneer. The lingering essence there bears a striking resemblance, Zapp confirmed. The bear in the dark forest is likely a victim of her contamination by the demons above. Has the Pank Empire sent a source of pollution for the sake of the port? A young man, wrapped in cloth and seated on the shield chair, remarked, crossing his legs with amusement. Zapp, that team includes a priest. I wager my income for the next decade that I am not mistaken. She is either inherently flawed or carries a cursed object. Zapp cast a glance at the boastful young man and then surveyed the others. Furthermore, we must establish connections with the Investigation Bureau. This heir must be eliminated. The cultists furrowed their brows at his words, all aware that the kingdom's conquest was inevitable. They understood that their current actions were permissible in the kingdom but would be intolerable in the empire. Moreover, they would face persecution from the new rulers. If they wished to avoid fleeing, they required an official identity to ensure their safety before the church. Under the red light, the masked woman nodded. You are correct. I have grown weary of our gatherings resembling scenes from a horror film. Indeed, I only don this attire during rituals, echoed the wizard adorned with a ring of skulls. Radiating stones emit radiation. Prolonged exposure is detrimental to vision, the pale-faced nobleman coughed. Zapp observed the exchange among the group, his eyes twitching in irritation. He recalled someone once claiming that such theatrics could evoke fear within individuals, heightening their prestige and allowing them to dominate, frightening those enamored with the occult. Ahem. Such is the nature of grassroots extraordinary organizations. Those in the graveyard even converse with corpses. Coughing again, Zapp addressed the assembly. It appears we have reached a consensus. Let us deliberate on our strategy. What do you propose? The group inquired, focusing on Zapp. First, we must clarify our objectives. The Empire's target is solely the heir. Thus, we can isolate her as an individual, seeking an opportunity to separate her from her escort. Zap's gaze lingered on the black goat statue on the table. Alternatively, we could incite the subjects within the kingdom to ambush that entire escort. Are you planning to orchestrate an incident? The skull-headed wizard shook his head vehemently. I will not partake in such troublesome affairs. They seem intent on encroaching upon my territory. I shall go greet them. Hey, the wizard declared, his projection fading before Zap's plea could reach him. Zap glared at the darkening stone in the wizard's plate, muttering curses at the damned country sorcerer. The voodoo cult excelled in matters of the soul. If that individual were immune to physical attacks and contaminated, he might just possess the means to eliminate such threats. The masked woman regarded the irate Zap. If he fails, we can still activate our contingency plan. Meanwhile, on the long road at the forest's edge, Allison remained oblivious to the gathering of individuals plotting her downfall. As dusk approached, they noticed a group of farmers laboring in the fields beside a small village along the roadside. Yet, their movements appeared stiff and mechanical, resembling puppets. Do you think it could be those puppeteers haunting us? Sarah inquired, glancing at Allison. Uncertain, Allison replied, shaking her head. Regardless, we must remain vigilant along this journey. Chapter 28. The Ascension Potion. As the clock struck midnight, having discovered the unusual serfs outside the small village, Allison and her companions resolved to press onward through the night. Mindful of the potential dangers that awaited them during their stay, the warhorses galloped swiftly along the main road, shrouded in mist, while the stars cascaded from the heavens, lending an ethereal quality to their surroundings. Allison gazed upward, mesmerized by the unusually bright constellations overhead. Something feels amiss, remarked Lewis, riding close beside her, his eyes darting nervously to the left and right. It seems the trees in the forest are moving. Pay it no mind. Let them dance if they wish. As long as they do not disturb our passage, Allison replied calmly. Understood, Lewis nodded. Suppressing their mounting fears, they urged their steeds to follow the main company forward. Unperturbed even by the howling packs of wolves, the swaying trees, or the ominous shapes twisting in the darkened sky, the night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, fatigue weighed upon them, and Shoshank commanded the knights to rest. He then rode over to Allison, inquiring earnestly, Did you observe anything peculiar during our journey last night? Nothing unusual, save for the brightness of the stars, Allison responded. Then that is a relief, Shoshank acknowledged with a nod. In the days that followed, Allison and her companions rested by day and traveled by night. It was not until Lewis awoke abruptly during the day that she began to comprehend the surreal events of the previous nights. According to Allison's understanding, they had traversed landscapes painted in Van Gogh's vibrant hues each night. Initially, it was merely the swaying of trees and the running of wolves. But soon terrifying apparitions began to materialize in the sky, and eventually, the very ground beneath them twisted and contorted, with countless tendrils and wisps enveloping their feet, at times making them feel as though they were floating in the cosmos. This left Allison perplexed, as she herself had witnessed nothing. When she consulted Sarah, the latter confirmed the bizarre occurrences, recounting visions of her deceased parents and dismembered kin urging her to seek vengeance. Such occurrences are astounding, Allison thought, feeling as if she had stepped into an asylum upon hearing their exaggerated tales. She instructed Lewis to summon Shoshank, only to discover that the knights at the front suffered even more severely than those at the rear. We must have been subjected to some form of contamination during the night, affecting our souls and perceptions. In fact, we have lost nights each day, Shoshank remarked gravely. I intended to inform you when you awoke that we would not travel by night any longer. Is that truly the only solution? Allison questioned, glancing at the knights still present. If we sleep at night, could it worsen? The priest will set up a protective exorcism circle, even in the event of an accident. It will alert us, Shoshank assured her. Nodding in agreement, Allison looked toward the sun in the sky, preparing to rest a little longer. However, Shoshank suggested they set out in the afternoon. With a rhythmic clatter, the group resumed their journey. Throughout the afternoon, they galloped fiercely until nightfall, at which point they halted once more. The knights ignited a campfire to prepare their evening meal, organized nighttime patrols, while the priest arranged the protective formations to ward off any malevolent influences. Remain vigilant tonight. If anything approaches, do not run. Self-preservation is paramount. Allison instructed Sarah and the 16 knights. Understood, they replied, aware of the recent disappearances. That night, the knights took turns sleeping, while Allison closed her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, just beyond their camp, a gathering of wizards adorned with skulls and painted in oils was assembling. High Priest, it appears they will not be moving again. And there are patrols, one apprentice wizard respectfully reported to the flamboyantly feathered wizard leader. They are courting their own demise, the wizard leader, Gazar, scoffed, a glint of cold malice in his eyes. As the high priest of the Vodou cult, a master of countless fields and reanimated corpses, his enterprises were both conspicuous and immovable, necessitating a more proactive stance in service to the Empire. A few days ago, their passage wasted much of our ascension potion. Remaining stationary will allow the potion's potency to be maximized, he continued, eliciting bows of admiration from the apprentice wizards. They carefully approached the main group with their potion pouches. This potion, extracted from the vibrant mushrooms and meticulously refined through 99 processes, was essential for their daily practices and control of the reanimated corpses. Let us begin. Gazar commanded the remaining full-fledged wizards, who nodded in agreement. They took out dead chickens and various dandelion-like plants, along with clay vessels, arranging them on the ground in preparation for the ritual. A deep, ancient chant reverberated from his lips as he struck the drum at his waist, summoning a gentle breeze. As his voice quickened, the wind began to swell, gusting toward the camp. In an instant, the tempest surged forth, sweeping 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye, mixing with the gray powder that had fallen to the ground, flooding into the camp. "What a fierce wind!" exclaimed a watchful knight, shielding his eyes. "Look, I see winged horses." Another knight shouted in alarm. "Do not panic. We have the priest's defenses. No corruption can penetrate us," a knight squad leader commanded, urging everyone to remain steadfast. Coughing, one knight felt his vision blur, his hands flailing. "I can't hold on. The world is turning upside down. I'm going to fall." With a swift motion, another knight, equally blinded, drew his sword and severed his own head, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You foul creature are dead now. Huh, you shall not consume me." Chaos erupted in the camp. The standing guard flailed about while those asleep remained undisturbed. In the center of the turmoil, Allison, still slumbering, rolled over as a cloud of powder settled on her face. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, and an ominous message echoed in her mind. Advanced toxin immunity has failed. Upon receiving this mental alert, Allison's eyes snapped open, momentarily bewildered to find herself not in the camp, but surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars. Is this the peculiar phenomenon the knights spoke of? Hesitating for a moment, she attempted to rise, only to encounter an invisible barrier akin to being submerged in water. Straining to move, she heard a sound akin to shattering glass emanate from her own body. Startled, she looked down to see her crimson cloak riddled with cracks, while her arms appeared to be ensnared in a web of fissures. Chapter 29. Dreamscape am I? Allison was taken aback. "You are all ready," a voice echoed from behind her. Suddenly, she felt resistance beneath her feet as a large copper book lay horizontally at her feet. The book appeared, unfurling its pages that began to swirl around her, wrapping her in a mummified embrace, leaving only her eyes unobstructed. Before long, Allison observed the pages circling the edges of the book, adorning themselves into the shape of a small vessel. Everything before her was too surreal. Gazing at the distant stars in the tiny boat beneath her, Allison pondered aloud. "Am I dreaming? Close enough. Your soul has reached this realm due to the potion's influence. You may understand it as a dreamscape with your current knowledge," the voice explained. "And who are you? A deity, or merely the mark upon my hand?" Allison inquired further. "Given your current state, it would be prudent to temper your curiosity. The matters we discuss are burdens you are not yet equipped to bear," the voice lamented. "Is every word a burden?" Allison scoffed. "Indeed. You are unaware of just how fragile your condition is. At this moment, here and beyond, I can only instinctively convey messages to your consciousness. Fearing that excessive dialogue may cause you to shatter," the voice cautioned. "Is it truly that dire?" Allison mused while stroking her chin. "But we are in a dreamscape. Surely I can at least observe." Ding, ding, ding. It stood upon the paper vessel, shaking off its fur and flashing a toothy grin at Allison. "Do you remember me?" "Perhaps I have a vague recollection," Allison nodded. "I am so delighted." The little lamb raised its front hoof in excitement, only to hear Allison say, "I'm just teasing you." The lamb, hearing this, dropped its hoof and sighed. "Had I known that, I would have exerted myself to appear for your birthday every year, only for you to forget again by the next." "My apologies," Allison replied. "Not much to apologize for." The lamb transformed into a girl with an eye patch, sitting cross-legged at the bow of the boat as she gazed at the stars. "What others tell you never compares to what you remember yourself. And what they share is futile. Some abilities can only be revived when you regain your memories." "I understand a bit better now," Allison nodded, then looked quizzically at the girl. "What you are wearing is." "It has taken the form you prefer," the girl replied. And in a puff of black smoke, she morphed into a small black goat with 8 eyes and 16 tails. "This is my true form." "Huh?" The little black goat tilted its head. You weren't like this before. I have lost my memory, and judging by your wagging tail, I suspect you might be making me dizzy, Allison stated. The little black goat regarded her seriously for a moment, then transformed into a girl in a black JK outfit with short hair and an eye patch. She then looked outside the little vessel. You were restless while sleeping, inhaling the powder, which affected your spirit. Thus, you may see some strange things shortly, but do not be alarmed. Allison's gaze shifted upward as she asked with an odd expression, There one TB little fish nibbling at my legs. Well there? Not at all. The little black goat shook her head, and the next moment, a massive dark tail swept past, obliterating a gigantic face. Boom. Amidst the exploding fireworks, the little black goat shrugged. You see, such things are usually found beneath the South Pacific. When have they ever soared through the skies? You just need to wait for the effects of the potion to dissipate, and you shall return to normal. That makes sense, Allison nodded, only to hear a voice near her ear saying, I will kill him. I will kill him. Then, a grotesque creature, covered in dense roots, dashed past her. Glancing at the horrifying sight, pale with purple stains, the roots sprouting upward like potatoes from a cellar, Allison turned to the little black goat. That is your maid. The sprouting signifies her wish to grow quickly, and her mutterings may indicate some deep-seated grudge, the little black goat explained as she gripped the edge of the boat. What is the matter? Allison inquired. I have a fear of heights, the little goat admitted. Upon hearing this, Allison looked outward to find herself atop a towering Ferris wheel, the little boat precariously tilting, threatening to plunge down. Then, with a clunk, it truly fell. Watching the ground rush towards her, Allison turned to the little black goat, seeking any means of salvation, only to find her face alight with exhilaration. Hey, you said you were afraid of heights, Allison exclaimed. But this is so much fun. The little black goat, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks, blushed as she said, Fear not. I am here with you. We shall simply enjoy the ride. As the little black goat resumed her screams, Allison felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Subsequently, she found herself seated in the little vessel, appearing at various heights, witnessing the scenery below before plummeting once more. During this time, she spotted several angelic knights sprouting wings, flailing desperately in their futile struggle against gravity. After what felt like an eternity of shifting landscapes, forests, clouds, Allison's vessel arrived at the edge of a precipice. It appears we are to change locations again. The dreamscape is ever-shifting, the little black goat remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the boat glide toward the cliff's edge. Allison surveyed the ocean below, finding it devoid of meaning. Merely a cycle of ascents and descents. No, I wish to plunge into the depths, the little black goat declared, then kicked the boat's floor. Hey, did you hear that? Indeed. A muffled voice emanated from within the copper book, and the next moment, Allison observed the pages expelling once more, encasing the half-moon vessel in an oval shape. The entire paper surface transformed into copper, featuring glass ventilation ports, searchlights, and cannon tubes. However, just then, the ocean surged violently, revealing a colossal humanoid figure draped in a beige robe, its bulk adorned with countless tentacles protruding from beneath the garment. This is a warning of external danger. There are adverse elements manifesting in the dreamscape, much like the face of Cthulhu you encountered earlier, the little black goat stated, gazing at the behemoth. Then does this mean I am doomed in the outside world? Allison felt a tightening in her chest. External forces can influence this realm, just as this realm can impact the outside world, the little black goat explained, then raised her hands in a trumpet-like gesture and shouted toward it. Boom. As her voice reverberated, the massive figure in the water suddenly had its head obliterated, followed by its remaining body thundering into the sea. We're going down. As the splashing waves subsided, the little black goat seized the submarine's handle, and with a swift motion, Allison witnessed the ocean's surface crashing against her sight. Splash. The submarine plunged into the depths, and unbeknownst to Allison, a circle of 14 stone statues surrounding them exploded. One totem pole, initially on the verge of destruction, soared skyward like a rocket when a massive tail swept past it. As it ascended 200 meters, it vanished from sight, and several angelic knights nearby disintegrated into pieces, falling apart within the dreamscape. In the real world, at the guard's camp, Gazer, adorned with various bone trinkets, wielded a curved blade as he slashed at the knights' throats, cursing vehemently, Damn it! Damn it! He cast a wary glance at the target on the ground, emitting swirling black smoke, reluctantly retrieving a scroll from his waist. With a whoosh, the scroll unfurled, and a massive fireball hurtled toward the target, but the next moment, A knight with scales on his face lunged forward, shouting, "Light!" Boom! The fireball erupted, sending the knight soaring through the air, leaving Gazar in a state of utter despair. Clutching a collection of bone artifacts, he reluctantly retrieved a rune-etched skull and began to chant incantations. Do you take me for a fool?" Halfway through his incantation, Gazar instinctively turned his gaze, only to behold a withered old man standing in the distance, followed by a blinding flash of light. Boom! Struck by the divine light, Gazar shrieked in agony and fled, while the priest, startled that his holy smite had failed to vanquish the foe, hastily pursued him, leaning heavily on his staff. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the enemy had already been bitten twice by the warhorse and swiftly made his escape. "Do not run," the limping priest bellowed, only to stumble and crash to the ground, his face contorted with pain. He glanced down at his foot, now a webbed appendage, and promptly began to recite passages from the Holy Scriptures. Chapter 30, Fleeting Memories. With a resounding thud, the submarine plunged into the depths of the ocean, slowly descending. Allison gazed out the window into the vast expanse of water, when suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the depths. Light! Allison was momentarily taken aback, only to see a knightly mermaid beneath the submarine, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, before propelling herself upward, her mouth filled with water. With a loud pop, the light vanished instantly. Ordinary rays illuminated the water, revealing dismembered limbs and blood splattering against the submarine's exterior, gradually dissipating into the abyss. This was the shallow layer. Beyond the realm of dreamlike illusions, external influences held no sway here, unless one possessed immense power. The little black goat observed the shadows standing in the water, pointing them out. "You can sense these even when outside. This is your threshold of endurance. What I draw upon is also from this realm. But with the aid of the potion, we can dive even deeper and procure something valuable." "Something valuable?" Allison inquired, turning her gaze towards the little black goat. "Yes, something to aid sleep without disturbance. Though you forcibly heightened your spiritual awareness today, it has no benefit for your soul. To prevent your return here, we must establish some defenses." Allison nodded, continuing to gaze at the scenery outside. The dark figures standing in the water became clearer upon closer inspection. They were indeed individuals. However, as the descent continued, their conditions grew increasingly tragic. Initially, there were no visible wounds, but within a mere 100 meters, they transformed from remnants to charred figures. And at the bottom, they morphed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. As Allison meticulously discerned the features of one figure, a large maw suddenly engulfed the mass. Startled, she leaned closer to the window, discovering it to be a human with a colossal head and fish fins. At a depth of 100 meters, they were about to enter the twilight zone. An aged voice announced within the submarine, urging anyone feeling dizzy or nauseous to speak up. Allison nodded in acknowledgement as the submarine continued its descent. The light outside began to fade, yet visibility remained. It seemed as though the creatures had noticed the submarine and hastily swam away, their frantic movements conveying a palpable fear of the vessel. At 500 meters, they were approaching the abyssal zone. The submarine signaled again and continued downward, plunging into darkness, where the light from the surface could no longer penetrate. Yet, in the obscure depths, Allison could still sense shadowy figures swimming away, their appearances reminiscent of the knights, adorned with features surpassing human form. Yet, the sensation they evoked was entirely different. There was a stark contrast between the madness of humanity and the reanimated corpses. Upon reaching a depth of 2,000 meters, they were about to enter the abyssal layer. The submarine announced, and Allison felt her surroundings dissolve into utter darkness. Here, perception transcended mere sight. She could vaguely sense entities moving about her, swiftly retreating as her awareness began to swell painfully within her head. "My head aches," Allison murmured. "Has the expansion of the potion reached its limit?" The little black goat furrowed her brow, patting her chest. "Thankfully, it has only expanded to the level of a witch. Should it reach the level of a lady, you might awaken as a fool." Allison silently observed the exaggerated expressions and gestures, feeling a twinge of regret emanating from her. "Do you seem a bit disappointed?" "How could I be?" The little black goat quickly shook her head, feigning innocence, yet the results of our findings were rather mediocre. "I am not picky," Allison replied with a gentle smile. "Oh, then hold on tight," the little black goat advised. Allison nodded and grasped the handrail. In the next moment, the submarine jolted, and she felt something brush past it. A muffled thud echoed outside, followed by a series of splashing sounds. Allison furrowed her brow at the sound, attempting to peer into the darkness, but the dizziness overwhelming her mind intensified, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The effects of the potion have worn off. was the last thing she heard. Allison's consciousness drifted into an ethereal void, and after an unknown duration, she found herself dreaming. In her dream, she was a witch, treated like a servant in the realm of knights, often bullied by serfs. This indignation eventually roused her from slumber. Successfully extracted the colorful jellyfish. Acquiring the sleep pillow. Item: sleep pillow description: a life-size body pillow made from high-fiber materials, custom crafted for Allison. Ability: automatically opens a barrier during sleep, warning of dangers, providing immunity from abyssal grasp and repelling insects. Note: I dream of bloodshed. A notification appeared in her mind, momentarily startling Allison, particularly the image of the pillows, evoking a flicker of memory. In an instant, fleeting visions of the small submarine, the little girl, and dreamlike realms flashed through her mind. But as a sharp pain surged within her head, they began to fade away. Witch, dream realms, abyss. She repeated these words silently, striving to retain her memory. Madam, you are awake. Sarah's voice shattered the remnants of her reverie. Awake. Allison opened her eyes, locking onto Sarah's gaze, momentarily perceiving her as a sprouting potato. It is good that you are awake, Sarah exclaimed, rushing to Allison's side. Madam, last night we were poisoned by the voodoo cult, and many knights lost control and perished. Is that so? Allison queried, her head throbbing painfully. Indeed. Even those knights who survived have been tainted. The priest mentioned we were elevated to the void by the poison, and they are currently conducting full-body examinations. As Sarah spoke, she pointed into the distance, and Allison followed her gaze to see a priest scraping scales off the face of a knight, subsequently splashing holy water onto the bloodied visage. Sizzle. Just then, Sarah shook her, worry etched across her face. Madam, do you feel anything amiss in your body? I do not. It is merely a headache, Allison replied. Is it your head? Upon hearing this, Sarah promptly lifted Allison's hood and began to smooth her hair. When I awoke, I found numerous little sprouts on my head. But thankfully, the priest cleared them away. Enough. I am fine, Allison protested, pushing Sarah's hand away. I simply had a poor night's sleep. Is that so? Sarah inquired, concern lingering in her voice. Pollution is no trivial matter. Any abnormalities must be addressed promptly. I am well aware, Allison said, rubbing her head and rising to her feet. She glanced at her right hand, noting that one corner of the inverted pentagram had darkened. It seemed something transpired in the dream. She lowered her hand and surveyed her surroundings, spotting numerous dried bloodstains encircling her. Are those knights dead? Yes. Allison confirmed with a nod. What of Shawshank? Many have perished this time. Does he not intend to seek revenge? He does. He has already dispatched someone to investigate. Sarah replied. If we do not eliminate the threat, we may never find peace to sleep outdoors again. Chapter 31. Have you no shame? What? A throng of nearly 10,000 is converging here. Can you be certain you haven't misjudged? In the camp, Shawshank exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the report. Who could muster such a multitude? We have inquired with nearby knights, and they inform us that the land here is barren and the roads are treacherous. For over a century, there have been numerous natural disasters, and local nobles have attempted to conquer the area, but their efforts have ultimately been in vain. The knights reported. Yet our observations reveal that the majority of that gathering consists of dull-witted individuals, hardly to be feared on the battlefield. Even 1,000 pigs would pose a considerable challenge for us to slaughter. Shawshank remarked with difficulty, casting a glance at his twitching subordinate. What do you think? We shall eradicate them, whether they number 10,000 or 100,000, a knight beside him growled fiercely. Indeed, we endured such agony last night. Even if we perish in battle, we must ensure they pay dearly. A knight following Parkinson echoed. Shawshank nodded slightly at the impassioned knights before turning to Don Quixote. We must show them a taste of our power, otherwise, our men may perish before even reaching the Roman territory. With everyone, including the internal affairs officer, expressing this sentiment, Shawshank ultimately resolved, then let us engage. Excellent. The crowd erupted with fervor. The priest observed the knights' uncontrollable anger and proposed, given their overwhelming numbers, we must devise a strategic assault. I have heard of the voodoo cult within the kingdom. Those revenants are but puppets. To truly obliterate them, we must defeat the sorcerers. Furthermore, they are adept in the use of poison, and we must wear masks in battle. Upon hearing this, Shawshank and the others unanimously agreed and began preparing to mount their horses. However, Sarah, noticing their disregard for her presence, swiftly unleashed her vines, bringing down 2 knights who were mounting their steeds. What are you doing? The 2 knights rose, glaring angrily at Sarah, while the other knights displayed their ire. As the Earl's guard, shouldn't you consult us before taking action? Sarah, revitalized after her awakening in the dream realm, stepped forward, her interests having been neglected. Is this how contracts are upheld? The knight scoffed. We are not merely here to protect the Earl. At this, Sarah chuckled. I have no interest in your duties. But you must fulfill your obligations under the contract. Otherwise, how can you face managing the territory? The knight's expression shifted as they heard this. Have we not suffered countless casualties along the way to protect you? And in this battle against the voodoo cult, which aspect does not pertain to upholding the contract? Are you certain? Allison scoffed. You provided us no protection on previous occasions. It was only during the cavalry chase that we barely acquired 16 knights. Shawshank. I require an explanation from you. As the Earl pointedly addressed him, Shawshank swiftly halted the knights who sought to argue further and spoke to Allison. I acknowledge my prior negligence. However, I am not shirking our protective duties. The 16 knights remain at your side, and we shall handle the voodoo cult. Surely that suffices. Very well. The local cultists have repeatedly sought trouble, and they ought to be taught a lesson. Allison nodded, glancing at the priest and Shawshank. Furthermore, those who intercepted me are part of the Jest Empire's conspiracy. Cannot our empire issue a protest? As for the kingdom's affairs, having the empire issue a protest seems ill-advised. Shawshank gently shook his head, and moreover, they may not heed it. Then let us send a protest in the name of Count Roman. Should the Jest Empire persist in these underhanded schemes, they shall find their ships barred from docking at Roman port. Allison regarded Shawshank and the priest. I trust you can convey my protest. To prohibit the Jest Empire from docking? The priest furrowed his brow. I fear neither the Jest Empire nor even the Punk Empire would consent, and the kingdom would have its objections as well. Does their agreement hold any value? Allison asked coldly, have you forgotten that Roman territory is mine? Shawshank and the priest fell silent. Observing their reaction, Don Quixote interjected, however, according to the contract. The administration falls under my purview. Do you still have the audacity to mention the contract? If it weren't for your incompetence forcing me into peril repeatedly, would I need to issue a notice? Allison exclaimed in anger. Failing to manage this matter renders you all obsolete. Allison. Upon hearing this, Shawshank too felt anger rise. Watch your tone. If it weren't for the support of the council members, whether you could even leave Newman's is uncertain. What support is that? Allison scorned Shawshank. Since I received word, there have been 4 assassination attempts, and not once did you fend them off. One even occurred while I resided in the municipal guest house. Do you still have the gall to speak? Shawshank's face turned ashen. I had not undertaken that task prior. You cannot hold me accountable. And the events that followed are not your concern? Allison tossed her hair back, producing a slew of empty contracts. Isn't it too much to expect you to even fulfill your duty as guards? Shawshank was momentarily rendered speechless. Who would have thought a young lady would possess such complex thoughts? I merely believed that keeping you alive was commendable. He fell silent, and Don Quixote spoke up. Allison, you are a citizen of the Empire. Certain matters require consideration for the Empire, and you must align with it. Did I establish the Empire? The people of the Empire? Presenting me with contracts that strip me bare, do you see me as one of your own? Allison glared at them, questioning. Don Quixote frowned. Then why grant you the title of Count? Is that a gift bestowed from your lofty heights? That is my rightful inheritance. Allison furrowed her brow. Have you lost all sense of shame? Upon hearing Allison's words, Don Quixote was left speechless, his face flushed with anger as he bellowed. You possess no awareness of your standing, knight. Enough. The priest interjected, seeing that Don Quixote was about to lose his temper. This is a contingent sent by the Empire to protect Count Allison, not your private army. Don Quixote's face turned crimson, and he ultimately averted his gaze. Everyone spoke with heightened emotion, I can understand. Ever since the encounter with the voodoo cult last night, it has become challenging to control emotions. The priest acted as a mediator, stating, one seeks to fulfill their duty, while the other aspires to noble living. These are not inherently contradictory. Yet the command structure has failed to consider each other's sentiments. Seeing both sides silent, the priest continued, therefore, I propose that the 16 knights be responsible for the first layer of protection for the Count, while the remaining forces handle the second layer. During this time, Shawshank may lead the other knights in addressing additional safety concerns. What do you all think? After the priest spoke, he looked towards Allison, who nodded in agreement. Very well. But before undertaking any task, I expect a report. That is entirely reasonable, the priest affirmed. Now, regarding our mission to extinguish the voodoo cult stronghold, I shall accompany you, Allison stated, ensuring that the 16 knights protect me. Very well, let it be so, the priest readily agreed. Chapter 32. A warning on the road to the capital. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and a fierce wind swept through the fields, causing the wild grass to tremble in the mud. A vast army, numbering nearly 10,000, blocked the path of the escort. The soldiers in the ranks bore blank expressions, their eyes devoid of life, clutching spiked mace in silence, waiting for the cavalry to charge before launching their counterattack. Among that cavalry was Allison, wielding Frostmourne as she relentlessly struck down her foes. In this moment, Allison's face mirrored the same numbness. She mechanically harvested the heads of her enemies, her thoughts drifting far away. Although her dreams shattered upon waking, she understood that these were not mere dreams, but manifestations of forgotten memories. The remnants of her consciousness whispered that she was once a formidable figure destined for a splendid life, not perched atop a maddened warhorse that could bite her at any moment. Majestic, dominant, the incessant praises of Sarah echoed in her ears. She had not always been this way, once quiet and composed. Now the knights around her seemed off-kilter as well, yet the accompanying priest dismissed it as inconsequential. With a swift motion, Allison advanced deeper into the ranks, cleaving through enemies. Were it not for the frenzied spirit of her steed, she doubted her 18 riders could breach the formidable line of 10,000. In her grand assault, the disoriented heads of her foes flew, and although Frostmourne revealed their souls, their essence was fundamentally diminished. In the distance, atop the village's high platform, ancient wizards conducted their rituals with solemnity. As whispered incantations filled the air, the slain enemies rose once more, coalescing into towering corpses. One by one, these grotesque giants emerged from the ranks, smashing through the heads of galloping warhorses, causing the knightly formation to descend into chaos. In a desperate bid to evade, they struck various riding poses, particularly Shoshank, who executed a split on horseback, only to be sent flying by a giant's punch, his helmet nearly bursting apart. As Allison led her 17 riders through the throng, the knights above vanished from sight. Yet, amid the ringing of bells, a colossal golden cross ascended from the ground, accompanied by the priest, whose robe billowed, hair and beard flying wildly. With a serious gaze directed below, he proclaimed, "Light." As his divine words resonated, a radiant glow engulfed the heavens, causing the assembled corpses to collapse, while the dazed soldiers shielded their eyes with their arms. Pride. A thunderous sound echoed as the holy voice resounded, and the cross, adorned with brilliance, descended, shattering the earth. Countless undead were sent soaring into the air, as if freed from the grip of some narcotic, their anguished cries piercing the atmosphere. On the other side, the wizards atop the village platform began to beat drums, and as the sound reverberated, the high priest, masked, danced, while a witch beside him sang incomprehensible verses. As the haunting melody wafted into the sky, the knights' once fervent spirits began to wane, enveloping the entire formation in a shroud of desolation and sorrow. Even their charge transformed into a sluggish march. Allison observed the approaching knights, their demeanor somber as though mourning a loss at home. However, upon witnessing the high platform begin to disperse substances amidst the gusts, they donned their masks. Allison's companions also adorned bird-beaked masks, trailing behind Shoshank as the mournful song shifted from haunting to melancholic, while the maple trees flanking the village began to shed their leaves. As the leaves cascaded down, the knights initially remained unfazed, until the rustling against their armor produced a series of sharp thuds, and the leaves even cut into the flanks of their steeds. Shoshank numbly observed the wounds on his mount, raising his weapon towards the high platform. Kill. The calm command stirred the warhorse into action, galloping forward. With thunderous hooves, the steed charged towards the platform, while warriors surged from the village to confront them. This time, the knights unleashed steam-powered guns. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire shattered the eerie stillness, and as the wizards atop the platform were gunned down, the haunting melody abruptly ceased, replaced by a fervent battle cry. Exterminate the cultists. For the Empire. Bang, bang. The knights unleashed their volleys, hurled spears, and charged forth, breaching the defenseless village. They wreaked havoc, slaughtering and setting ablaze. And within moments, the village lay purified. When Allison and her companions, Sarah and Lewis, arrived, the frenzied villagers had already been slain. They found the knights gathered around the largest building. Beneath that edifice lay 2 knights, reduced to skeletons alongside their steeds. As corrosive energies seeped from the ground and walls, an insidious form of sorcery. Upon sighting Allison, Shoshank nodded slightly. The knights beside him were preparing to tear down the 2-story wooden structure. However, as they tightened the ropes, the bindings, much like the ground and walls, succumbed to the malevolent force and disintegrated. Burn it down. Allison stepped forward, drawing a firebrand across Shoshank's face before tossing it towards the wooden structure, followed by a vial of oil from her storage ring. The flames ignited, and in an instant, the building erupted, chaos erupting within as two warriors, their faces painted with war paint, burst forth. Bang! Bang! The knights, already primed with their steam guns, would not allow them to approach, pulling triggers and blowing them away. Bang! Bang! More warriors fled, but all met the same grim fate beneath the relentless gunfire. Allison watched silently. These were third-order serpent knights, the equivalent of elite warriors. Yet before the barrage of gunfire, they had no chance to resist. As one after another fell, the building ceased to emit any more figures, engulfed entirely in flames, transforming into a towering inferno. Ancient incantations resonated from within, now chanted by a dozen voices. As the spell intensified, an unsettling chill enveloped those surrounding the blaze. The warhorse beneath Allison grew restless, its manic demeanor subsiding. Noticing this, she instinctively retreated and inquired of Shoshank, "Where is the priest?" "He is resting behind us. He could only perform the exorcism once." Shoshank replied, but then felt an ominous presence descending upon the structure. He urgently shouted to the knights, still gazing blankly at the burning house, "Everyone, fall back." Boom! As his command hung in the air, the flaming building erupted violently, and from the wreckage, a multitude of purple serpents surged forth, ravenously devouring the knights wielding their guns. Bang! Bang! The remaining knights, stunned, hastily pulled triggers, blood mist exploding from the serpents, only to be swept away by the powerful jaws that followed. Boom! The burning structure disintegrated entirely, and a colossal serpent emerged, its lizard-like body towering like a hill, adorned with 50 heads. Among them were serpents, lizards, and human skulls, each grotesque and sharp-toothed. 100 eyes fixated on the surrounding knights, dripping with venomous saliva. Falling stars. Seeing the abomination, Shoshank's expression turned grave. He sprang into action, unleashing his ultimate technique. And in a flash of cold light, he appeared behind the monstrous entity. Crack! Roar! With a resounding thud, the monster once again lost several heads, its howls silenced. Don Quixote was taken aback upon witnessing the third sword of Shoshank caught by the creature, nearly fainting in shock as he clutched his chest and shouted, "Attack! Attack!" The knights, upon hearing his command, immediately rushed to the rescue. A volley of gunfire interrupted the monster's assault on Shoshank, and the knights charged forward, swords raised against the beast. Clang! Thud! A group of knights valiantly surged into battle, yet they soon discovered that the creature's hide, effortlessly severed by Shoshank, was formidable indeed. A single strike merely penetrated an inch deep. Nevertheless, fueled by their fearless spirit, the knights pressed on, undeterred even when faced with the monster's retaliatory strikes. Witnessing such bravery, Allison felt a surge of emotion. She unsheathed Frostmourne and dismounted her steed, cautiously maneuvering to the creature's rear. With Frostmourne raised, she contemplated where to strike, then bellowed, "Stand back!" Before the knights could react, Frostmourne plunged into the monster's thigh, unleashing a fierce gust of icy wind that coursed through its body, radiating from its form. Crack! In an instant, the creature, along with its severed heads, was encased in ice. The knights behind, witnessing this spectacle, retreated in awe, staring at the colossal frozen beast. Breathing heavily, Allison rested Frostmourne against the icy sculpture, her gaze sweeping the surroundings until it landed on a pile of corpses. "Zap, you have troubled me time and again. This is utterly intolerable. Inform the investigator you are liaising with to cease their schemes against me, or as long as I draw breath. The Empire of Jest shall not make use of the Port of Lumen." Upon finishing her declaration, the heap of bodies remained unresponsive. With a disdainful snort, she drew a steam gun and fired a shot at one of the corpse's legs. Bang! The bullet struck, yet the body remained motionless. "Remarkable composure," Allison remarked with admiration. Then discarded the steam gun and retrieved another. "This time, I shall aim for your inner thigh." No sooner had Allison spoken than one of the corpses sprang to life, darting towards the wilderness with the speed of a cheetah, all eyes upon it. Chapter 33. Aftermath. "Don't forget what I said," Allison shouted, standing still and gazing at Zap, who had already dashed into the distance. Zap, brimming with confidence, bellowed back, "You think you can catch me? You will never catch up." "Perhaps," Allison replied thoughtfully, observing the diminishing figure before her. She reached out and cast a decaying grass rope. With a sudden halt, Zap, who had sprinted far ahead, found himself suspended in midair like a pendulum. Overexerting himself, he nearly lost his head in front of everyone. His throat constricted, disbelief etched across his face, as he clutched at his neck but found nothing. Indeed, Sarah nodded and immediately galloped away with several knights. As Allison sheathed her sword, exuding an air of triumph, Tang Jilda approached, his face a picture of astonishment. Was your reminder a tad too late? How could you have killed Shawshank? Allison raised an eyebrow at his words. Who said I killed him? I merely pierced the monster. But this. Tang Jilda gestured towards the frozen knights, his expression clearly conveying his thoughts. There is a distinction, Allison countered, shaking her head. They are merely affected and frozen, while the monster has lost its soul. Tang Jilda, hearing this, trembled with anger. Even if their souls remain, their bodies are done for. As a commander, one must think positively. If I hadn't intervened, they would have perished. The sun is still shining. Let them thaw, and perhaps they will survive. Allison shot him a glance. Isn't that the truth? Tang Jilda rolled his eyes in frustration. You are taking this personally. Me. Take it personally? Allison laughed at his accusation. She turned to the knights who glared at her. If it weren't for my earlier strike, you might all be dead. Now you come to lecture me? Should I reset time, so you can die first before I act? You can reset time? Tang Jilda looked incredulous. Within this area. It is indeed possible, Allison replied with a cold scoff, producing the necromancer's clock and placing it on the ground. Now, cast your votes. If the majority agrees, I shall reset time. Seeing the sincerity in Allison's demeanor, Tang Jilda was taken aback. Time is the domain of deities. How could you possess such a cursed object? I refuse to believe it. I run an antique shop. Inquire in Newman's if you wish to verify, Allison retorted. Now, enough of this banter. Those who think I am wrong, raise your hands. I shall make amends. As her words echoed, silence fell over the gathering. The knights exchanged awkward glances, realizing they merely sought to scapegoat someone for their commander's demise. You, a count, will soon be an outsider. There's no need to play this deadly game. One seemed to say. What? Is my message unclear? Allison scrutinized the knights feigning ignorance. Let me reiterate. Those wishing for a reset should remain still. Those who believe I acted rightly, raise your hands. The majority shall decide. I will count down from 3. 3. Allison intoned, watching the knights, who were at a loss, smiling slightly. 2. The knights appeared anxious, but none raised their hands, fearing embarrassment. It seems I was mistaken, Allison mused, reaching to adjust the clock's hands. In that instant, as she manipulated the clock, everyone felt a distortion in time. Tang Jilda's face darkened, struggling to voice a command. Behind him, the knights seemed to have awaited this signal. In an instant, all hands were raised. Tang Jilda breathed a sigh of relief and instructed the knights. Go summon the priest and send a team to the freedmen below. Eliminate any sorcerers present. Yes. The knights responded promptly, eager to leave the scene. The priest, astonished by the sight of knights frozen together, exclaimed, What has happened here? It was the countess. She froze them to save everyone, Tang Jilda explained. Glancing at Allison, weighing his words carefully, the priest nodded and approached the frozen knights, scanning them. Fortunately, they are merely affected. Their souls remain intact. Are you saying they can be saved? Tang Jilda asked, taken aback. The priest confirmed. Yes, have them support the frozen knights. Tang Jilda grew excited. Quick, summon assistance. The remaining knights rushed to help, carefully supporting the frozen figures while the priest channeled divine light to separate the knights from the monsters, instructing them to place the knights carefully aside. My strength is insufficient. I need a day to recover. The immediate concern is to prevent them from melting during this time. The priest stated, turning to Allison. Do you have a solution? Allison nodded slightly, producing Frostmourne once more and plunging it into the monster. Instantly, the freezing effect on the creature diminished. Minutes later, as the monster completely softened and collapsed, Allison withdrew Frostmourne and planted it beside the frozen knight, instructing, build them a shelter. The knights promptly complied. Observing Allison's actions, Tang Jilda inquired, Does your sword possess the ability to absorb ice? Allison shook her head. Not for Shawshank and his ilk. It also absorbs souls. The priest, who had intended to ask the same question, shook his head and departed to rest. Such soul-involving weapons are to be confiscated according to imperial regulations. This is only permissible in the kingdom, he murmured. With the priest's departure in the eerie presence of frozen figures and monstrous heads, Tang Jilda felt uncomfortable and nodded at Allison before leaving the area. My lord. Yes. Sarah replied, and in the next moment, she unleashed vines to ensnare Zap, suspending him within a tent, before piercing his pelvic bone with a great sword, hanging him above. Chapter 34. 50 Shades of Grey under the night sky. With twin moons illuminating the scene, a dozen ice sculptures stood silently in the center of Freetown, each striking a unique pose as they gazed ahead. To the left were ice sculptures beneath a tent, while to the right, the broker Zap hung suspended from vines. Having finished their dinner, the knights engaged in light-hearted discussions about the unfortunate fellow, interspersed with chuckles. Some opined that no matter how cunning the prey, it could never outwit a skilled hunter, for the hunter possessed not only bows and rifles but also traps and ropes. Zap had always believed that as long as he ran fast enough, the enemy's blade could never reach him. Little did he foresee that one day he would be ensnared by a mere rope. "I have revealed all I know. You must either kill me or let me go. This state of suspension is unbearable," Zap implored, his eyes fixated on Allison, who was engrossed in polishing a bone behind the corpse of a monster, completely ignoring him. "Oh, do not let my work distract you. In truth, this Simbi serpent god is merely a composite of various myths, a tangled web of anchor lines, with its essence rooted in the void of fabrication, devoid of any value for extraction." Observing Allison's obsession with exploration, Zap resolved to strike at her core beliefs to capture her attention. Yet, Allison remained undeterred. Her intuition informed her that this high-level fusion might still yield something worthwhile. Such as now. With a series of sharp sounds, as various materials were successfully shaped, assembled, and embedded, all the essence of the colossal creature coalesced in Allison's hands. It manifested as a bone rifle, crafted from the hardest bones of the Simbi monster, with its crystalline core serving as the central source of kinetic energy. Upon completing the rifle, a notification appeared in Allison's mind. Item: 50 Shades of Grey. Description: most deities lack authoritative translations, yet one cannot deny their belief. When faced with divine wrath, all that remains for your enemies is the warmth of ashes. Ability: each energy projectile requires half an hour of charging under sunlight or moonlight. Side effects: over time, possession will transform you into a primitive ancient witch's faith. Exemption: origin: the great knight must die. Allison regarded the white bone rifle adorned with serpentine patterns, charging it beside the dismembered monster. Since witnessing the starburst of Little Red Riding Hood's 6-shot explosion that fateful night, she had yearned for a weapon of comparable might, though regrettably, this creature proved inadequate. Single shot, requiring a half-hour recharge. Its sole advantage was that it did not consume spiritual energy, which was precisely what Allison lacked. She needed an upgrade. Reflecting on a fleeting spark of inspiration, Allison discreetly turned her gaze toward Zap. "Are you a genius?" "One might not call it genius, but wisdom is present. Had I not encountered the dark side of the world early on, I would either be a doctor or perhaps a lawyer," Zap replied, self-deprecatingly, his swollen eyes fixed on Allison. "Are you going to deal with me?" "Indeed," Allison admitted without hesitation. "Rumor has it that some practitioners leave behind crystals after being cremated. With your intellect, perhaps you could produce relics." Zap paused, taken aback by Allison's serious demeanor, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "I am neither a deity nor a beast. Where would the crystals come from?" Allison pondered for a moment before smiling faintly. "The church teaches that after being purified by fire, the soul transcends, thus leaving behind impurities in the body, crystallizing into desires." Zap felt a jolt of pain coursing through him and skeptically replied, "Is your church credible?" "It matters not," Allison shook her head. "At least its principles hold truth." "Truth in what?" Zap exclaimed, his eyes wide with agitation. "I assure you, I will be left as mere ash." "You must have faith in yourself," Allison countered. "Intense emotions can alter everything, which is why living sacrifices yield more potent effects." "You madwoman," Zap exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Yes, maintain that emotion." Allison smiled and then turned to Sarah, who stood guard nearby. "I wish to experiment with an idea." "Your command," Sarah bowed respectfully. Allison nodded, extracting a massive tent from her storage ring, instructing Sarah to summon knights to erect it. Shortly after, they brought in 10 of the warriors' corpses from the day, and she ordered Lewis and the others to guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering to check on them. As the tent, spanning 80 square meters, took shape, Allison instructed again. "Understood." Sarah nodded and promptly set to work. Once the corpses were arranged, seeing no further commands from Allison, she exited to maintain her watch. With Sarah gone, Allison stepped back onto the magical array, extinguishing each candle as she grasped 2 handfuls of Zap's ashes. Angry intermediate ashes, usable as upgrade material. She held them tightly, delving into her memories. The limits of ordinary human constitution, The pitch-black environment, unobserved, 10 corpses bound by hatred, the magic array anchoring the demon, consuming or absorbing a portion of bone powder or spiritual energy, devoid of emotional fluctuations. This constituted the ritual for ascending to the rank of a demon feast attendant, clearing her mind. She absorbed the spiritual energy from the bone powder in her right hand and then cast the powder from her left hand. As the bone powder fell, the altar erupted in luminescence, and a symbol representing a demon began to materialize in Allison's vision. With the symbol taking shape, the whispers of demons began to resonate within the tent. There are demons. At Freetown Camp, a slumbering priest jolted awake, astonished by the ominous winds swirling around the tent and the maelstrom sweeping through the sky. How could the breath of a demon manifest here? All of you, follow me. The priest shouted, seizing the bishop's staff and leading the charge toward the tent, only to be halted by Sarah. My lord is engaged in combat with that shadowy figure. No one must interfere, Sarah stated firmly. My lord possesses a cursed object. Even if the demon were to arrive, it would have to bow twice before departing. There is no need for your concern, your grace. Sarah shook her head and instructed Lewis and the others to remain vigilant. What do you know? To a demon, a cursed object is merely akin to its nails and hair. Are you suggesting that you could vanquish a demon with its own hair? The priest glared at Sarah, raising his staff in a commanding shout, stand aside. Sarah remained silent, yet vines and thorns began to spread from her body. Indeed, it seems that Shawshank's frozen state has rendered you incapable of overpowering me. The priest, witnessing Sarah's defiance, seethed with rage. How dare you obstruct me? Do you possess no faith? I believe in my lord, Sarah replied coldly. Silence. You are blaspheming. The priest roared in fury, raising his staff to cast a spell. But at that moment, the demonic presence within the tent abruptly ceased. Then, Allison's voice emerged from within the tent. I can handle that monster. What is one demon to me? My dear priest, conserve your strength for tomorrow's rescue of Shawshank. Startled by Allison's words, the priest paused. Are you unharmed? Allison carved an opening in the tent and stepped out, reassuring him. Rest assured, I value my life greatly. The priest scrutinized Allison as she emerged, finding no signs of distress, and he could only sigh in relief. That is good. Inside the tent, above the magic circle, a distorted passage was slowly closing, now reduced to a mere fissure. Allison stood within the magic circle, silently watching it vanish, as Sarah quietly entered the space. My lord, you have failed. Perhaps the demon I could pledge my loyalty to has yet to be born, Allison sighed. Chapter 35. The night before the capital, Allison was not speaking recklessly. During the recent ceremony, a demon did indeed manifest within the spatial portal. However, upon sighting her, it knelt and bowed its head before departing, neglecting to claim any offerings. Although it uttered no words, the look of indignation in its eyes was unmistakable, leading Allison to experience an unsettling illusion that she was not performing a sacrifice, but rather engaging in a form of fishing. The prompt echoing in her mind was equally thought-provoking. The acquired professional sequence cannot be obtained again. Thus, it seemed that dual degrees were prohibited here. Perhaps, however, that was not the crux of the matter. My lady, my lady. After observing Allison lost in thought for a while, Sarah inquired once more, shall we remove the table? Allison nodded slightly. Yes, let us clear away and rest early. We must witness the divine miracle tomorrow. The day's experiences had been overwhelming, and the inhabitants of Freedom Town quickly succumbed to slumber, whether from the eradicated monsters or the lingering demonic aura of the night. Upon awakening the following morning, Allison found the knights already bustling about. As the sun began to rise, they dismantled the tents and formed a line around the statue. Rubbing her face, Allison arose and, attended by Sarah, refreshed herself, soon directing her gaze towards the priest, who commenced a prayer for redemption. O great Lord of Light, the deity who illuminates all, you are the sacred bearer of ages, the monarch among gods. Your radiance dispels the winter's chill, granting warmth to your servants. Awaken, O imprisoned souls. As the priest's resounding voice echoed and the knights surrounding the statue bowed repeatedly, a chorus of holy sounds filled the air, followed by a gentle radiance descending from the heavens, enveloping the knights encased in ice. Under the sanctified glow, the frost melted away, and those such as Shawshank, now standing in the holy light, began to regain their vitality. As shimmering feathers of divine light drifted down, the knights stirred to life. Praise the God of light. Praise the God of light. Witnessing the revival of Shawshank and his companions, the knights erupted into joyous cheers, and as the holy light dissipated, they surged forward, lifting them high into the air. The bewildered Shawshank, after experiencing several ups and downs, managed to regain his composure. He pushed through the throng of knights, directing his gaze towards the smiling priest beside him. What on earth has transpired? The divine has granted you rebirth, the priest replied with a benevolent expression. Yesterday, during the battle with the monsters, you were encased in ice by the Count's sword and that creature. Allison's actions caused Shawshank and the others to freeze momentarily. What are you doing? Shouldn't you feel guilty for what you owe us? With anger surging within him, Shawshank glared, preparing to confront Allison. However, Tangled intervened urgently. Commander, please calm down. She is the one we must protect. Do you intend to defy the Empire's will? Shawshank shot a furious look at Tangled. Does being under protection grant her the right to act as she pleases? Doesn't she consider the consequences of a dozen lives? She was merely a student, a woman at that. Are you truly so incensed at her actions? Tangled attempted to soothe him. Despite Tangled's reasoning, Shawshank remained agitated, though he begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of his words. As he exhaled in frustration and shot a glare in Allison's direction, he was taken aback to see her approaching, a firearm almost pressed against her own mouth. Startled, Shawshank blurted, "What did you just say? You intended to save me? Nonsense. I inquired with the priest about the reversal of time, and no one possesses such power." Tangled immediately countered loudly, "But you did indeed intervene." "It was even decided by a show of hands," Allison replied, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "So, no matter what, you cannot blame me." With an expression of innocence, Allison added, "If you are unaware, it cannot be deemed deceit." "You, such audacity, Commander." Allison clapped her hands in admiration of Shawshank. "You are akin to a socialite who burns the defection papers of subordinates." Observing Allison's mirthful demeanor, Shawshank's expression hardened. He quickly turned away, shouting, "Guard unit, assemble. We depart for the capital in 5 minutes, continuing through the night without pause." Perhaps fearing Shawshank's wrath, the knights mounted their steeds within 3 minutes, stirring a cloud of dust as they surged along the road behind him. This was the moment to test their horsemanship. A relentless day and night ride would surely wear them down. Conversely, the two girls suffered the most, as they were not seasoned knights and could hardly endure such jostling. Though Tangled was accustomed to comfort, thoughts of the Count uplifted his spirits. He steadied himself against the jolting of his mount and glanced back, only to find that the 18 riders had diminished to 16, with Lewis sporting a bird's nest atop his head. "Ah, where's the Count?" Tangled exclaimed, startled as he approached Lewis. "I'm right here," the crow atop Lewis's head replied. "Ah," Tangled widened his eyes. "Where is your maid?" "She's right beneath the nest." The crow focused on Tangled. "You seem quite concerned for her." "Alas, I have become the one left behind," Tangled thought, slowly drifting towards the rear. The crow, transformed into Allison, inquired of Lewis below, "Are there still any living souls in Freedom Town?" He was now entirely in Allison's service. Aside from his previous role as a rear guard, the other knights had categorized them separately since they had parted ways. Indeed, a commendable population, wasted in this barren land. The crow-shaped Allison nodded, then addressed the nest beneath her. "Inform Robbie to seize this location. It may prove invaluable in the future." Upon hearing this, the nest remained silent. But a vine sprouted from below. The vine extended and blossomed, revealing an owl within. "Hoot!" The owl appeared, calling out before flapping its wings and soaring into the distance. Chapter 36. Whispers of the Witch. By the time Allison arrived in the royal capital, it was already the following morning. As Shawshank submitted the Count's request for an audience, the news of Allison's arrival spread throughout the capital. Is this truly a descendant of the Roman family? Under the escort's guidance, Allison traveled in a carriage towards the palace, while the curious residents lined the streets, whispering among themselves. It must be true. Her blue eyes and golden hair are unmistakable. Did you not see that the Chancellor's son is accompanying her the entire way? That's reassuring. It would be a pity for such a beautiful girl to hang lifeless at the city gate. Allison, seated in the carriage, perked up her ears to catch snippets of conversation from the onlookers, her gaze briefly sweeping over them. The impression the royal capital left on her was far from favorable. The inhabitants donned dark, glossy attire, their expressions vacant and foolish, while the buildings and shops behind them appeared as dilapidated as the city walls. The streets were littered with filth, and large, brazen rats scurried about, heedless of the chaos around them. Suddenly, a resident caught her attention, raising a steam gun and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air, and Allison instinctively ducked, pressing herself against the bottom of the carriage, hidden from view. "Ah!" The startled onlookers froze for a moment before erupting into screams, scattering in all directions. The street descended into chaos. The guards were momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. They had not anticipated such audacity within the capital. Fortunately, the palace guard captain, Fedri, remained vigilant, quickly positioning himself in front of the carriage window and ordering his men to intercept the panicked citizens. "Do not breach the convoy, or you will be treated as rebels," Fedri shouted, scanning the crowd for suspicious figures. However, the terrified resident's uncontrollable flight disrupted his line of sight, leaving him with no choice but to take action against them. Bang! Bang! "Ah, are you all right?" Fedri inquired, astonished by Allison's calm demeanor, reminiscent of his encounters in the asylum. "I'm fine. That person's aim is poor," Allison replied, glancing at Fedri. "Is there a noble named Sorensen here?" "That man is one of his subordinates." Fedri's brow furrowed at her words. "Are you certain?" "Sorensen is the city's constable." Allison nodded. It seemed the king had his own troubles. There would always be petty individuals eyeing the king's power, but they would ultimately meet their demise. Fedri squinted at the gathering figures in dark attire. "Can't we deal with them directly?" Allison asked. "I will find a way to gather evidence," Fedri replied, then charged towards the black-clad assailants engaged with his guards. Clang! Clang! The guards clashed with the assassins, the sounds of battle echoing through the streets. Observing the fierce struggle, Allison readied her steam gun, aiming at the faces of the attackers. Bang! 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 4 shots rang out, dispatching 4 henchmen and causing the remaining assassins to falter, rendered as targets by the guards' close-range tactics. After firing, Allison tossed her weapon to Sarah and pulled out 50 Shades of Grey, setting her sights on the leader entangled with Shawshank and Fedri. The bone rifle's presence triggered instinctual dread in the assassin, who became increasingly agitated as sparks flew from his armor under Shawshank's strikes. He began to use Shawshank as a shield, prompting Shawshank to swiftly evade. Bang! Humph! Allison's shot struck the assassin's mask, causing him to stagger back, absorbing the impact with his face. The scene left Allison utterly astonished, and she quickly discarded the frayed rope she had been holding. Seeing the cursed object approaching, the assassin unsheathed his sword to counter, but his blade merely sliced through the rope, landing harmlessly on the ground. By the time he realized what had happened, his neck was already ensnared. Humph! The assassin let out a muffled grunt, glaring at Allison with fury. Clutching his throat, he dragged his massive sword forward, making a desperate move toward the carriage. Boom! A blue arc of energy surged toward them, prompting Allison and Sarah to leap from the carriage. They were slammed against the walls of nearby houses by the force of the blast. The impact would have surely caused grievous injuries had it struck them directly, and Allison's body ached as she glared at the assassin, anger flaring within her. If it weren't for her cloak, she would have been severely harmed. The assassin, unfazed, scoffed and prepared for another strike. A mere witch dares to compare herself to a dragon? Allison was taken aback. Her identity as a witch had only recently resurfaced in her mind. How could he possibly know? "How dare you slander me?" Allison retorted loudly. "Slander? Humph." With a sudden thud, the assassin's ironclad head fell to the ground. Shawshank sheathed his sword, coldly regarding the lifeless head at his feet. "Even if you possess greater strength, you cannot arrogantly turn your back on me." Meanwhile, Fedri had subdued the remaining assassins and rushed over. He removed the leader's helmet, his pallor deepening. "How can it be him? Do you recognize him?" Shawshank turned to Fedri, astonished. He was the former captain of the palace guard, Rael Montero. "What?" Shawshank's shock was palpable. "I find it hard to accept as well," Fedri replied, wearily lifting the assassin's head. "Let His Majesty handle this." Shawshank's expression shifted through various emotions as he glanced at Tangild, who shook his head slightly. "Humph. Seeing them in armor, I suspected something was amiss," Shawshank muttered. With the royal carriage damaged, Fedri quickly requisitioned another from a nearby shop. He then summoned the Countess, who had foolishly offered a prayer for the assassins, to join them. This time, they sped away like the wind rather than meandering through the streets. However, as they began to accelerate, a city patrol team intercepted them. "We heard you were just attacked," the team leader approached, attempting to peer into the carriage. "Is everyone unharmed?" In response, a steam gun was aimed directly at him, halting him in his tracks. "Step aside. Where were you during the battle?" Allison's voice was low and menacing. No need for explanations, move aside." The team leader, looking disheartened, stepped aside as they sped off into the distance. "Head, it seems we have been misunderstood." After the carriage departed, the officers gathered around the team leader. "Indeed, I cannot be blamed for the delay. The route was blocked," he sighed, lamenting that the citizens would likely expel her from the royal capital. Inside the carriage, having absorbed the souls of all the assassins, Allison silently contemplated the exclusive skill she had gained, disqualified from humanity. Exclusive, disqualified from humanity description. In this realm, no one can perceive your thoughts, nor can they glimpse into your sealed heart. Origin, the unremarkable maiden. What use is this? Merely a pretense? Allison mused, finding the skill less exhilarating than her swift blade. As she pondered, the carriage suddenly slowed. Before she could ascertain the cause, a rotten vegetable smashed against the carriage window. Witch, leave our kingdom. Burn the witch who brings calamity. Please, goddess of the earth, intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the fervent shouts and roars from outside, stones and vegetable scraps began to bombard the carriage. Damn it! Are you attempting a rebellion? Federi shouted loudly from outside the carriage. Yet his voice failed to disperse the residents. Observing the onslaught from outside, Sarah swiftly propped up the vines to shield the carriage window, while Federi, after attempting to scatter the crowd in vain, promptly commanded the carriage to turn around. Amidst the clattering of wheels and the assault of stones and rotten vegetables, the carriage fled the scene. Allison pushed aside the vines to gaze out the window, only to be met with a multitude of angry and terrified faces. Indeed, my lady, Federi remarked, the kingdom has long harbored such legends. The fall of the twin goddesses heralded misfortune, and girls born on the day of their descent are deemed ominous. They are seen as natural witches, harbingers of calamity, sent by the devil to wreak havoc upon the world. Allison sighed in relief upon hearing this, then replied, what a malicious rumor, to subject me to such an ordeal. Upon hearing her words, Federi furrowed his brow, asking, is it true, my lady? Were you truly born on the day of the divine fall? Allison's expression faltered for a moment before she shook her head in denial. How could that possibly be? Chapter 37. Intentions of all parties. In the more backward regions, the customs become increasingly elaborate. From her conversation with Federi, Allison learned that when meeting the king, one must remain taciturn to avoid uttering forbidden words. After navigating several intersections where they faced obstructions, Allison and her companions finally arrived at the palace. She craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the palace's facade, only to be confronted by a row of corpses hanging at the entrance. These were cultists posing as the countess, who had been discovered during their passage through the capital. This is a surprise for you, Federi remarked, gesturing toward the line of bodies with a grin. You see, the impostors lack the beauty of the genuine. Indeed, Allison nodded, secretly lamenting the barbaric customs of this kingdom. However, having arrived here, she felt compelled to adhere to local traditions. Federi, taken aback by her words, quickly resumed his cheerful demeanor, arranging for the group to rest in the banquet hall before reporting to the king about the day's events. Once Federi departed, Tangier approached Allison directly, questioning her. My lady, are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Those corpses at the door are no surprise. They are a fright. This serves as a warning that they can easily execute a false count, and they could just as easily dispose of a true one. Is that so? Allison replied, observing Tangier's anxious expression. They fought valiantly to protect me just now. What do they represent? They are just like us, beholden to the whims of those in power. Tangier pondered. During the banquet, refrain from speaking. Let us handle all negotiations. Allison nodded in agreement. After all, they were indeed representing her fully. Tangier sighed with relief and then turned to Shawshank and the priest. This place places great emphasis on the worship of the twin goddesses. After the fall of the gods, the Church of the Earth Goddess took charge here, yet it seems there is little reverence toward them, Shawshank remarked, recalling the shouts from that day. This is advantageous for me, the priest replied nonchalantly. It has always been the divine that guides humanity, not the other way around. Once they recognize the greatness of the God of Light, they will naturally convert. Seeing the priest's confidence, Shawshank and Tangier ceased their discussions, sitting at the table to savor the rich offerings of the empire. It was at this juncture that the king's herald arrived to inform them of the evening's coronation ceremony. Isn't the coronation supposed to occur in the territory? Allison inquired of the herald. Oh, no. Territorial coronations are typically for knights. Lords merely ride for 20 minutes to reach the site. Do you wish for His Majesty to accompany you to Lumen territory? The herald waved his finger. The coronation will take place right here, and accompanying officials will lead you. Accompanying officials? Allison glanced at Shawshank. Are they the kind that assist with domestic and military affairs? Indeed, you are quite astute, the herald replied with a smirk. Do you have any objections? That is a matter for them. Allison indicated toward Shawshank. Are they not your guards? The herald asked. Allison shook her head. No, they are my vassals. Ah, I see, the herald mused. Such matters can be discussed privately with His Majesty during the banquet. With that, he retreated from the room, leaving a palpable silence in his wake. Tangier, visibly agitated, furrowed his brow and eventually rose to follow. If Shawshank had left, Allison would have suspected him of silencing dissent. She peered outside and strained her ears, but after a considerable wait, heard nothing. So, she rose and moved to a nearby bookshelf, picking up a fairy tale to pass the time. Time flew by as she read, and before she knew it, it was lunchtime. The court's repast was lavish, featuring bacon and mushrooms, roasted peacock, and even roasted gorilla. Yet, both Tangier and Shawshank were disinterested in dining. The information gleaned from the Herald suggested that the kingdom had no intention of merely collecting taxes. Rather, they harbored designs akin to their own, seeking to control Allison as a puppet. This left them in a precarious position. With this thought, both men sighed heavily. Meanwhile, Allison, devoid of their worries, found herself unable to eat, gazing at the headless charred corpse sprawled on the table, uncertain if the palace chef had done this intentionally. As the group prepared to signal the servants to clear the table, an unexpected visitor entered the chamber. "Good day, everyone. I am the steward of Duke Prince Onyago." The tall, slender man with a handlebar mustache and a sharp black coat greeted them. He bowed to Shawshank, clearly aware of who held authority within the group. Shawshank, preoccupied with the kingdom's puppet mastering, was not particularly invested in this visit. He merely nodded and asked curtly, "Steward, what brings you here?" "I come on behalf of the Duke's wishes. He intends to forge a marriage alliance with the Lumen family." The steward smiled. "A marriage alliance?" Shawshank scoffed. "The Duke is interested in the profits of Lumen Port, I presume. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Even the royal family has its designs on such a location." The steward maintained his smile. "However, compared to the royal family, our Duke is quite sincere. For instance, upon securing this alliance, you would receive an income of 20,000 gold coins, not to mention additional incentives for the knights accompanying you." Shawshank raised an eyebrow, ready to refuse outright, yet Tangier coughed, halting him, and said to the steward, "Such matters require further consideration." "And who might you be?" the steward inquired, looking at Tangier with curiosity. "I believe you will make the right choice," the steward said to Shawshank. "Keep in mind that a quarter of the kingdom's territories are under the Duke's control, and only through him can you ensure your safety within the realm." Shawshank, hearing this, scoffed. "Is this a warning?" "Consider it a friendly reminder," the steward replied with a smile. "Do not wait several years only to regret today's decision. If you still have doubts, consult a local about the foundations of the Onyago family." Listening to the steward, Shawshank furrowed his brow slightly but ultimately nodded. "I understand. Then I await your response." The steward bowed once more and exited the room. Throughout this exchange, Allison had been overlooked, treated as if she were invisible. Once the steward left, Shawshank sighed deeply, noting that the issue had transformed from 1 to 2. Yet, Tangier stood up, exhilarated. "Do not despair, my friend. We now have an opportunity to negotiate terms with the king." Chapter 38, The Court Banquet After the Departure of the Steward. Tangier spent the entire afternoon discussing the strategy of using foreign powers against each other with Shawshank. Meanwhile, the head maid of the court approached to invite Allison to prepare for the evening's festivities. In the court's dressing room, they busied themselves for quite some time, with servants styling Allison's hair, applying cosmetics infused with mercury, and tightening layers of petticoats while assisting her with her crinoline, ensuring every detail of her attire was perfect. At some point, a young girl clad in a black lace court gown appeared at the doorway of the dressing room. After observing for a while, she could no longer contain herself and stepped inside. "You are truly beautiful," the girl remarked, admiring Allison. "Thank you," Allison replied, remaining still as the servants continued their work. "But you are about to marry an old man," the girl said with disdain. "He is excessively hairy, his belly is enormous, and his skin is wrinkled like a Shar-Pei. His rotten teeth will haunt you for a lifetime." Allison blinked at this comment, but said nothing. The girl, noticing Allison's indifference, pressed on, "You are merely a puppet in anyone's hands. Why not take control under the king you serve? At least he won't force you to marry someone who could be your grandfather." Allison's lips twitched slightly, and she eventually replied, "I appreciate your concern. But my father lives in the Pank Empire, and I have already signed a contract with them. I cannot go against it." The girl, incensed, gritted her teeth and glared at Allison. "You are truly beyond redemption. I can even envision the dreadful fate that awaits you at the hands of Duke Onyago." Allison remained expressionless, as if she were hearing someone else's tale. Frustrated by Allison's lack of reaction, the girl stomped out, and Allison felt a scornful gaze directed at her from outside the dressing room. However, she paid no mind. As such trivial matters were akin to hypothetical questions about donating a fortune, they did not anger her. Yet, if Shawshank dared to force her into an alliance, He would surely regret ever having existed in this world. The control that Shawshank and the Empire presumed to possess was merely an illusion. After an afternoon of preparations, Allison was finally ready. As she entered the banquet hall clad in a white gown, everyone was taken aback, followed by a resounding applause. "Oh, she is as beautiful as a fairy, the essence of love." They welcomed Allison's arrival with exuberance, and the king, holding a goblet, stood with a broad smile. Gazing upon the young maiden, Allison Lumen, the 361st heir of the Lumen Count, her mother is. The family lineage can be traced back 200 years. Tangier presented the token left by Allison's mother to the gathered nobles, then began to expound upon the Lumen family's genealogy, notable figures, and illustrious history, proclaiming the greatness of the family. Once the presentation concluded, Tangier felt hoarse and, at the king's gesture, stepped down as the banquet's formal proceedings commenced. The king first set down his goblet and recounted the Lumen family's loyalty, emphasizing the contributions of their ancestors to the kingdom, declaring it a remarkable lineage. "Very good, excellent," the king remarked with satisfaction, before finally tapping Allison's shoulder with his sword as she knelt. "I hereby declare Allison Lumen as the 19th Count of Lumen, governing the Lumen territory. Long live the king. Long live Count Lumen." With the ceremony concluded, the assembled nobles erupted in cheers, raising their glasses in celebration, followed by a bout of revelry. As the newly titled noblewoman, Allison received several invitations from noblewomen to step aside for drinks, while Shawshank and Tangier conferred with the king and his ministers. Even the priest engaged in discussions with a priestess of the goddess of the earth. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Allison felt a sudden threat from behind. "Your guards are quite lax, my lady countess," the once friendly noblewoman revealed her sinister demeanor. "The duke awaits you outside, my future duchess." "Oh, I was under the impression the duke had a wife," Allison replied nonchalantly. "Not anymore. Half an hour ago, the duchess was executed for committing adultery with the gardener." The noblewoman spat. "Enough chatter, or I will pull the trigger right now." "Don't be impulsive," Allison said, her expression tense. "I will accompany you." The noblewoman shoved her forward, and with the help of several friends, they began to lead her away. However, they were soon intercepted by the head of the court guards, Fideli. "My lord count, where are you headed?" Fideli inquired. "The banquet has only just begun. We've had too much to drink and need to relieve ourselves," the noblewoman replied from behind Allison. "Indeed." "That's right." Allison nodded in agreement. "Oh, very well then," Fideli said, not pressing further. He bowed and returned to the dance floor of the banquet. "Smart move." The noblewoman sighed in relief as Fideli departed, pushing Allison forward. "Let's go." The five of them stumbled down the corridor of the banquet hall. And when they were far from the festivities, the noblewoman suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I've twisted my ankle." Crack. Absorb the noble offspring's essence, acquiring the common noble skill of coercion. Thud. The three noble women fell to the ground, split into 6 pieces, blood instantly staining the floor. The remaining noblewoman behind them gasped in horror. "Don't come near me. I am the king's illegitimate daughter. Crack. Before she could finish her sentence, Allison swiftly severed her neck with a sword and slowly sheathed her weapon. Absorb the noble offspring's essence, acquiring the common noble skill of deception. A series of notifications echoed in Allison's mind, rendering her expression cold and detached. She glared at the lavishly dressed noblewoman's corpse at her feet, muttering, "A bunch of worthless fools." With that, Allison lifted her gown and approached the body, carefully sifting through the pool of blood for jewelry. Acquired a low-quality pearl necklace and a pair of fake ruby earrings. Upon receiving the notifications, Allison felt a lack of interest and tossed the necklace aside, only to notice a leopard lurking in the shadows, watching her intently. When did it appear? Is it due to the lack of murderous intent? Allison raised an eyebrow as she observed the leopard, which was soon followed by a little girl in a flowing black court gown emerging from behind it. Chapter 39. New Agreement in the Stillness of the Night. A young girl and a leopard stood before Allison, smiling at her. "It seems you are not completely without resistance," the girl remarked. Allison assessed the girl and then the leopard, realizing they were coercing her. The girl nodded, introducing herself. "I am Mavdet Stone, the king's second daughter." Allison offered a slight bow. "Good evening, your highness." Mavdet waved her hand dismissively. "I initially intended to rescue you, but it appears I have changed my mind." "Oh?" Allison said, intrigued. "You are to marry the prince and then seize the opportunity to kill her," Mavdet stated with utmost seriousness. "What?" Allison was taken aback, then laughed. "Little sister, are you attempting to coerce me like they do? I am actually a year older than you." Mavdet frowned. This is a transaction that benefits you. Not everyone is willing to make sacrifices like you. Allison shook her head slightly, glancing at Mavdet, noting her youthful ambition for power. I do this for my father and brother, Mavdet exclaimed through gritted teeth. Those insignificant figures are merely an excuse, Allison nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the leopard. Your name is Seshet, correct? Could you share the method of ascension with me? The leopard's pupils constricted at her words, yet it rose amidst Mavdet's astonishment. First bowing to Allison before replying, between the realm of dreams and the divine lies a void known as the spirit world, divided into 8 layers. To ascend, one must consume the essence of others within the same layer. How does one enter that realm? Allison inquired. The leopard hesitated. You simply enter. Allison nodded, realizing that once a certain level is reached, entering that void would become as effortless as breathing. Although Seshet's deep respect hinted at a complex identity, Mavdet had always been willing to take risks for her ambitions. What do you desire? Allison asked. I want the prince dead. Mavdet replied with a venomous tone. That can be arranged, but it must occur 3 years from now, Allison stated. 3 years. Mavdet was visibly distressed by this response. By then, the prince will be king. You must provide me with tangible assistance. How about this? Allison contemplated. I have some people outside the capital. If the royal family faces peril, I can summon them for assistance. That will suffice. Mavdet relaxed a little upon hearing this. She looked at Allison and said, as the Count of Lumen, I will ensure the king grants you a pardon, safeguarding your life during your trial. Is it truly that powerful? Allison inquired, glancing at her. What if the king is no longer present at that time? It's universally applicable, Mavdet replied through clenched teeth. Then it's settled, Allison nodded. I will relay this information to my subordinates. Any request from your highness will receive our utmost support. With that, Allison turned to proceed into the banquet hall, leaving Mavdet silently observing her retreating figure. After a while, Mavdet looked at her beast. Is she formidable? She is not even an extraordinary being, Seshet shook its head. Yet the essence within her is something I cannot even gaze upon. Mavdet's pupils dilated in response. Does that mean she is of a higher order? Seshet nodded, speaking in a hushed tone, comparable to a deity. Where have you been? I was just looking for you, Allison exclaimed. I was abducted by the Duke's subordinates, she replied. What? The Duke? Shokin gasped, his eyes widening as he stared at Allison. You didn't agree to a marriage with him, did you? I must remind you. We have already negotiated the distribution ratio with the royal family. Please do not disrupt things. Allison placed her food on the table and looked at Shokin. Do you speak to your family in such a manner? Shokin shrugged. But you are not my family. What do you mean by weary lenient? You didn't call for help when you were taken. Shokin's temper flared, and you dare talk about conditions. It is your responsibility to ensure safety. I can't directly inform the palace guards if I need assistance, Allison observed disdainfully. As a guard, you have the audacity to say that. Don't overestimate yourself. Have you ever been struck by a knight? Shokin threatened, his face darkening. You may put that to the test, Allison smiled. I welcome it any time. You're insane, Shokin scoffed, turning to leave. With a snap, Allison raised her gun to his back. What are you doing? Shokin shouted in anger. If my safety is compromised and you are not present to assist, after 3 incidents, I will notify the Empire to dissolve our contract, Allison declared. Shokin, infuriated, laughed mockingly. Do you think your words hold weight? Is that so? Shokin nodded. But once we reach the Count's territory, do you think your orders will still be valid? Allison nodded again and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot struck Shokin in the back, and without armor, he winced in pain, cursing her as a madwoman. He was escorted away by palace guards for treatment. I have realized that to live comfortably, one must not suppress their nature. Enduring without resistance only invites further encroachment. Allison surveyed the now quiet banquet hall, raising her steam gun. After all, life is short. Do not unduly compromise yourself. In an instant, all the nobles in the hall were rendered speechless by the new count's nature and words. A group of nobles exchanged glances, initially taken aback, but gradually recognized the truth in the count's statement. Every banquet that fails to inspire dance is a betrayal of noble existence. One must never compromise oneself. Seeing the atmosphere enlivened, Allison moved to a side table to select her food when another noblewoman approached, observing her meticulous selection of ingredients. My Lord Count, the Duke is quite displeased with your lack of decorum. Allison continued her task without looking up. Courtesy is owed to individuals, and he is hardly deserving. The noblewoman's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly outraged, yet she remembered her purpose and did not walk away. You are still young. While you may not wish to marry the Prince Duke, It is necessary to yield to the strong. The Duke's power far exceeds your imagination, she whispered. What has he offered? All I see is taking, Allison replied, shaking her head. Protection is the best form of assistance, as you witnessed today. The rumors surrounding witches compel even the royal family to tread carefully, the noblewoman smiled. Surely, you do not wish to be attacked by mobs en route to your post. Such matters will be handled by my guards, Allison stated, then turned to the noblewoman who continued to nag, please leave, do not disturb my meal. Chapter 40. The blood-stained gold coin of the desire which Allison quietly savored the delicacies at the long table in the corner until the banquet concluded. It was only then that Fedri approached to escort her to her quarters. Along the way, Allison observed as he led her towards the castle's latticework house and remarked, it appears that the royal palace is not as secure as I had imagined. Indeed, Fedri replied with a hint of resignation. With the fall of the twin goddesses, the descent of blood and flesh has manifested in a deluge of punitive blood rain upon the mortal realm. Consequently, a number of high-tier supernatural beings have emerged, and we find ourselves perpetually on the defensive against their assaults. He continued, the royal family and the old nobility, which relied heavily on beast-taming to govern, have been gravely weakened by the Druidic rebellion, thereby revealing those who harbor intentions against the crown. Such as Duke Prink? Allison inquired. Prink? Fedri scoffed disdainfully. In the past, he was merely a useless wretch, often referred to as the Green Giant Prank. However, he is cunning, having secretly amassed those worthless beings who possess subpar beast companions, ultimately forming 10 knightly legions. Allison was taken aback. 10 legions is quite substantial. How did you not notice this? Primarily because, during the time of the duchy's insurrections, he was the most straightforward among them. The royal family was preoccupied with quelling the chaos and thus overlooked him, Fedri explained, his face reddening. By the time we sensed something amiss, the southern regions had already been infiltrated to the core. Do you think the royal family still has hope? Allison queried as they reached her chamber. There is hope. This moment presents an opportunity, Fedri stated with some difficulty. We have already coordinated with Shawshank for the joint governance of the Lumen territory. Allison's lips twitched at this revelation. You may proceed as you see fit. I only require the castle. During my stay, as long as my safety and tax revenues are guaranteed, I shall grant you governance rights. Otherwise, your actions will be deemed illegal, and I reserve the right to impose sanctions. She cast a sidelong glance at Fedri. Is that truly impressive? Of course. Even if you assassinate the Pope of the true God, it would only result in a life sentence, Fedri replied, adding, of course, that is merely a metaphor. Allison nodded in understanding. The taxes collected by the royal family need not be sent to me, but I expect a small squad of knights to guard the castle. Thank you for your generosity, Fedri exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This way, your majesty will have the funds to establish the knightly order. I hope to witness that day. Allison smiled. Indeed, the crown has already dispatched personnel to the 2 great empires to study their governance systems, even preparing telegraph offices in various locations. Fedri's eyes sparkled with hope. Ah, splendid. When Shawshank's first batch of taxes arrives, ensure they install a telegraph in my castle as well. Certainly. Upon reaching the door to her bedroom, their conversation ceased. That night, as Allison nestled against a life-sized pillow, she was frequently stirred by the sounds of clashing weapons, countless footsteps, and murmured whispers. It was only when the door creaked ominously that she jolted awake. With a swift motion, she raised a 50 Shades of Grey novel towards the door, only to find herself encircled by a violet barrier. A wild-haired woman and countless demonic apparitions pressed against it, their skeletal forms illuminated by the electric shocks crackling ominously. Please, I merely came to steal something. I beg you to let me go. The cacophony of voices wailed against the barrier, and with each electric surge, Allison could glimpse shadowy figures hidden within her chamber being drawn towards the light, crawling on the walls, ceiling, and floor, gradually dissolving with each flash. It was only after all the shadows had vanished that the barrier sealed shut, the wild-haired woman collapsing to the ground with a thud, a blood-stained coin slipping from her pocket. Absorb the essence of the Apostle of Desire. Acquire the cursed item, blood-stained gold coin. Allison glanced at the charred woman before bending to retrieve the bloodied coin. Item, blood-stained gold coin. Description: humanity is inherently driven by desire yet lacks reason, failing to perceive that this is a cursed coin. Note: you have been exempted from misfortune. Origin: the obsession of the Apostle of Desire. Examining the serrated-edged coin stained with dark red blood, Allison flipped it over and stowed it within her ring, then kicked the lifeless body beside her bed. Deceased Apostle of Desire, Sequence 4. The pleasure which, ruler of all brothels in the kingdom, entrusted by Zap to capture the count, suffered death due to the absence of essence. As she processed the information in her mind, Allison furrowed her brow. That damned Zap, even in death, he continues to trouble me. At that moment, the sound of numerous footsteps resonated down the corridor. Leaning forward to investigate, she spotted Fedri and his entourage approaching. "Your Excellency, are you unharmed?" Fedri rushed over, concern etched on his face. "I am fine." Allison replied with a slight shake of her head, then stepped aside to reveal the corpse on the ground. "Oh, it is a witch. No wonder she could bewitch the guards of the entire tower," exclaimed a common priest, his eyes widening as he rushed forward to examine the charred remains. "You can recognize her in such a state?" Allison inquired, astonished. "There's no doubt. It matches precisely what the high priest stated before his demise." The priest lifted her skirt, revealing the soil beneath. "Truly extraordinary," Allison marveled. The priest bowed once more and proceeded to carry the witch's body away. Fedri, witnessing the priest's departure, turned to Allison and expressed his regret. "I am deeply sorry that such an incident occurred. I shall stand guard at your chamber door tonight." "That would be much appreciated." Allison nodded. In truth, her mood had improved only slightly after the witch's demise. Meanwhile, in a closed underground tavern in the royal capital, a circle of cloaked figures gathered around the fireplace, watching as a suspended rag doll turned to ash. "The Desire Witch is dead. It seems that the Count is accompanied by formidable allies," one cloaked figure remarked. "And you? Do you possess anyone stronger than her?" a masked figure inquired. "Not at the moment. The Earth Dragon has been infected by a bear, suffering considerable injuries, and will remain underground to recuperate for a long while." The cloaked figure replied somberly. "Our council has sacrificed so many for the Empire. Surely that demonstrates our sincerity." "Indeed, sincerity is present. But whether this matter will garner attention is uncertain," the masked figure sighed. The cloaked figure frowned. "But the witch was our strongest. Even the Blood Count could not overpower her. I am aware, yet if we separate her from the others, handling the situation becomes significantly easier," the masked figure suggested. "For instance, the predicament that Duke is currently embroiled in is quite advantageous for us, and we might leverage this to our benefit, casting aspersions upon him in the process." After a lengthy silence, the cloaked figure ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Clarification of the witch's identity. The following morning, Allison, attended by the courtmates, freshened up before sharing breakfast with the king. At the dining table, the king expressed his gratitude for Allison's generosity and condemned the assassination attempt from the previous night. As he mentioned Allison's late mother from the Remnant family, tears flowed freely from his eyes, leaving Allison utterly uncomfortable. Just as she was at a loss for how to respond, a prompt suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her to shed tears as she recalled the family history her mother had recounted while she was still in the womb, astonishing all the royal family members present. In summary, during this breakfast, both the monarch and his subject were moved by each other's sentiments. Upon leaving the royal castle, Princess Mavdet regarded Allison with a look of shock. The carriage departed the palace under the protection of 300 guards led by Fedri. Yet they were met by a throng of nearly 10,000 residents. These people brandished placards and even carried a coffin along with a statue of the Earth Goddess, exhibiting a fervent determination that if there were no witch, they would perish. To ascertain the truth, we intentionally journeyed to the Empire and located Baron Edward, who confirmed the exact time of Allison's birth, coinciding with the day of divine fall and the onset of the punishing rain. A bearded man, elevated upon a platform and wielding a megaphone and evidence files, proclaimed loudly that our kingdom would not tolerate the existence of witches, or else we would know no peace. He cast his gaze over the assembled residents, asserting that their poverty, singleness, lack of decent employment, and the untimely deaths of their children, as well as the barren land, were all the fault of witches. Incited by his words, the crowd's anger flared. It was not their laziness that led to poor harvests, nor their lack of companions due to their own shortcomings. It was the witches who were to blame. "We must burn the witches." In the years of war and natural disasters, the residents rallied, becoming increasingly agitated, surrounding the convoy and pressing forward. Fedri frowned at this scene. Had the royal authority diminished to such an extent? He signaled with his whip, and the guards promptly formed a line, preparing to clear a path with force. The residents, despite their fury, were compelled to part ways under the relentless push of the armored guards, crying and cursing, their hopes for the monarchy beginning to wane. Inside the carriage, Allison listened to the commotion outside, glancing at Fedri on horseback. Despite his grim expression, he was resolute in his intent to forge ahead. Regardless of how the royal family reacted, they were bound to lose. Just as the guards were forcibly making their way through half of the crowd, the procession suddenly halted. A dirt wall obstructed their path, and behind it, the residents parted to allow a priest of the earth goddess, accompanied by a group of clergy, to step forward. Outsider heir, your presence always brings calamity and threatens to incite turmoil in the capital. This is something the earth goddess does not wish to witness. The leading priest declared firmly, blocking the guard's advance. Lord Prand, do you intend to join the slanderous ranks as well? Fedri retorted, recognizing the impossibility of pushing through with a priest present. While some residents might have been feigning in front of the priests, they could be easily swayed into action. I do not involve myself in the disputes of any faction. You should understand this. I stand solely in the service of the earth goddess, the priest replied, casting a glance at the expectant crowd, and that means not sparing a single witch. Spare no witches. Spare no witches. The surrounding residents echoed loudly, some already appearing enraged and ready to storm the carriage. Noticing this, Fedri gestured for silence, indicating he had something to say. Unfortunately, the residents paid him no heed. Damn it, Prand, are you inciting rebellion? Fedri shouted, sensing the precariousness of the situation. The Earl is accompanied by attending priests. And we have priests in our court as well. None have accused the Earl of witchery. By rank, you hold no weight. That may be true, but anyone can misjudge. Let us have the Earl accompany me to the temple for an inspection. The authority of the goddess will reveal whether she is a witch. Priest Prand replied with a smile. Surely you do not wish for the Earl to be burdened by this title in the future. Fedri's brows furrowed at his words. What is your true intent? Of course, it is to prove the Earl's innocence, Priest Prand stated, glancing around. The esteemed captain of the guards seems rather anxious. Is there something you fear? Under such pressure from the priest, Fedri found himself at a loss for words. He dismounted and approached Allison's carriage. My lady, Priest Prand requests your presence at the temple for an examination. What do you think? Allison leaned out of the carriage, scrutinizing the priest ahead and using her intuition to probe his essence. Lena Meyerlandred, rank 4 dark sorcerer, commissioned by the Jess Empire Investigation Bureau. Disguised as a priest to assassinate the Earl in the temple. This priest is an impostor, Allison declared, her revelation causing Fedri to look at the false Priest Prand in bewilderment. Shoo, do not alert the enemy. Allison signaled quietly to him before stepping out of the carriage and throwing a tattered rope at the priest. Upon seeing Allison descend, the smug false priest was about to speak, only to find himself hoisted into the air. My lord, the nearby clergy and residents rushed to grasp the priest's legs, brandishing their staffs defensively as they leaped onto the carriage. Everyone, be cautious. The witch is casting a spell, one of the clergy warned. The residents, frightened, stepped back, glancing at the clergy and shouting, the earth goddess protects you. Charge. Hesitantly, the clergy swallowed hard. Shall we not join forces? The residents, emboldened by their numbers, felt their courage surge. As the crowd prepared to incite chaos, Allison unleashed an intimidating presence, her piercing gaze freezing the residents in place, rendering them immobile as if encased in frost. Go ahead, the earth goddess is. Silence. Allison snapped, glaring at the inciting clergy behind her. Do you not realize that just yesterday, I executed the witch who murdered your high priest in the palace? What? The clergy gasped in shock, and the surrounding residents fell silent, astonished. A witch was the evolved form of a witch. If witches represented calamities and disasters, then witches themselves embodied catastrophe. With a wave of her hand, Allison drew her frostmourne from her waist and, with a swift motion, conjured an ice wall before the carriage. With a thud, Allison stepped onto the saddle, leaping atop the ice wall amidst the watchful eyes of the clergy, and gestured with her frostmourne, stating, after the blockade incident yesterday, I took the liberty of revisiting some texts in the palace. Witches have no familiars, yet it seems I possess one. Upon completing her statement, she opened her mouth wide and performed a sword-swallowing act, leaving the onlookers in awe as she consumed the terrifying blade unharmed, dispelling their suspicions. Thus, we were deceived. A group of residents realized, enlightenment dawning upon them. Indeed, Allison affirmed, then reached out to peel away the dark sorcerer's facial disguise. In the next moment, a foreign visage emerged before the crowd. Oh, heaven's mercy! Who is this? The clergy below gasped. No wonder the priest Prand looked. Speak quickly. Where is the true high priest? In an instant, both the residents and the clergy were filled with fervor. The abduction of a priest was nothing short of sacrilege. However, the dark sorcerer, whose spirit had been suppressed, could only boast of his abilities with words. How could he withstand the force of so many pulling at him? As the throng intensified, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Absorb the dark sorcerer's soul to acquire the noble skill of disguise. Let us take him to the palace for interrogation. I believe we can extract some information, suggested Fideli at that moment. This, Allison thought to herself. What good is interrogation when his soul is lost? Unaware of this, Fideli reached out to grasp the sorcerer, but suddenly, his pupils dilated, and he lunged toward Allison. Crack! 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 3 arrows engulfed in green flames shot through the air. One struck the sorcerer, while the other 2 embedded themselves in the ice wall. Precisely where Allison had been standing moments before. Guards, pursue them! Fideli shouted, directing his gaze towards the source of the arrows. Chapter 42. Effective means of clearing the road in the wilderness of the kingdom. A convoy of 500 individuals was trudging forward at a sluggish pace. Allison sat in the center of a cart, journeying to the southernmost reaches of the realm. Ever since the assassination incident that occurred in broad daylight, such attacks had become alarmingly frequent, ultimately hindering the convoy's ability to travel swiftly. The multitude of traps along the way posed significant dangers. Even with the protection of the Earth Goddess's faithful, one could only speculate how many would remain upon reaching the Earl's territory. The law and order here were markedly inferior compared to the Empire. From within the cart, Sarah expressed her distress, evidently overwhelmed by the relentless waves of assaults. But this is where one can truly grow, Allison reassured her. She glanced at the back of her hand, noting that after absorbing the essence of a level 4 mage, she had acquired nothing but a useless disguise. The inverted pentagram mark had already seen 2 of its points turn black. Observing the fervor of the cultists and shadowy figures, Allison felt confident that before she turned 18, she would succeed in turning the entire mark black. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. My lady, there are bandits, Sarah announced. Her gaze fixed on the swirling dust outside. Allison scoffed. It's merely the cavalry. The bandits flee at the sight of us. What shall we do then? Sarah inquired. We shall prepare for a cold ambush, Allison replied. As the cavalry charged forth, Federi and Shawshank readied themselves to engage directly. The 2 nightly orders collided 500 meters away, and at that moment, a fog began to envelop the remaining convoy. Oh, these wretches should be buried by the earth. Several priests of the Earth Goddess, witnessing the scene, immediately invoked their divine powers to raise earthen walls around the convoy to shield against the hidden strikes of the cultists. After casting their spells, they stationed themselves at the corners of the cart, ready to defend against potential attacks. However, a subtle vibration emanated from beneath the cart. Someone is attacking from below, Allison remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the ground. Let me check, Sarah nodded, extending her hand outside to transform it into a thorny appendage. Moments later, she reported back to Allison. It's a beast tamer pangolin. Have you brought the broth? Allison inquired. No, Sarah confirmed with a nod. Dispose of it. Sensing the commotion, the priests and knights gathered around. This is a mercenary. One of the Earth Goddess's followers observed the man's attire with a frown. Who sent you here? I don't know. We were merely instructed to attack this convoy, the gnome replied, barely clinging to life. Are you not aware that attacking nobility amounts to treason? Questioned a palace guard. We had no knowledge that this was a noble convoy, the gnome pleaded. Please, spare me. I have a family. The guards and priests exchanged glances before turning their attention to Allison. Upon hearing this, she slightly shook her head. How could they not know whose convoy this is? They are blinded by the mere thought of bread. Should we execute him? The guard asked. I firmly reject that notion. Allison replied. Executing prisoners is inherently inhumane. It would only serve to deepen our mutual animosity. You speak wisely. May your generosity and fortune forever accompany you. The gnome expressed his gratitude upon hearing Allison's words. Indeed, I have always believed so, Allison smiled. However, we cannot simply release them. Let us tie them to a pole by the roadside. Perhaps when their companions encounter them, they might attempt a rescue. The gnome's face paled at her words. You aren't suggesting you'll hang me, are you? I have stated that we shall not kill you. Allison shook her head. It will merely be a piercing. What? Please, spare me. As the gnome's demeanor shifted from despair to frantic pleading, he began to bow repeatedly before Allison, to the point of nearly harming himself, which drew frowns from the guards and priests alike. Allison, feeling a twinge of compassion, turned to Sarah. You demonstrate the method to them. Yes, my lady, Sarah replied, lowering her head, though she sensed the guards would save me. I beg you, my lord the count, please. Indeed. It appears he may take 2 days to perish, Allison remarked to the gnome. You must endure. By then, your companions will come to rescue you. The gnome, upon hearing this, could muster no strength to resist, only gritting his teeth in silence as he glared at Allison. My lady, we have vanquished all enemies. The remaining 300 fled, and we captured this, Federi reported as he approached Allison, tossing down a female knight from his horse. Oh, a woman? Allison expressed mild surprise. This is the Duke's new wife, Baroness Laura, a senior knight, Federi stated. She is a combat prodigy on the verge of becoming a Grand Knight. I am from the Gesti Empire, a member of the 35th cohort of the Knight Academy's 2nd Cavalry. And I also study oil painting at the Royal Painting Academy of Gesti. Having inherited my late husband's title, we are quite alike. Laura gazed up at Allison. I am favored by the Duke. Should you be captured, I could plead for you to avoid execution. Preposterous. You are the captive now. Federi interjected sharply. Oh, does that mean a substantial ransom? Laura inquired with a smile. Federi looked to Allison for guidance. Well, Lady Laura, you do seem quite remarkable, Allison observed. Might your presence in the convoy deter the Duke's assault? I cannot say for certain, as many mercenaries are solely motivated by money, Laura replied uncertainly. In that case, let us proceed with my plan. Allison shook her head in disappointment. Remember to break the tendons. Otherwise, they may fall off easily. As you command, Sarah responded, having adapted considerably after handling the gnome. What are you planning? Laura gasped in shock upon seeing the thorns ensnaring her. I am an imperial citizen. A baroness of great talent. The Duke has yet to sample my offerings. Ah. Crack. The struggling Laura was pierced by the thorns, letting out a scream amid Federi's bewilderment. Ah. Seeing Sarah handle Laura, Federi quickly turned to Allison. My lady. What are you intending to that is a significant individual? Federi exclaimed in horror, particularly given her youth and beauty. How can you? There are numerous disruptions along the road. Even a pilgrimage to the west would not face such interference. Are there any survivors on your end? Let us display them by the roadside. Upon hearing Allison's words, Federi's brow furrowed. They are all dead. And would it not be too cruel for us to do such a thing? This is an effective method of clearing the road, Allison insisted, shaking her head. Then arrange the bodies in a manner that suggests piercing. Remember, do not deliver the final blow. Just sever the tendons and place them by the roadside as a spectacle. Federi remained silent, evidently struggling with the notion, yet he took the opportunity to caress Laura's delicate hand. What? Surely you believe you can withstand all enemies and lead us safely to our territory? Allison observed the young captain's reluctant actions and offered consolation. Bear in mind that those who kill are always met with death. The king knows to hang traitors outside the castle. How does this differ from execution? Federi's lips twitched at her words. The agony of 5 minutes and the torment of 2 days were indeed worlds apart. Chapter 43. Arrival at Count's domain. Mercenaries may be unafraid of death, yet they surely do not wish to meet their end through piercing. Along the journey, the enemies fell one after another, transformed into mere landscapes by Allison's prowess. The intimidating effect of her actions finally manifested the following day. Even a mercenary band of 1,000 was merely a distant sight, and upon halting their carts, the mercenaries scattered like frightened birds. Without their presence, the knights, having been pierced twice, also began to falter. No noble loyal to the Duke was ignorant of the necessity to preserve their fortunes, for their armor and steeds were costly investments. The Duke's intentions to openly mobilize a large-scale army against the forces of the Ponk Empire would only invite the wrath of both the kingdom and the empire unless he was prepared to face the consequences. With the mercenaries gone, a group of cultists found it difficult to take advantage of the chaos. Among them was a boy who played with snakes. Not only was he pierced, but his enormous python was also roasted before his eyes by Allison to provide sustenance for the knights. The scene was so brutally horrific that Allison could not even close their eyes in mercy. Absorbing the soul of a third sequence mage. Acquiring the noble skill, brutality, absorbing the soul of a second sequence jungle sorcerer. Acquiring the noble skill, malevolence, absorbing the soul of a third sequence ogre. Acquiring the noble skill, treating humans as lesser beings. After several stubborn cult leaders and a reckless youth met their demise, Allison's retinue faced no further interruptions. It was not until they entered the domain of Count Roman that they encountered an elderly woman. Hunched and unsteady, she appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet the apples in her basket exuded a delightful fragrance. The knights, dismissive, shoved her aside and seized her apples. Sir, would you like an apple? Federi approached with the basket, presenting an apple to Allison. She accepted it, inhaling its aroma with a look of sheer delight. How fragrant! This must have spoiled the soil in which it grew. she remarked to Fedri. What? Fedri replied, bewildered. I mean, why would you offer me a poison apple? Allison said coolly. Fedri's expression shifted, and he hesitated, incredulous as he gazed at Allison. Is this apple poisoned? Allison rolled her eyes. Where did you get that idea? From the roadside, I suppose, Fedri answered, suddenly stunned by his own lack of vigilance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he glanced toward the side of the road, where the recently shoved-over old woman was now reaching for the priest's staff. Hey, what are you doing? Fedri shouted. However, the knights ahead paid him no mind, causing Fedri to panic. He urged his horse forward, but then he calmed himself, entering the realm of solitude, safeguarding against fire, theft, and moonlight exposure. Allison received a mental prompt and instinctively looked up, only to quickly realize her surroundings. She donned a birdbeak mask and cautioned Sarah, beware of the moonlight. Sarah nodded, vines sprouting from her shoulders to envelop her head. As the vehicle rolled past the old woman, she lifted her gaze and spoke in a frail voice. Return my clothes. Allison ignored her, as if deaf, and the cart continued on. Soon they encountered the old woman once more. Return my clothes, she insisted. But Allison remained unresponsive, continuing forward. In the process, she shed her red cloak and wrapped it around the lifeless body of 50 Shades of Grey, preparing for the third appearance of the old woman, at which point she would directly offer the clothing. My clothes. The old woman's face lit up with joy, her voice suddenly youthful. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and 50 Shades of Grey's head was blown away along with her mask, her expression one of bliss as she collapsed, seemingly happier than after a roller coaster ride. Plop. Allison lowered her weapon, not sparing a glance at the fallen body outside, calmly putting on the red cloak and discarding the mask at her feet, while Sarah extended a vine to carefully drag the corpse behind the cart. As dawn broke, the forward party abruptly halted, voices rising in confusion. Bang! Ignoring them, Allison kicked open the cart door, leaping down beside the half-damaged body of Little Red Riding Hood, reaching out to explore her essence. However, after lying there all night, her essence had vanished, perhaps due to the damage to her head. She frowned slightly, then began examining Little Red Riding Hood's body, soon uncovering a starburst six-shot, a magical broom, a wand, and 32 gold coins. Clip-clop. A group of priests and knights, now regaining their memories, approached, witnessing Allison rummaging through the corpse. One priest of the Earth Goddess gasped upon seeing the starburst six-shot. This is the priestess of the Moon Goddess. Indeed, a novice priestess, Allison replied, looking up at the priest. Do you recognize her? I recognize the weapon. The scriptures record how a priestess used it to slay the high priest. The priest's expression darkened. They're a lineage, each generation only accepting one priestess disciple, alternating like the twin moons in the sky. So killing her is a grave matter? Allison inquired. Extremely grave, the priest affirmed seriously. If no one passes by, the old priestess guarding the Taiga's mountains will starve. Allison nodded and asked, is there no grass growing on the mountain? Are you a devil, suggesting that a priestess should eat grass? Then she won't starve. If she does, it means she's picky. Not our fault, Allison replied, rising and signaling the guards to dispose of her body on the road, then smiling softly. Surely you cannot expect us all to perish for her to have a decent meal. Such reasoning is indeed absent in this world, and the gods have never demanded such sacrifices from us. The priest, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, then pointed to the pierced Little Red Riding Hood. Burn her body. If everyone wishes to live peacefully in the future, keep this incident buried within, and the weapons confiscated by the Count. It would be best not to use them in public. Allison furrowed her brow at this and nodded thoughtfully, summoning Shawshank, Don Quixote, and the Priest of Light. You shall send a message to the Empire, requesting an apprentice be sent to the Taiga's mountains. Understood. This will be conducted discreetly, Don Quixote replied. After burning the most unfortunate Little Red Riding Hood in history, Allison's party continued onward, reaching the Count's fortress by noon, where a host of maids and guards awaited to greet them. Is it just you? Where are the vassals? Shawshank questioned the assembled servants. Report to you, my lord. Aside from this castle, many vassals have declared independence, including the cities, ports, 6 manors, and surrounding towns, the steward said nervously to Shawshank. Even here, it was only seeing your numbers that the bandits retreated. So, the Count's ascension has not even warranted a proper welcome ceremony? Shawshank shouted angrily at the steward, who fainted on the spot, eyes rolling back in terror. Useless. Shawshank cursed at the steward, then turned to Allison. My lord Count, did you see? Without our support, survival here is nearly impossible. Leave enough personnel to protect me. The outside is up to you, Allison instructed Shawshank. Rest assured, we will ensure your protection, Shawshank nodded. The 16 knights will remain with you. 16? How can that suffice? With your main force gone, how can a mere 16 men defend the castle? Allison frowned. Isn't the kingdom sending you 50 men? Shawshank chuckled. Nearly 100 knights are sufficient to handle affairs within the territory. That will not do. You must provide 50 men, and they must be equipped with steam guns. Allison asserted sternly. Count, please do not put us in a difficult position. There are only 200 of us. And even if you were given the port, we would not be able to stand. Don Quixote also refused. This matter does not concern me. Initially, I sought to hire personnel, yet you forbade it. Now you claim there are too few? Allison frowned at them. Or are you suggesting that you intend to breach the contract? Certainly not. At this, Shawshank narrowed his eyes. Although Allison's demeanor on the journey had been unexpected. When it came to the interests of the Empire, even deities must yield. I can assure you that should an attack occur, we will provide immediate support. A mere handful of defenders will be sufficient to hold the castle until our arrival, ensuring your safety. As he spoke, he pushed the priest forward. Indeed, should anything happen, we will not stand idly by, the priest of light added, stepping forward. Allison's brow furrowed deeper at their words. She contemplated taking action, but upon glancing at Shawshank, who was on high alert and seemed to be using the priest as a shield, she ultimately relented. Very well, for the time being, this shall suffice. However, you must compensate me with a cursed item. You have yet to return my storage ring. Shawshank scoffed at her words. So, you prefer that I leave 50 knights behind? Is this extortion? Return the storage ring, and I shall allow you to keep the knights. Shawshank's expression shifted. He wished to avoid further delay. So he handed over a necklace from the storage ring to Allison. This is a defensive cursed item. I believe it will suit you well. Allison accepted the necklace. And a prompt appeared in her mind. Item, Eye of Medusa description. It possesses a dark red hue akin to the abyss. Gazing into it is akin to staring into the void. Ability, minor amplification of spirit, automatic defense against low-level magic. Side effects, cumulative activation 10 times per day leads to petrification. 3 occurrences of petrification within a month, which will be irreversible, exempted. Origin, see Demon Eyeball, Imperial Laboratory No. 3. A commendable item, Allison remarked, satisfied as she regarded Shawshank. The spiritual enhancement will be greatly beneficial to me. As for petrification, I am not on the battlefield. I'm glad you find it suitable, Shawshank replied through clenched teeth. This is also merely lent to you. Very well. Allison waved her hand. You may continue with your business. At her words, Shawshank felt a ringing in his ears. He mounted his horse and commanded his subordinates, let us depart. Chapter 44. The city full of traitors. Allison watched as Shawshank departed, then gathered the knights to instruct them to transport the armor to the castle. She then intended to inquire about the daily lives of the servants within the castle, but to her dismay, she found that they were all traitors. Representatives from the 2 great empires, royalty, dukes, and even barons and knights were present. Not a single soul, from the gardener to the steward, was innocent. Where are my loyal confidants? My lady, what troubles you? Sarah sensed Allison's distress and asked. Nothing. Allison shook her head slightly, then resorted to intimidation. Addressing the surrounding servants and knights loudly. I am well aware that among you are spies for others, but I shall not hold your past allegiances against you. However, from this moment forth, I shall be the mistress of this castle, your sovereign, and all of you must pledge your loyalty to me. Should I discover any betrayal, the consequences will be dire. Upon finishing her declaration, Allison scanned the room, her gaze piercing through the fearful expressions. Do you all understand? We understand. A chorus of servants and knights, their eyes betraying a mix of dread and defiance, shouted in unison, which greatly pleased Allison. Excellent. Allison nodded, then commanded, Steward, familiarize the knights with their duties, and chef, prepare the meals. A maid, escort me to my chamber for some rest. Upon hearing Allison's orders, the group sprang into action, while a maid guided Allison into the castle. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they approached the master bedroom. Just as she awaited the maid to unlock the door, another maid rushed up from below, urgently declaring, You cannot open that door. Allison turned in surprise to look at the maid, while the unlocking maid continued her task, only to be yanked back by Sarah, who promptly locked the door again. Relieved that her warning had been heeded, the maid patted her chest and whispered, Come quickly. There is a witch sealed inside. Opening that door will lead to death. That's absurd. How could a witch be in the castle? The church would never permit such a thing, the imperial maid replied with a bitter smile. Don't let her deceive you. You are the deceiver. It is the church that sealed her here. The warning maid retorted, her eyes blazing with anger. If you open that door, we will all perish. My lady. There is indeed some commotion inside, Sarah interjected, her ear pressed against the door. Allison, hearing this, seized the collar of the imperial maid. How do you explain this? The imperial maid's eyes flickered. Inside is the countess's maid. Oh, Allison nodded. I shall not wrong any of you. Thank you for your trust, my lord. The imperial maid replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, just as Allison extended her hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, is there a witch inside? Allison inquired. Yes, is this the new count? A child's voice responded from within. Indeed, Allison affirmed. What is it you seek? I haven't had bread in a long time. Could you give me some? The voice pleaded. Of course, Allison replied with a smile, but with the door closed, how can I give it to you? You may place it in the courtyard, the child's voice urged. Very well, I shall have the chef deliver it shortly, Allison agreed. As she turned to leave with the maid, the voice called out again, wait. Speak. Allison halted her steps. Are you going to execute that maid? The voice asked. Indeed. I have already given her a chance, Allison frowned. You are not to plead for her. I cannot grant such a request. Of course not. But might you place her outside with the bread? The voice suggested. Allison raised an eyebrow at this, as she opposed the idea of cannibalism, whether it involved humans or animals. Yet, she inquired cautiously, should it be cooked? The voice within fell silent for a moment before finally responding, I do not eat humans. Oh, Allison sighed in relief. That is meant to feed the crows. Naturally, to leave them alive is too cruel. Acknowledging the voice, Allison nodded. Very well, await my return. Since it is for your family, you should perish. If you were to submit to me, would the empire spare your kin? Allison remarked, feigning concern for her. But what? Are you suggesting you will not submit, and wish for me to spare you while you continue to threaten me? Allison scoffed, then withdrew a handful of gold coins for the warning maid. From this day forth, you shall be the head maid, entitled to 2 guards for your protection, and you shall not be required to work. Thank you, my lord, the maid bowed gratefully, assisting Allison in opening the door. As Allison surveyed the scuttling cockroaches and mice beneath her feet, she questioned, is the state of the castle due to a lack of ownership for too long? Or has it always been this way? It has always been this way. Aside from the king, no one possesses the means to maintain such a large castle. The maid whispered. Descending to the 2nd floor, led by her newly appointed head maid, Martha, Allison arrived at a secondary chamber. She instructed Sarah to crush the bones of the imperial maid, and then requested that Martha notify her when it was time for dinner. My lord. Please, can you spare me from feeding the crows? I beg you. The maid, hoisted by her feet, cried out, desperately seeking to retain some dignity. Allison shook her head, refusing. This is the witch's demand. You did not consider the consequences when you stirred up trouble, did you? There is no such thing as an easy way out in this world. Crack, crack. I curse you to suffer a fate worse than mine 1,000-fold. Allison observed silently as the maid was methodically crushed, and as she began to scream obscenities, Allison preemptively shattered her jaw. Before the maid could fully succumb, Allison hesitated, rising to seek out the priest. Priest, is anyone here? Someone is in dire straits. Allison addressed a knight on guard. The knight bowed to Allison. The priests have gone to scout locations for the new church. Who is in distress? I have some knowledge of healing. Then come, Allison beckoned. The knight rushed over, only to find the contorted form of the imperial maid sprawled on the ground, her breath shallow and labored. I fear I cannot save her. The knight stammered, shaking his head in disbelief. Very well, you may leave, Allison replied with a hint of regret, before stepping over to crush the maid's skull. Crack. Absorbing the imperial outsider investigator, acquiring the noble skill of tea ceremony. Oh, what a dreadful skill, Allison remarked to Sarah. Drag her to where the other servants are and display her before discarding her in the courtyard. Understood, Sarah nodded, then kicked the lifeless maid, muttering. What a pity you were so fortunate. Chapter 45. Promotion. Notice Sarah wandered through the castle with her maid, observing the expressions of the servants, which were filled with indignation. Had it not been for their fear of Sarah, they would have exacted their vengeance upon her. After all, there is little sympathy for those who drag everyone down with them. While their goals were aligned, for some, it was merely a job, a few hundred silver coins a month. What was the value of life in such a case? They had all witnessed the recent events. Should anyone err again, they would be fed to the crows. Allison surveyed the line of servants before her and then took a sip of the wine poured by the maid, only to sputter it out in disgust. The poison was too potent. Setting down the glass, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and turned to the maid who had poured the wine, only to find the maid's face pale, brandishing a dagger aimed at her. With a swift motion, Allison seized the dagger just as it was about to strike her, pinning the maid down and wresting the weapon away to begin dismembering her tendons. The maid flailed on the table like a fish on a cutting board, inadvertently spilling a cup of thick soup, which sizzled upon contact with the table. Allison paused, astonished, and turned a disbelieving gaze toward the chef. "Are you so brazen as to assume I wouldn't notice?" The chef's face fell as he drew a steam gun from beneath his cloak and shouted at the nearby servants, "Damn you, why aren't you moving?" He then pulled the trigger at Allison. The shot rang out, and Allison staggered backward, collapsing, while the 7 kitchen servants lunged toward Sarah, who stood behind the dining table. However, to their shock, Allison regained her balance, and the kitchen staff found themselves ensnared by emerging vines. "It appears we must recruit additional kitchen staff," Allison remarked, rubbing the red mark left on her forehead, before addressing the guards who rushed in, prepare to impale them in the courtyard. "You fiend, you shall not escape retribution." The chefs, upon hearing their fate, erupted in furious curses, yet soon succumbed to overwhelming fear as they were dragged from the castle. Moments later, their screams echoed through the air. Allison listened intently to their cries and instructed Sarah, "Bring me some edible provisions to my room." "Yes, my lord." Sarah nodded. Allison glanced at the meager offerings on the table and turned to head to her quarters. Outside the castle, a murder of crows descended upon the impaled servants, pecking at their eyes and tender flesh. One crow, separating itself from the group, took flight towards the distance. It soared over forested towns and pastoral villages, ultimately arriving at a city near the port of Lumen, where it entered a villa. With a flutter, the crow transformed into a figure cloaked in black, striding towards a round table filled with attendees. "How goes it?" inquired a man in a black tailcoat, who was Thomas, the investigator dispatched by the Empire to the kingdom. "The Count has stationed 66 knights in the castle, eliminated 9 extraneous members of the Empire, and even assisted the witch on the rooftop in feeding pigeons," the cloaked figure reported. "Such a substantial garrison left to guard the castle? This sounds rather disadvantageous for us," several at the table murmured. "After all, the one who opened the door is no longer present," Thomas sighed. "These fools are eager for merit, yet such zeal must yield results." "The vampiric count is right," interjected a leading figure. He gazed out the window and spotted a bat soaring in daylight, eventually landing in his palm. A skirmish has erupted at the port. The Guard and Imperial Knights have gained the upper hand. This was to be expected. They have lost many men along the way. Those who have survived are the elite," the man in the half-mast trench coat remarked, producing a crystal ball to assess the situation. "But there are ways to deal with them. After all, we are not the only ones desiring her demise." "Duke Prince?" Thomas inquired. "Indeed. He too cannot mobilize overt forces, thus our Duke has made a decision." The trench-coated man focused on the crystal ball, preparing to release the beast tamers imprisoned in his direct territory and vassal lands, intending first to eliminate the Count and then seize control of the port. They seemed quite confident. The group exchanged incredulous glances. "Let us wait a few days. The results will soon unfold," the trench-coated man said, glancing at Thomas. "If it comes to it, your empire can act likewise." "Is this all?" Allison scrutinized the scant food before her, which paled in comparison to meals served in school cafeterias. Sarah nodded. "This is all that is available. All provisions must be procured." "How does the steward manage this? Is the castle devoid of funds?" Allison questioned. "Indeed, my lord," Sarah replied, her expression troubled. "Just earlier, I witnessed a nest of mice scurrying through the castle, leaving with tears in their eyes. Seeing the empty outlines of the wall paintings in the corridor made it clear. Had it not been for the assassination attempt on me, there might not even be any servants here," Allison lamented, placing her hand upon her forehead. "Our armor could fetch a considerable sum, couldn't it?" "It could be sold at a discounted rate," Sarah nodded. "Indeed, one must ensure their living quarters are comfortable, and that there is sustenance. Those aware of my status as a noble would expect nothing less. Those unaware might think I resided in a dilapidated building," Allison remarked, taking a bite of bread, crunching as she chewed. Her iron jaws, a skill acquired, proved ineffective against such sustenance. Observing Allison struggle with the bread, Sarah hesitantly asked, "My lord, you previously spoke of ensuring your safety, yet now you wish to draw upon vast reserves of vitality?" "Quite so," Allison affirmed, glancing at the blackened horns adorning the back of her right hand. My strength has increased significantly. I can now utilize the abilities of Frostmourne twice daily, and even employ curses that were previously beyond my reach. Yet, isn't residing here in noble comfort rather passive? Sarah queried, puzzled. Allison paused, setting down the bread, and lifted her gaze to Sarah. Sarah, you may understand that my identity is rather unique and cannot withstand scrutiny. With the kingdom and empire watching us, we must operate within the confines of propriety when it comes to killing. Are you concerned that excessive bloodshed might label you a witch? Sarah frowned. Allison nodded. Living comfortably within the castle serves as the finest bait. They will perceive our enjoyment as derived from their wealth. However, as the castle has faced multiple attacks, they will eventually capitulate. Sarah considered this strategy with skepticism. But if that occurs, the entire world will owe me. No one shall judge whom I choose to slay. Allison smiled, and presently, even the castle is precarious. We must expand gradually. But Lumen is inherently your territory. Sarah remained confused. Few would entertain such a notion. Neither the kingdom nor the empire, Allison replied, shaking her head slightly. This includes my own subjects. Sarah was taken aback. She had never envisioned the bold Allison to adopt such caution within the kingdom, taking others into account. After all, even discussions of marriage now overlook the fact that the other party is also female. Though I may not fully comprehend, I shall follow your directives, Sarah concluded. I will lead the knights to the nearby town to procure supplies, enhancing the quality of the castle. Precisely. Allison nodded in approval, then handed Sarah the 6-shot starburst obtained from Little Red Riding Hood. Take this for your protection. Thank you, my lord. Sarah accepted the starburst, bowing slightly in gratitude. As Sarah departed with the food in hand, Allison reclined on the uncomfortable bed, her thoughts drifting towards the notion that Sarah must perceive her as weak or perhaps hypocritical. Her passive demeanor stemmed solely from the prompt that emerged upon entering the Count's domain. This prompt, derived from an intricate tapestry of words, only manifested after she had dispatched the 8 servants. Prompt: conditions met to initiate the ascension ceremony. Performing the ceremony will restore the strength of sequence 1. Ritual: complete the mark of completion and employ the soul-binding nails to secure 5 baronial fortresses surrounding the Count's territory. Nourish them and gather 200,000 guilty souls for sacrifice, ensuring no emotional fluctuations during the process. Choosing a passive retaliation not only cultivated her disappointment towards her subjects to ensure a lack of compassion during the sacrifice but also concealed the stark truth, allowing her to absolve herself of responsibility. After all, such a grand spectacle required a scapegoat. Those self-proclaimed champions of justice would not relent easily. Yet, to ascend to the rank of a witch required merely 10 corpses, making her elevation seem egregiously costly. Chapter 46. A pact with the witch in the Grand Master bedroom of Count Lumenber's castle. Black mist enveloped the space, shrouding the skeletal remains on the ground in an eerie haze. Occasionally, blue flames flickered from their eye sockets, while crows perched upon them from time to time. Against the wall, a massive circular iron cage emerged from the fog, its bars intricately engraved with symbols of the divine. Within this cage hung a large silver crucifix, upon which dangled a girl with chestnut hair, clad in a Gothic princess gown, firmly nailed there by 16 iron spikes. Even the broken bat wings at her back were ensnared. At that moment, she gazed vacantly with her golden eyes, allowing her raven minions to feed her white bread. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, turning toward the door. Do you wish for freedom? Allison's voice echoed from outside. Yes. Can you help me, sister? The girl's voice, innocent and filled with delight, contrasted sharply with the emptiness in her gaze. As long as you have needs, there are 2 tasks you must fulfill for me, Allison stated from beyond the door. Name them. I would do 100 if needed, the witch replied, her face betraying no emotion yet her voice tinged with excitement. Only 2, Allison reiterated. Firstly, tell me how to ensure the loyalty of my subordinates. After all, you have already tasted the bread. It is poisoned, and I have no time to engage in intrigues with my servants, nor do I wish to gnaw on black bread. Poisoned? The girl exclaimed adorably, her eyes widening in surprise, only to have a trickle of blood flow from her nose. Yes, a potent toxin, but that is of little consequence to you. Can you fulfill the first task? Allison inquired. I possess a devil's contract that can bind one's loyalty. Yet the soul of the user shall be forfeited to the devil upon death. Would that suffice? The girl sniffled through her bloodied nose. That works. Penmanship is most convenient. Allison acknowledged. The second matter involves a ritual I shall conduct in the near future. Upon its completion, I will grant you your freedom and proclaim it as your doing. And then? The girl pressed, blood now staining her mouth and nose, rendering her a pitiful sight. There is nothing more. Simply affirm that the sacrifice was indeed your act, if anyone inquires, Allison replied. Such conditions are exceedingly simple. I am rather embarrassed, sister, for you have granted me freedom. Perhaps I should assist you in slaying a king? The girl suggested. Allison smiled gently. Thank you for your kind offer. Oh, but I am not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. Such matters hold no significance for me. Just these 2 tasks, and I shall restore your freedom. You are truly a benevolent soul, the girl said, touched. It has been ages since I ventured outside. Save your desires. You shall have ample playtime in the future. The girl blinked, returning to life from her previously lifeless state. Oh, may I still have bread from you, the non-toxic white kind? I have just taken over this place. And the food quality is indeed lacking. However, I will provide you with various clean provisions, including bread, ham, and milk, Allison assured. How moving. I have never tasted milk in my life. The girl choked back tears. Milk shall be provided starting tomorrow, Allison promised, then turned to leave slowly. Inside the master bedroom. As the sound of departing footsteps faded, the girl smiled, inhaling deeply the black mist surrounding her. In the next moment, all the fog surged into her being. Milk. Such a thing must be delivered through the front door. Ah, the devil's contract, and food must come through the door, lest the milk spills. I understand. Allison nodded, then glanced at the raven. Moreover, when you come in the future, be discreet. Ensure no one discovers our connection. I shall assert that it was the servants who released you. I know. I will inform the master. The raven cawed before soaring out the window. With the raven's departure, Allison opened the devil's contract, and the details materialized in her mind. Item: Devil's Contract, Intermediate. Description: a staple of hellish merchants, a rare item from the underworld. It is said that one used it to control 52 city-states, ultimately besieged by the Twin Church. Ability: can simultaneously bind the loyalty oaths of 100 individuals. Upon the death of the contractor, the slots become available. Side effects: those of higher loyalty rank than the user possess arbitration rights. Additionally, the user's soul returns to the Hell Workshop upon death. Source: Hell Workshop. Upon contemplating this contract with a capacity for 100 names, Allison nodded to herself. The castle had 67 servants. Having eliminated 9, she was left with 58. However, gazing at the castle's desolate state, she resolved to fill it to capacity. With this thought, Allison called out Sarah. Oh, you may go. Instruct all the servants in the castle to gather in the hall. Not a single one shall be absent. Understood. Lewis bowed and dashed downstairs. 10 minutes later, as all the servants assembled in the hall, they were struck dumb at the prospect of signing a contract. They all understood that aligning with the Count meant certain doom. You seem reluctant, which I can comprehend, as you are not truly here to serve, Allison mused, rubbing her nose. Therefore, I shall not press you. Those willing may sign, and those unwilling may depart, and we shall part ways. As Allison finished speaking, 50 servants, ranging from stable hands to butlers, prepared to refuse. Even the trusted head maid, Martha, displayed resistance. The butler, glancing at the 2 knights with fierce gazes, sighed and stepped forward to the table, signing his name beneath the oath of the contract. Excellent. Now I can trust you within the castle. Allison nodded in approval at the butler. I shall serve my master faithfully, he said with a slight bow before stepping aside. With the butler leading, other servants gradually approached to sign, and amidst this lull, a male servant suddenly dashed toward the castle's exit. Stop! Lewis cried, preparing to chase after him. No need to restrain him, Allison called out, then smiled at the remaining servants. Anyone wishing to leave may do so now. A chill ran through the remaining servants as they beheld Allison smile, and one by one, they signed the contract. At that moment, a flock of crows suddenly took flight outside, followed by a piercing scream that startled the gathered servants. Do not be alarmed. We are all allies henceforth, and I shall not harm you. However, do remember to secure your doors at night, as there will likely be many attempting to assassinate me. 200 miles away from the Lumen territory, in the outskirts of Duke Prince's domain, a man clad in a black wolfskin coat and red woolen trousers stood atop a wild plateau. He wore a triangular hat adorned with white peacock feathers, sported a large curled mustache beneath his nose, and possessed a stout figure. His comical appearance was offset by eyes that gleamed with an unsettling sharpness. He was none other than Prince Onegao, one of the kingdom's 13 dukes. You are all sinners. Your fates would have been to perish in the dungeons. Yet, I, in my mercy, have decided to grant you an opportunity for rebirth, Duke Prince proclaimed loudly. Beneath him stood 3,000 beastmasters, silently observing the Duke, their heads bowed to conceal their expressions. Were it not for the consideration of their families, their immediate desire would undoubtedly be to slay the Duke before them. A creature whose purported benevolence belies a nature more vile than that of beasts. You, 3,000 beastmasters, could easily overthrow the royal capital. Emir Count's territory should pose no challenge. The Duke cleared his throat and addressed the beastmasters below, urging them to perform diligently, promising rewards, yet warning that those who falter would face the merciless wrath of his supervisory team. Upon concluding his remarks, the Duke cast a glance at his side. "Bart, my lord," Bart replied, bowing respectfully. As one of the Duke's 13 legendary knights, he was indeed the most formidable among them. Keep a close watch on them. Yes. Chapter 47. Can others encroach on one's own territory? They transported a significant amount of cargo, including 20 knightly corpses. Sarah wearily gazed at Allison, expressing her belief that those who attempted to assassinate her were not of the same faction, but rather seemed specifically intent on seizing their goods. Upon hearing this, Allison looked towards the caravan. Originally, there had been over 20 carts on the road, but now only 13 remained. Why didn't you send me a distress signal? I fear someone might be watching from behind. Leaving the castle could be perilous, Sarah remarked. I did send word to Shawshank, but alas, no reinforcements arrived. They are likely preoccupied, and he probably wishes for my demise. Once the fleet sets sail with troops, he could claim vengeance for me and seize the lordship of Loman. Allison sighed. You all should rest for now, and later, ensure this matter is reported to the Imperial Gazette, so that people might witness how they uphold their contracts. Understood. Sarah replied with a bow, then turned to the servants tending to the injured. My lady, they are fine. These individuals have entered into a pact with me and will not betray us, Allison assured her. As for the one on the 3rd floor, her rations will be delivered according to the Earl's standards from now on. Now go. What? Sarah exclaimed in surprise. Do not be alarmed. I have decided to collaborate with her, Allison clarified. First, address the current matters and have dinner sent to my room later. Of course, Sarah nodded. As Allison began to descend the stairs once more, she paused at the door to inquire. In which direction did those who ambushed you flee? What were they wearing? Any distinguishing features? Caught off guard by the question, Sarah responded, Southwest. They have mages skilled in fire magic. Would you like me to accompany you? No need. You stay here to watch over the castle. Allison shook her head, then activated her transformation skill, morphing into a hawk and soaring southwestward. She flew swiftly, soon exiting the Earl's territory and spotting her target in an open field. 3 carts, hers, circling above. Allison observed the group of over 200 and chose not to rush in recklessly. Instead, she landed 5 miles ahead in a thicket. She then summoned Lilith's mist, laying it upon the ground and tying its mouth shut. Why is there fog ahead? Someone inquired. Are you jesting? This path is so familiar we could traverse it with our eyes closed. We should reach the Baron's fortress in another 10 miles, the first speaker replied. No. We have cargo to protect. If we stray and damage the carts, what will we do with the goods? Another argued, leading to a chorus of voices agreeing. Let us set up camp, light a fire, and depart at dawn. Very well, came the resounding agreement. What do you think, priest? Since everyone is halted, let them rest. If you are worried about losing goods, you may sleep in the cart, came the response. At that moment, a large pot had been erected over a fire, boiling water. Allison quietly approached the sprawled bandits and swiftly dispatched one after another. Absorb the essence of the first robber, acquire the universal skill slide. 1, 2, 3. Who goes there? Just as Allison eliminated the 7th robber, someone by the campfire noticed and, without incanting, hurled a fireball her way. With a swift stroke, Allison shattered the fireball, the searing sparks forcing her to retreat. In the next instant, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon her. Unperturbed, she took 2 running steps and performed a slide beneath the fireballs, only to be caught off guard as one exploded behind her. Boom. The force of the blast sent Allison flying, and after rolling on the ground, she quickly regained her footing, only to find countless robbers charging towards her. Kill her. Clashing swords and curved blades descended upon her, overwhelming her with their numbers. In a flash, Allison unleashed a frost spell. A gust of frigid wind laced with ice crystals surged forward. Crackling sounds echoed as the advancing foes were enveloped in ice. Save for one knight who leapt from the icy mist. He raised his sword mid-air, descending upon her. Allison deftly parried, causing the knight to stall in the air. With a swift sidestep, she raised her left hand, aiming her weapon at him. Bang! The knight's head erupted in a spray of blood, his body flipping backward into the boiling pot. Splash! The knight created a splash, sinking without a trace. Turning to her right, Allison noticed a mage gathering flames. She pointed, and the grass rope constricted around his throat, followed by Allison closing in to behead him. Absorb the essence of the eternal flame priest. Acquire basic magic fireball spell. By this time, the pot had reached a rolling boil, the fallen knight floating lifelessly within, glowing faintly in the firelight. She pulled him out, assessing him before discarding the body aside and extending her hand towards the scalding pot. Item, healing cauldron. Description: the knight, in his final moments, envisioned plunging into a medicinal bath. His mistaken perception invoked the essence of the twin goddesses, resulting in this remarkable creation. Ability: entering after the water reaches a boil can rapidly heal bodily injuries. Origin: a blessing bestowed 15 years after the death of the goddess. Upon reading the prompt in her mind, Allison mused that this item was for her alone, under her red cloak adorned with a little Red Riding Hood. It would spell doom for anyone else. With a swift kick, she overturned the cauldron, pouring out the water onto the cart, then, guided by the moonlight, made her way back to the castle. Chapter 48. The Will of the Count. Do you know who they are? Sarah inquired, her voice laced with shock. They are men from the nearby barony, Allison replied with a nod. They have been watching us closely. Those wretched scoundrels, Sarah exclaimed indignantly. How dare those petty country nobles presume to? Preparations are complete. The night's mass has concluded, with Lewis playing the role of the priest, Allison interjected. Oh, that's splendid. If he has an inclination for it, we could certainly have him perform that role when things settle down, Sarah agreed. I shall retire upstairs for a moment. Please have dinner sent up to me. Also, the cursed pot should be placed in a warehouse, Allison instructed. Yes, my lady, Sarah replied with a respectful bow. With her directives given, Allison ascended to the second floor, passing by servants bustling about. The entire corridor had been cleared of straw mice and insects. And as she walked by, the servants were busy installing chandeliers and oil paintings. My lord, she greeted. Do not overexert yourselves. It is time to rest, Allison advised. Nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, my lady, the group of servants responded respectfully. Allison entered her bedroom, pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the servants. The wallpaper had been affixed, flower pots arranged, 2 solid brown wooden tables placed, and 2 paintings of maidens by the riverside hung upon the walls. The floor had been cleaned and sprinkled with flower pollen. And the chandelier now boasted new candles. It certainly has a more refined air, Allison mused, observing the transformed space, which had previously resembled a pigsty combined with a prison. After shedding her outer garments, she reclined on the bed and closed her eyes for about 20 minutes, only to be stirred by Sarah's knock at the door. The servant entered, pushing a dining cart. My lady, your dinner, she announced, setting the dishes upon the table before retreating. Allison glanced at the spread: pie, bread, cheese, milk soup, sausage, a fillet of cod, and a bottle of red wine. This wine was sourced from the town. I sampled it, and it is rather pleasing, Sarah remarked, pouring a glass for Allison and lighting a few more candles on the dining table before attending to her meal. Join me, Allison urged as she savored a bite of the rooster pie. My lady, I have already dined, Sarah replied, shaking her head. Oh, did they send food upstairs? Allison inquired. They did. In addition to the milk and dinner, I also procured some nuts, Sarah said, her brow furrowing. She was imprisoned in a cage, pierced by 16 spears, just as the rumors described. What do the rumors say? Allison asked, spearing a slice of sausage and tasting it. Her name is Benita Willis, the daughter of a knight from a small village. She was originally to be sent as a maid to the former count, but she refused. Thus, she secretly summoned a demon in the village graveyard, sacrificing her soul to become a witch, and then she annihilated her entire family in a single night, slaughtering all the villagers, Sarah recounted. The count was furious and dispatched troops, along with the priestess of the earth goddess, to capture her. However, when confronted with her crimes, Benita exhibited extreme contrition, and the priestesses, seeing her youth, chose to imprison her here. Allison listened intently and, upon noticing Sarah had finished her account, looked up at her. Is that all? That is all, Sarah confirmed. To murder her family and an entire village is a grave offense. Not particularly legendary, Allison remarked, her interest waning. One would expect that someone who survives being pierced by 16 spears and commands a retinue would possess greater power. A figure capable of desecrating churches and corrupting cities would not simply annihilate a single village. Clearly, the rumors are concealing something. Although they are merely rumors, they suggest she is a rather irrational individual, so we must exercise caution in our dealings with her, Sarah advised. Cooperation is non-negotiable, Allison stated, gesturing toward the candles on the table. You may view her as a flame, inherently harmless, capable of illuminating the darkness, driving away beasts, and cooking meals, yet potentially igniting catastrophic fires. Upon hearing Allison's metaphor, Sarah frowned. An entity sealed by 16 spears is not easily controlled. We do not need to control her. We only need to release her when the time is right, Allison countered, shaking her head. What concerns me more is the construction and security of the castle. We have 46 knights, enough to establish a defensive perimeter around the castle, Sarah contemplated. However, we are somewhat lacking in the ability to eradicate the surrounding bandits. Indeed. Who would have thought that even venturing out to purchase goods would become problematic? Allison sighed, setting down her knife. Let us inquire about the training progress of Robbie's team. If they have attained sufficient combat readiness, they can provide support here. Understood, Sarah nodded and then turned to Allison. My lady, we are still short 7 carts of supplies for the castle repairs. Should we venture out to procure more? Yes, if anyone attempts to ambush us today, signal me immediately. We must not squander the opportunity for a counterattack. Additionally, when you leave the town, request the local constable's assistance for an escort, stating it is my command. I doubt they would agree, Sarah replied, shaking her head. Just proceed as instructed, Allison asserted. If they refuse, spread the word, at the very least. The townsfolk should know that they have defied the Count's will, which would surely provoke his ire. Understood, Sarah nodded. The night passed in a tranquil manner, allowing Allison to awaken naturally, a state she found almost unbelievable. Headmaid Martha brought water for her morning wash, informing her that Sarah had led 30 knights and 7 carts to procure supplies early that day. My lady, not only did they fail to send an escort, some refused to trade with us entirely. I had to traverse several towns to acquire these goods, Sarah explained. They claim you are a monstrous creature from the newsman's, unwilling to accept your authority. Chapter 49, The Beastly Assault Monsters? Are they not witches? Allison inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Upon hearing this, Sarah promptly retrieved a folded newspaper from her gown. Allison accepted it, glancing at the contents, which detailed her alleged transgressions since arriving in the Lumen territory from the royal capital. It accused her of flouting the rules of war, creating piercing corridors, and even mentioned that the Duchess of Prince Oniago had suffered similar treatment. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The monster from Newsman lands at Lumen Port." Allison stared at the newspaper in shock. Had even the small towns begun publishing news? Sarah, noticing Allison's reaction, grimaced slightly. Milady, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that this kind of propaganda will severely tarnish our reputation, making it exceedingly difficult for us to recruit personnel or collect taxes. Beyond them, my subjects have begun to rise against me. Allison chuckled lightly at this. That is inconsequential. Disobedience must be suppressed. It is within a lord's rights to govern their subjects. Understood, Sarah nodded in agreement, then began directing the unloading of supplies. The publication recounted the kingdom's former glory, rivaling that of the 2 great empires. Its economy, infrastructure, and agricultural production all relied heavily on beasts. However, following the fall of the twin goddesses, some beast tamers rebelled, local nobles revolted, and mutations among beasts across the mountains led to a rapid decline in the kingdom's civilization. Unlike the empires and city-states, the kingdom's dependency on beasts had exceeded 90%. With countless beasts perishing, many professions vanished, and various facilities fell into disrepair. Without a powerful beast army, the kingdom, caught between 2 great empires, faced imminent peril. The theft of Lumen Port was merely their initial scheme. Once they established a foothold, the kingdom's demise would be inevitable. The plight of these beasts is truly tragic. Allison mused, observing the text. They possessed intelligence, some even capable of speech, yet upon capture, they were reduced to mere sustenance. At that moment, she was startled by a knock at the door. Enter, she called. With a creak, Sarah pushed the door open, followed by a raven. Is there something amiss? Allison asked, eyeing the raven. A legion of beast tamers is advancing towards the castle, approximately 2,000 to 3,000, all bearing an intimidating demeanor, the raven reported. One need not ponder their intentions. I was just lamenting their plight. Allison's expression shifted as she absorbed the information. 3,000 beast tamers. Does that not mean 6,000 when including their beasts? Indeed, they're formidable. They have eliminated our scouts. Your eagle did not escape. The raven flapped its wings, conveying urgency. Allison furrowed her brow and instructed Sarah, ensure the knights and servants hold the castle. Yes. Sarah nodded, rushing out. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls erupted outside, followed by a chorus of shouts demanding entry. "Open the gates! Open the gates!" The clamorous voices reverberated in Allison's ears, prompting her to approach the window for a better view, revealing a sea of heads below. "You cannot withstand this. Your only hope lies in breaking the seal placed by your master, for that is your path to survival," the raven insisted, flapping its wings in agitation. The raven tilted its head at Allison, its eyes turning a brilliant gold as it spoke in a feminine voice. "Miss, there are 3,000 beast tamers outside. Even my utmost efforts to help you escape may not suffice. However, I possess means to flee. Milady, the defensive mechanisms are prepared. Yet the enemy is also readying their siege equipment. Should the gate falter, they will retreat to your location, using this house as a barricade against their assault." Allison observed a visibly anxious Sarah. "Can you burrow underground?" "I can, but milady, this is solid stone. We are trapped here, with no reinforcements to rely upon," Sarah replied, her frustration palpable. Allison rolled her eyes. "Go summon some servants and have them bring food from the kitchen. We shall see if we can outlast the enemy." "Understood." With that, Sarah dashed away while Allison rummaged through a collection of vials and jars to concoct potions. The raven, witnessing her actions, perched on the table, silently observing Allison's process. "Miss, you can brew poisons?" "I am also versed in tarot reading and crystal ball observation," Allison replied, focused on her measurements. "Oh, you are a witch?" the raven inquired, astonished. "I am not. Do not utter such nonsense," Allison shook her head. "This is science." The raven assessed Allison with curiosity. "I possess formulas from the professional series. Would you like them?" "Not interested," Allison replied firmly. "Even as a professional, I would choose to be a knight." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from below, shaking the very ground beneath Allison's feet, followed by screams and the flicker of flames. "The enemy has commenced their assault, however. Our defenses are formidable," she noted, placing the prepared poison into small iron canisters, which she then affixed to several steam guns. "Are you certain this will be effective against beasts?" The raven tilted its head skeptically. "The Pink Empire is not devoid of beasts. I have conducted experiments before," Allison responded, positioning the guns and peering out the window. She witnessed stones, oil, and boiling substances raining down from the castle, as bears and gorillas charged with heavy logs, only to be repelled in waves. Yet among their ranks was a peculiar creature, a bison-like beast that relentlessly battered the gate, seemingly impervious to fire and hot oil. Each collision echoed with the foreboding sound of impending destruction. "Are you truly not escaping with me?" the raven asked, a hint of regret in its voice as it observed Allison's steadfastness before it took flight outside. Approximately 5 minutes later, Allison heard the hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor, followed by knights rushing in, shields at the ready, with servants trailing behind, burdened with supplies. They squeezed into the small room, one after another, and Allison counted their numbers, noting, "We are short 6. Those 6 were traitors. They perished suddenly when attempting to open the gates for the enemy," Lewis explained. "Ah, perhaps that is fate's design," Allison mused, gripping 4 guns at the door, anxiously awaiting the siege. As the impacts reverberated below, the great door finally gave way with a resounding crash, and a torrent of footsteps surged towards them from the rotating entrance. Allison tightened her grip on the gun, aiming towards the distant corridor, only to hear the footsteps continue unabated to the 3rd floor. This left everyone momentarily stunned. "They must be attempting to seize the castle's rooftop," Lewis speculated. Chapter 50. You have targeted the wrong person. As Allison and her companions awaited the enemy, the Beastmasters surged up to the 3rd floor, splitting into 2 groups. One group headed straight to the rooftop, while the other pushed through the revolving door into the corridor, making their way toward the noble's master bedroom. With a thunderous rush, the beasts arrived at the master bedroom door. The leading lion and leopard exchanged glances and nodded. The leopard raised 3 claws to count, but the lion abruptly leaned back and forcefully burst through the door. Bang! As the door swung open, the lion's entire body tumbled inside. The cheetah twitched its mouth in a grimace but led the other beasts into the room, where the sounds of roars and chaos erupted. "Stop! You've targeted the wrong person," cried Benita from within, her anger palpable. "Don't shake my cage. Just because I'm hiding in here with 16 guns doesn't mean I don't recognize you." The lion, cruelly snapping the neck of a crow, laughed. "The more you scream, the more excited I become." With a deafening roar, a ball of flame surged through the cage toward Benita, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "You fools," she scoffed. As her words fell, a black aura suddenly erupted from her body, instantly extinguishing the lion's fire and radiating outward with unstoppable force, engulfing the room in darkness. with a series of thuds. The beasts battling the crows collapsed one by one under the weight of the black smoke, while the lion and cheetah covered their noses and fled outside. The cheetah remembered to shut the door as it exited. The second wave of beasts, rushing in, instinctively retreated upon seeing the two escape. The lion attempted to speak, but instead, it coughed up a mass of black feathers. Even its body sprouted dark plumes. "What on earth is happening?" a cautious deer inquired. "The target used a potent poison," the lion replied, struggling with spasms. At that moment, the beasts behind parted to make way for several beastmasters approaching cautiously. Their brows furrowed as they observed the fallen lion and cheetah. "This is a curse," one of them exclaimed. "A curse?" the lion questioned, its mind muddled. Its mouth transforming into a beak. "Black poison pervades the room, much like a trap in a dungeon," the cheetah added, its words slurring. The human observers frowned. And a fearsome knight retrieved a necklace from his ring, donning it along with a beak mask before moving past the lion toward the master bedroom. "Sir Bart, should we accompany you?" the beastmaster asked. "Stay where you are," Bart replied, approaching the door and slowly pushing it open. Creak. As the door opened, a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Bart peered inside for a moment before shutting the door. "The target is not there. Abandon this room and search elsewhere," he instructed. "Isn't that a young woman?" the lion interjected, rising to transform into a large bird and lunging at him. Before Bart could react, the great bird was cleaved in two. This sight caused a pang of dread among the beastmasters. "Inside is a sealed witch. Do not concern yourselves with her. We cannot afford to lose the entire Lumen territory," Bart stated, stepping forward to strike down the cheetah, declaring, "These tainted creatures cannot be spared. They have become monsters." "Understood," the beastmasters nodded in pain. "Let us proceed. Search room by room. The count is somewhere within this castle," Bart commanded, following his orders. The beastmasters instructed a few wolves to lead the remaining beasts in a thorough search. 10 minutes later, gunfire erupted from the second floor. Clop, clop, clop. The commotion startled everyone, and both humans and beasts rushed to the second floor. Upon pushing open a door, they recoiled in horror, confronted by a corridor littered with the corpses of beasts. With that, a beastmaster rolled his eyes back and collapsed lifelessly. Bart, donning a mask, grasped the fallen beastmaster and examined him before plunging a silver knife into his body and withdrawing it. The silver turned black, and Bart released the body, wiping the blood off the blade. "This is not a curse, it is poison. What should we do now?" The beastmasters remained vigilant. "Should you take another look?" Bart shot them a glare, causing them to lower their heads in fear. "Put on the beak masks and launch an assault. I will await your good news outside," Bart instructed. "But we have no masks prepared for this situation." "I came prepared," Bart replied, glancing at them. "Come with me to retrieve them." In Allison's bedroom, she leaned silently against the door as toxic fog filled the air. The knights within gripped their weapons tightly, listening intently to the sounds outside. Some servants, unable to bear the tension, whimpered, "My lord, are they retreating?" "I don't know. The poison's effect lasts only 10 minutes. Once they realize that, they will come charging up. Listen closely. If you hear footsteps, I will fire again," Allison stated, gazing up at the chandelier. "So, we can hold out for another half hour. Who knows how many beasts we can slay? Certainly not enough. The corridor is too long, and they will not come at us with the same numbers again," Lewis remarked, frowning. "We can only rely on barricading the entrance and piling their corpses to create a wall." The butler sighed in despair. "It's a pity. The people in the Lord's estate have not come to our aid." "Ah, as if. They would relish the chaos here. Had it not been for the bandits, those knights would have divided this place among themselves," Allison retorted. "Is the knightly spirit of the kingdom truly dead?" "That only holds when the Lord is in a position of strength. The knightly spirit speaks for those stronger than oneself. This wretched kingdom." Silence. Just as the servants began to grumble, Allison shouted, pressing her ear to the door. Suddenly, she flung it open. Before her stood a horde of beastmasters clad in beak masks, charging toward her. "Oh no!" Whoosh. A chilling wind, laced with frost, swept through the corridor. The beastmasters, caught in the frigid gust, unleashed their abilities, tearing off their masks to unleash blades of wind and flames. Those ruffians. They even equipped the beasts with beak masks. Allison cautiously stored her poison in her steam gun, aware that a single misstep could obliterate everyone in the room. Chapter 51. Body hosting the sound of ice sculptures shattering echoed outside, causing everyone to fix their gaze on the door. In a moment of heightened tension, the footsteps abruptly ceased. "Stand guard," Allison shouted, rallying the knights. Suddenly, A massive bear paw burst through the center of the door with a resounding thud, crashing against the shields held by the knights. The next instant, Allison witnessed a knight being flung backward as if struck by a cannonball, sending another knight tumbling in the process. "Fight! Hold your ground!" Lewis bellowed as they raised their shields to protect their heads while swinging their great swords through the gaps. The splintered door shattered under repeated blows, their swords striking the formidable bear. Despite the bear's enormous size, Allison discerned that the debris flying off was merely dirt. With a fierce roar, the bear bent low to enter through the door, then lunged forward, toppling the knights ahead and creating a path into the room. "Ah!" cried the knights, squashed and deformed. Observing this, Allison thrust her weapon into the bear's eye and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Allison shot the bear dead. But gunfire erupted at the entrance. Sarah struggled against a mid-level beast, her vines unable to restrain it, relying solely on the explosive blast of her starburst. "Block the way," Sarah cried, only to be sent flying by a tiger's paw. The remaining knights gritted their teeth and charged forward, only to find themselves tumbling to the ground amidst the cacophony of clashing shields. Seeing the ferocity of the beasts, Allison hurled a corrupted grass rope, and a chilling wind swept through, ensnaring the beast's neck. It clawed at the ground in retreat as more beasts surged into the room, attacking the servants and knights. As the formation broke, even the armored knights found themselves at a disadvantage. Allison, hiding in a corner, threw out a scarecrow, which was swiftly torn apart by a cheetah beast, causing her to frown in dismay. Next, she unleashed her life-saving puppet bear and Lilith's mist onto the ground, calling out to the remaining knights, "This cursed item is powerful. Follow me when I charge out." "Understood," the knights shouted in unison, turning their attention to the bear. Upon landing, the bear rapidly grew larger and clumsily moved towards the door. The cheetah, having destroyed the scarecrow, lunged at the advancing bear, its claws forming an X in the air as it prepared to shred the bear. However, the bear caught its limbs and engulfed it within its gaping chest. The sound of bones cracking echoed from within, yet the bear continued its oblivious march. Several beasts attempted to attack it, but were all consumed in the same manner. Realizing the plan was working, Allison led the surviving knights to follow the bear outside. However, the beast seemed to sense that the bear was not to be trifled with, purporting to allow it passage while launching an assault on Allison and her companions from behind. As the beast swarmed, the knights held their ground at the rear. The beast in front of the bear, noticing the gap above, leaped and clawed at the walls to block the way. In response, Allison commanded all her energies, barely managing to unleash her third ice blade, freezing the airborne beasts and causing them to shatter upon landing. Panting, Allison prepared to catch up to the bear, only to find a three-headed serpent blocking its path, its gaping maw spewing flames. The inferno engulfed the bear and surged toward Allison, who quickly retreated, realizing the bear, made of fabric, would not withstand the fire. The flames roared for a full 15 seconds before subsiding. Squinting ahead, Allison saw that the bear had vanished, replaced by a pack of white-furred wolves. With a ferocious tiger beast ahead and a wolf pack pursuing from behind, Allison clenched her weapon, Frostmourne, and charged forward. She struck fiercely, determined to break through. The tiger's claws struck harder, perhaps feeling the weight of its existence as it grappled with the notion of a stable role. No wonder it was a pillar of the old era. I cannot withstand its force. Allison swung Frostmourne, her feet shifting beneath her as she laboriously defended against several heavy blows, until, finally, her weapon was knocked from her grasp. With her weapon sent flying, Allison used her hands to fend off the beast's relentless attacks, pain coursing through her body as her back and arms threatened to shatter under the onslaught. The red cloak of Little Red Riding Hood was torn beyond its limits, and after being struck in the head, Allison felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She activated her speed and, grasping at the wall, attempted to escape from midair. Yet, at that very moment, the silent Black Bull, stationed at the rear of the battle, suddenly surged forward, colliding with Allison and sending her tumbling away. Thud. Rolling painfully, Allison gasped. "It hurts. So much." She spat blood, her abdomen gaping open, her bones surely fractured beyond count. Looking down, she noticed her storage ring was nearly depleted, her poisonous grass rope scattered across the ground. "It's over. I'm done for. My equipment has been destroyed." The unfortunate princess, how pitiful. Several beasts lurking at the back shook their heads slightly, then drew their swords and curved blades, preparing to strike at the barely breathing Allison's head. Bang! Bang! Container severely damaged, spiritual energy depleted. "Do you wish to initiate hosting? Can I cancel the hosting afterward?" Allison instinctively inquired. "The state will be lifted after resolving the incident, allowing for mental clarity." "Then yes," Allison replied. A chilling wind swept through the corridor, an ominous presence emanating from Allison, spreading outward like a disease. The beasts wielding their blades felt an unexplainable dread, sensing the corridor darken and grow colder. Then, they witnessed Allison, who had previously appeared lifeless, suddenly raise her right hand to strike at their descending weapons. Clang! The blades collided with her pale arm, and the beasts felt an overwhelming force, causing their weapons to slip from their grasp and fly away. Realizing this was a desperate struggle, they raised their feet to kick her head. However, Allison lifted her head and revealed a smile. Her eyes were glowing red. Bang! As the beasts landed, they discovered they had stepped into empty air. In a panic, they retreated, only to feel something weighing down on them. Suddenly, their consciousness drifted upward, leaving their bodies behind. Chapter 52. The Game of the Malevolent Deity. Thud. The beast tamers collapsed before the revolving door, instantly startling a multitude of beasts. They gazed in astonishment, witnessing the emergence of an individual from among the fallen tamers. Her form twisted grotesquely, limbs contorting in an unnatural manner. Her crimson eyes fixed upon them, seemingly grinning. The sight sent a chill down the spine of every beast and human alike, compelling them to avert their gazes involuntarily. A mere glance into her eyes made them feel as though their very souls were on the verge of escape. Those were not merely eyes, they were a distortion, an abyss, or something altogether otherworldly. Even Bart, the supervising knight, dared not meet her gaze directly, trembling as he stole furtive glances in the general direction of the Count. Then, his pupils constricted. The Count slowly raised her twisted arm, drawing forth a stream of blood from the body of a fallen beast tamer, which then coalesced before her into 8 sanguine orbs. These spheres exuded ominous black smoke, spinning incessantly before hurtling towards the beast like cannonballs. Roar! Unbeknownst to Bart, the beasts reacted instinctively. Several possessing breath abilities unleashed their powers, manifesting a cacophony of elements: earth, water, wind, fire, shadow, and poison. Bang! The clash of these forces erupted into violent explosions, shaking the very foundations of the castle as the corridor filled with a swirling mist. Yet, there was no joy amongst the beasts and humans, for around the mist, the floors, walls, and ceilings were soon veiled in a layer of crimson. Countless tendrils, resembling veins, began to creep towards them. Creak! One beast, alarmed by the encroaching tendrils beneath its feet, instinctively retreated, but its movements were too slow. In an instant, it halted, and the next moment, it exploded into a spray of blood. Boom! What is this? The sudden turn of events sent the beasts into a frenzy. Frost, flames, and storms all assailed the swiftly writhing tendrils, yet they were powerless to halt their advance. Sir Bart, what should we do? All the beasts and their tamers retreated towards Bart, who produced a golden hoe. He hoisted it above his head and shouted at the dense mass of creeping tendrils below. In the name of the harvest goddess, I command you to break these thorns. Sizzle! As Bart chanted the incantation, the hoe radiated light. The moment the tendrils touched the golden gleam, they began to smoke, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the beasts. It worked. Bart also exhaled in relief, only to see the tendrils coalesce into blood spears, shooting forth into the illuminated area. Be careful! Bart cried out in warning, yet all present were crowded around him, too densely packed to evade the incoming blood spears. Although the golden light could evaporate blood, the spears were too robust. Before they could be vanquished, they struck their targets. Screams and chaos erupted around Bart. Regardless of their rank, any beast struck by a blood spear burst into a mist of gore, and in mere moments, half of the beasts surrounding Bart were lost. Knight, grant us a path to survive. Faced with an irresistible force, the beasts and their tamers could no longer hold their ground, pushing past the pallid Bart and fleeing through the revolving door towards the castle's exterior. However, those who dashed through fell silent. Panic gripped Bart as he and the few remaining tamers glanced back, discovering that behind the door lay not a staircase, but an abyss of utter darkness. It's over. One beast tamer, witnessing this scene, collapsed onto the ground, despondently lamenting, I long for the prince's cell. Bart remained silent, hoisting the golden hoe, eyes fixed upon the impending sea of blood surging toward him. Crash! Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the castle, the walls were adorned with numerous scarlet eyes, swiveling left and right as they scanned the desolate space, only to gradually vanish without having found anything. The same eerie situation transpired on the 1st floor, albeit with additional toothy maws feasting upon the station beasts and tamers. Some were consumed slowly, allowing glimpses of their upper bodies, while others were devoured rapidly, leaving only their lower legs visible. The death of a beast resonates with its tamer. As the castle was purged, the faces of those beast tamers waiting outside turned ashen. They attempted several times to report to the supervising knight behind them. But seeing their companions remain still, they held their tongues. Perhaps it was merely their misfortune. Only when strange sounds echoed around the castle did they muster the courage to speak. "Sir, it seems there is something amiss." The supervising knight nodded. "You go investigate." "Me?" The tamer's face darkened, for he had lost his beast and had nothing to seek with. "Do you not wish to go?" The knight's eyes narrowed. "I shall go. I shall go." The tamer hastily nodded and bowed, turning to leave while mentally cursing the knight. However, as he walked, he suddenly halted. His instincts warned him of danger lurking nearby. Rustle, rustle. The peculiar sounds returned, causing the tamer's heart to race. He widened his eyes, scanning the area, yet found nothing amiss. Cautiously, he took 2 steps forward, only to change countenance upon spotting a mass of intertwined, serpentine entities slithering towards him through the night. His body trembled as he silently retreated, step by step, intending to turn and flee. Suddenly, those serpentine figures lunged towards him with alarming speed. The tamer, caught off guard, was ensnared before he could cry out, his throat constricted tightly. 2 seconds later, only a suit of clothing remained upon the ground. Meanwhile, the beast tamers awaiting signals from within the castle remained oblivious to the anomaly, and even the supervising knight dispatched to investigate showed no concern for the outside. Singularly focused on vanquishing the count, though faint sounds occasionally echoed around them, they continued undeterred. "Where are the others?" the knight exclaimed, akin to someone discovering their leg missing after a 3-day hospital stay. "Where are they?" The abrupt realization that their companions had vanished sent shockwaves through them, rendering them momentarily speechless. Crash, crash. As they came to this realization, the hunters lurking in the shadows revealed themselves, and the darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, revealing countless inky tendrils. "What is this?" The knights and beast tamers stared in horror at the writhing mass of tendrils, drawing their swords in defense. "It's likely some form of witchcraft. This is cursed." The supervising knight spat vehemently. In their previous formation, apart from a few squad leaders stationed at the center, the remaining supervising team members stood at the rear. In this unexpected predicament, they were ill-prepared to maintain control over the beast tamers. "We are not skilled in witchcraft," one tamer remarked, furrowing his brow. "Should we not retreat? Too many have perished for me to account for." The knight glared fiercely at the tamer. "Whatever it is, you all advance." Knight Bart is watching from within the castle. At the mere mention of Bart's name, the beast tamers wilted in spirit, exchanging glances before brandishing their weapons and charging at the tendrils. However, the resilient black appendages proved unyielding, and with a swift motion, one tamer was dragged into the mass of darkness. "Sir, this is untenable." The remaining beast tamers, witnessing the futility of their efforts, began to falter. "Let us flee." "Indeed. Let us flee. We can take refuge in the castle." As more voices echoed this sentiment, the knight found himself uncertain, ultimately sighing, "Let us depart." As the knight spoke, the beast tamers scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in various directions. Yet, at that very moment, a towering mountain composed of writhing tentacles erupted from the ground, descending violently upon the crowd. In the next instant, silence enveloped the world, leaving only the black tentacles writhing amidst the remnants and bloodstains of the beast tamers. Chapter 53. The seer, feeling the tranquility and the absorption of impurities outside, the distorted Allison, suspended in midair, began to expel strands of sticky webbing. Before long, the surviving Sarah Lewis and others were pulled out, including the iron pot that had been stored in the warehouse. A group of severely injured patients silently observed their somewhat altered master as she tended to the fire and water before settling into the pot. My lady, the tree-like Sarah, resembling second-hand furniture, saw Allison preparing to stew her and instinctively struggled to rise, only to be momentarily dazed by the sight of her crimson eyes. "The enemy has been vanquished. You shall tend to your own wounds, and this healing pot is for my use alone. Do not forget to stoke the fire later." Crimson-eyed Allison gazed at Sarah and the others. "Oh, by the way, your rations are rather poor. From now on, you must stock up on various nuts and sweet red wine." Yes," Sarah replied, lowering her head. Allison nodded slightly. "Be attentive, for this territory will now belong to you." Sarah hesitated, yet received no further response. Instead, a line of blood-red characters appeared on the wall behind Allison as the crimson hue in her eyes began to fade. Acquired exclusive skill. Artistic augmentation. Exclusive. Artistic augmentation description. The fissures in your transparent mind remain, simply filled in slightly, when you can easily enter. you will understand that it can accommodate anything. Ability, spiritual stability, open consciousness origin. Dr. Lamb with the prompt echoing in her mind, Allison regained control of her body. Pain surged through her, and she blinked, casting a glance at Sarah. I shall rest for a while. Remember to prepare breakfast. Understood, Sarah replied with a slight bow. Then looked at the even more battered Knight Lewis and his companions, furrowing her brow before turning her gaze to the servants. You have my gratitude for your efforts in the castle. Your command, the trembling servants responded. Though they had remained unscathed in the rear, the psychological strain was considerable. Sarah nodded. First, carry us to the lounge, then find some herbs for urgent care. Meanwhile, at the Duke's residence, the Duke's study, the flames in the fireplace flickered erratically, and the books on the solid wood shelves were in disarray. Duke Princess, covered in mud, stood trembling at the door, his round eyes nearly bulging out. As a native of the kingdom, Duke Princess Onegeo had vowed to save his country ever since receiving guidance from the seer at the age of 3. He sacrificed much to achieve this, poisoning his brother at 9 for the barony's inheritance, and at 15, poisoning his father to attain the baronial title. That same year, he eliminated the family of a viscount through a marriage alliance, subsequently marrying an elderly widow and exposing her for bloodsucking, thus acquiring the count's title. At 20, he denounced the duke who had elevated him, earning the title of duke from the kingdom. From then on, he secluded himself in his territory, pledging loyalty during uprisings, capturing rebellious beastmasters, and cultivating knightly ranks. 15 years ago, on the day of the divine fall, Princess ceased his concealment, waging war against the weakened dukes around him, ruthlessly obliterating them. The entire southern region was nearly within his grasp, save for one area, the Count of Lumin's domain. The Count of Lumin boasted a formidable army and numerous allies, yet through Princess's machinations, he ultimately met his demise. However, who could have anticipated the multitude of relatives that emerged? To ensure his line would not continue, Princess expended vast sums to hire negotiators and allied with the empire's nobility, killing over 300 of Lumin's heirs in a year. Just as this heirless territory seemed poised to belong to him, a certain individual suddenly appeared. Just moments ago, the fate chessboard, adorned with a mass of clay molds, had collapsed, splattering mud all over his face. That was 3,000 beastmasters. After defeating the count, they were to be used against the king, and now they are lost. My lord, you speak of a chessboard that is inherited, and it can even crack in two? The seer shook his head slightly, diligently repairing the fate chessboard. It appears there may be an evil god involved. Evil god? Duke Princess raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at the seer. Such a being does not exist in my destiny. I told you, the seer can only perceive the present fate. It is not unusual for unexpected events to descend from above, the seer explained, likening it to occasionally biting into a bad seed while eating sunflower seeds. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, Princess asked, so my fate was interrupted by an unforeseen event? The seer shook his head, tossing a set of dice onto the ground and using a wooden ruler to examine the patterns formed. He said, there are remedies available. You now have 3 choices, and it is up to you to decide. You may speak. Princess frowned. The seer stroked his chin. Such matters require a professional's assistance. I shall arrange for a specialized group to handle this. Princess furrowed his brow. But what if another unexpected event occurs? The professional clergy will not overlook any evil god. The seer replied, looking at Princess. They are not like you. If defeated, there will be a continuous stream of clergy seeking retribution, and ultimately, angels may descend. That would be ideal. Duke Princess nodded. What are the other 2 options you mentioned? One is to hire a fallen being from beyond the mountains to eliminate her. The other is to gather a larger force to dismantle her rule. The seer frowned. The former is your last desperate struggle. The latter requires you to first deal with the king, so leveraging connections with financial support is the simplest. Duke Princess sighed slightly. I have always believed in your ability to rewrite fate. I have held this conviction since I met you at the age of 3. The seer nodded. I have been striving for your selection as well. You know our mission is to guide fate. Indeed, since I was 3. You have helped me evade 158 accidents, 63 assassinations, 12 life choices, and 13 talent selections. Duke Princess looked up at the ceiling. It seems my entire destiny has been scripted by you. Yet I also remember your words about the capriciousness of fate. Everything will turn out well, the seer reassured him. I know, but fate can sometimes be unpredictable. This morning's newspaper reported that the Punk Empire has invented a machine called a washing machine, moving further along the path of civilization, while I remain a feudal lord. Duke Princess closed his eyes. Master Malin, I have a request. Speak. The seer nodded. The seer narrowed his eyes at Princess's words. Princess smiled. That way, the empire will descend into chaos, and they will cease their designs on the kingdom. The seer fell silent, eventually nodding. I shall grant your request. Chapter 54. The night of the manor. No matter what transpired on the ground, the sun rose unfailingly. This was the divine gift from the god of light and the essence of his existence. 3 miles outside of Lumen Castle, wild grasses and flowers swayed gently in the morning breeze. An aged knight, mounted upon his gaunt steed, traversed this path, casting a wistful glance at the blossoms below. As the sunlight expanded across the sky, he urged his men to hasten, for the castle lay just ahead. No responses came. The old knight could perceive the agony etched upon their faces, fatigue and hunger starkly apparent. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he patiently awaited his comrades to catch up, then spurred his horse to advance. He ought to have arrived the previous night. Though the Lord had not summoned him, the flames rising from the manor demanded his attention as a knight directly sworn to the Lord. He felt bound to fulfill his duty of protection. Yet, no one heeded his call. His eldest son had assumed control of the estate, intent on emulating the lesser lords. And despite the old knight's repeated admonitions that his responsibilities differed from those of vassals, his words fell on deaf ears. The serfs within the manor no longer obeyed his commands. No one deemed it necessary to fulfill their military obligations. After a night of deliberation at the manor, only a handful of obstinate souls answered the call to arms. The castle, shrouded in a lifeless gloom, exuded an air of desolation, more so than the surrounding areas. A dense mist enveloped the structure, punctuated by the distant cawing of crows. The knight squinted at the sky, observing dark silhouettes circling above. This was not a good omen. He addressed the ailing militia behind him before dismounting with the aid of his attendants. The knight Az Dakaha seeks an audience. My lord, it appears no one is present. His attendant replied anxiously. The old knight furrowed his brow, surveying the castle before finally conceding, let us enter. Nodding. The attendant supported the old knight as they approached the fortress. They were no longer the battlefield heroes of 2 decades past, but rather a group of weary beggars collecting the remnants of a fallen age. The grand hall on the first floor was devoid of life. The old knight gazed at the weathered walls, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he brushed his hand along the surface while ascending to the second floor. Surrounded by his old companions, with a creak, they pushed open the revolving door, only to be met with the grim sight of a corpse steaming in a pot. Oh, who could be so cruel? The old knight was taken aback, aghast at the brutality displayed. Why would they pillage the castle only to commit such atrocities? War had the power to transform men into demons, and these brigands were no exception. Noticing the old knight's horror, the attendant hastily signaled the militia to retrieve the body. One of the younger farmers, nodding vigorously, used a long spear to lift the corpse of a young woman clad in red from the pot. Just then, a maid pushing a serving cart approached from the opposite side. Their eyes met, and both parties were startled. An attack. The maid shrieked, abandoning her cart and fleeing, while the door to the armory on the second floor burst open, revealing a cadre of knights leaning against their swords. Who are you? Lewis, leaning against the wall, pointed his sword menacingly. Drop your weapons. I am Az, a knight sworn to Count Lumen. The old knight unsheathed his chipped blade, eyes wide with fury. Are you invaders? It is a misunderstanding. We are knights of the Count, Lewis replied, visibly relaxing upon hearing the old knight's words. How did you come to be here? I saw the flames at the manor last night. The old knight replied cautiously, scrutinizing Lewis. Is the Count well? She is resting. The one you are referring to is right here, Lewis gestured. As they beheld the unconscious Allison, the old knight and his companions were momentarily stunned. Though frail, her age did not leave them overly shocked, and following Allison's orders, they placed her into the pot. With a soft splash, bubbling sounds emerged as Allison was lowered into the cauldron. The old knight immediately knelt, bowing deeply. Knight Az pays his respects to our lord. Go have breakfast. We shall discuss matters later, Allison uttered with her eyes closed. The old knight, compelled to comply, felt his stomach rumble at the mention of breakfast. They carefully navigated past the boiling cauldron towards Lewis and his group. It is far too dangerous to leave the Count there. Anyone approaching would be met with an attack. Once we have eaten and regained our strength, we should carry the Count into the bedroom, the old knight advised Lewis. You young ones must consider these matters more thoroughly. You speak wisely, Lewis acknowledged, then turned to the still-dazed Sarah. I entrust this task to you. It is nothing. I have regained some strength, Sarah replied, slowly rising to her feet. With the aid of vines, Allison was moved to the bedroom, while a fire was rekindled below. Once everything was in order, Sarah began distributing food to the group. During this time, the old knight, munching on white bread, reminded those still guarding the castle that there were no doors. Sarah dismissed his concerns. However, her confidence was soon challenged. Another wave of knights stormed into the castle, and they were far from as polite as the old knight. "Are you all a bunch of useless fools, allowing the lord to fall unconscious?" A knight berated the injured warriors in the armory. "What good are you?" The sickly men in the room, taken aback, halted their meal, glaring daggers at the newcomers. Sensing the rising tension, the old knight interjected, "Nephew Roman, do not speak so harshly. They have all done their best." "Silence, you old fool. I am merely familiar with Khan. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to kick you over." Roman knight retorted fiercely. Indeed, Izzy quickly concurred. Recalling the incident when this young scoundrel had gripped his paralyzed father by the collar, questioning who was truly the father. Compared to his own son, Khan merely craved power, yet still showed him some filial respect. "Roman knight, are you here to provide protection?" Az inquired. "Of course. Would I come here merely to watch you eat?" Roman scoffed, glancing at the food. "Speaking of which, I am quite hungry now, brothers. Let us not stand on ceremony and enjoy breakfast." The entourage Roman brought along wasted no time, devouring the bread and eggs on the table, utterly indifferent to the glares of the injured. Chapter 55, The Resurrection of Lilith Indeed. "Do you have any thoughts?" Sarah inquired, squinting her eyes. "I have no objections. On the contrary, I am quite delighted," Roman declared, lifting his chin and spitting out chewed eggshells. "In the prime of my youth, having reached sequence 3 in strength, I intend to marry the Countess, allowing me to protect her closely." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger flared within Sarah. She clenched her fists, responding, "The Count has no current intentions of marrying, and as a direct knight, you inherently bear the duty of protecting the Countess." Roman, however, shook his head slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "That is not how it stands now. I owe my loyalty to the previous Count. If she does not wed me, I have no obligation to offer protection." Sarah trembled with fury, retorting, "If you do not wish to be a knight, you may leave. I can find someone else to manage the estate." "What did you say?" Roman exclaimed, kicking over the dining table and pushing aside the elderly knight who attempted to speak to him. He glared at Sarah. "Do you truly believe your frail group can manage the estate or protect the Countess?" "That does not concern you." Sarah waved her arm, though her strength was insufficient. "Not my concern. I would prefer that. Yet you all are utterly useless," Roman scoffed, rising to his feet. He kicked Lewis and then Sarah, disdainfully gesturing at their limbs. "Look at you. Pathetic." He then seized Martha by the hair and slammed her head against the wall. "If I marry the Countess, you all must thank me. Without me, Roman, I assure you would not survive a week here." After venting his frustrations, Roman felt considerably relieved and turned to grasp the fallen Az. After shaking him roughly, he directed his gaze back at Sarah, pointing a finger at her. "You lot cannot even fend off those bandits. As lords, if you cannot lead your men into battle, how can you protect such vast holdings?" "Indeed, we cannot." Sarah, finally sensing the lethal intent in Roman's eyes, yielded. "That's more like it," Roman rejoiced, surveying the knights with a glint of satisfaction. "I will spare your lives today, but you must learn to be grateful." "Did everyone hear that?" "We heard." The knights murmured in unison. Roman laughed heartily. "Make sure your Countess looks splendid, and prepare a grand banquet. I shall go summon the priest from the estate. And do not attempt any tricks." With a final threat, Roman strode away, while Az struggled to rise from the ground. Gazing at Roman's retreating figure, he grimaced at Sarah. This lad has always been somewhat arrogant, but never this bold to threaten a lord. Roman manages the estate with the most manpower and strength. "We may not stand a chance," a retainer murmured, shaking his head slightly. "What of the others in the estates? Do they remain loyal to the lord or act independently?" Lewis questioned. The old knight and the retainer turned their gaze to Lewis, pondering. Those fellows might not be any better than him. Sarah remained silent, surveying the angry knights around her. "Have the servants barricade the castle gates. The rest must tend to their wounds. We must endure until the Lord awakens." Understood, the servants and knights immediately set about their tasks upon hearing Sarah's orders. Clop, clop, clop. Emerging from the castle, Roman was in high spirits, riding his steed and leading the retainers through the dissipating mist towards the estate. "Today has gone exceptionally well," one of the retainers complimented as they galloped along. "Indeed," Roman nodded slightly, a smile illuminating his face. Everything unfolded as the master of the death tomb had foretold. The Count's power waned, making this the perfect moment for him to strike. "Brother Roman, you are truly formidable." Another retainer chimed in. Those knights in the castle were utterly cowed by the bandits, lacking any courage. They are insignificant, even if uninjured. Their strength barely reaches 2 or 3 levels, Roman scoffed. What concerns me is the attitude of those outsiders. That indeed poses some trouble. Yet the master has promised unwavering support, so you need not worry, the retainer reassured him. Yes, Roman acknowledged. Without the master's promise, even a mere baron would not dare to coerce this way. You are truly amazing. As the retainers continued their flattery, the mist ahead thickened, and alluring whispers reached their ears. Did you hear that? Roman furrowed his brow. It sounds like a woman speaking. No, she seems to be crying. It is speech, yet the tone is so pitiful. Several retainers were debating when Roman suddenly raised a hand, directing their attention. In the distance, beneath a small tree, a girl stood with her back to them, speaking softly. Brother, she appears to be unclothed, one retainer gasped. Not quite. There are nude-colored garments, which are said to be quite fashionable in the empire, Roman replied, pursing his lips. The retainers swallowed hard. The women in the estate were either robust or emaciated, none possessing such a delicate waist. Having a lady is wonderful, but a maid is still needed, Roman mused, halting his steed. He dismounted and jogged towards the thicket, exhilarated by the prospect. Brother, you mentioned sharing joys, brother. As Roman approached, the retainers were unable to resist. They dismounted and slowly followed him. The forest was shrouded in mist, and as Roman drew closer, the words became clearer. I am so unfortunate. My parents divorced when I was young, and I live with my grandmother, surviving by scavenging. The children on the street bully me. Realizing she was an orphan, Roman's heart softened. From now on, follow the knights, and you shall no longer fear being bullied. He smiled, grasping the girl's hand and gently turning her face towards him, but to his horror, where her eyes should have been were 2 gaping black voids, oozing blood. Ah! Roman screamed in fright, attempting to push her away, but the girl's chest shattered, revealing a similar darkness within. Ah! Roman shrieked again, hastily trying to withdraw his hand, yet felt a pulling force emanating from her body. Help! Help me! Roman cried, pressing his other hand against the girl's face, only for it to crumble, exposing a dark outline of a head. Humph! Roman grunted, instinctively engaging his combat prowess. Yet no matter how he struggled, he felt akin to an insect trapped in a mire, ultimately compressed into a smaller, dark silhouette. Roman vanished, the dark outline gradually reshaping into the girl's form, now clad in Roman's knightly attire, with an additional pair of eyes. She gazed at the retainers swirling in the mist ahead, slowly stepping forward. Along her path, she expelled an iron nail from her mouth, followed by a cascade of entrails. And finally, she touched her chest, extracting a heart and tossing it far away. La la la. Chapter 56. The Count's heavy inability to kill concerning the disappearance of Lilith. Allison discovered her upon regaining consciousness. As she emerged from the cauldron, her arms, legs, and internal injuries had completely healed. The cauldron was indeed effective, albeit with a rather prolonged recovery time. Shaking off the water from her body, Allison set about locating a towel and some clothing. During this process, she glanced at the ring on her hand, which had once been fully intact, but had suffered considerable damage during the battle yesterday, leaving only Shawshank's ring still remaining. However, it was no longer needed. The exclusive artistic enhancement had opened her consciousness wide, besides the accompanying Book of Fate, which could reside within her awareness. A plethora of cursed items such as iron pots, magic circles, brooms, and grass ropes could also be stored there. They were arranged in a corner of her consciousness, a space she named the dim white space. Placing her clothes by the campfire to dry, Allison inspected the items within her awareness, only to find that the half-figure of her classmate Lilith was missing, and she had lost the right to utilize that item, although there was an inexplicable sense that she seemed to have revived. Ultimately, it was a miscalculation. Allison sighed softly. She had suspected this when there was no exemption mark at the revival site. After standing in place for half an hour, Allison donned her dried clothes and pushed open the bedroom door propped up by a broken bedboard. In the corridor, she saw 2 servants, Martha and the steward, standing guard with swords. My lord, you have awakened? Martha exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Allison. Indeed, Allison nodded. How's everyone's condition? All are well. We anticipate a recovery within a few weeks, Martha reported. However, we now face new adversaries. With just a few newly arrived old militiamen, I fear we cannot hold. Who are these new foes? Allison inquired, raising an eyebrow. Roman. He is a knight directly under your estate. Seeing us weak and vulnerable, he intends to forcefully wed you. Presently, Sarah is leading our forces stationed at the top of the castle. Such audacity. Has Roman lost his mind? Allison was momentarily taken aback. We annihilated 3,000 beastmasters last night. With such strength, even the king would hesitate to provoke us. Do you think it possible that they were unaware of the castle's fate due to the darkness of the night? The steward suggested quietly. They might have assumed we were merely ordinary bandits, and given our injuries, they likely consider us easy prey. We had intended to repair the castle and find a reason to deal with them, but it seems they could not wait, Allison remarked, glancing at the bloodstains on the floor. I will go investigate. You prepare dinner. Yes, my lord. Martha and the steward bowed. Allison nodded to them and proceeded to the end of the corridor, pushing open the revolving door. She ascended the spiral staircase to the watchtower at the top of the castle. My lord, you are awake. Sarah and the guards greeted her as she appeared. Allison nodded slightly and gazed outside the castle. Beneath the night sky, the landscape lay desolate, with 2 torches flickering at the castle's entrance, dancing in the wind. Have they not yet arrived? Allison inquired. Not yet. The estate is not far off, Sarah replied, moving her neck. Given that fellow's obstinate demeanor, if he does not come, it may indicate unforeseen circumstances. Allison nodded thoughtfully. Station 2 at the entrance. Let the others rest. Tomorrow morning, the old knight will lead us to that estate. My lord. That is a large estate, with nearly 2,000 inhabitants. While we can manage the castle, reclaiming it may pose a challenge, A knight cautioned. Do not gauge your lord's strength by conventional standards, Allison replied coolly, observing him and the group of old militiamen. An estate without even a great knight cannot threaten me. Perhaps it was Allison's confidence that emboldened AZ and the others, for they soon ceased to dwell on the matter. That night, they dined on the meal prepared by Martha, taking turns to stand guard and rest until the following morning, when they gathered their war horses and set off with Allison. The group consisted of 16 riders, AZ's 12 men, Allison, Lewis, and 2 lightly injured knights. As the militiamen were unaccustomed to riding, their pace was not swift, but within half an hour, they arrived at the estate beneath the count's castle. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a swirling mass of crows above the estate, with vast piles of bones scattered across the ground, and even large heaps of desiccated entrails. The ailing Lewis coughed upon witnessing the scene and was the first to dismount, limping towards the bones and entrails, picking up a piece to examine closely. These bones are aged, yet the entrails are fresh, Lewis remarked, glancing towards a cluster of stone houses. The estate may have encountered trouble, and it seems related to cultists. My lord, the serfs are present. They merely lack the courage to venture outside, AZ reported. I have instructed the militiamen to gather them in front of the winery. Very well, Allison nodded, urging her horse towards the stone house. Lewis and the knights closely flanked her. Soon, the villagers began to emerge from their homes, gathering in front of the winery at the sound of a bell tolling. Allison observed the increasingly anxious crowd of villagers as they assembled. Where's the steward? She gently inquired. With a thud, as soon as Allison finished her question, over 1,000 villagers, regardless of age or gender, knelt before her. My lord, there truly is no steward left. The attendants and guards have perished. The winery's advisor has fled. We are merely your serfs. We beseech you for mercy. Their faces were etched with despair as they bowed repeatedly, prompting Allison to furrow her brow. She raised her hand to calm them. Selecting 2 serfs, she opened the book of fate. Keel, a serf of the estate, witnessed Lilith devour the estate's attendants and guards yesterday, driving off the advisor and under Lilith's threat. Reported his brother for having tethered a horse to Roman to save his own life. Rod, a serf of the estate, witnessed yesterday. While Allison was piecing together the events that transpired at the estate, the serfs once again bowed their heads in silence. My lord, we have always been your subjects. Roman's actions are of no concern to us. He was appointed by you and bears no relation to us. Enough. I understand it has nothing to do with you. Rise. Allison waved her hand and then turned her gaze to the serfs. Did that Lilith? I mean, the professional, explain her motives for these actions? The serfs exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense with silence. After a moment, one serf raised his hand. She claimed to be hired by you, my lord, for 7,000 gold coins, with the purpose of eliminating Roman and his attendants. Anyone who dared to rebel would meet the same fate as the attendants. Allison's lips twitched upon hearing this. So this individual invaded her estate and eliminated her guards, ostensibly aiding her? She turned to Lewis and the others beside her. From here on out, you shall handle the affairs of this place. AZ will oversee the estate's production, and you will train the guards. Yes, my lord, they replied in unison, bowing deeply. As Lewis raised his head, he was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, there is a priest over there." How did a priest come to be here?" "I thought piercing was your limit," the priest of the earth goddess said, holding up the entrails on the ground. "My lord, your inability to kill is too great. These are all your subjects." Chapter 57. The Inquisition gazing at the entrails held by the priest. Allison felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility she could not accept. "This is not my doing. It is the work of the mercenaries I employed," she carefully explained. "Those mercenaries are not merely ordinary rogues, are they?" The priest retorted impatiently. "From this moment forth, you cannot hire even common mercenaries, let alone those of dubious allegiance. Furthermore, any expansion of your endeavors must be approached with caution." Raising an eyebrow, Allison scrutinized the priest. "Are you, perchance, a citizen of the Pank Empire?" "Certainly not. I am of the Earth Goddess's faction," the priest replied with a serious demeanor. "I have come here specifically for you." "For me?" Allison inquired, astonished. "Indeed," the priest whispered, glancing around cautiously. "We have just received word that the Inquisition's judges have entered the kingdom and intend to conduct an examination of your beliefs." "You still have that?" Allison frowned, taken aback by the antiquated notion of such an institution. "It is not our doing. It is the work of the Church of the Crimson Flame. Their influence has long been felt in the city-states, but due to the influence of the true Goddess Church, we cannot impede their presence in the kingdom." The priest explained, shaking his head slightly. Allison nodded, acknowledging the information, and then asked, "Do they possess the authority to judge me?" "The Church of the Earth Goddess does not have a dedicated tribunal. Thus, in theory, any Orthodox church with a judicial body may conduct investigations on this land." The priest replied, somewhat resigned. "According to the procedural guidelines for handling heretical matters in the feudal kingdom, this is deemed acceptable." Allison shook her head. "I find that unreasonable. I hold all rights within my territory. However, the procedural guidelines supersede noble law, as this land adheres to the principle of divine right," the priest sighed. "Should you encounter them in the empire causing you trouble, you may call upon the constabulary to apprehend them." "So, if I simply restrain myself, I can evade this examination?" Allison queried. "Yet, there are certain matters of which you must be mindful," the priest cautioned. "For instance, whether the curses you employ are linked to malevolent deities, whether your attacks on foes could be construed as sacrifices to demons, and whether you have succumbed to the temptations of witches upon entering the castle. All of these will serve as criteria for determining your heretical status." As the priest spoke, an idea seemed to strike him. He opened his robe and produced a parchment, handing it to Allison. "You have often claimed to be a knight, yet I have heard you lack the requisite knightly qualities. This will be a focal point of scrutiny. While you may not possess them, you must at least be familiar with them." Allison unfurled the parchment, revealing the advancement criteria for knights. Sequence 1. Initiate Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master Basic Swordsmanship. Perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 pull-ups, followed by immersing oneself in a potion for physical enhancement. Expelling impurities signifies success. Acquired skills: Charge, Suppress. Shield Bash. Sequence 2. Intermediate Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master a breathing technique, extinguish a candle 10 meters away, and consume a potion for intermediate enhancement without succumbing to bloodshed. Success is indicated by the absence of harm. Acquired skills: Taunt, Combat Stance, Thunderstrike. Sequence 3. Advanced Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master a meditation technique. Sense the thoughts or speech of surrounding flora and stones, and consume a calming potion. Successful mastery allows for fluid perception. Acquired skills: Battle Cry, Whirlwind Slash. Bloodthirsty Onslaught. Sequence 4. Grand Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master of Philosophy, remain buried underground for 5 meters for 7 days. Sense one's own spirit and the spirits external to oneself. Emerging successfully indicates mastery. Acquired skills: Tear Armor, Disarm, Spell Reflection. Sequence 5. Sky Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master an astrological technique. Anchor to a star and establish a connection until one radiates starlight. Success is indicated by this manifestation. Acquired skills: Meteor Slash, Blink. Iron Skin. Sequence 6. Legendary Knight, Advancement Ritual, Master a mystical art. Visualize the object of veneration completely in the ocean of consciousness. And consume a spirit-activating potion to manifest a colossal figure without collapse. Success is indicated by this manifestation. Acquired skills: Colossal Strike, Army Break. Flight. Sequence 7. Night King, Advancement Ritual, Master a historical study. Comprehend the cycles of the world and the rise and fall of stars. Grasp the essence of kingship and build a kingdom through wisdom. Success is indicated by this understanding. Acquired skills. Domain of the king. Falling stars. Mountain cleave. Sequence 8. Sage of 8 virtues. Advancement ritual. Master a psychological study. Comprehend the transition and application of humanity and spirituality, and master the moral high ground. Success is indicated by this mastery. Acquired skills. Mental blade. Gift of the 8 virtues. Thought flash. Sequence 9. God of Knights. Advancement ritual. Master quantum mechanics. Elevate one's understanding of the laws and their loopholes. Success is indicated by the ability to break one law to break all. Acquired skills. Divine judgment. Lawbreaker's lance. Universal mercy. Note: the above outlines the authentic path of knightly advancement. Various doctrines and advancement potions are available at the Supernatural store under the Empire's Occupational Association. Should you encounter knights lacking the aforementioned skills, their training may not be authentic, and their true abilities may fall short of their designated sequence. Please consider this carefully during recruitment. After reading the knightly advancement criteria, Allison felt her mind whirl. By this standard, Shashank may not qualify as a true knight after all. She turned to the priest. Is this an imperial document? Indeed. This is the latest knight training method published by the Empire. Keep this in mind, for it will solidify your identity as an authentic practitioner without dispute, the priest affirmed, gesturing with his staff as he blessed her. I wish you success in this examination. Allison hesitated. Will you not be present during the examination? That will be a secretive assessment. We may not even know when they will appear beside you, the priest lamented. However, rest assured that as long as you maintain propriety in your profession, the curses you wield, your interactions, and your conduct, along with a display of sincerity, the judges will generally not trouble you. Allison smiled at this. And if they deem me guilty, what punishment awaits me? Imprisonment, hanging, or burning at the stake? The priest replied with a frown. Before the calendar of divine fall, when the kingdom still served as the headquarters of the twin churches, a noble woman was executed by the judges of the Crimson Flame for her allegiance to demons and for using blood to preserve her beauty. Such severity. Allison's expression shifted at this revelation. She realized that even the nobility were not immune to such fates. I express my deepest regrets regarding this, the priest murmured, shaking his head. If it were a public inquiry, we might be able to lend some assistance, but in their clandestine operations. Allison interrupted, I understand. And I am truly grateful to the Church of the Earth Goddess. It is worth noting that even the priests of the Church of Light, which I profess, have yet to offer their assistance. Chapter 58. The Witch's Hammer. Originally, Allison intended to visit the other 5 manors along the way, but considering the recent scrutiny, the notion of resurrecting tales of slaughter might serve as a weapon against her, thus she had no choice but to abandon the idea. With hesitant footsteps, Allison furrowed her brows slightly, ultimately spurring her horse to depart. Not far away, in the underbrush of the forest, a man in a tailcoat withdrew a firearm from above the head of a man clad in black clerical attire. Do you know what you are doing? The cleric glared at the man in the tailcoat, his expression darkening. The man scoffed, casting a brief glance at the cleric, and retorted, I am with the investigative bureau. And so what? This is not the Empire. The cleric narrowed his eyes, reaching for his finger to bite. Wait, don't be rash. The man swiftly aimed the gun at the cleric's forehead, warning, making a move now could be fatal. That woman is no ordinary one. The cleric paused, taken aback. Is she truly a witch? The man's lips twitched. You were summoned by Duke Princess, weren't you? Did he fail to inform you that this woman is unlike his late countess? While he had some understanding of the situation, the Empire's guard was at the port, and she had appeared alone. The cleric frowned. What level of witchcraft does she possess? Uncertain, but she is capable of slaying a grand knight. The man rose, stating, then she possesses the ability to eliminate an ordinary level 4 practitioner. The cleric's expression darkened. The man surveyed the cleric. I am also quite surprised. Logically, this should be a grave concern for a duke. Why would the tribunal send a second-class judge? He merely mentioned dealing with the countess. The cleric abruptly lifted his gaze to the man. Whom do you look down upon? I was summoned as an elite judge for 3,000 gold coins. The man blinked, then nodded slowly. I begin to comprehend. What do you understand? You have no idea of my prowess. The cleric felt insulted and swung his fist at the man. The latter quickly retreated, waving his hands. Hey, calm down. I am here to assist you. What can a mere spy accomplish? Judging heresy relies on me. The cleric continued to throw punches, soon leaving the man's face swollen. The latter pleaded, shielding his face. I can find you allies. You? The judge paused, hesitating as he regarded the man, now resembling a bruised fruit. Indeed, the nearby towns resent the new lord. I am quite familiar with them. Just inform them that exposing the witch will grant them the property of the accused, and they will rush to do so. The man wiped the blood from his nose, asserting that these towns had over 10,000 inhabitants. Even if that woman were formidable, she could not turn the tide. The judge nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "Are there any nobles involved?" "There are no nobles in the town." The man shook his head slightly. "Without noble leadership, those residents likely lack the courage," the judge dismissed. "All that is required is to incite their fervor." The man smirked. At that point, even if they faced the king, they would dare to accuse her. The judge's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the bruised man. "You intend to incite a witch hunt? Why not?" The man adjusted his hairstyle. "After all, these people are not subjects of our nation, nor do they worship the god of the red flame. Just remember, you will fulfill your task. And I will achieve my goal," the man concluded. The judge's eyes widened. "What is your name?" "Thomas," the man replied with a smile. Yet the swollen visage rendered it comically absurd. "Judge Cremo, I trust that when this incident concludes, you shall be bestowed with divine grace and appointed as the chief judge." Cremo's expression grew solemn. "You are truly terrifying." Thomas chuckled, well aware that the other was not referring to his identity. But what did it matter? The other was ultimately following his lead. In the Empire, they say that humans develop a habit after 21 days. However, with your skills, I believe 3 days will suffice. Thomas spoke confidently, outlining his plans before Cremo. "Go to Faymont Town to seek the sheriff and inform him that the mayor's daughter is a witch. In Leptown, speak to the mayor and tell him that the wealthy widow he has been longing for is a witch. In Grandtown, approach the mercenary captain and reveal that the family responsible for his father's death possesses a wife and daughter who are witches. Do the townsfolk of Dio lack ambition? No matter, we can seize an old woman and throw her into the baking oven, forcing her to name the witches. Rest assured, just say that the Inquisitor Cremo of the Church of the Red Flame has uncovered the darkness here, and he will judge each of them. Of course, there will be evidence. The maimed, the dead infants, the impoverished, and the barren fields are all the result of witchcraft." Listening to Thomas's schemes, Cremo felt not anger at being manipulated, but rather a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. His instruments of torture would finally be put to use. Upon their arrival in Faymont Town, Thomas and Cremo found the mayor's daughter stripped of her clothing and subjected to judgment. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, she remained unyielding. This incited murmurs of dissent, and some townsfolk, moved by the mayor's pleas, even attempted to rescue the unfortunate girl. "Have you all become too compassionate?" Cremo frowned at the nearly unconscious girl being lashed, pushing through the crowd trying to save her, pointing at a mole on her body. "You foolish people. This is the very evidence of her witchcraft." The townsfolk exchanged glances, and then they heard Cremo continue. "She rolls her eyes in agony during her punishment, which signifies that she is seeking the devil. And yet, you use whips to compel her to submit?" As Cremo spoke, he bit his finger and pointed into the air. In the next moment, a flame appeared. Cremo reached out, retrieving a headpiece from the fire. "For the witch. Possessing the head of a devil in the air is exceedingly resilient. We must utilize this 66-centimeter-long rotating steel nail to pierce her eyeball, allowing the devil to emerge from the bloodied cavity, thus forcing her to speak the truth," Cremo declared as he placed the iron circlet upon the mayor's daughter and produced a steel needle, pressing it toward the hole in her eye. As the needle spun, the threat of losing her eye became unbearable, prompting the girl to scream, I confess, I am a witch." Chapter 59. The frenzied townsfolk understood. The sheriff, upon hearing these words, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly knelt before Cremo and immediately dashed into the room with the interrogation rack. Witnessing the mayor, who had once bullied her, now rolling on the ground in a state of helplessness, begging for mercy, was indeed gratifying. How delightful it was to see you consume your fill of white bread. Retribution has come, hasn't it? Deservedly so, the townsfolk mused. Yet soon their hearts grew heavy with sorrow. After all, she was their goddess, now claimed by the very sheriff who had tormented them. Though they felt a moment of relief, it was overshadowed by a sense of unfulfilled bitterness. However, soon their grievances and jealousy were worn down. The stern judge kindly inquired whether the accuser could inherit the witch's possessions and all else. "Who else among you is a witch?" The townsfolk paused for a moment. Then a quick-witted individual shouted, "The girl from my neighbor's house is a witch." Cremo nodded approvingly. "Very well, take me to her. My bakery's owner is a witch." Another declared, "You are the second." "Sia is a witch," came the third. "Excellent, one by one, please." With the first person opening Pandora's box, The latent desires of the townsfolk surged forth, even the most honest among them, driven by hatred for their own accused family members, began denouncing others. In an instant, chaos ensued. The beautiful girl, subjected to meticulous questioning, faced brutal treatment and sometimes even reinterrogation. Wealthy widows, lacking any redeeming qualities, were swiftly sent to the gallows or gathered in the square to be burned, their inheritances claimed by their accusers or divided among multiple accusers. Those who resolutely refused to confess under duress faced fatal consequences, identified by Clamo as victims silenced by fear of exposure. As for those who survived, the judge employed the river test. Drowning would prove innocence. Those who did not drown would meet the pyre. Thus, from the very first day of the witch hunt, the squares of 7 towns near the Earl's domain were ablaze with fire. This inferno raged day and night, claiming more lives than the town had seen born in recent years. Although the magnitude of these executions caused the townsfolk to realize something was amiss, they were already enslaved by hatred and desire. As long as the flames continued to burn, they would not contemplate the consequences ahead. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the witch hunt, at the interrogation platform in Grand Town Square, a woman wailed in agony. The sheriff regarded the veterinarian before him with a pang of conscience. After all, she charged reasonable fees, provided excellent service, and was well liked in town. Moreover, she had little value to exploit and was, in fact, his sister. Thus, he halted the whip swing and glanced toward the judge behind him. She appeared terrified during the questioning. Guilt was written all over her conscience. Proceed with the punishment, Clamo commanded. Both the veterinarian and the sheriff heard Clamo's words, prompting one to ease up on her blows while the other stifled tears. She maintained her innocence, remaining composed. Thus, she was deemed guilty. For witches are known to brazenly lie. Clamo reiterated, again. Seeing the two gazing at him expectantly, Clamo sighed. Very well, allow me to take over. As he spoke, he seized the branding iron, asserting that if she were branded, it would indicate her witchcraft. Observing the glowing iron, the veterinarian protested vehemently. Are you a devil? Who can be branded without suffering harm? However, the judge had stated just yesterday that if she appeared dejected and silent, it would serve as direct evidence of her guilt. The sheriff, trembling, affirmed, indeed, that is what the holy scripture of the witch's hammer asserts. Clamo nodded slightly. That must be a fabrication. How could the scripture be so? If it were true, then everyone would be a witch, the sheriff retorted. A town devoid of women would surely perish. Clamo stared in astonishment at the sheriff's words, realizing he understood the situation. At that moment, the sheriff's face flushed with indignation, feeling contempt directed towards him. Yet before he could erupt in anger, Clamo pointed behind him. Behold the miracle. With a thud, the sheriff collapsed to the ground. You have known too much, Clamo remarked, then turned to the veterinarian. Why are you able to heal warhorses? Is there some special connection between you? The veterinarian, stunned by the scene before her, had become utterly numb, showing no reaction to Clamo's inquiries. Excellent, Clamo said with a satisfied smile, advancing toward her with the chest cutter, when suddenly he heard the sound of galloping hooves. Your Honor, the other towns have concluded their proceedings. We have learned through interrogation that the newly appointed countess has been orchestrating witch gatherings and committing numerous heinous acts of devil worship. Thomas exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The people are fervent. Is that so? Clamo's eyes brightened. Thomas nodded. This all unfolded so swiftly, even surpassing Thomas's expectations. The anticipated 3-day duration ended up being only 2.5 days for all the women in town to be interrogated. Those who had lost family and loved ones, in their anguish, discovered that none of it was their fault. It was all the calamity brought by the new Lord's arrival, and they were consumed by fury. Punish the witches. Once the witches are judged, we shall be celebrated. Avenge our innocent kin. Across the 7 towns, a tempest swept through, as the townsfolk began to gather, armed like knights with long spears and wooden clubs, forming a serpent-like procession toward the Earl's castle. When individuals commit unforgivable wrongs, they seek an excuse for their actions to prove their innocence. Observing the long line of vengeful townsfolk, Thomas, mounted on his horse, chuckled to his companion. Have those people's letters of testament been prepared? Indeed, they have. The new lord persecutes the subjects, and the town's population has dwindled to nearly a shadow of its former self. Once delivered there, whether due to familial ties in the port city or concerns for their own safety, the city will respond. The one clad in the fiery robe gazed upon the procession, voicing his only concern. What if the judge of the Order of the Fiery Flame is killed? Our duke likely thinks the same. Attempting to achieve much with a mere 3,000 gold coins, yet that earl is no fool, Thomas scoffed. Killing the judge will invite countless troubles. The figure in the fiery robe pondered for a moment before dismissing the thought. It is better to err on the side of caution. Neglect could lead to misfortune. Thomas furrowed his brow momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chapter 60. The Trial of the Witch Countess in the Count's Castle. Allison, patiently awaiting her review, set aside her historical tome and reached for a bottle of red wine. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Had the judges of the review perished along the way? The history of the kingdom revealed that this region was fraught with peril. The wilderness was a haven for bandits, beasts, and cultists. Such dangers compelled villagers to remain within the confines of the knight's realm, while merchants required armed escorts for their journeys. Even the bustling port of Lumen was not exempt from such misfortunes. Just this morning, Sarah had mentioned that a simple visit to a neighboring town resulted in a robbery by a coalition of nearby barons and bandits. Setting the wine bottle down, Allison picked up a book on noble etiquette. Though she did not perceive any enhancement in her intellect, she deemed it a worthwhile endeavor to pass the time. As she opened the first page, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study. Suddenly, a knight burst through the door, panic etched on his face. "My lady, the serfs nearby have revolted. At least 10,000 are marching towards us. Where did such a multitude come from?" Allison inquired, taken aback. This morning, Ms. had informed her that the development of several estates was faltering, and the wine produced had been deemed simple and lacking allure. Aside from the current Lewis estate, the combined population of the other 5 estates barely totaled 2,000. They are townsfolk. I see they are clad in woolen coats. The knight replied, catching his breath. They have been swayed by the empire's ideology and lack a strong attachment to the land, leading to their disrespect towards their lord. Is their disrespect aimed solely at me? Allison scoffed lightly. Just yesterday, they labeled me a monster, and now they seek to confront one. It appears they wish to play the role of heroes. Opposing their lord is folly, hardly the mark of a hero. The knight, visibly irritated, nodded, yet his expression shifted to one of concern. However, our castle's gate is still under repair. With 10,000 of them, our wooden barricades may not suffice. What are the fortifications? Allison closed her book. They are not beast tamers. A single blow will scatter them. The knight acknowledged her words with a nod before turning to Allison. My lady, while that is true, they are still your subjects. Should we not attempt to negotiate with them? Oh, Allison scrutinized the knight. What leads you to think so? I suspect there may be a conspiracy at play. These serfs might have been incited. The knight lowered his gaze, unsure of the reasons behind their forthcoming disturbances. Allison furrowed her brow. You wish to uncover their motives for gathering, thereby minimizing casualties? Indeed, my lady. After all, they are your domain, and their taxes contribute to your wealth. The knight nodded earnestly. You present a valid point, Allison mused. Then you shall descend and speak with them. Yes, my lady. The knight bowed and hastened out. As the knight exited the study, Sarah entered, and Allison cast a glance in her direction. What is your perspective? This knight is from the guard. In the face of such rampant destruction in the territory, he naturally offers suggestions. Ultimately, his concern is for the prosperity of the land, as stability here ensures the king receives adequate taxes. My lady, please exercise caution. Sarah nodded, retrieving a recording stone from her storage ring. We must document this. It will clarify whether the lord is tyrannical or the serfs have been seduced into rebellion. Allison considered this and nodded slightly. You must keep a close watch. If the negotiating knight meets his demise, it must be recorded. Clang, clang. Have you no sense? We have not collected taxes. What do they come to discuss? Especially with such a multitude? Sarah shot a glare at the knight. With the knights in the castle injured, how can they possibly protect my lady? Do you wish for her to confront these rabble-rousers alone? The knight, sensing the oddity of the situation, agreed to go out and dissuade them. However, he was soon captured by the townsfolk, who shouted threats of burning the countess's castle if she did not emerge. The castle was made of stone. The mob could not set it ablaze, but the courtyard was stocked with supplies for ongoing renovations, materials that could easily succumb to destruction. Have you recorded this? Allison inquired after learning of the situation. Sarah nodded. The knight's second attempt to exit and subsequent capture has been documented. Along with the stipulations regarding the negotiation, any act of aggression would be deemed treason. Upon hearing this, Allison stood. Then I shall descend and hear the grievances of the serfs. My lady, exercise caution. There may well be enemies lurking in the shadows, Sarah warned. I understand, Allison replied, stepping out of the study. And yet, these serfs were of little consequence. As Allison traversed the revolving door to the ground floor, she was aided by 2 knights in crossing the barricaded entrance. She gazed upon a throng of townsfolk brandishing weapons, their faces alight with fervor. Her eyes scanned the crowd before she opened the Book of Fate. Don Lewin, a blacksmith from Fiso Town, having lost his wife and daughter during the witch hunt orchestrated by Imperial investigator Thomas and Judge Clamo, has been led astray by cultists to believe that all calamities stem from the Countess. He seeks to judge the witch Countess and avenge his deceased family. Star, a vagrant from Grand Town, has achieved various accolades during the witch hunt, including those of the neighbor's daughter, the innkeeper, and passers-by. He now aims to challenge the Lady Countess and has acquired the judge's cleaver, preparing to cruelly slay the Countess. Allison closed the Book of Fate after perusing the fates of these two individuals, her expression growing icy. 7 towns? And sparing even one does not equate to liberating the people from evil. Chapter 61. Suppression, whether it be witch hunts or riots. Such occurrences are decidedly unfriendly to the Lord. In this context, Allison felt that retaining them had become utterly pointless. Nonetheless, procedures must be adhered to. Allison promptly exited the castle and strode towards the agitated crowd of townsfolk. With a smile, she addressed them. I am Allison, Countess Lumen, the lord of this land. I have yet to collect taxes from you, so why the fervent rush to my castle? You even besieged it and bound my knight. An act contrary to the laws of the kingdom. Do you not realize this? As she spoke, the townspeople maintained smiles that resembled rigid masks. Once, they may have feared the law, but after experiencing the witch hunts, they no longer held such trepidation. They awaited the moment to see Allison condemned. Marking the end of this chapter, we shall, of course, abide by the laws of the kingdom, but do remember, my Lady Countess, that there exist matters of the divine as well. Don Lewin stepped forward, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Allison. Since you assert that there is no fault regarding taxation, let us discuss the matter of the witch. Oh, the witch? You refer to the one sealed on the 3rd floor of the castle? Allison responded, stepping aside. If you wish to speak with her, you may proceed now. Don Lewin hesitated, then shouted furiously, You dare harbor a witch? You are, hey, are you deaf? I said she is a sealed witch, bound by the Holy Church. What relevance does that have to me? Allison retorted coldly. Are you slandering the nobility and disregarding the laws of the domain? At her words, Don Lewin faltered, momentarily at a loss. He had expected her to be anxious and defensive, not confrontational as she was now. Instinctively, he said, You reside within a castle. There must be collusion. You are in a nearby town. May I not also assert that you are in collusion? Another rebuttal? The women in this town do not behave in such a manner. Just then, Stad stepped forward from behind Don Lewin. My lord, the divine has granted everyone the right to identify evil. Based on this, he has committed no wrong. And this may not be mere slander. We possess evidence. Stad smiled at Allison. You have left countless corpses in your wake, offerings to the devil. Allison responded calmly. If your mind is muddled, perhaps you should find a stick to poke at yourself. Being elevated might aid your clarity. Oh, the Countess has quite the sharp tongue. Stad smirked, then turned to the townsfolk. I shall not mention distant matters, but the Countess has recently engaged in sorcery. Allison merely chuckled at this. The gods observe from above, even in their name. Do not act in ways that would invite their abandonment. You are the one who will be forsaken by the gods. Stad's expression darkened, and he pointed at a woman in the crowd. Did you not witness the Countess holding witch gatherings at night? The woman hesitated, then nodded. Indeed. Right before the castle, she offered spices and wine to the devil, urging all attendees to kiss the devil's behind. Excellent. We have an eyewitness. Stad nodded, turning to Allison. What say you in the face of this accusation? Naturally, she is lying. I need to worship the devil? Such a thing would require me to bow thrice before I could even approach, Allison replied. Searching for evidence on your person? Stad sneered. Are you not intending to find a birthmark or resort to pricking with a needle to ascertain the truth? It seems the Countess is rather well informed, Stad remarked darkly. Glancing at the distance between Allison and the castle, he then shouted, Seize her. Let us determine whether she is indeed a witch. To ignore the Lord's command and threaten her life, you possess quite the audacity. Allison observed the townsfolk's movements with a cold snort. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, she donned a beaked mask and retrieved the remaining poison from her encounter with the Beastmaster, hurling it towards the torch-bearing crowd. Beware, that is witchcraft, Stad exclaimed as he recognized the danger, leading the others to retreat. The clay pot shattered upon hitting the ground with a loud crack, releasing a cloud of powder. What is this? A group of townspeople cautiously approached, seeing no immediate threat. Do not approach. It may be some form of poison. A voice rang out among the crowd, causing the townsfolk to shudder. It was the hidden adjudicator among them. Although it was unclear why the adjudicator would hide from a witch, the townsfolk felt reassured by the presence of authority and instinctively withdrew. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the powder on the ground, which rose in a white haze towards the crowd. With a crackle, the townsfolk, in their frantic flight, fell like wheat before the reaper, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Allison seized the opportunity, throwing the remaining 2 vials of potion. As the white smoke dispersed, hundreds of townsfolk fell, and those who had lagged behind were struck with terror, transforming from innocent bystanders into sacrificial lambs. People are dying. The Countess is casting witchcraft. Run. In an instant, the townsfolk scattered like birds. Seeing this, Allison could not allow them to escape easily. Brandishing Frostmourne, she pursued them. In the midst of the chase, a fallen body suddenly raised an arm, attempting to strike at Allison from behind. Chapter 62. Do not kill him once. A necromancer who perished by his own hand uttered a profound truth. Never underestimate a corpse. Allison firmly believed in this principle, for they could spread plague and serve as a formidable adversary. With a swift motion, she deflected a surprise attack, retreating gracefully as her gaze fell upon an object that had been sent flying, a 4-petaled floral torture device, the flowering pear. You've gone too far, Allison remarked, her brow furrowing as she raised her magical sword to intercept the incoming iron spider. Heretic, you shall not harm the children of the divine. Cremo snorted derisively, and in the next moment, the iron spider launched itself at her once more. As Allison parried the iron spider again, she opened the Book of Fate, revealing the truth behind Cremo. Cremo, a level 2 judge of the heretical tribunal of the Crimson Flame Church, blessed by a priest since childhood and skilled in the heavenly horn, later turned his ambitions toward the secular world. Severed by the priest, he mastered various instruments of torture, went to the Lumen territory to punish the suspected witch countess, unleashed his holy instruments beneath a relentless tide of resentment. With the context unveiled, Allison's expression turned icy. You, for the sake of scrutiny, I waited 3 days for you in the castle, only for you to emerge and engage me in this farce? Cremo produced a tongue-slicing knife and bone-piercing implements, hurling them at Allison while questioning, have you encountered me before? I would have to have slain a great bull in my past life to have met you. Allison retorted with disdain. By the way, do the judges not undergo psychological evaluations? Cremo's eyes widened in outrage. You filthy witch, I am the one judging you. You have no right to question me. He smashed an execution chair, which Allison countered with a birdcage. Your hatred for women began with a collective bonfire gathering, attended by 48 women and 2 men. Too bad you weren't invited. Silence. You distort my experiences. Cremo shouted in fury, vehemently defending himself despite the absence of witnesses. No one could commit such deeds. They were deceived by demons. I must judge them, yet the local constable expelled me. Cremo's pupils constricted as he drew the judgment spear. This was my error. I never anticipated you would recklessly slaughter the innocent. No, it is not that simple. You know full well the consequences of your actions. Allison scrutinized Cremo's expression. You merely used the pretext of eliminating that woman to render the townsfolk as helpless as you once were, to vent your inner hatred. Shut your deceitful mouth. The townsfolk have fled. No one will heed your drivel. Cremo's demeanor darkened. She was young, genuine, and beautiful. Tender and caring, an essential figure in your life, whom you swore to protect, only to watch as the priest burned her before your eyes. What a tragedy. Be silent. Cremo's eyes bulged as he reached into the flames, unleashing a barrage of torture devices, gallows, finger-cutting knives, and strangling ropes toward Allison, who deftly deflected each one with her sword. Clang. The echoes of their clash reverberated. You often ponder why others retain what you have lost, while they remain unpunished in such a permissive environment. Allison regarded Cremo with disdain. This is unfair, so you seek to impose your suffering upon others, even if they are innocent. Having struck a nerve, Cremo lost his composure. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed at Allison. This is none of your concern. You have no right. Have you begun to accept the pangs of conscience? Allison observed Cremo's labored breathing. Then allow me to speak of something else, which, should you fall into my grasp, I shall make your existence a living hell. Cremo trembled as he spoke. However, Allison paid no mind to his threats. Oh, by the way, does that girl named Lolita know of your summoning of the heavenly horn for the priest? Ah. With Allison's words, Cremo completely lost his sanity. Flames erupted from his body, and waves of energy cascaded from his feet, tearing the sky asunder. A golden iron maiden, ablaze, descended upon Allison like a meteor. Is this the holy torture device? Allison gazed at the radiant descent, raising her weapon, 50 shades of gray, firing a shot into the air. Bang! A tempest arose from the ground as the energies collided, resulting in a blinding explosion. Yet, the golden Iron Maiden fell unscathed. Frost. With the Iron Maiden looming close, Allison brandished Frostmourne, witnessing the reverse pentagram on her hand fade as a brilliant blue shard of ice surged forth, encasing the Iron Maiden's surface in a crystalline shell. Crack, crack, bang. The frozen Iron Maiden plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Allison, eyeing the inert structure, summoned her speed with Frostmourne, swiftly reaching the contorted visage of Cremo. But in his eyes, a smirk of triumph flickered. Clang. The Iron Maiden enveloped Allison, its chains wrapping around her. Cremo, staring at the 3 holes in the Iron Maiden's face, wore a sinister grin as he drew a nail to pierce the openings, only to find himself ensnared by writhing vines. Release the lady. Sarah, descending from the castle, demanded fiercely, or I shall strangle you. Cremo, his face flushed from the pressure, struggled to speak. You can just open it yourself. Sarah instinctively turned but heard Allison's voice. Do not move, or it will ensnare you as well. Furious, Sarah drew a dagger and plunged it into Cremo. Open this thing. As the blade pierced him, Cremo's face contorted further. Stop. She knows my secret. Then are you not afraid of death? Sarah retorted, withdrawing the dagger and aiming for his heart. Cremo, terrified, stammered, If you have the guts, then kill me. Very well. A murderous glint sparkled in Sarah's eyes as she lunged, only to be struck in the arm by a cold arrow. Clang. The surprise attack caused her dagger to fall, and as she observed her increasingly darkening hand, she hastily neutralized the poison, extracting the arrow. My lady, there are words inscribed on the arrow, Sarah remarked. It is the first time I've seen a poisoned arrow bearing a message. What does it say? Allison inquired from within the Iron Maiden. It states that the judges cannot kill. Otherwise, they will face the unending wrath of the Crimson Flame Church, Sarah read, furrowing her brow, then glancing into the darkness. Cremo, overhearing this, realized he was not alone in this endeavor. Thomas, save me, he bellowed. The witch is trapped. The Iron Maiden cannot be opened from within. This plant-based beastmaster fears fire. Burn her, and you shall vanquish her. As Cremo's cries echoed, the darkness stirred before falling silent once more. Why? Disappointment marred Cremo's features as he sensed his ally's departure. Sarah, with caution, observed the shadows before turning to Allison. It seems they have left. With a clatter, the chains binding the Iron Maiden fell away. Allison pushed aside the iron panel, gazing at Sarah. Would it have been better had I remained silent? Sarah nodded slightly, while Cremo, bound, stared in disbelief. With a sigh, Allison leaped from the Iron Maiden and shoved Cremo inside. Why? Cremo held in agony, feeling the piercing pain of the nails. It was I who summoned it. This apparatus is indeed formidable, but it has succumbed. Allison gazed at the furious face emerging from the void. I had merely siphoned off 2/3 of its essence, and yet it surrendered. Chapter 63. Expansion plan at the Count's castle, in the study on the 2nd floor. Bang, bang. The sound echoed as Sarah observed the blood pooling beneath the instrument of torture, creating a grotesque mural on the floor. A hint of concern creased her brow. My lord. The device is continuously dripping blood. At this, Allison shifted her gaze from the book she was perusing, glanced at the floor, and nodded slightly. It's of no consequence. Let it be. The carpet has yet to be laid. You truly are merciful, Sarah acknowledged, her head nodding slightly. Yet, she added, but my lord, won't the unfortunate soul contained within bleed excessively and perish? That would be quite troublesome. Fear not. This is a sacred instrument of the church, imbued with sanctity, Allison replied, flipping through the pages of her book. Allison's assertion was not unfounded. The sacred instrument indeed lacked the capability to cause death. The mind held the knowledge that, in times of dire need, it would serve as a first aid kit. Item: sacred instrument of torture description, the Iron Maiden, a convergence of resentment and fear. Symbolizes both punishment and redemption, manifesting in various forms from the heavens, the earth, and the waters. Abilities: mental summoning, life suspension, sealing, and storing of prisoners' origin. Heretical Inquisition. Reassured by Allison's confidence, Sarah refrained from further comments and settled into the crimson sofa opposite Allison's desk, slowly savoring a cup of hot tea. Tap, tap, bang. I beg your pardon, my lord. I am deeply ashamed that my counsel failed, leading to the mob's assault. The knight spoke earnestly. Should there be a next time, I shall follow your directives without question. Thank you for your lordship's praise, yet in truth, those townsfolk sought to take my life, but they failed, the knight replied, rising to showcase the numerous red marks adorning his neck. What is this? Allison furrowed her brow. The knight remained silent, removing his helmet to reveal numerous gashes upon his forehead. Seeing this, Allison narrowed her eyes. Your head is indeed quite resilient. As a knight, I have merely reached the intermediate level, yet as a beast master, I possess a 6-star beast, the knight proclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a small golden turtle. Beast, mountain sea turtle quality, 6-star abilities, rebound, sturdy defense, longevity, defense, earth attribute absorption. Water attribute absorption origin, court guard Kaichi, a 6-star beast. That is indeed epic, Allison mused. It seems a disservice to have such a formidable individual accompanying me. My lord, you overstate my prowess. I am but a resilient shield, Kaichi replied, lowering his head in modesty. Tears welled in Kaichi's eyes as he gazed at Allison, overwhelmed with emotion. My lord, since I became a knight, you are the only one who regards me as useful. Indeed, there are indeed tasks where your skills may prove invaluable, Allison replied. I shall serve you faithfully, Kaichi declared, kneeling once more. Allison nodded, turning to a book on noble etiquette. It stated that a good lord must firmly maintain control over their subjects. The towns had previously enjoyed semi-autonomous status, but recent events indicated their mismanagement. Understood, my lord. I shall lead a contingent to take control of those towns tomorrow, Kaichi pledged earnestly. Allison regarded him thoughtfully. Do the Knights of the Guard share your resolve? We are all selected guards. As long as you do not command us to confront the royal family directly, you are our master, Kaichi asserted, pounding his chest. Allison nodded in agreement. When we arrive, we must ensure they comprehend their transgressions. We shall train a force of no less than 2,000. Originally, such exertion was unnecessary. But their failure to uphold their protective obligations leaves us no choice but to rely on ourselves. I shall not disappoint you, my lord, Kaichi vowed loudly. Very well. You may leave now. I shall see you off in the morning, Allison instructed. Yes. Kaichi rose, bowing respectfully, and nodded towards Sarah before exiting the study. Once Kaichi departed, Sarah approached Allison and whispered, I never imagined that knights in the kingdom could possess a second vocation. No wonder they survived that fateful night. Given the current circumstances, they are indeed capable of handling the situation, Allison replied, closing her book and retrieving a hand-drawn map from beneath the desk. Now, we have effectively seized control of the directly governed estates and towns. Once we expand our forces, we shall push outward. These are the vassals under the Count's domain, comprising 42 knightly territories, which together account for approximately 5,000 inhabitants. Sarah studied the map with a frown. While clearing some knightly territories poses no challenge for us, such a substantial maneuver may invite interference. Allison surveyed the surrounding territories of the Count's castle. The knights did not come to aid during the conflict at the castle. I possess ample justification for their removal, and this is an internal matter of our domain. Outsiders have no right to intervene. Sarah rolled her eyes at this, as if they haven't intervened already. It matters not, Allison replied with a smile. They will inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. At the Duke's castle, Duke Princess and the seer Malin sat before a desk, silently observing the Iron Maiden's relentless bouncing within the crystal ball for 3 hours. The conversation regarding Allison and her companions could only be faintly heard amidst the cacophony. When the crystal ball finally darkened, Duke Princess leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. That judge is notorious for his temper. Will he not face death once apprehended? Would it not have sufficed to spend 30,000 gold coins to summon the chief judge? You only wish to catch a bigger fish with a smaller one. And now, what will you do if the smaller fish has no desire to die? Malin thought to himself, though his expression feigned regret. That Count is indeed a peculiar figure, having poisoned his subjects en masse. Otherwise, even if the judge faltered, he could have been assassinated amid the chaos. The Count from the Empire is excessively cruel, Duke Princess conceded, then inquired of Malin. If we inform the heretical Inquisition that their personnel have been detained, will they send someone else? The Inquisition has its own unique regulations. They will not dispatch anyone unless the event's judge has perished or a new summons is issued, Malin replied, observing the Duke's hopeful gaze. And as for re-reporting the event, do you truly believe it will still cost only 3,000 gold coins? With preparations for war against the royal family, I hardly possess such surplus funds. Duke Princess fixed his gaze on Malin. As a seer, surely you possess a solution? I can make an attempt. Malin nodded slightly at the Duke's expression. But I require the vanity table you have sealed in the basement. Chapter 64. The calculations of the city on the morning following the events at the castle. A group of 15 guards, led by Kach, knelt on one knee in the courtyard, while Allison held the Frostmourne, bestowing upon them the honor of knighthood. As Allison rested the blade upon his shoulder, he inquired, "Cage, do you pledge your loyalty to me?" The moment the sword touched him, Cage felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a part of his very soul was being drawn away. "I swear my allegiance to the Baron, supporting all decisions of the Count and adhering to the 8 virtues of knighthood," Cage proclaimed loudly, fearing that he might lose his essence in the next instant. "Excellent. I accept your loyalty," Allison nodded, lifting the sword once more. "Cage, I now appoint you as the commander of the 1st Legion of Lumen, responsible for all its duties." "Yes," he replied eagerly. "Very good," Allison acknowledged, moving to the next guard. "Your name is Mia, correct?" "I swear my loyalty to you, Baron Allison." Mia gulped, her gaze fixated on the Frostmourne. "Excellent. You shall be the captain of the 1st Company in the 1st Legion, and you are to assist Cage well?" Allison smiled warmly. With the ceremony concluded, the guards departed the castle amidst Allison's farewells. Watching them gallantly ride away, Allison led the others back inside. "Indeed," Sarah nodded in agreement. "This castle has suffered from the ravages of war these past days. It is time for repairs. Do you see that intricately carved Gothic archway? It has become a nesting site for birds, and the heavy wooden furnishings are riddled with wormholes." As they walked, Allison pointed out the damages, while the steward added comments about the inadequacy of the chandeliers, the absence of murals on the walls, the lack of taste in the displayed artifacts, and the unadorned walls that lacked silk coverings. Soon, they arrived at the library, where the steward took out paper and quill to calculate the cost of restoring the castle's former glory. Upon discovering that approximately 60,000 gold coins would be required, both master and servant fell into silence. After a brief pause, Allison chuckled. "What would it cost if we opted for a more modest restoration? The issue lies in the sheer number of repairs needed and the fact that the murals have been stripped clean. The 60,000 gold coins is merely a preliminary estimate." The steward replied, bowing his head. "Oh, then let us first clean the premises. I will procure some pest control remedies later. As for the decor, let us utilize the items we previously purchased," Allison instructed. "Yes, my lord," the servants replied, departing the library to attend to their tasks, leaving only Allison and Sarah behind. Reclining on the sofa, Allison gazed at the unrefined chandelier overhead. Although the city had invested in the mayoral and sheriff elections, they were still obligated to pay taxes annually. Were they not? "That seems to be the case," Sarah affirmed. "Moreover, the taxes from the port should also contribute significantly." "The port, you say?" Allison scoffed, rolling her eyes. "They won't even respond to my letters for aid. It might be prudent to dispatch someone to extract a proper contribution." Sarah nodded in agreement. "I will arrange that." Meanwhile, as Allison and Sarah engaged in their conversation, the city was embroiled in discussions about her. That morning, the town hall received an anonymous parcel containing letters inciting rebellion against the new lord. The letters claimed that Allison, as an imperial noble, was out of place in their midst, subjecting the townsfolk to relentless oppression, treating them as less than human. Since her arrival, there had been alarming incidents of animal deaths and missing children, with claims that she was secretly practicing witchcraft at night. The townspeople were incensed and flocked to the Count's castle to protest. However, the merciless Baron offered no explanations, resorting to violence against the demonstrators without a shred of humanity. Furthermore, the Baron announced a 30% increase in taxes for the territory, aimed at expanding her military presence, and a staggering 70% increase in commercial tax revenues. Initially, the council members dismissed these matters, but as citizens took to the streets with the belongings of their deceased relatives in protest, the situation escalated. Reluctantly, the council members were summoned to the town hall for an emergency meeting. According to the latest reports, there have indeed been troubling events in the cities governed by the Baron. The mayor addressed the assembly. "I presume you are all aware that many of the protesters are related to our citizens." The council members questioned, "What does the mayor imply?" "I sympathize with the citizens and am appalled by such brutality. If these events occurred within our city, it would undeniably be unforgivable," the mayor expressed sorrowfully. "Yet, the incidents in the Baron's domain are beyond our jurisdiction." "Indeed," the second council member acknowledged, glancing toward Tangild, who was seated in the corner. "However, I recall the ambassador stating that he fully represents Baron Lumen, not only augmenting positions within the town hall, but also collecting our taxes." "Precisely. The Lumen territory's military expansion poses a direct threat to our city's safety. You must provide us with an explanation," other members echoed, turning their gazes toward Tangild. Tangild furrowed his brow slightly. "But you have not paid your taxes to me. Since my arrival, I have yet to see a single copper coin. To reap rewards, one must make contributions. If the ambassador alleviates the citizens' concerns, I believe the next citizen assembly will surely ratify the tax agreement. The second council member turned to Tangled. What is your opinion on this proposal? After all, we do have a contract. Tangled nodded slightly. However, I believe it is feasible to request that she halt her expansion. The second council member exchanged glances with the mayor and other members, then nodded at Tangled. So it is settled. We will notify you when we are ready to proceed. Very well, Tangled replied, nodding as he observed the council members gaze upon him, prompting him to rise. Ambassador, take care. As Tangled departed, the council members resumed their discussions. The Baron is said to be quite ruthless. Even if she does not raise taxes, her expansion will still impose regular tax obligations upon us. Let us mobilize our forces. We must drive her out of Lumen. Indeed, without the Baron, they will have no reason to linger at the port. After much deliberation, the council members turned their attention back to the mayor. Are you referring to the tax exemption? The members asked, taken aback. Exactly, the mayor replied with a sinister smile. There are two models at play here. We require funds for circulation. Let her repay us in cash, or we will demand her departure. The second council member exclaimed. Will this not appear too targeted, possibly provoking Tangled's interference? This can be framed in another manner, the mayor replied with a sly grin. For instance, Councillor Chloe has taken an interest in her. The council member's eyes brightened at the suggestion. If she were to marry the Baron, the entirety of Lumen would belong to them. Chapter 65, The arrival of the envoy in the castle's second-floor bedroom. The servants had removed all the clutter from the recent renovations. This particular room was the most meticulously crafted, adorned with romantic coral pink on the walls, ceiling, and pillars, embellished with white carved designs, resembling a dwelling fit for a princess. However, Allison found it difficult to embrace joy. Since the day after their discussion about acquiring funds, the knight Sarah had dispatched to the port had been absent for a week. According to the witch, he was lost. After all, the Count's territory, spanning a mere 350 square kilometers, was no larger than 2 townships of the Empire. One could traverse it on foot within a week. Glaring at the golden-eyed raven perched on the table, voraciously devouring nuts, Allison's irritation surged, and she swatted it away. Next time you impersonate your master, refrain from consuming the food in my cup. She eyed the raven, grasped it firmly, and scrutinized it closely. What have you done to your eyes? Are they colored lenses? Well, a new ability. Future foresight. The raven proudly lifted its head, dropping the nuts from its beak. Allison blinked, asking, Can you check on that knight? Is he still alive? Well, can't see. The raven exclaimed. Does it have to be right in front of you? Allison's disappointment was palpable. The raven, upon hearing this, wriggled free from her grasp and flew to the carved window ledge. Well, maybe he's dead. Sighing at the raven's remark, Allison frowned. Come down, that is newly renovated. The raven shook its head, peering outside. Guests are arriving. Swiftly, Allison snatched the raven and turned her gaze to the castle exterior, where an open carriage was engaged in conversation with the servants. Before long, Sarah entered the bedroom. My lady, it is the envoy of Duke Prince. Surely not an assassin. Allison mused, frowning as her eyes swept over the white-robed figure beneath the carriage. In the next moment, she opened the Book of Fate. Malone, Prophet Level 3, Future Observer. Number 4 of the Foreseers Organization, a contaminator from the other side of the mountains, commissioned by the Duke to persuade the Countess, presenting a cursed item. Soon to advance to Level 4, the Era Pioneer perishes in a landslide. Having quickly scanned Malone's fate, Allison turned to Sarah. Treat him well. I shall join shortly. This is a gift-bearing envoy. Yes. Sarah hesitated for a moment before promptly exiting. 10 minutes later, with her demeanor adjusted to its most favorable state, Allison entered the reception room. Upon her arrival, Malone immediately stood and bowed. Good day, my lord. Please, take a seat. Allison gestured gracefully, settling onto the sofa herself. Mr. Malone, your journey must have been arduous, traveling from the Duke's territory? Indeed. As the Duke's advisor, I naturally came from the Duke's castle, Malone replied with a sheepish smile. Oh, that isn't far, Allison acknowledged, picking up a golden champagne flute from the table, swirling it gently before her nose, taking a sip, and then turning to Malone. Now, please disclose the purpose of your visit. Malone smiled at her words and, adopting a serious tone, said, I have come to rescue you, my lord. Oh. Allison's expression turned grave. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate, Mr. Malone. First, let me introduce my profession. I am a prophet, Malone stated, fixing his gaze on Allison, capable of foreseeing the future. I believe you, Allison nodded, recalling her own experiences in the Empire where she dabbled in tarot card reading. Well, Malone felt a bit awkward but explained, "My foresight is a sequence ability, not something learned or aided by tools." "Impressive," Allison exclaimed, raising her thumb with gleaming eyes. "With such a skill, you could establish a fortune-telling enterprise in the Empire and surely become a wealthy magnate." Malone found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating whether he should clarify that he served the Duke not for monetary gain. "Let us set aside the topic of wealth and discuss your rescue," he suggested, clearing his throat to appear serious and credible. "One day in the future, the army of the Jace Empire will land at the port of Lumen." Allison blinked. "What is their purpose for landing?" "An army. They are landing. What do you think?" "It is, of course, an invasion." Malone internally raged, yet his face bore a mask of concern. "They aim to conquer the territory of Lumen and seize the kingdom." "How many are there?" Allison inquired. "Quite a few," Malone replied, observing Allison's contemplative expression. "Indeed, with such military strength, only Duke Prinz could potentially withstand them," he lamented. "If even he cannot, the kingdom will fall into their grasp entirely." "Oh," Allison nodded slightly. Believing he had frightened Allison, Malone continued, "Moreover, you have offended many on your journey here. As long as you remain, you will be seen as a hindrance, a cultist, by the Empire, the city, and the port. They will go to great lengths to eliminate you." "Am I truly a hindrance in my own territory?" Allison scoffed. "Precisely," Malone affirmed, nodding. "Heed my advice. The stakes in Lumen are too high for you to manage alone. Only by entrusting it to Duke Prinz will you secure a path for retreat." Allison lifted her glass, swirling it in the sunlight, squinting at the shimmering brilliance. "People say that as a lord, if you cannot take up arms to face your adversaries, you will be driven away in an instant. I believe I am fit enough." Malone sighed softly, gazing at the seemingly indifferent Allison. "My lady, you must consider this carefully. If the Jace Empire truly lands, the Duke will undoubtedly lead his troops to confront them. At that moment, caught between two armies, your escape route may vanish." Allison chuckled, raising her glass to Malone. "I await the day when the Duke comes to seize me." Malone's eyes widened in disbelief. "By that time, it may not require the Duke's intervention. The subjects of this territory might apprehend you for judgment as a bargaining chip for surrender. Only if they possess the strength to do so." Malone chuckled lightly, observing Allison with amusement. "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that you plan to kill me. But now spare my life. I am not so trivial." Allison shook her head, setting down her champagne flute. "You should be cautious when you ascend to level 4. Ere a pioneer, it may occur on the mountain. Be wary lest you meet your demise in a landslide." Malone was taken aback, rising abruptly from his chair. He stared wide-eyed at Allison. "Who are you? How do you know my sequence name?" "I am Allison, Countess of Lumen," she replied calmly. "As for your affairs, they were divined through prophecy." Malone was incredulous, calculating the probability of her knowledge regarding his sequence. Seeing he lingered, Allison gestured to a nearby servant. "Envoy, this way, please." The servant approached Malone and, noticing his lack of reaction, took hold of him and began to lead him towards the door. As Malone's gaze slipped into the realm of fate, he felt an icy chill wash over him. Before him, a dark mountain loomed in the river of destiny, causing all the waters of fate to flow around it. In that instant of revelation, his eyes felt as if they would burst, and he clutched his face, turning to flee. When the servant recounted the events to Allison, she too furrowed her brow. "This is a sign of irrevocable enmity. He has resolved to become our sworn foe." Chapter 66. The city jury. As Marlin departed, Allison eagerly rose to inspect the gift he had brought her. Remarkably, since her arrival here, she had experienced a sense of nobility for the first time. Gazing at the large object concealed beneath a white cloth, she promptly instructed Sarah to unveil it, confidently speculating that, judging by its shape, it must be a piano. At least, she hoped so. When Sarah tugged at the cloth, a musty odor assailed her senses. She glanced at the object and shrugged at Allison. It was a vanity table shaped like a piano. No wonder it had a prominent section in the middle. Frowning, Allison stepped closer. Item: the Queen's vanity description, a vanity table shrouded in ominous rumors. It is said to imprison countless malevolent spirits within. Ability: by entering the mirror, it can transport you to your desired destination. Side effect: those who gaze into the mirror may find themselves pursued by vengeful spirits at night. Source: the White Flake Princess, noticing the absence of any exemption notice. Allison turned to Sarah. "We both looked into the mirror. Who do you think the spirits will seek at night?" "Perhaps 2 malevolent spirits might appear," Sarah analyzed. "For the sake of our safety, shall we sleep together tonight?" Allison nodded slightly. She had shared her bed with Firewood before and was about to respond when the warning bell of the castle began to toll. Ding, 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 ding. Allison looked up. remarking, "This place is not vast, yet we receive visitors twice in a single day." Leaving the storage room, the two ascended the tower, where they observed a sparse cluster of knights manning the defensive machinery on the battlements, while another knight vigorously struck the bell. Allison covered her ears and gazed down at the castle grounds, where servants tending to the garden were forming a straight line towards the castle, 5 miles away. A flag emblazoned with gold coins and crossed swords caught her eye. Beneath that flag was a contingent of 600 knights. "They come from the south," Sarah remarked. Allison nodded, taking out a monocular to survey the group. She noticed the presence of a light priest, a priestess of the earth goddess, and even Don Quixote, with Lewis among them. "Are they here to bestow gifts as well?" Allison inquired, lowering the monocular. Sarah shook her head. "Given their dispositions, they are more likely here to take advantage." Allison acknowledged this with a nod and turned her attention to the few knights, suggesting they go to investigate. Leading the knights to the castle's exterior, Allison and her companions soon found themselves before Don Quixote and his entourage. A chilling breeze swept through the gap between the two factions, rustling a 4-leaf clover named Hatchie. The wind was brisk enough to dislodge the woolen wig of the man at the forefront, dressed in a tailcoat. He grasped the wig firmly, casting a disdainful glance at Allison. "So, you are the infamous Allison." "Indeed, I am Countess Allison Lumen," she replied with a slight nod. She then kicked Sarah, who understood the cue, and promptly presented a flower to the man. He glanced at the flower with disdain, refusing to accept it, and scoffed, "A modicum of decorum. Yet this is hardly presentable. Country nobility remains country nobility." Sarah interjected, "You misunderstand. Your previous tone towards the Countess was excessively arrogant, a grave offense in the territory. The Count demands you chew on this flower." "What?" the man exclaimed in shock, glaring at Sarah and Allison. "You dare to make me eat? Stop. What are you trying to do?" The man's entourage stepped forward, drawing their swords and glaring at Allison. Ignoring the knights, Allison peered through the gaps in their ranks and calmly stated, "Try spitting it out." "Allison, mind your station. You are not just a countess of the kingdom. You also represent the Punk Empire. Such barbarity is unacceptable." Standing aside, Don Quixote was pushed forward, compelled to speak. "That is Mr. Mater, the chairman of the city council. A pioneer of freedom and commerce, of considerable stature, and he commands over 500 knights. Can you withstand them? Isn't there you?" Allison retorted, lowering her weapon and smiling at Don Quixote. "According to our agreement, you are to ensure my safety." Don Quixote's face flushed with indignation. "But that does not include your deliberate provocation." Allison narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. "So, you are in league with them?" Don Quixote furrowed his brow in irritation. "The collaboration between the city and the port is a strategic directive of the Punk Empire, and it falls within the scope of our contractual authority. But aren't you all getting along splendidly? I have refrained from mentioning your clandestine recruitment of knights." With an eye roll, Don Quixote retorted, "Of course. The focus was primarily on the port, which may have caused you some grievance, but worry not. I am here now." "Huh. And what do you intend to do now?" Sarah scoffed. "Naturally, to fulfill our agreement," Don Quixote replied, as if it were obvious. "The commander has instructed me to oversee the taxation and security of the town and estate, ensuring you may live in peace within the castle henceforth." Sarah rolled her eyes. "Stability arrived only because you showed up." Don Quixote, stung by the mockery, adopted a serious demeanor. "Did I not provide you with 16 knights for protection? Are 16 knights sufficient?" Sarah countered. "Do not patronize me," Don Quixote dismissed with a wave. "Have you received your knights or not? What good are those knights? Reinforcements were not forthcoming. The current peace is due to the Count's considerable efforts." Sarah's fury boiled over as she glared daggers at him. Meanwhile, the tailcoat entourage, witnessing Don Quixote's speechlessness, quickly came to his aid. "Enough. Your disputes can be settled later. Let us address more pressing matters. So, if your lord contributed significantly, does that imply the atrocities directly stem from your Count's actions?" One of the tailcoat representatives stepped forward, scrutinizing Sarah and Allison. "Is that true, or is it not?" Furrowing her brow, Sarah responded, "Who are you to interrogate us? We hold no authority, merely representing the city jury, accompanying His Excellency the priest." The representative replied with a smile. "As servants of the divine, we are entitled to question the flock under his guardianship." Chapter 67. Reduced to mere wealth. Upon hearing the words of the councilman, Allison and Sarah turned their gaze towards the priest of light, who wore a serious expression and, with a businesslike demeanor, questioned, "Allison Lumen, regarding the accusations received by the city, is it true that you have committed atrocities against your subjects?" "Not true," Allison replied, shaking her head slightly. "Are you certain?" The priest's expression hardened. "Absolutely. Allison met the priest's gaze. You should know me. I have never slaughtered the innocent indiscriminately. The priest sighed at her response. However, the pleas for help and blood letters from the townsfolk have reached the city. If I were to visit the town, could I find those who wrote the letters? I'm not sure, Allison admitted. After all, there was a rebellion in the territory, and the townspeople went mad. I couldn't ascertain their involvement while I was suppressing the chaos. So you admit to having harmed your subjects? The councilman interjected. How can you prove that? The priest asked her. I am the Lord. My word is law. Do I need to provide proof? Allison replied, looking at the priest. Your question is fundamentally flawed. But the townsfolk have written evidence stating, if I die, it will be a sacrifice to the Lord, or the Earl invaded the town and slaughtered indiscriminately. The priest regarded Allison. They have staked their lives as testimony, which compels my belief. Allison nodded in response and asked the priest, if I lack evidence, what do you intend to do? Though you are a noble, under the gaze of the divine, you are no different from other believers and will still face punishment, the priest sighed. What punishment? Allison inquired. Allison frowned. You, a priest who participated in my inheritance ceremony, now speak on behalf of the citizens? Believers of the divine are not individuals. There is more than one lamb. I hope you can understand this. I have made the entire territory your parish, Allison said, seeking some semblance of remorse from the priest. Yet, the priest remained unperturbed, his gaze cold as he stated, compared to piety, the citizens of the city have built me a church. Very well, you are right. Allison sighed, glancing at Sarah, who promptly produced a scrying stone and infused it with spirit. Thus, the scene unfolded before them, depicting the townsfolk's nocturnal assault on the castle. Knights thwarting the bound, and the Earl being compelled to suppress the chaos. You actually resorted to poison. Your heart is too heavy with malice. The priest remarked grimly after viewing the scrying stone. Sarah shot a glance at the priest. If you allow me to strike with a sword without harboring resentment, I shall concede that you are correct. To utter such words is truly contrary to the teachings of the God of Light. The priest glared at Sarah. Allison tapped her ear, noting the early hour. Wolves roamed at night. Thank you for your concern, my lord, but as a priest, I also bear the identity of a witness, the priest said, turning to Allison. Currently, you have a debt dispute. Oh, Allison raised an eyebrow. I do not recall having a debt dispute. You must be cautious with your words. Extorting a lord leads to the gallows. This is not extortion. The council chairman, Martel, who had been lurking behind the knights, stepped forward. He produced a large stack of contract documents and presented them to Allison. Allison picked up the documents, flipping through them, some from merchant guilds, some from citizen guilds, and numerous personal debts. These are the debts of the previous Earl, Allison stated. According to inheritance law, assets and debts must be inherited together. Does the Earl not know this? Martel scoffed. I have some recollection, Allison nodded, then turned to Martel. However, it is clearly stated here that they can be offset against taxes. That is indeed the case. However, our city requires liquid funds for construction, Martel sighed. If the previous Earl were still in power, we would naturally not bring this up, especially since his wife was a citizen. But you, it seems, lack that connection. Indeed. Allison agreed. Martel smiled at this. Your Grace, you understand that debts must be repaid. If you cannot inherit the liabilities, how can you inherit the territory? Allison's eyes narrowed. So you intend to drive me out? Beautiful Lady Earl, I am the city councilman Cloy. Shall you marry me? A handsome, yet distracted councilman interjected. This is unfolding right before my eyes, Allison thought, her eyelid twitching as she glanced at Tangild, who was merely enjoying the spectacle. You shall handle this. You are the agent on the contract. Tangild shook his head in response. We are only responsible for the debts incurred after you inherit the title. We do not concern ourselves with past matters. Then what use are you? Allison sighed. Your Grace, since you have no interest in Cloy, please prepare to depart the territory. We shall not make it difficult for you, Martel said with a sinister smile. Within the territory, we will ensure your safety. I shall not leave, Allison replied, shaking her head slowly. She needed to find the sacrificial artifacts and complete the ritual, and even if she were to leave one day, it would be of her own volition, not by being cast out. That is not up to you, Martel's expression turned cold. To prevent you from lingering here, I have specifically mobilized 500 city defense troops. The priest of light stepped forward. As a witness, I declare that forcibly expelling the Earl is lawful. The Earl cannot leave. Upon hearing Martel's intention to expel Allison, Tangild suddenly regained his senses. Their legal rights at the port rest entirely with Allison. Oh. Does the ambassador mean they can defeat my 500 city defense troops? Martel smiled at Tangild. That is certainly not the implication. Tangled quickly shook his head. I am responsible for all matters concerning the Earl. A union, then? I agree. You agree? Martel's expression hardened. Does the Earl consent? Tangled chuckled. This matter does not rest with her. She has nowhere else to go. Is that so? Martel turned to Allison. Settlement. What do you offer? Tangled was taken aback. Surely she does not intend to hide inside and refuse to come out? As soon as Allison left, the second councilman immediately inquired of Martel. Not possible. Martel shook his head. She cannot even secure the doors of her castle. Chapter 68. The confidence from Tangled gazing at the heaps of straw within the room. Allison halted the knights, instructing, You shall stand in the corridor. Anyone who enters must be slain. The knights nodded in understanding, promptly taking their positions in the hallway as sentinels. Allison cast a glance at them before turning to Sarah, saying, You guard this door, and then relay messages towards that direction. Sarah nodded in compliance, and soon Allison strode into the spacious area of the grand hall. With a flourish of her arm, a pallid miasma began to emerge, revealing a swaying figure, a headless skeletal loom, shrieking with phosphorescent fervor. The clatter echoed as the skull silently gazed upward, shouting for a while before the spinning wheel commenced its motion, the limbs above becoming industrious, tugging at strands of straw to place upon the spindle. As the loom whirred to life, the straw was transformed into golden threads, which were deftly wound into bundles by the skeletal hands. Allison leaned quietly against the wall, observing as the golden threads were produced in abundance. Although the fully automated golden thread spindle would revert to straw in 7 days, she mused that those involved in this exchange would undoubtedly not live to see that day. Contemplating this, Allison flipped her hand and retrieved the bloodied coin dropped by the Apostle of Desire, tossing it into the bundle of golden threads. The Cleric of Light had been thoroughly corrupted by the city. He would not administer justice from afar. When misfortune befell these holders, affecting even their kin, Allison felt compelled to assist in the capture of the cultists within the city. The golden threads continued to emerge in batches, filling the corridor, and the knights who entered to investigate were taken aback by the sight, hastily reporting their findings to the council. Soon, a throng of council members and knights arrived. This is the Lord's castle. Who permitted your entry? The guarding knight raised his sword in admonition as the council approached. We merely wish to review our debts. This is entirely reasonable. Martel stepped forward. In response, the knight's sword came crashing down. Clang. 2 knights shielded Martel, blocking the blow, and upon witnessing this, other guarding knights surged forward, driving the 2 knights and a cluster of council members from the castle. This is the Lord's castle. Please adhere to the noble code, lest we show you no mercy. A knight called out as he barricaded the entrance with a door panel. That Cleric of Light. If you allow them to intrude upon the castle without intervention, are you not complicit in this act? Upon hearing this, the cleric's expression darkened. I am a priest, a representative of the divine. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, you faithless wretches? The knight retorted, Apologies, Cleric of Light. But we are of the kingdom, and our faith lies with the earth goddess. You. The cleric fumed, yet with the priest of the earth goddess standing nearby. He refrained from admonishing their followers, merely huffing as he retreated. Cleric, do you believe that if we send knights to assault the castle, we could seize it? Martel inquired as the uproar subsided, approaching the priest of the earth goddess. The priest shook his head slightly. I cannot say for certain. But should you proceed in this manner, the kingdom will not protect you, and the Pank Empire will retaliate. Is that so? It seems the Pank Empire is rather indifferent to her. Martel squinted in contemplation. The priest observed Tangled conversing quietly with the knights at the castle. However, by doing so, you jeopardize the fundamental interests of the Pank Empire. You are correct. Martel pondered for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I should bolster my forces. Due to the automated golden spindle's speed, which surpassed that of a normal spindle by 36-fold, by noon the castle had produced the entirety of the outstanding debts, originally intended for tax offsets. Now that the debts were settled, I shall dispatch individuals to collect the city's taxes henceforth. It would be prudent for you to inform the citizens. Otherwise, should a riot ensue, I shall not hold back. Naturally, our city thrives on credibility. However, if I recall correctly, the authority of tax collection lies with Ambassador Tangled. Martel directed his gaze towards Allison. Moreover, the distance between the city and the Count's estate makes it inconvenient for his grace to travel. You may come to me, and I can certainly visit you. Allison replied. That is not guaranteed. Martel chuckled. We are able to come because those knights intend to merge with the city. However, should you venture into another's domain, passage may not be granted. This is a matter between me and my vassals. It is not your concern. Allison extended her hand. If there is nothing further, I suggest you all depart early for lunch. Allison cast a glance at the cleric of light. I had just warned you to leave early. Should you perish on my lands, do not blame me. The cleric frowned but remained silent. I am a liberator of freedom. Should I discover those seeking liberation outside the territory, I shall undoubtedly offer my utmost assistance. Mardil donned a wig, glancing at Allison, hoping the Count would reconsider. Allison chose not to engage in quarrel with a lifeless being. She gestured for them to leave once more. A group of council members finally relented, turning to depart, while Tangild rushed forward to discuss the tax issue. Mayor, will the outstanding taxes owed by the city be addressed at the Citizens' Assembly? Of course, however. I suspect that once they comprehend the Countess' influence encroaching upon the city, they may lack the inclination to deliberate. Mardil looked down at Tangild. As for taxes, whom shall I entrust? Split between the two of you, one for 3, the other for 2. Tangild was taken aback, unprepared for Mardil's remark. He pointed at Lewis and the others, declaring, naturally, it shall all be given to me. I have now assumed control of the manor's military. Things cannot be assessed solely on the surface, my dear ambassador. At the very least, you require documentation. Much like our arrival here today, was it due to sheer numbers or ancient contracts? Mardil shook his head slightly but smiled, offering Tangild an approving expression. Nonetheless, I have faith in you. Chapter 69. Sending undercover agents, the members of Parliament departed with their retinues, leaving Tangild in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered his entourage and approached Allison, who stood resolutely before him. You must set aside matters of vassalage, or your role as count will be untenable, Tangild admonished. Do you realize the enormity of their city? The populace alone exceeds that of your entire domain. At this, Allison's lips curled into a smile, her gaze fixed on Tangild. I have already made concessions for you. However, it is futile. A power can only have one authority, and that city is solely under my control. Tangild retorted. Thus, safety and taxation must be managed by me. Allison shook her head, fixing her eyes on Tangild. I refer to the matter of marriage. Why do you presume to decide for me? That issue? Tangild frowned. There were viable solutions at that time. I could simply leave. You would depart? What would become of the Empire's interests? Tangild's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely you jest. At that moment, several knights behind Tangild spoke up. Is the Count worried about the marriage? You could wed one of us, and then no one would raise the issue again. Indeed, do not let status differences deter you. Tales of princesses marrying knights are not unheard of. You are merely a count after all. Choose one. Your options are limited. Is that so? Allison chuckled, her gaze sweeping over the aggressively posturing knights. Are you knights of the manor? Now, we serve as the peacekeeping knights under your command. Tangild interjected. Allison nodded, then turned to Lewis. Are you one of them? I am not. Lewis quickly shook his head. Nor am I, chimed in Mitz beside him. The 4 knights instinctively turned their heads, and suddenly a loud bang echoed through the air. They collapsed, their heads emitting wisps of smoke. Tangild jumped in fright. He then furiously questioned Allison. What do you intend to do? Gazing at the enraged Tangild, Allison lowered her 4 steam guns and picked up a 50 Shades of Grey. Given our acquaintance, I shall afford you some special treatment. With your ample frame, I imagine you have quite a bit of ash. Do you intend to kill me? Tangild could hardly believe what he heard. I am an official dispatched by the Empire. Who knows when death may strike in this place? Allison replied, gun in hand. Head or chest, choose one. You cannot be serious. Tangild's expression darkened, and just as he was about to plead for mercy, Allison fired a shot that struck him in the head. In an instant, Tangild disintegrated like weathered sand, his form dissipating from head to toe. Allison surveyed the ashes on the ground and approached the fallen knights, reaching out to examine them. I was cast out of my home at the tender age of 6, with nothing to my name. Everything I desired had to be crafted by my own hands. Fortunately, I possess an innate dexterity, and I have always managed to create with finesse. As Allison lifted one of the knights, Sarah began to weave vines around her, forming a basket that gradually enveloped Allison. Inside, the sound of clanging axes and the creaking of saws echoed. Lewis and Mitt stood outside the vines, their nerves tingling at the unsettling sounds, yet they dared not flee. It was only after half an hour that Sarah pulled apart the vines, revealing Allison's creation, a red skeletal umbrella adorned with tiny skulls. Item: skeleton umbrella description. Crafted from the finest knightly bones and sinews, it possesses minor physical and spiritual properties. Abilities: arrow defense, immunity to low-level magic. Origin: The four horsemen of the apocalypse. Allison appraised her handiwork, observing the faintly writhing souls of the four knights within. They had failed to protect their lord. Now, escape was no longer an option. With a few flourishes of the umbrella, Allison nodded in satisfaction. If the piercing thread on the road served to intimidate enemies, then this skeletal umbrella would serve to instill fear among her subordinates. When the hearts of men drift, they scatter. This is a necessary admonition. With this thought, Allison turned to the knight beside her, Lewis. Yes, Lewis replied loudly, inwardly hoping she would ask if the umbrella was beautiful, to which he would certainly affirm. Inform the town's commander, Cage, to assemble his troops at the castle gates tomorrow morning. We shall commence training. Allison instructed Lewis. The training may last a week, so they should prepare their own provisions and weapons. Understood. Lewis responded, promptly mounting his steed and galloping toward the town. Watching Lewis depart, Sarah furrowed her brow and addressed Allison. My lady, the townsfolk have scarcely trained. Their combat readiness may be lacking. Sarah nodded slightly, producing an owl and whispering a few words to it before releasing it into the air. After dispatching her orders, Allison led the knights toward the castle. Along the way, they were all curious about the source of Allison's golden thread. This castle resembles a dungeon. Where there are witches, there are treasures. However, you need not toil to seek them. The treasures here are accessible only to me. Anticipating their thoughts, Allison remarked casually, but rest assured, with such a vast territory, and with cities and ports, once these areas are secured, will I still need to manage them personally? Ready to serve Our Lady unto death. The knights proclaimed joyfully in response. For this, I intend to send a few individuals to the city to gather intelligence, ideally to establish their own influence in preparation for future assaults on the city. Allison paused, surveying the knights. Who among you is willing to undertake this task? Upon hearing this, the knights exchanged glances before three of them raised their hands. Chapter 70. The spirits of old and the grand scheming of war. Intelligence holds paramount importance. Following the trio's decision to venture into the city, Sarah bestowed upon them several owls. As the mastermind, Allison granted the newly acquired cursed items, a skeletal umbrella, a length of grass rope, and the eye of Medusa to the three knights. Upon receiving the cursed artifacts, the knights trembled with excitement, even feeling the urge to leap into the air. Observing their reaction, Allison initially thought they were fearful of the side effects and offered reassurance. I have sensed the residual effects. They are contained within me. You need not worry about using them. The knights, upon hearing Allison's words, shook their heads vigorously. Soon, the knight clutching the tattered grass rope knelt before Allison, exclaiming, I am but a humble knight of our guard, and I thank you for your generosity. His words faltered as he erupted into laughter. I can hardly contain my excitement. I am the first among our guard to possess a cursed item, while most here do not even wield weapons of superior quality. Indeed, the news of their acquisition of cursed items would astonish the knights throughout the kingdom, and the knights' forest would whisper their names. The knight holding the eye of Medusa also knelt, gazing at Allison with reverence. Since I became a knight, I have silently vowed to save enough to purchase a cursed item, regardless of the hardships I faced. I believe my efforts would not be in vain. Yet here you are, bestowing one upon me. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he spoke. Meanwhile, the knight with the skeletal umbrella knelt as well, expressing gratitude to the great countess for the cursed item, exclaiming, the color, the feel, the quality. How I lament my lack of eloquence to describe it. Allison listened in silence. In this world of professions, aside from the unique ones, the ranks are clear-cut. Rank 1 is 1, rank 2 is 2, and the chasm of power between them is insurmountable, unless one possesses a cursed item. Thus, Allison comprehended the knight's exhilaration at their transformation from ugly ducklings to swans. I understand your elation, but please exercise restraint. You are to act as undercover agents, and discretion is paramount, Allison advised, casting a glance at the three knights. Surely, you do not wish to be apprehended upon entering the city? Of course, the knights replied, rising. We stand behind you, my lord, and inevitably attract attention. I have decided to make some adjustments to our appearances. What adjustments? Allison inquired. The knights exchanged glances and suggested methods such as applying mercury, burning sulfur, or changing hairstyles. What you propose is akin to disfigurement. Allison frowned at their ideas. Fortunately, I possess skills in disguise. Allow me to teach you. Thus, the knights spent the afternoon learning the art of disguise from Allison, earning the code names of grass rope, eye, and umbrella. My lord has granted us a new lease on life. Henceforth, we shall remain loyal to you in all matters. observing their transformed appearances. The knights bowed once more to Allison before departing under the cover of night. "Do you believe they will succeed?" Sarah asked Allison after the knights had left. "I cannot say," Allison replied, shaking her head, "but we must provide them with a glimmer of hope." Sarah nodded thoughtfully, recalling a past encounter where a child was deemed unworthy of life merely 3 days after birth. As midnight approached, Allison passed by the castle's armory, glancing at the knights leisurely sipping tea and the busy servants. She advised them to take it easy and to resume their tasks the following day. Suddenly, the queen's vanity, positioned ominously, began to stir. A white sheet draped over it was abruptly lifted by a shadow, followed by several more figures until only one remained. This vanity, shrouded in ominous tales, was said to confine countless malevolent spirits. Allison's curiosity piqued as she anticipated the appearance of the first spirit capable of subduing all wickedness. While she held an instinctive disdain for the spirit, Sarah remained cautious, despite Allison's tales of ancient tree spirits vanquishing evil. Just as the shadow was about to emerge, Sarah summoned thorns to encase herself and Allison within a protective barrier. At that moment, the figure emerged from behind the vanity. It was a girl clad in a hospital gown, adorned with a vibrant mushroom atop her head, enveloped in an ethereal glow. Upon seeing Allison and Sarah, she glided toward them. Startled by the polluted apparition, Sarah felt her heart race. Instinctively, she commanded a multitude of thorny vines to strike at the girl. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the girl's power was formidable. Despite Sarah's utmost efforts, the barrage of thorns was repelled by the luminescent aura surrounding her. "Do not be so direct. She may possess intelligence," Allison cautioned as the sickly girl approached. Drawing forth a large cushion, she summoned 4 protective barriers around her, isolating herself from the advancing spirit. Unfazed, the girl floated closer, and just then, a mouse scurried from a corner, inadvertently colliding with the barrier. With a crackle, the mouse was instantly reduced to a mere imprint. Allison observed that the girl's lips twitched slightly. "Alive, indeed," Allison mused, turning to Sarah with a reprimand. "I specifically instructed you to ensure the castle was clean. In the dead of night, as we indulge in a meal, a mouse appears. How embarrassing." "I merely wish to inquire about a matter," the sickly girl murmured softly, gazing at Allison. Chapter 71. Southern Camp. Observing the bewildered expression on the other's face, Allison, with a spirit of helpfulness, inquired, "What era is it now?" "The era of God's fall." The sickly girl frowned. "Which one has perished?" "The twin goddess who governs beasts." "Oh, that one. Are you well acquainted?" "Not really." The sickly girl shook her head repeatedly. Allison chuckled softly. "Given your tone, are you a deity as well?" The sickly girl tilted her head in contemplation, glancing at her hospital gown, and confidently asserted, "Sort of." "Impressive," Allison genuinely complimented, though internally she thought the girl was akin to a land deity. Noticing Allison's exuberance, the girl's eyes sparkled. "Do you lack a father figure?" "Huh?" Allison was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden insult. "No, I meant, do you lack a divine patron?" The sickly girl touched her abdomen. "I am easy to sustain. I don't eat much, and I just need a place to stay." Allison shook her head. "I am a follower of the god of light." "Impossible. I can sense a young one residing above you." The sickly girl stated seriously. "A canary is a sign of noble demise." At her words, Allison exchanged glances with Sarah. "If we have no space here, where would you go?" "To the city." The sickly girl replied, "Only witches would venture to rural areas." Allison nodded, then pointed to the dressing table. "Are the items in there similar to you?" "Yes. They are spirits of the bygone days, some benevolent, some malevolent, or rather, they are defined as such by others based on their characteristics." As she spoke, the sickly girl reclined onto the makeshift bed beside her, her gaze vacant. "So should I stay or leave?" "That is entirely up to you," Allison replied, looking at the sickly girl. "If you wish to remain here, do not harm those around you. You may reside on the 3rd floor. Choose any room you like. And as for food, anything that isn't too extravagant can be accommodated." Upon hearing this, the sickly girl turned over, glanced at Allison, and propped her legs up. "Do not speak so casually. I can be of great assistance to you. For instance, we could create a button. Anyone who refuses to submit to you would fall ill, and thus everyone would heed your command. What purpose would that serve? Even if you crossed realms, you wouldn't be able to cure them." The sickly girl was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Nothing. I meant that anyone I wish to submit will be coerced through fear." Allison gently shook her head. "While you are here, just refrain from causing disturbances." "How dull." The sickly girl frowned. "If it is merely that, what difference is there between staying in the castle and remaining here?" Allison laughed lightly, observing her languid demeanor. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. The sickly girl lazily nodded, waving her hand, causing the white sheet draped over the dressing table to cover her, revealing faces that emerged from beneath but were swiftly suppressed by her. You shall hear my name echoed in the future, young lord. With a flick of the sheet, she spun in midair and vanished. The two collapsed onto the bed, and Allison sighed. What have we unleashed? My lord need not worry, should anything occur. It would merely be the calamity wrought by Duke Prince, Sarah comforted. Indeed, you are right, Allison nodded in agreement. Let us rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Yes, my lord, Sarah replied, nodding. With that, Allison closed her eyes, retrieving her pillow. The night passed in tranquil silence. On the following day, Kate led the first legion of Lumen to assemble before the castle, the resounding blast of a massive horn awakening the townsfolk from their dreams. Rubbing her eyes, Allison approached the window, witnessing a formation of 2,000 soldiers, the grand banners of dragon spears and chrysanthemums billowing in the wind. She descended with Sarah, where Kate and Lewis hurried over to pay their respects. My lord, the first legion has gathered 2,000 strong. Kate knelt on one knee, reporting. Allison slightly nodded. Contemplating the significance of the chrysanthemum and dragon spear flags, does this carry any particular meaning? Any enemies of Lumen who do not surrender in battle shall be subjected to piercing, Kate declared resolutely. Oh, that is a commendable principle, Allison nodded. Send someone on horseback to announce this to the knights below. Let the following troops push forward as well. That will serve as a message. Understood, my lord, Kate replied. Rising. Yes, he affirmed. As the first toll of the knight's bell rang out, a chain of 40 knightly territories ignited with beacons of reinforcement. From a distance, clouds of dust began to coalesce as knights led their reinforcements, circling outside the knightly territories with solemn expressions, gazing at the burning village. There, a knight and his retinue were already being pierced, while the serfs were being bound with ropes. Suddenly, we were attacked. What was the reason? A knight questioned hesitantly. Only by gathering all knights can we have the capability to fight them, the reinforcing knight replied gravely. Perhaps it is more accurate to say we need to gather all the serfs from our lands. Another knight interjected. What shall we do? There seems to be an intention to recruit us from the city, but it is merely recruitment. The knights exchanged glances amongst themselves. Whether to abandon our lands or how to proceed, you must decide. Clippity-clop after Allison finished her breakfast and arrived at the first battlefield. She commended Kate for not engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Knights have obligations to their own, as do their retinues, and those serfs are merely tools of production, not combatants. They are not at fault. Riding her steed, she passed by one knightly territory after another, observing that many were consolidated quite securely, with knights alongside their retinues and families fleeing, not stepping forward to impede the count's assimilation. Of course, there were unexpected events. Child, I have foreseen the future through the crystal ball. You cannot proceed further, the old witch proclaimed solemnly, clutching the crystal ball. Allison nodded in acknowledgement, then kicked forward. Send the order down. 40 free settlements shall unite, establishing a southern camp, opposing the city, and training daily in preparation for an assault on the city, Allison commanded. Then turned her gaze to the witch being dragged away, and in the camp, anyone of ambiguous origin must be detained and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Yes, Kate and Lewis responded immediately. Chapter 72. The city as trepidation after all, serving as a serf to anyone is still servitude, and given the distance from the count's domain, the management here is likely to be less stringent than that of the knights. In contrast, the knights, alongside their retinues, have fled to the city, causing quite a stir among its inhabitants. Upon receiving this news, the citizens were immediately incensed, promptly submitting a petition to the municipal hall protesting the feudal lords' illegal actions of encroaching upon free villages and coercing free men to pay taxes. As they angrily burst through the doors of the town hall, they found Mayor Martel collapsed on the floor, his eyes eerily still, while the Minister of Light and a group of councillors deliberated over the cause of his death. The mayor is dead? The citizens gasped in shock. Indeed, the minister sighed, indicating that the time of death was likely the previous night. The cause of death. What shall we do about the count's military maneuvers? The citizens interrupted the minister. The minister hesitated, feeling a lump in his throat. Why the panic? There are city defense forces present, and right now, we are investigating the mayor's death. Can you all be a bit quieter? The second counselor glared at the citizens, reminding them. Do not forget who has guided you to a life of bread and women. Faced with the counselor's ire, the citizen representatives quickly yielded. For the counselors were indeed more formidable than the military. You have a point. We shall not disturb you further. The representatives bowed and apologized profusely before retreating from the town hall. Such matters as the mayor's demise can only be discussed among the councillors and bureaucrats. Speaking to the citizens below would yield no results. If the first councillor is absent, there is still the second, one remarked. And if the second falls, there are the third and fourth. Can we not function without the first? Presently, everyone was concerned about the hostility outside the city and our countermeasures. If this situation causes the port to cease shipments here, the city is doomed. We must find a way to compel their withdrawal. Otherwise, we risk scaring off the merchants. Of course, those who can serve as citizen representatives are undoubtedly capable individuals. Even if the upper echelons cannot resolve the issue, they will devise solutions elsewhere. We indeed cannot manage the internal affairs of the Count's domain. You all understand this. The representative soothed the citizens. However, we are not without options. For instance, we could send someone to the port to inform Lord Shokens of the agent's overreach. Your suggestion is excellent. You shall go, as you can handle the matter. The citizens found this plan credible and urged the representative to hasten to the port. The representative, undeterred by the urgency, promptly selected individuals to journey the several miles to the port. This port offers services for the largest vessels entering the kingdom's inland sea. The inner harbor comprises container ship docks, ferry and roll-on roll-off ship berths, passenger vehicle transfer areas, and unloading zones for fruit, sulfur, and other bulk cargo. With the Imperial modern deepwater dock also situated here. Other docks, equipped with standard facilities, are suited for the loading and unloading of general cargo and bulk goods. One could say that witnessing such a mature port in a backward kingdom is a rare sight, akin to what one might find in the Empire. Just moments ago, reflecting on the Empire's sagacity, Shokens was inspecting the main pier of the outer harbor, gracefully greeting the kingdom's guard before hastily departing. Upon returning to his office, a brooding Shokens inquired of his assistant. The city reports that Count Allison Rumen has expanded her forces across from the city, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The assistant lowered his gaze. They claim this contradicts the Ambassador Donkwald's statements, raising suspicions of your having embezzled double taxes. From where does Count Allison derive such power? Should she not be holed up in her castle for protection? Shokens mused, his eyes darting about. Who is supporting her? The Jesty Empire? The kingdom? Or perhaps Duke Prince Onegao? The assistant shook his head. I do not know. It seems we must send someone to clarify this matter. I have already dispatched Donkwald. With such an incident, let the city seek him out, Shokens replied, fixing his gaze on the assistant. They cannot come to me merely because I am nearby. However, the citizens assert that if Donkwald were effective, the Count would not have reached such a point. The assistant cautiously remarked. I suspect that Lord Donkwald may have been placed under house arrest. Does she dare? Shokens snorted. Though we dwell in this untamed kingdom, she remains an imperial subject, bound to obey imperial commands. The assistant bowed his head. That is true, but Count Allison is a noble, holding such a prime contract. She may feel a sense of injustice. Frowning, the assistant maintained a humble smile, recognizing his leader's naivety in believing a mere contract could govern the hearts of men. My lord, given these events, even if Lord Donkwald is powerless to intervene, she should at least have sent word. Yet here we are, with complaints arriving at our doorstep and no news from her side. Is there something amiss? Shokens, troubled by the assistant's words, could only nod in agreement. Then I shall go and see for myself. This situation cast a shadow over the citizens of the city. For nothing could be worse than the death of their leader amidst foreign invasion. Extra. Extra. The third counselor has just issued a statement. Everything is mere coincidence. There is no curse. The citizens remained unmoved, internally resolving to witness whether he would survive until tomorrow. Extra. Extra. Port Governor Shokens will depart for the southern encampment tomorrow morning. The citizens raised their brows, hoping for favorable news the following day. Extra. With this newspaper, enjoy an 80% discount on wine and red ribbons today. The citizens frowned. Newsboy, bring me a copy. Chapter 73 Confrontation with Shawshank march in unison. Form ranks. Lumen led the southern camp at dawn. After breakfast, the legionnaires, under the direction of Commander Kaiga and several captains, began their drill and formation. They were divided into 7 squadrons, each comprising 300 men, already adept at distinguishing left from right and comprehending simple commands. It could be said that, aside from their mismatched attire, rudimentary weapons, and limited prowess, they had begun to embody the spirit of a true legion. Stand fast. About turn. As the captains shouted their commands, the soldiers obediently closed their eyes to execute them, when suddenly, a silver glint flashed in the morning sun. compelling them to open their eyes. What is that? One soldier halted, only to be trodden on by the man behind him. Damn it, he exclaimed, glaring and spitting in frustration. You, silence, barked a nearby captain, swiftly instructing, prepare defensive formations. Upon hearing this, the two soldiers promptly fell silent and joined their comrades assembling to the side. As the 7 squadrons gathered in readiness, the shimmering company emerged on the horizon. Clad in full armor and bearing a flag emblazoned with 2 crossed long swords anchoring a ship. It was the flag of the Empire, a presence from the port. Kaiga paused at the sight of the banner. At his side, Lewis's expression darkened. He mounted his steed and declared, I shall investigate. With a rhythmic clatter, Lewis rode forth to the knights' formation, dismounting before Shawshank, who led nearly 100 knights, and knelt on one knee in respect. I pay my respects, Commander. Oh. It is Lewis, Shawshank replied, casting a sidelong glance. Have you risen in rank under Count Lumen? I remain the Count's loyal knight, Lewis responded, furrowing his brow and rising to face Shawshank. What brings you here with your company? Shawshank chuckled. Do I need to report my movements to you? This is the Count's southern camp, a training ground for new recruits. Your presence here is against protocol, Lewis replied, frowning. Then what of it? Do you wish to duel me? Shawshank retorted impatiently. Lewis hesitated for a moment before waving his hands dismissively. Are you not putting me in a difficult position? You were the one who ordered us to protect the Count. Now I command you to cease that protection, Shawshank said coldly, fixing his gaze on Lewis. At this, Lewis's pupils constricted, and he regarded Shawshank intently before turning to remount his steed. Noticing his departure, Shawshank raised an eyebrow. Will you defy orders? On the battlefield? I only execute commands that do not conflict, Lewis replied, lowering his head. Moreover, Commander, your actions are detrimental to the Empire. With a sharp clap, Shawshank's aide furrowed his brow, stowing his steam gun, eager to pursue, but was restrained by Shawshank's firm grip. My lord, the aide gasped. Have you accepted their bribes? Shawshank asked in a low voice. The aide's gaze darted to the distance, where a throng of city dwellers emerged, brandishing placards, causing a surge of alarm within him. And no, not at all, he stammered. Shawshank narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. You almost understand. Everything we do is for the Empire, not for those ruffians. The glory of the Empire surpasses all. 100 cavalrymen thundered in unison. I? The aide's face fell. Yet he nodded, galloping away. Charge forth. Slay them. I wish to see your Count, he proclaimed from his elevated position. Oh, and what is your status? Kaiga inquired, frowning. The aide scoffed. I am the assistant to the governor of the port. I shall inquire of my lord. Lewis hastily made his way to the rear of the ranks. Soon arriving at Allison's table. My lord, Shawshank's aide wishes to see you. Lewis's words drew a nod from Allison, who understood. Very well, she said, taking a piece of bread. Care for an egg? I take my leave, Lewis replied, bowing his head. Watching Lewis's retreating figure, Sarah felt an inkling of unease. My lord, did you say anything just now? Nothing at all. Were you not present? Allison replied, munching on her bread. But it seemed Lewis bore blood upon his arrival, Sarah remarked. Her brow furrowed. Allison, momentarily confused, listened intently before assuring Sarah, no worries, I did not hear the sound of the cello. Lewis galloped forward, reining in his steed before the ranks, unsheathing his sword to sever the aide's head in one swift stroke. The nearby citizens, clapping and cheering, were startled, including Kaiga, whose foot pressed down more firmly in shock. The kingdom's new star, the ruler of Lumen, the future king of the southern realm. Count Allison of Lumen commands that you present your matters directly to her. After dispatching the aide, Lewis, with an air of authority, shouted toward Shawshank, adopting a demeanor befitting nobility. Long live Count Lumen, Kaiga echoed, and the soldiers joined in the chant. The aide's demise exhilarated him. In the crowd, Thomas silently observed the spectacle, turning to a fellow citizen and stating, in the empire of Jess, the nobility hang from the lampposts. Chapter 70. For the Lord's might the aide of Shawshank was executed before the battle lines, and the camp erupted with thunderous shouts. The knights of the port became restless. Yet none of this concerned Shawshank himself. He was no green recruit unfamiliar with the battlefield. Wars were never determined by the number of troops, but rather by their strength. As for the absurd slogans they shouted, they were merely the fanciful notions of dreamers. Do not pay them heed, otherwise you would be no different from a rabble-rouser in a brawl. Remember, wherever you may be, we are soldiers of the Empire. Shawshank turned his gaze toward his knights. And our sole purpose is to issue a warning to the Countess. However, my lord, they are currently blocking our way. One of the knights hesitated. Then disperse them. Shawshank kicked his horse, signaling everyone to prepare. With the resounding call of the cavalry charge, Shawshank's cavalry regiment surged forward, eliciting cheers from the onlooking citizens. While the troops in the southern camp began to stir. "Form up the pike ranks. The enemy is charging," Cat shouted, directing the infantry. The effectiveness of infantry in battle relied on a well-organized formation and mutual coordination. The soldiers tightened their ranks, their pikes forming a forest of thorns, either angled or held level. As the cavalry approached, Shawshank squinted at the dark wall of pikes ahead. As they drew near, he raised his hand to signal the troops to slow down, eventually halting 100 meters before the pike formation. "Prepare the steam guns," Shawshank commanded. The knights promptly drew their steam guns from their waists, ignited the gas chambers, and engaged the gears to prime their weapons. "What is that?" A number of citizens outside, witnessing the steam guns resembling fishing rods, expressed their curiosity. Unfamiliar with such weaponry, a citizen representative glanced back at the crowd and replied, "That is a steam gun. A military armament unique to the Empire, symbolizing civilization and advancement. Years ago, the palace imported a batch from the Pank Empire, but the guards refused to wield them." "Oh. Why?" Thomas, standing beside the representative, inquired with surprise. "Humph." The representative shot a glance at Thomas, explaining, "They claim that beyond 100 steps, the gun is fast but ineffective." "I see." Thomas nodded slightly. "I thought the city would require such weapons." The representative narrowed his eyes, but remained silent as the knights on the battlefield assumed their aiming positions. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the knights on horseback, standing resolute as mountains. Shawshank had already dismounted, raising his sword above his head, coldly addressing the adversary, ready to fire. Bang, bang, bang. With Shawshank's command, the cavalry regiment opened fire. In an instant, many soldiers from the opposing ranks fell, some letting out cries of agony. The onlooking citizens were stunned by the scene. And after a moment, cheers erupted. The representative even clapped his hands, glancing at Thomas beside him. "I recall you said he could not resolve this crisis." Thomas nodded. "Even now, I still believe so." The representative raised an eyebrow. "With those soldiers ready to flee?" Thomas's lips twitched, ultimately shaking his head. "Let us observe further." The representative scoffed and turned back, witnessing the knights amidst the smoke, their hands tirelessly manipulating the levers. Soon, they raised their guns once more, and Shawshank's command echoed again. "Ready to fire." A series of gunfire erupted again, and the opposing ranks fell once more. This time, amidst the cries of the wounded. There were faint sounds of men attempting to flee, only to be cut down by the captain. Meanwhile, Shawshank's cavalry prepared for a third volley. From a distance, the observing citizen representative coldly remarked, casting a glance at Thomas, who remained steadfast in his belief. "How many more times can they endure?" "Ready to fire." With the third volley toppling yet another swath of soldiers, the 1st Legion of the Lumen territory could no longer withstand the assault. No matter how the captain and Catch tried to hold the line, they could not prevent the rout of the 1,700 men. "Commander, we cannot hold," a captain shouted amidst the throng of fleeing soldiers. "If we cannot hold, lead them away. Do not let them charge into the Countess's camp. Take them to the rear to regroup." Catch barked, his brow furrowed. "And you, my lord?" the captain asked. "I cannot leave. This is my post." His silhouette bore a heavy weight, yet no one noticed as the soldiers rushed to escape, the only one moved by the moment being himself. Clop, clop, clop. However, Shawshank granted him no opportunity, charging forth on horseback, slicing through a long spear, and leading his 100 knights over him. At the Countess's camp. At the dining table, Allison was holding a bowl to receive the peeled eggs from Sarah when, at the moment of release, Sarah suddenly hurled the egg away. Warily glancing behind, Allison, deprived of her egg, frowned immediately. "Is this a slight against me?" "Nay, my lord. Our ranks are in disarray. Knights are coming," Sarah exclaimed in a panic. Sarah frowned at the implication. Even if they charged through, one must be cautious of familiar faces. "I know. Your family met their end in such a manner, did they not?" Allison nodded slightly, then picked up an egg from the table, tapping it before sitting down to eat. Sarah fell silent, taking a seat beside Allison, assisting her in peeling the egg, while Allison swished some red wine in her mouth. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, Shawshank and his 100 knights arrived with a gust, halting before the table and kicking up a layer of dust. Allison shielded her wine glass and, casting a glance at the grim-faced Shawshank, remarked, "The deep hue of red wine, with a complex bouquet, bears hints of tobacco, structured and robust." Gurgle, gurgle, plop. At the sound, Shawshank could not help but disdainfully scoff. They were trampling on his table, Yet who was he trying to impress? However, in the next moment, Shawshank felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. He raised an eyebrow, preparing to deliver a sharp retort, only to find himself crashing to the ground. Shawshank quickly rolled over and sprang to his feet, seeing his steed dutifully kneeling before the dining table. That was a technique of intimidation common among nobles. Chapter 75. Thomas Bridges' online song-long. Shawshank drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Allison, his eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. You are but a novice knight. Before you can unleash those cursed artifacts, I could slay you 8 times over. Kill me? Allison regarded Shawshank with a cool glance. Are you contemplating rebellion? You think I would hesitate to end your life? Shawshank's eyes narrowed. So you truly intend to rebel? Allison's expression remained impassive as she surveyed the other knights. And what of you all? An invisible aura of intimidation emanated from Allison, causing the mounted knights to feel a palpable pressure, their gazes shifting towards their commander. Awaiting his response, Shawshank, however, could not afford to kill Allison. She was the very source of his power. His intention was merely to confront her regarding her military posturing and to urge her to be more compliant. According to the contract, you are forbidden from maintaining an army. Even if you did, it must be under imperial control. He lowered his sword, glaring at Allison. Yet, your forces have swelled to a number sufficient to besiege a city. The stipulations of the contract are only valid if both parties adhere to them. You have not complied, so cease invoking it, Allison retorted, shaking her head slightly. Your presence in the harbor is a personal favor from me. Reluctantly, Shawshank replied, the city boasts a garrison of 1,000 soldiers, with countless law enforcement units. Your farmers cannot contend with them. That is my concern, not yours, Allison replied, fixing her gaze upon Shawshank. By the way, did you enact the ban on imperial merchant vessels entering the harbor as I requested? Shawshank paused at this, taken aback. That represents a significant loss of revenue. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of money? Allison turned her attention to the knights. Many of us perished due to the Empire's obstruction when we first entered the kingdom. Now that we control the harbor, they must pay a price. Shawshank's expression darkened. That will only incite war. You are truly concerned for the greater good, Allison replied, furrowing her brow. Are you suggesting that the lives lost on the journey were in vain? Upon hearing this, Shawshank let out a resigned sigh, his knights mirroring his frustration. Allison regarded them coldly, and the tension lingered until Shawshank finally spoke. The Empire does not permit me to act in such a manner. Then we shall raise taxes. All merchant vessels from the Jess Empire will face a doubling of their tax obligations. Allison scrutinized Shawshank. If you cannot even achieve that, I doubt the knights who fell at the hands of the Jess Empire will find peace. Shawshank nodded slightly, then inquired, what of Tangier? I wish to speak with him. He was assassinated in his territory, Allison sighed, producing a small clay figure and tossing it to Shawshank. Dead? Shawshank caught the figure. His eyes filled with suspicion as he fixed his gaze on Allison. Surprised? Do you think this is the Empire? Allison replied. This place harbors all manner of bandits, thugs, and cultists. Even I, as Lord, am perpetually at risk. What chance did he have? Shawshank furrowed his brow, staring at Allison for a long moment, ultimately refraining from asking if she was the one responsible for his death. Observing his surroundings, he realized that confronting her had led to this impasse. Unless he intended to eliminate her, sending someone to control her without a force at his back would likely result in a fate akin to Tangier's. After weighing his options, Shawshank kicked the ground beneath his horse, turning to lead his cavalry away. Clatter, clatter. As soon as Shawshank departed, the citizens became restless. It was evident to those with discernment that the legions were gathering behind the southern encampment. Although they had claimed victory, it had proven utterly ineffective. The enemy had not retreated from the outskirts of the city. The representative, more anxious than the rest, pushed through the crowd and mounted a horse to pursue Shawshank, shouting as he approached the cavalry. Governor! Governor! Fortunately, Shawshank, having anticipated the need for clarification, halted upon hearing the call. What is it? He inquired, looking at the approaching representative. Did the Earl agree to withdraw his troops? The representative asked, forcing a smile. Shawshank's expression turned icy. He did not. He did not? The representative was taken aback. Then, the Earl's intentions are clear. He will not be intimidated. Yet I cannot simply kill her, Shawshank replied, casting a glance at the representative. I hope you can comprehend this. I comprehend? What am I to understand? She is threatening the city, the representative exclaimed, furrowing his brow. But you claimed you could keep her in check. Shawshank scoffed. Now she is on her own territory, not attacking you. What more do you expect of me? The representative fell silent under Shawshank's reprimand, and remained rooted in place even as the cavalry moved away. Clatter, clatter. At that moment, Thomas rode up to the representative, observing the disheartened expression on the citizen's face. It seemed that the knight from the Punk Empire was hardly reliable. Do you have any solutions? The representative asked, glancing at Thomas. You don't even have a soldier. But I have many friends, Thomas smiled. They can certainly stir up trouble for that training camp, ensuring the Earl does not find peace. The representative's eyes brightened at this revelation. Then I entrust all of this to you. Thomas, however, remained silent, merely smiling at him. The representative paused, realizing, so what must I offer in return? Thomas gazed into the distance. I do not require anything, but my friends may need your assistance. Perhaps in spreading a certain faith within the city. Upon hearing this, the representative's heart raced with trepidation. Your friends aren't cultists, are they? Of course not. If that were the case, even with your agreement, they would not succeed, Thomas quickly denied. They are merely small congregations under the aegis of legitimate deities. The Church of the Saints? The representative probed cautiously. The kind from Boston? It appears you are familiar with them, Thomas replied with a smile. The representative's lips twitched. If they can alleviate the city's crisis, I will submit their application. You are Thomas, are you not? In the Earl's camp. Allison observed the figure of the citizen representative alongside Thomas through a monocular, murmuring softly. Chapter 76. The Legitimacy of the City. Thomas, serving as an intelligence officer for the Jess Empire's bureau in the kingdom, diligently executed his duties for the empire. From the moment Allison entered the kingdom, his activities had not ceased, often causing more distress than the Duke himself. Therefore, upon discovering Thomas in person, Allison summoned the Queen's dressing table and, leveraging its power, vanished from the camp with a resounding thud, only to reappear directly above Thomas. At that moment, a kaleidoscopic radiance emanated from Thomas, forming a luminous shield that warded off the ominous aura surrounding the dressing table, capturing the attention of all present. The citizen representative beside him was compelled to applaud, while Thomas, his face contorted in anguish, urged him to flee. Startled, the representative's complexion changed as he heard the cracking sounds from above, without a glance back. He spurred his horse toward the city. The citizens, momentarily stunned by their representative's flight, beheld Thomas, resplendent in his colorful glow, kneeling before them. As they noticed the legions in the southern camp assembling, a sense of dread washed over them. They had already lost so many lives, would they soon meet the same fate? One citizen muttered in disbelief. With a clatter, Cage and Lewis arrived at the battle scene, marveling at the subdued Thomas. They swung their broadswords at the radiant energy, only to be met with the sound of metal clashing. This hardness rivals my own after fusion, Cage remarked, having struck twice before switching to a spear to poke at it. He turned to Lewis and said, however, such externally aided phenomena have a distinct characteristic. They are not enduring. So, what shall we do? Quite simple, Cage replied, his expression turning grave. All captains, step forward. More than 30 captains emerged. Cage gestured behind him, instructing, surround this radiance, and with your spears, thrust forcefully. Let us begin with 500 strikes. Yes. The captains responded in unison, marching forward to stand poised, and then, with a sudden force, they began to stab at the radiance below, the sounds of their strikes ringing out like a relentless downpour of metal. Thomas, lying within the glow, gazed at the incessant spears surrounding him, his expression blank, while internally, he had already devised numerous escape plans. Yet each simulation ended in failure, breaking through the defense. He would not survive more than 3 seconds, either slain by Allison emerging from the dressing table or by the pursuing soldiers. Reflecting on his dire predicament, he attributed it all to the city representative's actions. Otherwise, he might have evaded detection when sensing the impending arrival of an object. Nonetheless, he considered this an investment, as it demonstrated to those who witnessed his plight that he was not merely a strategist lurking in the shadows, but had engaged in direct combat with the enemy. With a crisp crack, the radiant shield began to falter. Thomas glanced at the captains assaulting him, questioning, do you comprehend what you are doing? You are opposing the Empire. Do you presume to represent it? Lewis approached, disdainfully gazing at Thomas enveloped in light. I am the true representative of the Empire, he declared. At this, Thomas's expression twitched. He realized the Empire's insignia seemed ineffective here. Shifting his gaze to the dressing table above, he warned, the Lumen territory is of great significance to the Empire. I advise you to relinquish your claims here. Consider your stature compared to the Empire. You are simply not on the same level. With another crack, the multicolored glow shattered, and the dressing table collapsed. Allison stumbled out from the mirror, glancing back immediately. Beneath the dressing table lay a shattered, lifeless figure. She waved her hand, retracting the dressing table into a space of muted light, and approached the stone-like effigy. Allison tapped the outer edge of the stone effigy, then reached within to feel the fragments, soon extracting a small figurine. A doppelganger. Has he escaped? Cage exclaimed in astonishment. No matter, Allison replied. Such artifacts have significant side effects. He can use it once but cannot employ it again for a while, preventing a second escape. Indeed, Cage promptly agreed, instructing a small team to fetch a carriage. With matters settled, the Legion withdrew, and Allison led her forces to the city's forefront, where they found the defenses fortified with crossbows and catapults, poised for combat at any moment. My lord, to surround and attack 10. We require at least 5,000 men to assault this city, Cage whispered to Allison, observing the city walls. Given our current legion, scaling the walls may prove arduous. As they spoke in hushed tones, the captain of the city's defense had already reached the wall. He cast an indifferent glance at the over 1,000 individuals below, aware of their displayed strength earlier at the port. Yet, even a mere assembly of refugees at the city gates disrupted their normal trade and daily life. Who are you? The captain of the defense bellowed. Cage stepped forward, proclaiming, We are the army of Count Lumen. I know Count Lumen, but what brings you here? The captain retorted loudly. According to local autonomous management regulations, the defense of suburban areas is the city's responsibility, and nobles have no right to interfere. Observing Cage's predicament, Allison interjected. Inform them that I have come to collect city taxes and additional levies. Within 10 days, the taxes must be delivered to the camp. Otherwise, the existence of their city will be deemed illegal, if any council members are still alive. Chapter 77. Clue to the soul-calling spike. She instructed Cage to continue training the soldiers while she nestled in the clearing of the camp, endeavoring to repair the stone effigy. Clang, clang. With her tools, Allison shattered the stone statue before meticulously reassembling it piece by piece. Observing this peculiar endeavor, Sarah, who was left to guard, inquired, Are you attempting to create a sarcophagus to summon the Lord of Death? I am not well acquainted with the deathly beings from another world. This is merely a defensive measure. Allison replied, shaking her head slightly as she continued her labor. By nightfall, she had successfully crafted a life-sized stone sarcophagus. Item: Eternal sarcophagus. Description: An ordinary stone often harbors a long history, its existence surpassing all forms of life. Thus, an individual's achievements are not measured by their age. Ability: Solidifies and withstands all physical impacts below sequence 4 and some magical effects. Side effects: Prolonged entrapment may lead to suffocation. Origin: Odin's royal tombstone. After a day of toil, she shook her hands, preparing to rest, when suddenly a group of villagers, brandishing torches, rushed towards her camp. My lord, the count has returned to life. The villagers, breathless and stumbling as if pursued by hounds, hurried towards her. Sarah, witnessing their panic, swiftly led her guards to confront them. Stop. What do you intend to do? Sarah admonished, kicking aside a villager attempting to collide with her. He's alive. The dead have risen. The villagers exclaimed in fear, explaining that the corpses outside the village had clawed their way from the earth, attacking anyone in sight. Is that so? Sarah furrowed her brow, casting a dubious glance at the frantic citizens. I recall that each village had a small detachment of soldiers stationed. They were the first to be attacked, the villagers gestured, recounting their ordeal. Have Cage dispatch a large contingent to investigate, Allison commanded, seated before a wooden crate. You should go as well to ascertain the situation. Understood. Sarah nodded, leading a sizable group to follow the villagers back to the village, while Allison remained, lost in thought. From her recollection, the local cultists had ceased their appearances once she constructed the piercing corridor. Even the mercenaries, driven by greed, dared not oppose her. Yet, the sudden outbreak of chaos in the village suggested the interference of audacious city dwellers. Should they ultimately capitulate and pay taxes? She could infiltrate the city under the pretext of pursuing these cultists. After all, nothing comes without a cost. If one cannot afford the confrontation, surrendering might still yield half. As Allison pondered this, she noticed a group of soldiers preparing to cook dinner had erupted into flames, followed by the bonfires of each 100-man unit igniting in succession, accompanied by their agonized screams. Witnessing her allies engulfed in flames, Allison sprang to her feet. Their already diminished strength relied solely on numbers to intimidate. If they were to lose 300 or 500, their threat to the city would diminish significantly. She hastened towards the burning camp, glancing at the nearby bushes, where she spotted several figures lurking with malicious intent. A cold smile crept across Allison's face. You know how to hide in the bushes, do you? Here to relieve yourselves? Drawing Frostmourne, she feigned ignorance as she passed the underbrush. Then, at the moment of nearly bypassing the figures, she swung her sword with ferocity. Frost. The icy gust from her swift strike instantly froze the would-be assailants, leaving them in a half-crouched position as they met their demise. Absorb the essence of the Holy Fireball Sect's Cultists X7, acquiring the Mage skill. Fire spell skill. Fire spell description. A group of mages who, in their pursuit of the ultimate flame, receive blessings upon submitting to a higher dimension. Ability. Unleashes an irregular flame to incinerate your enemies, with potency scaling with the essence output. Side effects. Requires weekly worship of the Burning Toad. Exemption. Origin. Essence of the Fire Toad. Burning Toad? What manner of creature is that? Allison mused, momentarily distracted by the sight of 8 frozen figures. She blinked, activating the Book of Destiny, her gaze sweeping over the icy sculptures, discovering one particularly resilient individual among them. Andre Storsis, leader of the Lumen Territory, joined the Holy Fireball Sect in the Year of Divine Grace 749, third priest. Tasked in the Year of Divine Fall 15 to join forces with 4 sects to besiege Allison, Count of Lumen, now encased in ice. Discovered a clue to the soul-calling spike, the Holy Fireball Sect's sacred treasure, the Staff of Toad Mephius. A sudden realization struck Allison, her heart racing. This priest could prove useful. Just as she prepared to approach him for unsealing, she became aware of a constriction in her breathing. She halted, inhaling sharply twice. But the sensation worsened, her nostrils feeling excessively damp. Glancing into the distance, she heard more screams erupt from the camp, yet without any visible anomaly. With no other options, she immediately opened her vanity to retreat. However, as she summoned the vanity and prepared to enter the mirror, she was startled to see a floating jellyfish hovering above her head within the reflection. Such a creature, Allison thought, taken aback by its remarkable stealth capability, having gone unnoticed. Now understanding the source of her predicament, she remained unperturbed, drawing 50 shades of gray and aiming it at the jellyfish above her. Bang! The shot struck the floating jellyfish, and without the aid of the mirror, she could see it ignite into flames, prompting her to retreat a few steps. Watching as the burning jellyfish disintegrated into ash, her breath returned to normalcy. Absorbed the essence of the sequence 4 floating jellyfish, acquiring the universal skill, invisibility. Universal skill, invisibility description, with the evolution of natural beings. Some rudimentary creatures have mastered optical invisibility, achieving a level of stealth surpassing that of lizards, entirely unlike gaudy counterparts. Ability consumes a small amount of essence to enter an invisible state. Mobility exceeding that of a tortoise will dispel the effect. Origin, a gift from nature. With yet another skill acquired, Allison felt a surge of elation as she dashed towards the beleaguered troops, sensing an indescribable entity pursuing her soldiers. Chapter 78. Nyogtha. As Allison rushed into the barracks, a pungent odor assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to faint. Quickly, she donned her birdbeak mask, which shielded her from the foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. Ahead, she spotted 2 figures hurtling towards her. With a swift movement, Allison stepped back, her gaze fixed on the unfortunate souls that had crashed to the ground, bursting like overripe fruit. Raising her eyes to the center of the camp, she beheld a mass of black, gelatinous substance, twisting and writhing like a living entity, extending its appendages to strike or consume everything in its vicinity. Do not panic. Strike at it. Amidst the chaos, Allison noticed Kaiga battling the indescribable creature, while the others were paralyzed by sheer terror. Even Lewis stood at a distance, occasionally tossing stones with evident reluctance. In the face of her subordinates engaged in battle, Allison had never been one to merely observe. She drew a steam-powered gun and aimed at the ominous entity, firing a shot that, to her dismay, felt akin to a mere tickle. Undeterred, Allison holstered her weapon, brandishing Frostmourne as she launched herself forward, executing a downward strike that unleashed a wave of frost. A chilling gust swept through the air, and in an instant, frost enveloped a significant portion of the gelatinous mass, temporarily immobilizing it. Upon landing, Allison readied her sword once more, aiming a fierce thrust at the inky wall. With a satisfying squelch, her sword penetrated the substance, which felt as though she had plunged into thick syrup. In that moment, Frostmourne began to draw in the essence of the creature, akin to a pump extracting water from the Yellow River, exhausting and laborious beyond measure. As she struggled, she realized that proximity to such a creature was perilous, and after regaining her footing, she unleashed a newly learned fire spell. A dark red fireball materialized in front of her, and with a fierce cry, she hurled it toward the monstrous entity, which erupted with a resounding explosion, leaving a gaping hole. The creature, visibly shaken, emitted a sound akin to water rippling, before swiftly regenerating, even sprouting additional mass. Frowning, Allison contemplated the situation, glancing at the dark sigil on her hand and the towering form of the creature. After a moment's thought, she summoned a vanity and vanished into it, enveloped by ominous black mist. In the castle's third-floor ceiling chamber, a witch with chestnut hair and golden eyes stared vacantly at the floor when a sudden spatial disturbance occurred, and the vanity crashed into the room. With an eerie grace, Allison emerged from the vanity, resembling a specter, and regarded the terrified witch. "Good morning, Miss Benita. Have you been well-fed these past few days?" "Yes," the young witch replied, her gaze shifting from Allison to the vanity. "How did you acquire such an item?" "It was a gift from Duke Prince. Although I am not particularly fond of its design, it serves quite well for transportation." "Transportation? Your laziness will spell disaster," the young witch warned, her golden eyes fixed on the ground. "That vanity is cursed. Those who gaze into its mirror may find themselves claimed by ancient spirits." Allison shrugged dismissively. "They have all departed. It is empty now." "Empty?" Benita's eyes widened in disbelief, then she sighed in relief. "That is for the best. Are you worried about me?" Allison inquired with a smile. "Of course. If you were to perish, who would release me?" Benita replied, her reasoning firm. "After all, I have fulfilled one of your conditions." "Then perhaps you should provide more assistance," Allison suggested. Benita regarded her with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" "There is an unsolvable entity that seems connected to the city's religion, a dark, gelatinous mass exuding the stench of rotten eggs, capable of manifesting tentacles. Do you have a means to eliminate it?" After a brief contemplation, the young witch looked at Allison. "Did it emerge from a fissure in the earth?" "That seems likely." Allison nodded. "I did not pay attention upon my arrival." "Does the blackness possess any distinctive characteristics?" Benita queried. "It is vibrant and multicolored," Allison affirmed. "Then it is likely a creature known as Nyogtha," Benita replied, nodding. "It is rumored to guard the blood of the earth goddess and requires a specific incantation to banish it." "And what is that incantation?" Allison pressed. Benita blinked. "The incantation is lengthy, and even if I told you, it would be of no use. Only its worshippers or witches of their kind can wield it. You should flee when you encounter it. Why engage it in direct confrontation?" "You suggest I run in my own territory?" Allison frowned, sensing Allison's displeasure. Benita sighed and lifted her chin, summoning a familiar raven that landed on Allison's shoulder. "Take it with you. It will serve you until our contract is fulfilled." "Thank you," Allison said as she departed, a chill wind sweeping through the ceiling chamber. Suddenly, a floating spellbook appeared before Benita, its pages turning of their own accord. "The Tome of Darkness does not lie. Only witches and malevolent spirits can manipulate such artifacts," Benita mused, glancing at the raven perched on her shoulder. "Minter, this count is a witch." The raven remained silent, instead hopping atop her head to ruffle her hair. "Witches, dear Minter, are quite rare these days. Are you not the least bit surprised? If we venture into the spirit realm, could she be of assistance?" Chapter 79. Extermination in the midst of a fierce scuffle. Cage, caught in the throes of battle, responded to Allison's call with an enthusiastic "yes," and promptly darted away. Following Allison, he was suddenly ambushed by a group of cultists lurking in the underbrush, who swiftly overpowered him and pinned him to the ground. With a cacophony of sound, Allison, witnessing the cultists assaulting Cage, drew 3 steam guns and aimed them towards the fray. Just as she lifted her weapons, a fierce gust of wind whooshed from the side. Gritting her teeth, Allison braced herself against the onslaught and fired 3 shots, causing the cultists to momentarily recoil in shock, their formation breaking just as Cage seized the opportunity to escape at remarkable speed. "How could he survive my divine spell? I even used a holy relic," Allison thought, momentarily distracted by Cage's successful breakout. Ignoring the commotion of the cultists, she turned to glimpse a figure in the shadows, an imposing woman adorned with beastly ears and a metal circlet, watching her intently. This was the priestess of the Nightwind, a soul cutter of rank 3. The raven perched on Allison's shoulder opened its golden eyes, aware of her formidable martial prowess, surpassing even that of a high-ranking knight. Allison remained unfazed by this assessment. She glanced at the raven and commanded, "Go and drive away in Yorkda." "Understood," the raven replied, alighting onto a nearby dense tree. The voluptuous woman concealed in the shadows regarded the approaching Allison with suspicion, glancing at the raven, and questioned, "Are you a witch?" "I am not." "Do not lay accusations upon me," Allison replied firmly. "Not a witch?" The cutter's expression softened, and she brandished her crescent-shaped blade. Then I shall be at ease. In a flash, the cutter lunged forward, and Allison sensed a fierce wind rushing towards her. Narrowing her eyes, she instinctively raised her sword to meet the attack. And the clash of weapons echoed through the night sky. Cling, clang. The swords met, sparks flying, and though Allison managed to counter twice at first, she soon found herself on the defensive as her sword was nearly knocked from her grasp. Meanwhile, the cutter's strikes grew more rapid, with each swing of her blade. An intangible force began to coalesce around her, enhancing the grace of her movements and encircling Allison. Realizing the urgency of her situation, Allison leapt out of the fray just as the energy locking onto her erupted, forming a whirlwind that ensnared her body, tearing at her with relentless force. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the tempest, Allison's crimson cloak ripped apart, and as she squinted through the chaos, she discerned several gray blades hidden within the vortex. With the wind dissipating, Allison crashed to the ground, barely regaining her footing when the cutter collided with her like a gust of wind. Clang! The cutter swung her arms wildly, her blade flashing like lightning, repeatedly targeting Allison's midsection. With each light step, she unleashed the rank 3 skill, Wind Dance. In an instant, she transformed into a sprite of the wind, her every move fluid and penetrating, aiming to breach Allison's cloaked defense. Seeing the blade approaching with formidable force, Allison swiftly unleashed a high-speed sword strike. In an instant, a semicircular barrier of sword light emerged before her, causing the cutter's pupils to constrict. Yet, a smirk crept onto her face as she pushed forward, the wind surging behind her. With a final clash, the cutter's blade struck Allison's shoulder. And though their swordplay seemed evenly matched, Allison's enduring stamina gave her a slight edge over the cutter. Drip drop. Allison glanced at the blood streaming from her shoulder, then fixed her gaze on the cutter, who wore a mocking expression. You've lost. I have struck you. Oh, the cutter replied, observing her own small wound where her other blade had grazed her arm. This injury is lesser than a mere training scrape. Or is your sword poisoned? The cutter scrutinized Allison, but as a priestess of the wind, she felt impervious to toxins. No, Allison shook her head slightly, but it can siphon souls. What? The cutter exclaimed, immediately retreating, but her leap seemed insufficient, falling short at just over 2 meters. Thud. The cutter, bewildered, looked down at her form, realizing she was now semi-transparent. Her soul had been extracted. Once the confrontation with the cutter was resolved, Allison leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. She then slowly turned her gaze towards the group of onlooking cultists, smiling as she declared, Now, it is your turn. Our turn? The cultists, undeterred, advanced towards Allison, remarking coldly, After that battle, with all that blood lost, you must be out of strength. Oh, are you not frightened? Allison sighed, feigning disappointment. The cultists exchanged glances, their confidence swelling as they observed her apparent despondency. Of course, we aren't fools. We can simply watch you bleed to death. That makes sense, Allison conceded, then plunged her sword into the ground and slowly drew out a steam gun, preparing to charge it. Don't move. What are you doing? The cultist warned. Alarmed by her actions, Allison, weary, lifted her gaze. This is my beloved fishing rod. I shall give it a shake before I die, just for nostalgia. You lie? Don't think we're ignorant. That is a steam gun. One of the cultists retorted. Fine, it is a steam gun, but what of it? It has a range of 300 meters. You cannot escape. Allison smiled. Or perhaps someone among you dares to step forward. Should my blade strike you, your soul will be lost. Gulp. The cultists swallowed hard, eyeing Allison, who continued to shake her rod, each encouraging one another, do not be afraid. Her sword can strike only one. If we attack together, we can kill her and gain merit in the gathering. Very well, let us go, came a shout from behind. Together, the front few urged each other forward. In the name of the divine, whoever does not join us shall be forsaken. A cultist bellowed. In the name of the divine. The crowd of cultists roared as they surged forward. Seeing the cultist charge at her, a smile crept onto Allison's lips. She discarded the steam gun and drew her sword, ready to strike. Frost. Chapter 80. Priest, assist me in my cultivation under the hazy moonlight of the night. The crow, fatigued from its exertions, descended from the great tree and perched beside a flickering bonfire not far away. It then raised its gaze. Above the fire, a large pot was suspended, boiling water within, and there lay the grievously injured Allison. Miss, don't you take off your clothes to bathe? The crow inquired, tilting its head curiously. Allison opened her eyes at the sound and smiled at the crow on the ground. In such hot water, if I were to remove this cloak, I would surely be boiled alive. The crow blinked in response, then took flight, landing on Allison's shoulder to bask in the steam rising from the pot. "Aren't you afraid?" Allison asked, observing the crow enjoying its steam bath. "I am of sequence 3, the crow replied with closed eyes. "But you? Are you not concerned about those clergy unleashing ranged abilities? A bunch of sequence 1 minions, what ranged skills could they possibly possess?" Allison scoffed. "That is not necessarily the case. There are many types of practitioners, and their skills are unpredictable," the crow countered. "That reflects your limitations," Allison remarked. Gazing up at the moon, many matters follow their own rules. Though the sequences may seem intricate, they fundamentally evolve through the powers of mastery, disembodiment, manifestation, containment, transmutation, and the divine-like. At least, that is the pattern I have discerned since I divined my fate at 6 years of age. Not so. The witch's sequence 2 lacks disembodiment skills. Only sequence 3, the Black Plague, can unleash the plague aura. The crow shook its head. "Does summoning demons not count as disembodiment?" Allison retorted. The crow froze momentarily, realizing how well-versed Allison was in the witch's abilities. "Of course, sequence 1, the demon feast maid, possesses skills such as demon tongue, profane words, and deep sacrifice. Sequence 2, the demon minion, wields skills like harvesting hands, enslavement, and materialization. Sequence 3, the Black Plague, features skills such as pollution aura and abyssal physique. This marks the limits of a witch. Beyond this lies the sorceress." Allison showcased her knowledge, leaving the crow astonished, its golden eyes wide in disbelief. "But you are not a witch. I am also familiar with the knight sequence. Why don't you claim that I am a knight?" Allison replied nonchalantly, then turned her gaze backward, pondering about Sarah's fate. That fellow feared fire. If she encountered a fireball practitioner, she would likely flee in terror. "Indeed." Allison nodded slightly. At that moment, outside the pitch-black village, a colossal ancient tree draped in countless thorny vines swayed like an evil deity beneath the moonlight. With a rustling sound, its branches slithered across the ground like serpents, ensnaring the skeletons and zombies surrounding it, lifting them into the air, and subsequently draining the spiritual essence from their howling forms. Not far from the ancient tree, a group of over 20 cultists waved their staffs, summoning skeletons and zombies from the depths of the earth. However, their efforts seemed insufficient to match the destruction wrought by the ancient tree. "Priest, there are not many corpses left to revive nearby. We have exhausted our strength, even unearthing ancient apes." The cultists of the resting church expressed trepidation as they gazed at the tree, which appeared to embody an evil god. "We have prolonged our efforts long enough. The 4 churches must have succeeded by now." The old priest sighed. "Convene all the undead to assault the ancient tree. We shall retreat." "Yes." The cultists, upon hearing this, immediately unleashed their spiritual energies. As human corpses were scarce, they even resorted to small animals. In an instant, rabbits, foxes, and wolves emerged from the earth, rushing toward the ancient tree while the cultists seized the opportunity to withdraw. "Priest, do not flee. You must assist me in my cultivation." The vines, originally intended for handling the undead, extended towards the fleeing cultists, attempting to ensnare them. The visage of Sarah manifested upon the immense ancient tree. As a beast master of plant affinity, Sarah's abilities inherently countered the undead. The abundance of undead provided ample nourishment for the creatures she commanded within, granting her the opportunity to break through to level 4, transforming her into the war tree before them. However, while Sarah thrived, the cultists found themselves severely disadvantaged. Hearing Sarah's call, they dared not linger. "Lord of Rest, save me. You are the master of death." The priest cried out, raising his staff. "Death is your dominion. Rest is your gospel. I serve you within the church, attaining eternal peace." The dragged cultists joined in the prayer, as their voices harmonized into a melody. The surrounding space began to tremble, as though something were about to descend from the ether. "You speak true. All things involving the mysterious are perilous." The face upon the ancient tree flickered with a hint of fear as it observed the quaking space, then suddenly widened its eyes in determination. With a sudden burst, Sarah's abilities activated, and the thorns ensnared the cultists, piercing and strangling them. In an instant, blood erupted before the ancient tree, silencing their prayers. With a crash, lifeless bodies fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock, only to be dragged back toward the ancient tree by the thorns. Some were pierced through the heart, others through the skull, ultimately suspended from the branches like ripe fruit. As the battle concluded, a knight commander emerged from the village. His eyes filled with terror as he beheld the tree adorned with human faces and the hanging corpses. "It resembles something out of a nightmare," he murmured instinctively. Once, he had envisioned spending a delightful afternoon on the grassy knoll behind the castle with the Lord's charming maid. The master says that regardless of talent, strength must be accumulated with age, the tree's face remarked, gazing at the knight whose worldview had been shattered. It is a rare occurrence for the undead to manifest, and my beast has such unique traits, to let the opportunity go to waste would be foolish. Of course, this is merely a form of fusion with my beast. I am, at my core, a normal human. The tree's visage smiled. Wait a moment. These souls have only just departed. They must transform into the undead, Sarah said, directing her gaze at the knight. And do you not think that a moonlit rendezvous with just the two of us is quite enchanting? The knight, swallowing hard as he gazed at the flourishing ancient tree adorned with corpses, replied, enchanting. Chapter 81. The arrival of the 5 barons' knights in the kingdom always seemed to pass quickly. On this particular night, Allison taught the raven that it could not only carry stones, but also claw at wood to stoke the fire, while Sarah reaped the rewards of her tree knights. My lord, across from us stands a necromancer, summoning undead creatures that carry infections. Therefore, I refrained from letting the soldiers engage, and instead unleashed the full potential of beast integration, ultimately eliminating them all. Sarah reported, her head bowed, with no soldier lost and considerable prestige gained among the villagers. Well done, you managed to withstand such an assault, Allison remarked, nodding at Sarah before glancing at her slightly wobbly legs. Are you injured? And no. Sarah quickly waved her hands in protest. Allison, puzzled, observed Sarah's flushed face and then turned her gaze to the knight standing rather close to her. In a flash of insight, she admired the knight, who was sweating profusely. Sarah can be prickly when excited, but this knight is fiercer than a wild hero. Then her attention shifted towards Cage. The thought of her trained soldiers being like lambs to the slaughter in battle made Cage wish he could vanish into a crack in the ground. It's all right. Elite warriors are forged on the battlefield. They merely had the misfortune of facing formidable foes from the very beginning. Allison gently shook her head. Moreover, we have not returned empty-handed. We have slain numerous cultists tonight. Indeed, I shall have those cultists displayed shortly to intimidate these oblivious wretches. Cage gritted his teeth. Yes. Let's place them on the outskirts of the city and issue a warning for the remaining cultists to surrender, Allison instructed. Understood. Cage nodded, and just then, the raven soared above, cawing twice before diving down like an eagle. What is the matter? Allison inquired, glancing at the raven. An army is approaching, the raven exclaimed. Their banners depict lions playing and a rose. A rose? Allison gasped. I believe that was recorded in the kingdom's brief history. Indeed, the knight replied, immediately mounting his horse and racing towards the direction indicated by the raven. Cage frowned, instructing the captain to retreat. What business do they have here? This noble should bear a grudge against the duke. They might be intent on plunder, as they have done before. Or perhaps they received an invitation from those in the city, Allison mused, stretching her newly healed shoulder as she exited the large pot. Regardless, any army that dares to invade is our enemy. We must investigate. Once outside, Allison changed into a clean outfit within the camp and then stepped out into the open. Outside the camp, Cage was rallying the soldiers, informing them that they were facing a rural lord and that if they faltered again, they might as well hang themselves with a grass rope. My lord, the enemy is fully armed, accompanied by serfs, and they possess the standard 5 barons equipment. Which means they are indeed coming for us, the knight lamented. The so-called standard for barons typically included 24 heavy cavalry and 75 infantry, totaling 100 troops, with a maximum of 50 departing for battle. Allison had some knowledge of noble etiquette. I understand. You may rest now, she said, nodding for him to join Lewis. She then turned to Cage. 100 knights and 5 barons, along with archers. Can we withstand such an onslaught? We have shields. As for heavy cavalry, Cage hesitated, glancing at the soldiers who had fled in disarray the previous night. Perhaps we can. Have faith, Allison urged, looking at the trembling soldiers. They are not imperial knights and lack steam guns, but I possess them. As she spoke, Allison produced 4 steam guns, distributing them to Sarah and 2 other knights capable of wielding them. During the cavalry charge, we can at least fire 2 rounds. After that, you all must flee, while Sarah and I can handle a few ourselves. This way, the remaining knights will find it easier to manage. Understood. Cage nodded, looking into the distance where the enemy's formation was becoming visible, gazing upon the 100 knights, over 200 infantry, and the thousands of peasants trailing behind. Cage felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Conversely, the baron leading the charge was equally taken aback. Special envoy, this seems rather different from what you described, Roland remarked, tossing his golden locks and narrowing his cerulean eyes at the neatly arranged phalanx of spears before him. You previously indicated she would only have a few dozen at her side. I did not comment on the capabilities of those warriors. I am simply disheartened by the sheer number of enemies, Roland replied, surveying the poised troops. This could lead to significant losses. War inevitably entails risks. I admit my estimation was flawed, Thomas said, his brow furrowed. Shall I depart? Do not go, envoy. Roland exclaimed, quickly clarifying, since we have a pact. We must uphold it. However, this disparity is too vast to accept at once. Is that so? Thomas scrutinized the murmuring barons behind him, wondering if they shared the same sentiment. Absolutely, Roland affirmed, then gave a sheepish grin to Thomas. Please wait a moment. I shall go and counsel them. Hey, Baron Roland. The current situation is quite different from what that envoy described. There are at least 1,000 before us. One baron clad in a red velvet cloak exclaimed. This battle will be costly. And what of it? Do we have a path of retreat? Roland retorted, glancing at the baron with wide eyes and then at the two beside him. Your privateering crew plundered the Earl's supplies and were subsequently ambushed. Do you think the Earl remains unaware of your involvement? Well, perhaps, the baron with the feathered hat muttered. She hasn't caused us any trouble thus far. Chapter 82. The advantages of armor. Upon hearing the words, Baron Chicken Feather turned pale. It was rumored that the Earl eliminated his subjects with poison and waves. A character who undoubtedly harbored a desire for revenge. Noticing their trepidation, Roland glanced at Thomas in the distance and continued, Moreover, the Empire will eventually rule this place. If we slay the Earl, it will be a significant achievement, making our lives somewhat easier in the future. The barons nodded slightly at his words. Baron Big Eyes interjected. But I have heard that their nobles are hanged from lampposts. Roland cast him a disapproving look. The Jace Empire is a monarchy. How could there be no nobles? What you describe is merely an exception. An exception? So, it implies that not aiding will lead to repercussions, doesn't it? As nobles, we must indeed consider various calculations. Fine. We have already acted against that scout, so there will be no chance of reconciliation with the Earl. Several barons understood the crux of the matter. And the previously silent baron with slanted eyes also declared, Roland, you shall command our forces. Is it settled then? Thomas inquired. Yes, esteemed envoy. Roland nodded slightly. Behold as we extract this thorn in the Empire's side. At this, Thomas nodded and then produced a box from his saddle, handing it to Roland. Give this to your strongest knight. It possesses the power to slay any enemy. Roland accepted the box and opened it to reveal a dark red greatsword emanating a blood-red glow. An epic weapon? Roland exclaimed, reaching out to touch it. Only to have Thomas grasp his hand. Wait, Thomas cautioned. This is a cursed object. Inform your knight that it must not be used unless in a dire situation. Roland's mouth fell open in surprise. Then he nodded vacantly. Using it in a life-or-death moment could hardly be deemed treacherous. He entrusted the sword to his senior knight, urging him not to employ it unless absolutely necessary, and then waved the banner. Knights, prepare. The Earl is a brutal scourge sent by the Punk Empire. Your victory is crucial for the safety of the tens of thousands of subjects behind the barons. Now, heed my command and breach their phalanx. With a clatter of hoofs, Roland issued the order to advance. The knights donned their armor and charged forth, stirring up clouds of dust as their banners billowed, fearlessly guiding their steeds toward the massed ranks of enemy spears. Before the phalanx, Keki bellowed that only through iron and blood could fragile souls be cleansed. While Allison and Sarah, along with others, steadied their rifles in preparation. Though they lacked Allison's precision skills, they had practiced rifle drills, hitting a hat at 600 paces, a face at 300, and a chest at 150. To enhance their chances, Allison decided to aim for 300 paces, knowing that bullets from 600 paces would fail to penetrate the armored knights. Ready, watching the heavily armored knights close in with alarming speed. Allison aimed at the leading knight and commanded, fire. Bang. For rifles discharged simultaneously, and Allison observed two knights fall from the charging line. She paid no mind to whether they hit or missed, swiftly reloading her weapon. By this time, the knights had already surged within 100 paces. Bang. Allison felled another knight, then swiftly stowed her steam gun and drew Frostmourne, channeling its energy as the sounds of gunfire echoed around her, slicing through the oncoming knights. Frost. The chilling wind swept through, and white ice crystals danced like rain, instantly freezing three knights in their tracks, prompting the remaining knights to veer off. Swish. 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 Ah. Thud. The dense formation of spears halted the leading knight, piercing him like a target, yet the soldiers were soon overwhelmed as the following armored knights crashed into them, blood staining the front lines. Clang. Clang. Within mere seconds, countless knights and soldiers fell, and Allison witnessed the armored knights rise, swords drawn, mercilessly reaping the lives of those around them. However, as the momentum waned, the cavalry ultimately failed to penetrate the formation. With their steeds slain, the knights dismounted, swiftly striking down nearby soldiers, while some unfortunate souls, pinned beneath the weight of fallen knights, met their demise as soldiers stripped them of their armor and executed them. Clatter. A group of soldiers, finding their long spears ineffective, resorted to using primitive weapons strapped to their waists to bludgeon the knights. Yet such tactics often required 10 strikes to yield results, and even then, a mere 10 soldiers encircling a knight might not land a single blow on the seasoned warrior. Had the cavalry not been scattered, these armored giants might have truly charged through, yet even so, their armor provided a considerable advantage. Sarah, observing the brutal clash between knights and soldiers, remarked to Allison, who silently nodded. Even professional knights, without their armor, would succumb to the chaos of battle. Yet armored, they became formidable adversaries, transforming the knights into near-invincible warriors. Seeing the soldiers struggling to mount an effective offense, Sarah prepared to join the fray. But as she took a few steps, a long horn sounded from behind. Clatter. Gazing at the dust-clouded battalion, Sarah hesitated, aware of her recent breakthrough during the night. Allison instructed, "You move ahead. I will handle matters here. Please, be careful, my lady." Upon hearing this, Sarah wasted no time, her body radiating a green light as she began to sink slowly into the earth. Witnessing Sarah prepare for a high-level fusion, Allison stealthily entered the battlefield. Noting that the knights, emboldened by their armor, easily dispatched the soldiers as if they were mere vegetables. Had it not been for the captains being knights, evenly matched against them, this 1,000-strong force would have likely been obliterated by merely a few dozen knights. Clang. As Allison entered the fray, she first cast a glance at Keki, who was locked in combat with an armored knight, before advancing towards another knight who was caught in the heat of battle, launching a surprise attack from behind. With a swift thrust, her greatsword pierced the armor, not deeply, but upon withdrawal, the knight's spirit had already departed. Absorbing the essence of a knight from Sequence 1, acquiring the universal skill of heavy armor loading. Oh, with the skill, I need not fear the burden of labor in the future. A sudden premonition flickered in Allison's mind, and she quietly slipped away, heading towards the next knight. Chapter 83. The running furnace having absorbed an excessive amount of souls, Allison remained oblivious to the extent of her acquired universal skills. One by one, she stealthily dispatched the once gallant knights, finally drawing their attention. Consequently, the knights grew wary of the elusive crimson figure roaming the battlefield, with 6 of them silently closing in on her. Most of the knights belonged to the second rank, their strength surpassing Allison's, compelling her to exercise caution. In the interim, the opposing infantry and 1,000 peasants had surged forward. Clang. Cage was sent tumbling before Allison by a third-rank knight, who had struck him. Regaining his footing, he saluted Allison, addressing her as my lady. "Can you hold your ground?" Allison inquired, promptly drawing her 50 shades and reducing the pursuing knight to ashes with a single shot. "I can hold," Cage affirmed emphatically. "Then be my shield." "We shall slay these 6 knights," Allison commanded, directing her finger toward the approaching adversaries. "Understood." Cage nodded vigorously, brandishing his weapon and charging toward the 6 knights with a battle cry, with Allison trailing closely behind, sword in hand. Bang! Clang! Cage's charge sent the first 2 knights flying, but he was soon beset by the remaining 4, who swung their swords wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Allison attempted a sneak attack, only to be thwarted by the knights, who had anticipated her move. Realizing the futility of her approach, she retreated, maneuvering around the battlefield in search of an angle to unleash her frost without endangering the soldiers, while the mass of infantry began to converge on her position. Clang! Clang! As the disordered formation struggled to withstand the infantry's advance, Allison called out to Cage and promptly withdrew from the fray, preparing to confront the infantry. Just then, the earth trembled violently, and an abundance of vines erupted from the ground. Boom! Rumble! The earth cracked, and the vines surged forth, instantly enveloping the area in a suffocating miasma. Countless infantrymen were launched into the air, while the vines intertwined to form a towering tree. "What is this? It hurts. Captain, save me." The emergence of the colossal tree stunned the battlefield, causing knights and soldiers alike to halt in their tracks, while the approaching infantry and peasants recoiled in terror. Their eyes betrayed their fear as they trembled at the sight of their comrades ensnared by the vines, suspended from the tree. "Stay calm. It's merely a tree, no different from the one burning in your hearth. Set it ablaze," Roland commanded from the rear. His expression darkened at the sight of the ancient tree. The outcome of this battle would dictate his future, and even if a dark god descended, he would order his subordinates to charge forth and vanquish it. The nobility's absolute authority in the territory was evident, and upon Roland's orders, the peasants swiftly gathered firewood, igniting bonfires that soon blazed. 1,000 peasants and the remaining infantry brandished torches, their faces contorted in rage as they advanced toward the ancient tree. Observing the scene from the battlefield's edge, Allison sighed softly. Although Sarah had transformed into this formidable form, it was still not beyond the peasants' comprehension. Under the Lord's overwhelming presence, they were willing to confront such terror. There was an inherent difference between a fearsome sight and something that could drive one to madness with a mere glance. As the peasants charged forward with their torches, the battle between the knights and soldiers reignited, the clamor of their struggle echoing across the field. However, the morale of the knights began to plummet significantly. The ancient tree was no ordinary tree. It suppressed the fear of flames and unleashed its long vines, mercilessly strangling the fearless peasants. Even as the vines ignited, their hopes were dashed as the tree severed its own tendrils, restoring the peasants' rationality and instilling fear within them. This led him to ponder the stark disparity between the dark practitioners and ordinary folk. Perhaps, if they were within the castle, they could have utilized a catapult against such a foe. Thomas nodded in agreement. The flames lacked potency, the vines, saturated with moisture, were difficult to ignite, and the peasants had not received any training. Even an overwhelming number would prove futile. Roland fell silent, gazing at the menacing ancient tree and the fleeing peasants. Turning to Thomas with a question, "Are you suggesting we retreat?" No, Thomas replied, shaking his head. "Though we lack a catapult, we possess cursed objects. It is time for your knights to take action." "Are you referring to that sword?" Roland's eyes lit up at the mention. He immediately rose, drawing the lance from his saddle and waving the banner. On the battlefield, the soldiers, gradually regrouping, relentlessly thrust their weapons at the hunched knights. They were defeated. Encumbered by their heavy armor, they could only retreat slowly, uncertain if they could escape the encirclement. As a high-ranking knight, Bus felt akin to a weary lion encircled by hyenas, the burden of battle threatening to topple him at any moment. Contemplating this, he glanced toward the rear of his ranks, where he saw Roland's flag waving vigorously, signaling one of the 8 virtues of the knights: sacrifice. Sacrifice. In an instant, Bus's mind went blank at the sight of the signal. What was the Baron thinking? Did he doubt his ability to break through? Did he truly believe he was destined for death, compelling him to sacrifice himself? The long spears continued to pierce his armor, pushing him backward. His gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately resting on the ancient tree. Indeed, this battle was crucial. The Baron could not afford to lose. Boom. Ah. The moment Bus grasped his sword, a soul-piercing scream escaped his lips, and he beheld his great sword engulfed in crimson flames, smoke billowing from his armor. This is the flame sword of Tetons, a cursed blade that incinerates both its wielder and all in its path. Seek vengeance, young one. Your time is fleeting. From the moment he grasped the sword, Bus comprehended the nature of the cursed blade. He swung it at the soldiers surrounding him, disregarding the flames that ignited around him, discarding his helmet, and charging toward the ancient tree. Clang, clang. A wretched knight. Allison gasped as she beheld the armored knight, now enveloped in smoke, resembling a small furnace. In a rush, she intercepted him while calling out to Sarah, "Be cautious." Upon hearing this, Sarah's countenance shifted as she noticed the smoking knight brandishing the flaming sword charging toward her, swiftly summoning the vines to strike him down. Chapter 84. The arrival of reinforcements amidst the raging flames. The charred vines of Sarah could endure no more. With a piercing scream, she uprooted herself, transforming the ancient tree into a treant that charged forward towards the armored knight. Roar! The knight, now reduced to a mere skeleton, gaped in astonishment at the descending giant tree, bellowing ferociously as he swung his colossal sword, sending forth a torrent of flames towards the looming shadow. Boom! Behind him, Allison's sword had already pierced through his back. Everything dissipated into nothingness. By absorbing the essence of the third knight and the fourth demon sword spirit, one can craft a puppet soldier. Thud! Bus fell, becoming an unrecognizable heap of bones, as his armor and magic sword shattered, scattering into a mosaic of rusted fragments. Allison tapped Frostmourne in her hand, gazing at the remnants on the ground, collecting them into her satchel. Behind her, a white tree devoid of bark began to grow. "Sarah, my lord, I am gravely injured. It may take a considerable time for me to recover," Sarah lamented, her face contorted in pain. "The fire has taken hold. My doppelganger is of no use now." She winced but added, However, I should be able to recuperate swiftly. Do what you must. There is no need to worry about matters here, Allison replied, observing Sarah. She produced a vial of restorative potion. Take this. Thank you, my lord, Sarah said, grasping the potion before plunging into the earth, disappearing from sight. With Sarah gone, the Treant approached. Worry etched across his face as he inquired about Sarah's well-being. My lord, will she be all right? She will be fine. Her beast will evolve and her injuries will fade, Allison reassured him, shaking her head. Nevertheless, she is wounded. And the path of the ancient tree of life has been severed. She must now tread the path of the ghostly thorns. The Treant Knight sighed with relief. I understand the evolution of beasts. I once had a rabbit, but then... Allison's brows furrowed as she interrupted him with a swift kick, sending him reeling as if suffering from post-traumatic stress. She pointed towards the farmers who were beginning to encircle them again. Save what you wish to say for Sarah. First, ensure your own survival. The knight, momentarily stunned, suddenly sprang to his feet, gripping his sword. Rest assured, my lord, I am, after all, a knight of the order. Allison nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the baronial knights who had dwindled to under 50, now beleaguered by a throng of soldiers and fellow knights. The farmers were indeed a troublesome factor, with 2,000 yet to engage in battle. At this moment, her only recourse was to rely on endurance or perhaps instill fear with frost to deter the encroaching camp. As she pondered her next move, the advancing farmers erupted into chaos, halting their advance. What is happening? The Treant Knight asked, bewildered, glancing at Allison. Has Sarah returned? She has gone to heal. If she appears, it should be at the graveyard, Allison replied, scanning the surroundings. She then noticed a large crowd emerging from their camp. Though she could not ascertain their identities, it was evident they were not farmers, as some wore little more than rags. The opposing commander appeared equally perplexed. But as the crowd neared and the makeshift weapons came into view, the Baron sounded the retreat. With the blaring of the horn, the approaching farmers swiftly retreated, a swarm following two mounted figures, while the beleaguered knights sought to escape the encirclement. Yet their heavy armor hampered their movements, and the attacking soldiers, emboldened, saw many knights fall and not rise again, their anguished cries echoing into silence. As knights fell and farmers retreated, the crowd surged forward, forming a dense mass. Observing their appearances, Allison began to discern their identities, albeit to her surprise at their numbers. At that moment, 5 men clad in complete attire stepped forward. Allison, Baron of Lumen, reporting. I am Gary, Centurion of the Robbie Legion, along with Hall, Jeff, Davis, and Jop. Allison scrutinized them. You are mercenaries recruited by Robbie in the Empire? Indeed, my lord, Gary replied, his scarred visage betraying a fierce demeanor. We are stationed at the Lumen territory and are at your command. Excellent, Allison nodded, surveying the scantily clad soldiers wielding an assortment of rudimentary weapons. I had anticipated only 1,000 from Robbie. I did not expect so many. This is the will of Princess Maffredette Stone, Gary added, stepping closer to speak in hushed tones. Duke Prince Onegeo is mobilizing troops and may soon engage the king in battle. We will serve as a force to restrain him from behind. Allison nodded slowly, recalling her arrangement with the princess, seemingly having secured a reprieve from death. Yet, the sight of these lean, indigenous men armed with blow darts and slender spears suggested they were ill-suited for formal warfare. They seemed better suited for ambushes in the wilderness. This thought crossed her mind as she called out, Keck. My lord, here I am. Keck emerged from the throng behind. Direct the men to clean the battlefield. Gather food and weapons and distribute them to our new comrades, Allison commanded. Understood. Keck replied, promptly taking his leave. Allison then turned to Gary. You must be weary from your journey. Take a moment to rest. Tasks will be assigned to you shortly. We have no objections, Gary affirmed, glancing towards the baronial forces. Now mere shadows. Will you not retaliate against those attackers? They have lost knights and infantry here, posing little threat. I will settle the score later. Before that, I must conquer the city. Chapter 85. Strategy in the city. On a bright noon outside the city of Ding Dang, sunlight streamed into the southern camp. Accompanied by the rustling of the wind and the rhythmic sound of hammering by the fire, the hammer struck the anvil repeatedly, causing the amalgamation of non-ferrous materials to gradually shrink and take shape under the force. After a morning of diligent effort, Allison finally crafted a cursed item using the ashes of Bus and the remnants of the armored greatsword. Item: Bus's plaque description. This is a fusion of a loyal knight and the Titanus demon sword, both of whom are satisfied with each other's strength and loyalty, vowing to remain together forever. Ability: Consuming a portion of spiritual energy allows the release of buzz for 10 seconds, with diminished spiritual energy cost for partial releases. Origin: spirit behind. Holding the plaque, Allison gazed at the armored knight standing with a sword, a faint smile gracing her lips. Vow to remain together forever? As if you could ever part? Yet with this plaque in existence, I can finally realize the freedom of the great knight. After securing the plaque, Allison glanced around. Without Sarah, she felt a twinge of discomfort, although the witch's raven remained by her side. Go, summon Cage, Allison instructed. Milady, did you call for me? Cage bowed beside the fire. Have those bodies been taken to the city gates? Allison inquired. They have been delivered, and the results are outstanding, Cage reported. It seems those cultists were also masquerading as ordinary citizens within the city, posing as barbers and bakers. After the piercings at the city base, someone quickly emerged to demand an explanation from me. Allison nodded. Did you apprehend them? They were apprehended, and we even clashed with the city defense forces. Though there were no casualties on either side, Cage said, his brow furrowing. To be honest, those city guards could easily overpower 3 of our soldiers. That is not surprising. They are professionals. Allison thought to herself, sensing the gravity of the situation but maintaining an air of indifference. Did you order them to surrender the cultists? Well, let them fight among themselves first. It will save us considerable effort when we enter the city, Allison replied with a slight nod. You have done well. Thank you for your praise, milady, Kate said with a sheepish smile, reflecting on the fact that his legion of 2,000 had dwindled to just over 500. Marking him as a rather unsuccessful commander, Allison looked at him, standing there, and inquired, How is Lewis? That is good, Allison nodded slightly. At that moment, the distant city gates opened, revealing several city guards leading a line of bound prisoners, over 300 in total, accompanied by a wagon, evidently belonging to a prominent figure in the city. Oh, is the efficiency of the city guards this remarkable? Cage exclaimed in disbelief, realizing they had actually captured cultists. Allison picked up a monocular to scrutinize the scene, observing that the cultists appeared ragged and disheveled, their condition suggesting they had not just recently committed their crimes. We'll know once we conduct an inspection, Allison remarked, her brow furrowed. The ways of the world are often similar. I highly suspect they have been engaging in some deceitful acts or substituting genuine criminals. As Allison led Cage and the captain of the 1,000-man unit to greet the city forces, the wagon arrived under the protection of the guards. They halted before Allison, who then watched as a slender man in a tailcoat and top hat stepped down from the wagon. Allison sized up the man, recalling that he was absent during her previous visit to the Earl's castle to collect debts. Good day, my lord. I am Councilman Tony, previously employed at the museum, he said, doffing his hat and placing it over his heart. He gestured to the restrained crowd behind him. These are the cultists you sought to capture. I have brought them all. Please spare the innocent citizens. Tony? Allison chuckled. Where is Mardle? Tony's lips twitched as he thought to himself that it was unlikely Mardle would want to come, especially since all 32 council members had perished, leaving no chance for him to emerge. Of course not. These are the cultists, Tony exclaimed nervously, glancing anxiously at Allison. The Lord had not yet arrived when these prisoners were incarcerated. She cannot possibly recognize them. Last night, the cultists disturbed our camp and killed numerous people. Anyone standing with the cultists will be our enemy, including those who deceive and conceal, Allison declared, her gaze fixed on Tony, her intimidation slowly unfurling. I grant you one opportunity. Tell me whether these individuals are indeed cultists, or else it shall be your fate to hang beneath the city. Tony was taken aback, for he was merely a councilman managing city culture and had never encountered such a scenario. He instinctively began to retreat. They are cultists. We have brought you the people. What more do you want? Seeing the councilman falter, a nearby squad leader of the city guards stepped forward, glaring at Allison. Do not think that by gathering these people you can do anything to the city. Our walls are high. If it comes to a fight, you won't even get close. Regardless, they are cultists, the squad leader huffed. Are you certain? Allison inquired, directing her attention to the city guards. Certain, several guards affirmed with conviction. Vulcan, captured in the autumn of the 14th year of the Godfall for undressing in a restaurant. Obart, kidnapped a barber in the winter of the 13th year of the Godfall to demand the resurrection of his dog, Lamati. Killed a citizen merely to enjoy a free meal in prison. Allison's eyes swept over the crowd, noting that among them were thieves, murderers, and even the mentally unstable. Yet conspicuously absent were any genuine cultists. Her words left the councilman and the city guards in shock, with the squad leader startled. The Earl seemed to know their identities all too well. Had she infiltrated spies into the city? This is terrifying. Yet this was no time for admission. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, glaring at Allison. What evidence do you have? This matter can be easily clarified upon entering the city. Surely many witnessed whether you captured them at the cultist den or extracted them from the prison, Allison replied, focusing on the guards. If you think I am to be trifled with, then I shall test the quality of my new cursed items against you. What do you intend to do? The squad leader drew his sword at once, and the other guards raised their spears, only to witness the space behind Allison shimmer, followed by the lightning-fast appearance of a knight clad in armor engulfed in crimson flames, charging toward them. The flaming knight let out a furious roar, raising his sword to strike at the squad leader, who was so stunned he forgot to even raise his weapon to defend himself. Chapter 86. Imperial Merchants. The bisected corpse, clad in armor, was reduced to ashes as it burned away, leaving only a pile of charred bones. Just 2 seconds after Bus emerged, the battle was concluded, and the cremation was complete. Allison gazed at the burning knight and the remnants on the ground, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the duration was brief, the power displayed was undiminished. Meanwhile, the surrounding individuals, including Kai-Chi, were utterly astonished by the knight's formidable strength, and Tony, leaning nearby, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Tony was rendered speechless by fear. I will leave these prisoners here to gather wood and construct a catapult, Allison stated, directing her gaze toward Tony. If the catapult is not ready by the time you respond, I shall have no choice but to enter the city and apprehend the cultists myself. Understood. A group of knights replied promptly. Consequently, under the knight's supervision, the prisoners began to gather wood around the southern camp, preparing to construct the catapult. Are you saying she can accurately name the prisoners and their past deeds? The commander of the city defense forces inquired with a dark expression, eyeing the bruised Tony. Indeed. I swear on my wife's health, Tony replied, his eyes brimming with tears. The commander shot him a disdainful glance before turning to the others in the interrogation room. What are your thoughts on this matter? The prominent figures from various families in the city lowered their heads in silence. On the opposite side, they are constructing catapults and have reinforcements, while there are also insiders within the city. If we are to resist them, a mere 1,000 city defense troops will not suffice. The commander surveyed the city's leaders. Will you dispatch troops to assist? Once again, there was no response. The commander, incensed by the scene, pointedly addressed a particular individual, Mr. Loft. What is your opinion? The portly elder named Loft paused in surprise, glancing around at the silent assembly before he heaved a sigh. Each family's guards are limited. If we suffer losses here, the hidden insurgents within the city will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Are you suggesting that we cannot engage in this battle? The commander glared at the assembly. Will you allow a demon to enter the city? The Church of Light is taking action against the secret cult. Perhaps we could hand over the genuine cultists, Loft posited. Oh, and from where do you derive such confidence? He cannot even manage the deaths of the counselors. The commander fumed, clutching his hair in frustration. This city was constructed through the blood and tears of countless citizens yearning for freedom. It cannot be destroyed like this. No one wishes for its destruction, Loft replied, turning to the commander. Everyone hopes to avoid war. Perhaps even the count shares this sentiment. The commander looked at the elder in disbelief. Are you suggesting surrender? It is a negotiation, a guarantee of our interests within the city, Loft clarified. Would the citizens consent to allow a brutal noble to enter? The commander frowned. This is the best course of action, Loft asserted, gazing at the commander. If they refuse, let them defend the city. The commander was taken aback. That was not their duty. They have no avenue to voice this concern. All the counselors capable of addressing their grievances are deceased, Loft countered. Given the prevailing resistance against the nobility, should the count enter and turn against us, we could incite a citizen uprising, which serves as a form of security. The commander furrowed his brow. The count's entry would undoubtedly place the city defense troops under his control, a scenario he could not tolerate. The electoral rights of the city defense forces originate from the citizens. If she is allowed entry, she must adhere to the city's regulations. Loft, sensing the commander's anxiety, interjected. Bound by various legalities, she cannot impose upon us, provided we do not breach the regulations first. Furthermore, in light of the current state of the city, with councillors falling one after another, we indeed require someone to resolve our issues. Is this the consensus of all of you? The commander looked astonished at the members of the various families. The city cannot persist in this manner, Loft sighed. Perhaps, should the count enter, he may meet his demise, thus solving one of our problems. Very well, the commander conceded with a nod. I am but a minor figure overseeing public safety and city defense. Ultimately, The decision rests with you all. This is the outcome of the council. We will later convene a citizens' assembly, Loft remarked, looking at the commander. As for the negotiation, we shall all attend together. After the small meeting in the interrogation room concluded, Loft led the influential families of the city to persuade the military commanding commander, subsequently notifying the citizen representatives to discuss the meeting concerning the negotiation with the count. Although representatives from various districts and social strata, along with the Church of Light, vehemently opposed the count's entry into the city, the unresolved issues of the councilors' deaths, inability to collect taxes, and the city defense force's incapacity compelled Loft to propose the city law that would afford citizens assurances akin to those previously granted. Ultimately, the matter of negotiation was settled. Soon after, news of the negotiation spread throughout the city, reaching every citizen's ears. In their fury, the citizens vented their ire upon the representatives who attempted to explain, leaving the assembly in discontent. If the senior councilors were still alive, they might have mounted an assault on the town hall. Unfortunately, such an opportunity no longer exists. In a tavern, several middle-aged men dressed as merchants sat at a table with Thomas, their expressions somber as they absorbed the recently disseminated news. One merchant, with a prominent hooked nose, reproached Thomas, "You were tasked with clearing obstacles for the empire, and now they are preparing to enter the city. You, as an investigator, have utterly failed. The cultists within the city have received the news. They will take corresponding measures," Thomas replied, his face devoid of expression. "Such as assassination. I believe they are more likely to lay low, or perhaps we should question when they will strike." The hooked-nosed merchant furrowed his brow. "Merchant ships cannot dock while adrift at sea. Many are compelled to lodge complaints with the empire. I currently have no solutions," Thomas remarked, taking a sip of ale. "No solutions?" The merchant scoffed. "A count is beyond your resolution? You are bringing shame upon the empire." The other merchants turned their gazes toward Thomas. Chapter 87. He threatened me. As Thomas threw down the gauntlet, the hawk-nosed merchant's expression soured, while the other merchants gazed at him in astonishment, exacerbating his discontent. "What are you saying? Do you have any idea how much time and money the merchants have lost because of you? If this issue remains unresolved, you will find yourself in a military tribunal," the hawk-nosed man threatened in a low voice. "I serve the empire, and all considerations are predicated on the empire. As for the rest, you need not concern me," Thomas replied, casting a glance at the surrounding merchants. "Of course, if you believe this is solely my personal error, you are entirely entitled to approach the countess in the name of the empire to discuss the port taxes." The hawk-nosed merchant fell silent, while the other merchant's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. After all, how could a mere countess dare to offend a representative of the empire? Thomas observed the expressions of the merchants with a keen eye, thinking to himself that they were indeed men who would risk the gallows for profit. He continued, "In comparison to the empire, the countess is akin to an ant before a giant. Even their king bows humbly before an envoy of the empire. She would not dare to show you disrespect unless she is willing to forsake this port." The merchants nodded slightly. Who would dare to stand against profit? They merely sought a reasonable explanation and tax rate. If their demands were denied, then war would be inevitable. "Lord Rocky, do you think we ought to approach the countess to discuss the port taxes?" one merchant inquired. The hawk-nosed Rocky hesitated. Although Thomas's words were quite reasonable, he had learned upon entering the city that the countess was quite mad. Moreover, he was a special agent of the Chamber of Commerce, and it was difficult to refuse certain requests when one had been nourished by them. "If you choose to go, Mr. Rocky would be a prudent companion. After all, should difficulties arise, his status as a rank 4 sword master could maintain order." Thomas interjected, "From my investigations, her entourage consists of only a few high-ranking knights, and the sole beast master capable of standing against us was severely injured in today's battle." The merchants perked up at this news. "Then it is settled. We shall gather our guards and meet with the countess." They turned to Rocky. "Our safety will depend on you, Lord Rocky." Rocky nodded slightly, a look of seriousness crossing his face as he glanced at the composed Thomas before rising to leave with the merchants. After they departed, Thomas sat alone drinking. In the tavern's shadows, several figures cloaked in black quietly took seats at his table, observing him intently. "What is the matter?" Thomas asked, taking a sip of his drink as he regarded the newcomers. "We have not heard about the proposal to establish a church," one of the cloaked figures stated. "The countess is about to enter the city, ostensibly to pursue the cultists. Are you afraid of being exposed before her?" Thomas frowned at their words. "We are the Holy Church, the true faith," the cloaked figure corrected him. "I understand, but you are her enemies now," Thomas replied, pursing his lips. "Though the assassination attempt last night failed, the city was under your control, and once she arrives, it would be more convenient to eliminate her. The cloaked figure met Thomas's gaze. We shall indeed kill her, but we hope you will honor your promise. The price for deceiving the deities is one that even the Empire cannot bear. I know, Thomas nodded repeatedly, looking at the cultists. Be prepared as well. In the afternoon, Allison was sketching a catapult in the camp when Cage entered to report that an imperial merchant sought an audience. Merchants from the Jeth Empire? Allison inquired. That is splendid. Bring them in, she exclaimed, tossing aside her quill in excitement. Also, prepare the soldiers. When I kick the table over, you shall take action. Since raising taxes under Shawshank, Allison had anticipated this day, though she hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Just because Shawshank hesitated to spill blood due to the war didn't mean she would hesitate. Merely doubling the taxes had brought them here. Allison was elated, while Cage looked alarmed. My lady, we cannot. They are imperial merchants. If conflict arises, it could provoke the Empire, and they might send troops against us, which would be catastrophic. So they are allowed to scheme against me, leading me into peril time and again, yet I am not permitted to retaliate? Allison frowned, admonishing Cage. Do not disappoint me. Cage displayed visible internal conflict yet stood tall. Since you have made your decision, I shall prepare. Go and ensure they disarm. Even their guards should be kept outside, Allison commanded. Yes, Cage responded, promptly exiting the tent. Allison tidied her sketches and glanced at the mark on her hand before settling comfortably in her chair. In due time, 5 merchants entered the tent under Cage's and several captains' watchful eyes. Greetings, esteemed guests of the Empire. What brings you to my camp? Allison greeted the merchants with a smile, surveying their faces. For ordinary merchants and one sword master, easily manageable. Your Highness, trade has always been a fair exchange. By increasing our taxes, you have deprived us of income. This is an unwise decision. One merchant stepped forward, regarding Allison seriously. We demand the cessation of such unreasonable treatment. Yet that is the official policy of the Empire. What does it have to do with our merchant guild? Simply because we belong to the Empire? The merchant frowned. This is prejudice. If such reasoning holds, then since the Empire is a realm of humanity, should not all merchants from human nations pay double taxes? You make a valid point, Allison replied with a slight nod. However, this is my territory. If you wish to use this port, you must adhere to the rules I have established. If you find it too costly, you are free to take your business elsewhere. The Lumen Port is a gift from nature, a bridge along the world's maritime routes. You are merely fortunate to occupy this place. You cannot act solely upon your whims. The merchant rebuked Allison's arrogance. If everything is a gift from nature, then the throne of the Jeth Empire is no different. Why not let the Emperor take your seat for a while? Allison retorted. Are you threatening me? Allison looked around at the knights. Everyone saw that. He threatened me. Cage nodded and promptly kicked over the table. Crash. The merchants jumped in surprise, only to find a cloud of dust where Rocky had been seated. What are you doing? The merchants finally reacted, pointing at Allison and the chaos outside. This person masquerades as a merchant, but is actually a powerful figure from the Empire. You are assassins. Have you lost your mind? Do you know my standing in the Empire? As their leader fell before Allison, the second merchant hastily shouted, only to be cleaved in two by Allison's blade, who swiftly dispatched the third as well. How dare you kill? You will face retribution from the Empire. The fourth merchant cried out, his legs trembling, unable to move. The head of the merchant flew, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to comprehend how such a person could exist in this world, fearless of imperial retribution. As a prominent merchant, he had sailed the seas for years yet possessed not even a single item of defensive enchantment. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, Allison prodded their garments with her sword, noting that the fabric was of fine quality. Chapter 88. The city contract. As Allison concluded her dealings with the merchant, the city had finalized its representatives for negotiation, the principal envoy, Tony, and the deputy envoy, Loft. Honor and authority were conferred upon you. And with such privileges come significant responsibilities. With Mr. Loft accompanying you, it is imperative that you uphold your principles. On the cobblestone path leading to the city's exit, a group of family representatives clad in leather jackets fixated their gaze on Tony, seated in an opulent carriage, and proceeded to issue verbal warnings. Naturally, Tony, who had recently acquired the title of second counselor, responded with eager acquiescence. Frankly, apart from securing his council position through his wife, this was the first time these individuals regarded him as someone of worth. For the sake of this newfound respect, he was determined to fulfill his duties well. Indeed, in the absence of threats, Tony had proven to be quite dependable. The bestowed title serves as a safeguard, and it is crucial that you do not falter. The family representatives encouraged him. I understand, and besides, Mr. Loft is accompanying me, Tony affirmed, bolstering his own morale. Exactly, Mr. Loft has weathered the storms of war. The representatives commended, noting Tony's perceptiveness. Victory is imperative. With the family representatives bidding them farewell, Tony and Loft traversed the dark city gate in their carriage, setting off towards the southern encampment. Along the journey, as Tony gazed at the lush greenery of the outskirts, his spirits soared. He inhaled the sweet air deeply before turning to Loft and querying, "They won't resort to violence, will they?" My eloquence falters under duress. Not at all. We are presenting her with benefits. She will be more than pleased. Moreover, you now hold the title of second counselor, acting presiding officer of the assembly. A position of immense prestige, Loft reassured him. Even during your first visit, she did not dare to harm you. Indeed, I am a grand counselor, representing the entire city, Tony exclaimed, enthusiasm evident in his nodding. The carriage sped rapidly, and soon they arrived at the southern encampment where Allison was stationed. To his dismay, Tony noticed several knights digging a grave. Nearby lay the body of a merchant who had been stripped of a portion of his attire. Is this a recent kill? Tony asked, gazing at the corpses, taking a deep breath. This is a disgraceful practice among the nobility. Such actions are absolutely intolerable within the city, Loft remarked, observing Tony. Serfs and freemen are fundamentally different. Let us disembark. As they exited the carriage and approached the tents, Tony's heart sank when he recognized the figures being served within. They appeared to be imperial merchants. These are imperial merchants. He gasped in fear. Loft noticed them too, recognizing several familiar faces, prominent traders from the empire. A sense of dread enveloped him. The imperial merchants were entities even pirates dared not confront, as they were backed by a formidable empire. Now, they lay dead in the domain of the count. How dare you? Loft demanded of the knights digging the grave. Do you realize whom you have slain? The knight paused, then replied, These are imperial merchants, along with some guards. Loft's expression shifted dramatically. You dare to kill imperial merchants? Do you comprehend the might of the empire? And what of it? The knight retorted disdainfully. Regardless of their noble status, to defy the count within his domain means death. Tony was struck dumb. Compared to the imperial merchants, his standing as acting presiding officer seemed insignificant. At that moment, he understood that his hopes for peaceful negotiations were overly optimistic. Trembling, he instinctively turned to flee. However, the knights would not allow him to escape. They discarded their tools and restrained him. Are you a merchant spy? One knight snarled. Tony, overwhelmed by the knight's menacing presence, was rendered speechless. Loft sighed at the sight. He should have anticipated that such a cowardly individual could hardly achieve anything. We are representatives of the city, here to meet the count, Loft declared to the knight. The knight was taken aback, then promptly called out, Commander, what is it? Cage emerged from a nearby tent. Upon seeing Tony, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. You two may accompany me to meet the count. The knight released Tony and ushered them to follow Cage into the tent, where they found Allison seated elegantly on a sofa, engrossed in her handiwork. Mr. Tony, how delightful to see you again so soon, Allison remarked, stitching a doll as she observed the trembling Tony. Have you apprehended any cultists? Not yet, Tony stammered, his teeth chattering. Oh, Allison's brow furrowed, shifting her gaze to Loft, who had entered alongside Tony. I understand that capturing cultists may require some time, but I trust you have prepared the city's outstanding tax payments? At this, Tony's breath hitched, and his body quaked. Well? Allison fixed her gaze on him, urging him to respond. None, Tony replied, terror evident on his face, before his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Have you come merely to amuse me? Allison set aside her thread and questioned Tony. I. He looked at Allison, who was still engaged in her crafting, and asked, My lady Countess, what measures would you take if we fail to accomplish these two tasks? Allison regarded the portly elder before her. Do you have objections? The Countess's demands are entirely reasonable. We shall certainly adhere to the regulations, Loft interjected, pondering for a moment before continuing. However, the city is a realm of freedom, established through the hard work of its citizens. You may claim authority, but it must be exercised in accordance with the laws of the city, such as prohibiting arbitrary killings. Oh, Allison's brow furrowed at this. What do you take me for? I am not a monster, and everyone I have slain deserved it. Even if they are guilty, such matters should be adjudicated by the grand judge, ultimately enforced by the constable, Loft asserted. Am I to understand that I possess no judicial authority? Allison scoffed. Even the previous presiding officer was bound by the law in the execution of their powers. That is our final boundary, Loft replied, lowering his gaze. After a moment of silence, Allison turned to Loft. Have you brought the city laws with you? Loft handed her a thick volume. Allison swiftly perused its contents, noting, the city is governed by the council and the assembly, with councilors elected by the populace. Legal disputes are presided over by the grand judge. The limitations on the presiding officer are rather extensive. Our city has its peculiarities. Even imperial cities operate under such a model, Loft concurred. Allison shook her head, then retrieved a draft contract from a pile of materials and tossed it to Loft. Take a look at this. Loft accepted the contract, his eyes widening as he read its contents, though he maintained his composure as he continued. 1. Count Allison Lumen is the ruler of the city, serving for life. 2. Count Allison Lumen possesses the authority to approve and promulgate laws. All laws require the signature of Count Allison Lumen for implementation. 3. Count Allison Lumen holds prosecutorial immunity. As the authority of the law is contingent upon Count Allison Lumen, no one may compel her to testify, nor may she be prosecuted by anyone. 4. Count Allison Lumen may dismiss city councilors during their term. 5. Count Allison Lumen has ownership of all unmarked fish in the city's public waters. For instance, the fish in the western ditch outside the city belong to Count Allison Lumen. 6. Count Allison Lumen may bestow noble titles upon any citizen in recognition of their achievements. 7. The Earl of Allison Lumen is the sole individual within the city who possesses the authority to declare war or peace with other nations, as well as the ability to deploy troops to regions embroiled in armed conflict. 8. The city's army is under the command of the Earl of Allison Lumen. 9. The Earl has the power to grant amnesty privileges and to absolve any individual of criminal penalties. Upon reading the aforementioned 9 articles, Loft was momentarily taken aback, realizing that there existed no legal constraints to govern the Earl's actions. My lord, are you emulating the powers of the Emperor of the Punk Empire? I cannot accept this, Loft stated solemnly. Not only I, but the families within the city would also oppose it, and the citizens would certainly dissent. What are you so concerned about? Allison inquired, a frown crossing his brow. These provisions are merely for my own protection. If you do not oppose me, you have nothing to fear from me. Loft shook his head. Your powers are excessive. This is not the authority of a parliamentary leader, but that of a lord. You allow cultists within the city to assault me, yet fail to apprehend them, and you are in arrears with taxes. This truly places me in a difficult position, Allison lamented, as he toyed with a fabric doll, letting out a soft sigh before turning to Cage. Inform those outside to dig a larger pit and bury them both. Understood, Cage replied promptly before exiting the tent. Loft was struck with terror at this scene. He was still young, merely 60 years of age, and his lovers often claimed he was as vibrant as a youth, far from the point of being buried. My lord, I shall give you time to consider your fate, Allison interjected, resuming his handiwork. Well, very well, I agree. Loft wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, but ultimately decided to acquiesce. The city thrived not solely on his existence. It was illogical for his death to serve the interests of others. Chapter 89. Entering the city as the sun dipped toward the west. A gentle breeze caressed the grasslands on the outskirts of the city, playfully swaying the tender blades of grass which proudly danced in the wind, only to be trampled under the wheels of a convoy departing from the southern encampment. Allison sat expressionless in the carriage, her gaze fixed on the approaching city, now her domain. Yet, the efficacy of a contract is often more complex than mere ink on paper. It necessitates the backing of formidable power. To that end, she had brought along a mere 20 indigenous guards as a symbolic gesture, leaving the bulk of her forces stationed outside the city to instill a sense of trepidation among the city's defensive troops. The carriage rattled along, and a human face began to materialize upon the wallpaper inside the carriage. Sarah's visage, somewhat contorted, silently observing Allison. Meeting her patterned face, Allison gently shook her head, assuring her to focus on healing. Prior to entering the city, she had consulted the fates and foreseen that anyone aside from herself would meet their demise. Sarah spoke up. The city is the stronghold of those zealots. They have orchestrated extensive preparations for your arrival, and even the city's defense forces harbor their influence. While our scouts have undertaken considerable efforts, you must remain vigilant. I shall, Allison replied resolutely. Though the city posed significant dangers, she had no choice but to enter. The ritual's soul cone rested firmly in their possession, an unavoidable obligation. After conveying her intelligence, Sarah bid farewell to Allison, and her face vanished from the carriage walls. The caravan progressed onward, soon arriving at the city gates, where Commander Mal and representatives of the city's families and citizens greeted her with fanfare, trombones blaring, drums beating, red carpets unfurled, and flowers in hand, all in honor of their new sovereign. As the haunting melodies subsided, Allison stepped down from the carriage. Loft, descending from another vehicle, introduced her to the gathered dignitaries. This is Mal, our city's guardian, who oversees both the defense and law enforcement units. Allison smiled and nodded at the robust commander, who bowed respectfully in return. And this is Durek, the city's chief magistrate, well-versed in municipal and international law, Loft added, gesturing toward a stern woman clad in black robes. You wield considerable authority and are a paragon of lawfulness, Allison acknowledged Durek with a nod, mindful that the greedy members of the council had likely met their demise. Report to the council chair. I am a devotee of the god of order. Durek replied with a slight bow. This individual manages the city's traffic. Loft continued to introduce the current officials to Allison, who greeted each in turn. Finally, as they prepared to enter the city, Allison clarified, the position of council chair will be filled by another, as the ruler of this city. You may address me as the city lord. Is there a distinction between the two? Durek inquired, or do you intend to incorporate this place into a countship? Certainly not. The city is free, and as long as order prevails, I shall not interfere in your affairs, Allison replied with a smile towards the magistrate, whom she found rather amiable. For specifics regarding the city lord's role, you may consult Loft. And do not forget to convene at the town hall tomorrow. Having spoken, Allison disregarded the representatives' reactions, reboarding her carriage as the city's defense forces led the way into the city. The remaining representatives turned their gaze toward Loft, who, seeing their expressions, promptly produced the city lord's contract. Due to the inability of the city's citizens to manage the lands bestowed by the count, leading to the rise of cults and the massacre of council members, the populace lives in dire straits. We hereby invite Baroness Allison Lumen to reside in the city as its lord, with the following powers. 1. Baroness Allison Lumen is the ruler of the city, serving for life. 2. Baroness Allison Lumen possesses the authority to approve and promulgate laws. Upon reading the rights conferred upon Allison within the contract, the officials felt a collective astonishment, their silence laden with reproach. Why? After a moment of contemplation, Durek finally voiced her concern. Even a king is bound by noble law. Hers is nearly unrestricted. Could you not hold firm during negotiations? Indeed, you represent the interests of the entire city, echoed a family representative. This is markedly different from our previous discussions. Should she turn hostile, she could easily dispose of us without the need for military force. Were you intimidated, or did you accept her bribes? Protested a group of citizen representatives. Loft frowned at their outcry, asserting, when I visited, she executed several prominent merchants from the Jace Empire. She would not hesitate to do the same to us. We have no choice but to comply. She dared to kill merchants from the Empire? The representatives gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Jace Empire was a formidable entity, and in their minds, the very heavens seemed to cave in. They looked at Loft in panic. We must not allow her to enter the city. Do you wish for it to vanish from existence? The Empire is governed by law. They will ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, Loft replied solemnly. The representatives remained unconvinced. But she is our lord. Can you guarantee we will not be implicated? She could wage war against any nation or region. The defense forces are at her command. Have you lost your senses? Faced with their accusations, Loft bowed his head in silence, recognizing that any rebuttal would be futile. He could hardly confess to fearing for his life, lest he incur their ire. After all, a lack of integrity is more detestable than incompetence. As the representatives continued their tirade against Loft, Durek noticed Mal standing quietly to the side, raising her curiosity. You seem unconcerned about our new lord. What occupies your thoughts? I ponder whether our lord will survive the journey to the town hall, Mal murmured, for it is not just us who are unwelcoming. Durek's pupils contracted at this revelation, and she swiftly turned to her assistant, quickly informed the city to refrain from welcoming the lord. Mal interjected, what is there to panic about? I have already notified them. Durek paused, then exhaled in relief. And what of your defense forces leading the way? I have instructed them that in the event of danger, their lives take precedence. Mal replied with a light chuckle. After all, with such meager salaries each month, why risk their lives? Chapter 90. An encounter with the ailing maiden Allison sat in the carriage, following the city guard into the city. The first to pass through was the ominous, lengthy city gate, shrouded in darkness. Yet, Allison could still discern the fresh corpses lined along the edges of the passage. A girl, her body wrapped in bandages, was amidst the dead. She cleared away the obstacles strewn across the ground and swiftly leaped onto the carriage, opening the door to enter the compartment. The faint sound of the door closing did not disturb anyone. Have you acquired a corporeal form? Allison gazed at the ailing girl seated within the carriage, somewhat astonished. The state of being a specter lacked many sensory experiences, rendering existence incomplete, yet possessing a body came with its own disadvantages. The girl looked at Allison and remarked, "For instance, I become susceptible to harm and it hinders my ability to conceal myself." Allison was taken aback by this revelation. "Have you encountered harm here?" "Indeed." The girl nodded gravely. "When I eat bread, they strike me. When I wear beautiful clothes, they also beat me. Even when I sleep, they expel me. This entire city is rife with wickedness." Allison listened, skeptical. The girl before her did not appear to be a paragon of virtue. "Did you not retaliate?" Upon hearing this, Allison slightly nodded. "It sounds rather painful." Seeing Allison's nod, the ailing girl continued, "I fear I cannot survive on my own. If you provide me with bread and roasted duck, I shall work for you." Allison was stunned by such an unexpected offer upon entering the city. "You cannot be serious? Do you doubt me?" The girl, sensing Allison's bewilderment, retorted, "The guards were waiting in the passage to deal with you, and I dealt with them. Does that not demonstrate my sincerity?" "Of course it does." Allison replied, "I am merely curious. Did you not emerge accompanied by a horde of spirits? Where have they all gone?" "Do not mention them," the girl exclaimed in frustration. "Those wretched beings refused to serve me. They fled the moment I entered a vessel." "That is truly despicable," Allison concurred, nodding. She then produced a contract and handed it to the ailing girl. "Here, sign this." Without hesitation, the girl took the pen and inscribed her name. Allison observed with a smile, "Kagari Asher. What a splendid name." "I think so too," Kagari nodded in agreement. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the contract ignited. The two exchanged glances as they watched the flames flicker. "What exactly did you make me write?" Kagari asked, bewildered. "A devil's contract." Allison replied, reaching out to gather the ashes, only to find them crumbling to dust. "A contract that turns one into a slave?" Kagari paused, then regarded Allison with a peculiar expression. "I didn't expect you to harbor such inclinations." "I do not have such inclinations," Allison protested, frowning at the ashes. "I merely sought a layer of protection." "Oh, understood," Kagari nodded. "Rest assured, should danger arise, I will merely flee and would never betray you in my flight." Allison looked at Kagari with gratitude. "I truly appreciate that." "No need for thanks." Kagari waved her hand dismissively. "There is a roasted duck shop ahead. Just provide me with one roasted duck." This city was vast, its cobblestone streets reminiscent of the empire of newsmen, adorned with moss that evoked a sense of antiquity. The narrow alleys and the old stone houses exuded a rich historical ambience, each featuring unique spires and arches. The white and gray-walled buildings boasted charming balconies, while taverns, restaurants, and inns lined the streets, intertwined with lampposts and the ivy cascading from residential walls, forming a picturesque tableau. Regrettably, each establishment was firmly shut, and not a single pedestrian graced the streets. Kagari sat silently in the carriage, observing the shops pass by until she spotted a brightly signaled establishment and pouted at Allison. "I want to eat roasted duck." Allison shot her a disapproving glance. "You resemble a roasted duck yourself. Can you not see that the shop is closed?" "We could break down the door. The duck is inside," Kagari suggested, biting her finger. "I can almost smell it," she added, and Allison's mouth twitched in response. "Breaking into someone's shop is illegal. You haven't been doing that, have you?" Kagari pondered for a moment before nodding. "Occasionally." Allison facepalmed, realizing, "I think I understand why those people struck you. Do you not pay for your food?" "I am a deity. Is it not customary to partake in offerings?" Kagari replied, perplexed. "So, if they deny you sustenance, do you unleash disease upon them?" Allison inquired. Kagari instinctively nodded. "Isn't that how it works? Are you not the same?" "I am not." Allison shook her head. "You're lying," Kagari teased, sticking out her tongue. "You mortals who cannot attain divinity have taken to calling yourselves nobility. Your abilities are modest, yet you demand more offerings than we." Sighing, Allison called out, "Stop the carriage." The procession halted, and a guard rushed over. "My lady." "What is it?" "Go knock on that door and procure a roasted duck," Allison instructed, handing him a silver coin. "Yes." The guard hurried to the roasted duck shop and knocked. "Open up. I want to buy a roasted duck," he shouted, knocking several times and even kicking the door. But no one responded. Frustrated, the guard began to pound on the door. Allison frowned at the scene and turned to Kagari. "What if we wait until tomorrow?" Kagari looked crestfallen. "I have not eaten in 3 days." Seeing this, Allison rubbed her forehead and leaped from the carriage, approaching the roasted duck shop to halt the guard's aggressive actions. "Owner, I am the new city lord and wish to purchase a roasted duck. Please, open the door. It's sold out. Come back tomorrow," a voice shouted from within. Allison furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss about the closed door, while the guard appeared hesitant to speak. Pulling him aside, Allison whispered, "What is it?" The voice that spoke from inside sounded like the captain of the second squad. The guard replied uncertainly. Allison's eyes narrowed. "In that case, let the carriage continue forward. I shall keep watch here." "Huh." The guard was taken aback. "Do not worry. I am quite adept in combat," Allison assured him quietly. As the carriage rolled onward, Allison activated her invisibility skill, gradually inching toward the door. Soon, she spotted a mounted figure racing down the street, shouting, "The street is dangerous. Halt immediately." Chapter 91. The perilous streets. With a thunderous rumble, the stone sphere began to roll forward, accelerating towards them. "Run!" The city guards, startled, lost their hats and scattered in all directions. Allison's guards followed suit, pressing themselves against the walls, their eyes wide as they watched the stone sphere collide with the carriage. Bang! The stone struck the carriage, sending both the vehicle and the horses flying. Suddenly, the street cracked open, and the carriage plummeted into the abyss. The pursuing stone sphere followed suit. Splash! The abrupt turn of events transpired in an instant, leaving Allison momentarily stunned. At that moment, she heard the sound of disassembly, and the door of a nearby roast duck shop swung open. Clatter, clatter. A group of townsfolk charged out, carrying barrels and brandishing torches. Rushing towards the edge of the fissure, they hurled the barrels down and set them ablaze. In an instant, the crevice ignited in towering flames. Boom! As the fire blazed, the townsfolk endured the heat, their expressions grave, suddenly taken aback. Below the chasm, a half-burned girl, her body charred black, clung to the edge with one arm while the other grasped her legs, desperately trying to climb up. Truly a witch, impervious to such flames. A citizen standing at the edge raised a steam gun, aiming below. The moment the girl emerged, he fired, striking her in the head. Bang! The girl tilted her head. Though not killed outright, she lost an ear, remaining silent as she rolled onto the ground, gasping for breath. The citizen frowned, lifting his gun and adjusting the pressure lever, while the girl reached skyward. Phew! As she raised her hand, a fierce wind swept through the street, carrying the acrid scent of formaldehyde and pus. Observing from a distance, Allison scrunched her nose, narrowing her eyes at the girl, who was surrounded by swirling dark energy that extinguished the raging flames. That dark energy merged with Kagari, forming a spectral image of a bygone female spirit. The apparition opened its eyes, gazing at the townsfolk below, and smiled. In the next moment, dozens of ethereal threads shot forth, directly connecting to the townsfolk. Though the citizens were oblivious to the threads and the ancient spirit, the oppressive wind and the surrounding stench of decay alerted them to something amiss. Seizing the opportunity as the flames waned, they charged at the girl with swords and knives. However, the moment they began to run, their bodies contorted and twisted, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. In an instant, a group of citizens collapsed, dropping their weapons as they writhed in pain, struggling to rise, but to no avail. Their skin began to darken, and smoke started to emanate from their bodies. The girl cast a glance at the writhing citizens before turning her gaze to Allison, who was holding a set of clothes and 2 roast ducks. Kagari took the clothes, putting them on in the street, and began to devour the ducks. Seeing this, Allison turned to the fleeing city guards and instructed them to fetch a carriage. Yes, yes. The guards immediately complied. Observing the timid guards, Allison furrowed her brow and then directed the nearby demon hunter, who had been knocked aside, to be brought over. A group of native guards rushed to comply. When the man was brought over, he was already flattened. Allison let out a soft sigh, and after finishing a duck, Kagari leaned over to perform artificial respiration on the demon hunter. Watching her exert herself, Allison frowned slightly. Can you truly bring the dead back to life? I can unleash disease and absorb disease, Kagari replied after a moment's thought, but death seems to exceed my authority. Then what are you babbling about? Stop pretending to resurrect the dead. Allison kicked her aside and produced a vial of potion, pouring it into the demon hunter's mouth before placing her hand on his forehead. If I can absorb souls, perhaps I can also reverse death like Kagari, Allison thought, adjusting her abilities. Like breathing, she shifted to reverse breathing, releasing a faint spiritual energy towards the demon hunter. As time passed, Allison noticed a corner of the black inverted pentagram on her hand vanish, and the corpse on the ground suddenly jolted. Ugh! The demon hunter opened his eyes wide, gasping as if about to lose consciousness. Seeing this, Allison quickly grabbed Kagari. Hurry and heal him. Understood. Kagari, realizing the urgency, grasped the demon hunter's hand with one hand while reaching towards a nearby groaning citizen with the other. The citizen's body cracked and shattered once more, while the demon hunter's head swelled slightly. Kagari, upon seeing this, abandoned the citizen and shouted to Allison, "Quick, give me materials." All right. Allison, observing her spellcasting, began to understand her method, which seemed to involve transferring pain, and swiftly sent the still-living citizens over. As one citizen after another collapsed, the demon hunter's body began to mend, visibly transforming from a flattened form into a robust figure, while the 50 citizens sacrificed for this purpose shrank in size. Wasn't I crushed? The demon hunter looked down at his restored body, then at the flattened armor beside him in confusion. Indeed. But you were revived by the gods of healing and resurrection. Kagari, tired yet munching on a roast duck, added, "Remember to offer roast ducks every full moon." Huh. The demon hunter appeared taken aback. "Just ask me for the roast ducks," Allison said, patting Kagari on the shoulder before turning to the demon hunter. "You have protected me on my journey and dealt with that witch. I hope no more of you perish, as I would feel indebted to you." The demon hunter nodded slightly, then smiled bitterly. "In truth, we can offer little assistance now. I managed to escape and report back. But those Nyok the cultists warned us that if we involved ourselves in your affairs, they would kill our followers. I appreciate your intentions. You may leave now." "We will handle the rest ourselves," Allison replied. The demon hunter immediately descended the steps, realizing that they had crushed my armor. "It seems I must find a blacksmith to repair it before I can confront them again." Chapter 92. The Grass Rope, the Umbrella. And Lilith, after the exorcist took his leave from Allison, the city defense forces approached in their new carriages, astounded by the sight of the unscathed exorcist. In their religious understanding, the ability to resurrect the dead was solely within the divine's dominion. This revelation instilled a sense of awe in the city guards towards the troublemaking lord, particularly the girl who had emerged from the flames. They could not help but draw parallels with demons rising from the depths of hell, recalling the rumors that Allison was a witch. After all, even in the act of saving lives, it came at the cost of 50 souls, especially those disguised as citizens, whose original appearances were unrecognizable to the guards. The skeletal remains evoked a singular term in their minds: sacrifice. With unease and trepidation, the city guards continued their duty to clear the path, the ornate carriage rolling onward. They altered their route to the town hall, mindful of the fissures that had appeared, who knew what other traps lay in wait along the original path. Nevertheless, the adjacent streets remained deserted, as if the entire city sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Apart from the proud black stallions pulling the carriage, everyone else proceeded with utmost caution. The city guards led the way, followed by native escorts, while Allison and Kagari peered out from either side of the window. As they passed the first alley, the guards abruptly halted. Allison glanced over to see a city guard suspended in midair. Beneath him lay a steam gun. "If he is not attacking us, let us continue," Allison remarked, observing the guard's thrashing legs and the grass rope around his neck. Upon hearing her words, the guards reacted promptly, responding, "Yes." The carriage pressed forward, the guards heightened their vigilance. In the second alley, they encountered a scene of carnage, corpses strewn about, and a petrified statue holding a large eye, which was gradually transforming back into a human form, smiling at them. The guards felt their hair stand on end. Yet they acted as if they had not seen anything, continuing to march with taut steps. Halfway through their journey, an overwhelming sense of suffocation gripped them. Their hearts raced. Blood vessels threatened to burst, and many stopped in their tracks, clutching their throats, some collapsing to the ground. The unseen enemy proved to be the most lethal. One could only wonder if the council members had perished in such a manner. Some guards began to succumb to panic, their voices choking on cries for help, as visions of their deceased grandmothers from heaven flickered before their eyes. As they felt themselves on the brink of death, the pack animals began to froth at the mouth and collapse. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the carriage doors swinging open, followed by a resounding gunshot. Bang! Accompanied by that gunshot, the crowd felt an immediate release of breath, only to hear the sky above emit a mournful wail as a massive floating jellyfish, as large as a cloud, collided with a nearby building, igniting in flames. Boom! The structure crumbled at one corner, but was swiftly obscured by an umbrella, while the sounds of a fierce battle echoed within. "Onward, let us proceed," Allison commanded. The city guards immediately took a combat stance, though their hearts were gripped by fear, as the towering figures before them felt anything but human. Whether it was the writhing tentacles emerging from beneath their hoods, the oscillating eyes suspended by strings, or the myriad hands stirring beneath their cloaks, they were undeniably inhuman. Observing the surrounding mists, the coastal city guards recognized the reality. After all, they had encountered similar creatures before, those that breathed through gills yet walked upright. "My lord, we appear to be in the presence of the descendants of the Boston Sea King." "Those legendary beings," a trembling guard uttered. "They move slowly on land. Should we take a detour?" "Proceed forward. Someone will attend to those creatures," came a cold voice from within the carriage. The door swung open, and Kagari, clad in a side-slit cloak, leapt atop the carriage roof. She extended her arm, exuding an air of authority as she directed her gaze towards the monstrous entities, chanting an incantation. A wave of inexplicable heat enveloped them, causing the surrounding mist to evaporate. Crack! A peculiar sound erupted from the creatures, who began to tremble in place, sensing the assault upon them. Grasping hammers and harpoons, they attempted to advance, but as the heat intensified, their bodies glowed a fierce red. Just as they approached within 7 paces of the city guards, they collapsed, bending over in defeat. Creak, creak. The guards cautiously advanced, witnessing the curled, reddened monsters continue to convulse, shedding their black cloaks to reveal their true forms. They were various shrimp-like creatures, bearing humanoid features, faces and hands reminiscent of human form, with certain parts of their bodies adorned with clusters of human eyes. The guards, suppressing their revulsion, navigated through the fallen creatures, their expressions twisted as they listened to the carriage crunching the seafood beneath its wheels. Successfully traversing the street littered with marine life, the guards remained vigilant as they approached the next intersection, only to be met with a barrage of spears shooting forth from the alley. As the spears flew, the guards hastily raised their shields. The sound of clashing metal echoed in the air. Amidst the onslaught, a cultist clad in a green priestly robe and donning a multi-eyed mask charged out from the alley. Shielding himself with the spears, he brandished a pomegranate-like fruit, seemingly intent on perishing alongside the guards. Thud! Yet, after just a few steps, he fell to the ground, the fruit slipping from his grasp. "The forest of life shall not spare you." The guards exhaled in relief upon witnessing this, cautiously using their swords to knock the fruit aside, then continuing to guide the carriage forward. As they passed the alley, a shiver ran through their bodies, and Allison leaned out of the window to glance into the dimly lit passage. There, amidst swirling smoke, lay an array of man-eating flowers and serrated vines, their mouths gaping or legs lifting to release pollen, yet unable to reach the shadowy figure at their center. That figure was not tall, merely a silhouette of a woman, her abdomen darker than the rest, resembling a black hole from which tendrils and intestines emerged, ensnaring a group of green-robed cultists who struggled desperately against their fate. Being drawn towards her. "Is that Lilith?" Allison exclaimed, recognizing the familiar aura. The shadow seemed to hear her voice, lowering her head slightly and gesturing for them to proceed. "Do stop by for tea sometime," Allison politely nodded, urging the city guards to continue their journey.